Chapter 1 Heavenly Spiritual Roots and 5 Spiritual Roots. Tianqing Sect. A recruitment meeting held every 5 years. Wu Yangyang's new disciples filled the square. Yun Jin stood in the middle with an indifferent expression. For thousands of years? Tens of thousands of years? So much time has passed, but she can still clearly recall everything today. Shao Jin. A worried voice rang. Yun Jin glanced to the side and then a smile appeared on the corners of his lips. Yi Danxia, long time no see. Shao Jin. Yi Danxia said with a worried look on her face, I just tested the first level of the spiritual root. I tested that it is the Tianling root, but you are the lowest of the 5 spiritual roots. If this continues you will definitely fail the sect entrance test. Oh? Yun Jin couldn't comment. Then do you have any suggestions? Yi Danxia's eyes flashed and she said with a chuckle, you saw it just now, my talent should be quite high. After the results of the spiritual root test came out, if it hadn't been for the process not being completed, the headmaster would have wanted to take me under your wing. Although your talent is very poor, it doesn't matter. After all, we are good friends. I just asked that if you are a formal disciple you can bring a male servant or a maid to serve you. When the time comes I will say that you are the maid I brought. Then you can stay with me. Yi Danxia said. A trace of pride flashed in her eyes involuntarily. Yun Brocade. The eldest lady of the Yun family. And what about her? She is just an orphan girl adopted by the Yun family. Over the years she had lived in the Yun family in a state of trepidation and precariousness. Probably even God couldn't stand it, there was such a reversal. Suddenly something happened to the Yun family and the whole family was destroyed. Only Yun Jin and her escaped, and they happened to meet Tianqing Sect's grand opening, so they thought of trying their luck. Who would have thought? This first test of spiritual roots was passed by both of them. But Yunjin is only the lowest 5 spiritual roots. And myself. But it is a heavenly spirit root that is difficult to produce in 100 years. For a moment Yi Danxia felt relaxed all over. What about the eldest lady of the Yun family? How does a mortal's wealth compare with that of cultivating Taoism and becoming an immortal? What's more, the Yun family has been ruined. Except for the ancestral ring, there was nothing else on Yun Jin's hand. In the future, she and Yun Jin have completely different lives. But Yi Danxia has a good heart, and since the Yun family has taken her in, she is willing to accept Yun Jin as a maid. Yun Jin looked at Yi Danxia quietly and suddenly smiled. Why are you laughing? Yi Danxia frowned and couldn't help but said, Shao Jin, now is not the time to act like a young lady. The world of cultivators does not recognize the identity of the mortal world. I also think you can't pass the test. I'm about to be evicted, so I made this suggestion. If you don't want to, just pretend I didn't say it. Yun Jin smiled even brighter. Previous life. Yi Danxia also told her the same thing. It's just that she was timid and incompetent in her previous life, so she actually believed her lies and would rather stay as her maid. The results of it? Yi Danxia became a disciple of the headmaster. The headmaster and several fellow disciples doted on her and were not willing to let her suffer the slightest grievance. She couldn't be wronged, so she was the one who was wronged. Yi Danxia was accidentally injured and her maidservant was scolded and cursed for not protecting her master. Yi Danxia was in a bad mood. As a maid she would be questioned by a lot of people. The final conclusion was that she must have done something bad and made Yi Danxia angry. Every time Yi Danxia would pretend to be there and say that all this had nothing to do with Yunjin. As a result, her licking dogs tortured her even more in private. Yun Jin endured all this. She remembered Yi Danxia said that she would help her become an immortal. So after taking careful care of Yi Danxia for a year, she made a request for the first time for some elixirs to assist her practice. Yi Danxia agreed very well at that time. Yun Jin also thought that her efforts would finally pay off. As a result, she was kidnapped by Yi Danxia's Yanderous suitor the next day. The man said that she was ungrateful and dared to make such an unreasonable request to Yi Danxia. He said that Yi Danxia was so anxious that she was about to cry just to get the elixir for her. He said that it was a great favor that Yi Danxia gave her a place to stay. She shouldn't want more. And what she wants is obviously just the most basic elixir for the qi refining period. For Yi Danxia this is not difficult at all. As a result she cried and felt aggrieved. Inexplicably she ended up making things difficult for her. Yun Jin wanted to explain but the sickly suitor didn't give her a chance to explain. He released soul-eating ants and bit her alive all night. When Yi Danxia found her she was already dying. Yi Danxia hugged her and cried hypocritically for a while and another group of people came to comfort her. As for himself he was completely ignored. Fortunately he was lucky enough to survive. After that she knew that Yi Danxia would not help her cultivate immortality at all so she proposed to leave. Result: Yi Danxia felt aggrieved again. She asked herself why she wanted to leave. She also said that she had been so good to her, so why did she treat her like this? Before Yun Jin could speak a group of Yi Danxia's supporters had already swarmed over her, labeling her one by one. Everything about being ungrateful, greedy, ignorant of good and evil became synonymous with her. In the end she was given a grounding order by the headmaster himself. At that time she had not given up yet and she only wanted to find a chance to escape. Result: Yi Danxia's real boyfriend is a demon from the demon world. The demon came to Tianqing sect secretly to find her, but his whereabouts were exposed and he attracted enemies. That night, demons attacked Tianqing sect. The Tianqing sect suffered heavy casualties. The demons who attacked the Tianqing sect were the enemies of the demon lord. They knew that the demon lord had a loved one in the Tianqing sect, so they wanted to kill the woman and make the demon lord heartbroken. As a result, for some unknown reason, those demons recognized her as Yi Danxia and killed her alive without giving her any chance to defend herself. After her death she turned into a soul and watched Yi Danxia and the demon lord fall in love and kill each other. Wherever the two passed, people around them suffered heavy casualties, but they were the only ones who still loved each other vigorously. Even Yi Danxia's suitors, none of them had good results in the end. Only Yi Danxia finally ascended to the upper world together with the demon lord. This plot is so ridiculous. Even though she turned into a ghost, Yun Jin still didn't understand what she had done. To end up like this? Later she was bound to a quick travel system. After that she understood that the world she was in was actually the world of a book. Yi Danxia and Mo Zun are the male protagonist and female protagonist in this world. As for her, she is not even considered a supporting actress, she can only be said to be a cannon fodder in the early stages. As the hero and heroine they are destined to rule the world. And she is destined to be just a stepping stone for the heroine. But why? She is not convinced. I'm really dissatisfied. After that, Yun Jin accepted the system task without hesitation, traveled through the endless world and helped countless clients complete tasks. When she completed 100 tasks she gained freedom and could choose a golden finger to return to her original world. Now she will definitely not follow the plot in the book again. Xiao Jin, what's going on with you? Yi Danxia was a little angry. I have good intentions to say these things to you. I know that being a maid makes you lose face, but at least you have a chance to become an immortal, right? With our friendship I will definitely help you in the future. Isn't this better than being a mortal with a mere 100 years of life? Moreover, the Yun family suffered a sudden disaster. Didn't you say that you are the only one who wants to investigate the truth and avenge your family? Only then can you gain the power of revenge. Yun Jin looked at Yi Danxia as if she were watching a clown perform. She smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness. I still want to give it a try myself." Yi Danxia was angry. With your talent of 5 spiritual roots, what's the point of trying? Yun Jin, if you continue to be so stubborn I will really ignore you. Yun Jin nodded. Okay, please ignore me. Yi Danxia? Chapter 2, Super Simplified System. Yi Danxia took a deep breath, gritted her teeth and said, "Forget it, we grew up together after all, and I know what you said was angry. This time I won't argue with you." Her eyes drifted to the ring in Yun Jin's hand. "I am still willing to continue to help you, but you have to give me some benefits." "I like the ring on your hand very much, can you give it to me?" "This ring actually looks ordinary." But Yi Danxia just wanted to get it for some reason. She trusts her instincts. You must get this ring. Yun Jin glanced at Yi Danxia. Yi Danxia was a little anxious. How are you thinking about it? Yun Jin curled her lips and said in an extremely indifferent voice, I appreciate your kindness. But no need. Why are you so ignorant? Yi Danxia jumped angrily. Yes. So you can get lost. Yun Jin responded directly, then turned and walked away. Yi Danxia looked at her back. A trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. Wait then. This woman still thinks she is still the eldest lady of the Yun family? One day she will know that in this world of cultivating immortals she is nothing at all. Yi Danxia took a deep breath and calmed down a little. There is no need to worry at all. When Yun Jin fails the test and is about to be kicked out of the sect, he will make his previous proposal. Will she reject herself again? When she becomes his maid and he asks her for a ring, will she still agree? Thinking of this, Yi Danxia completely calmed down. She will let Yun Jin know how big the difference is between Tianlingen and Wulingen. Right now. A majestic voice sounded. Instructor Zhao Wuji said, the number of people who passed the first level is 96. The second level is a test of understanding. To those who come I will issue a non-attribute cultivation method, Xianju. The Tianqing sect disciples quickly distributed a booklet to everyone. Xianju is the basic enlightenment technique. This technique has no attributes and can be practiced by any spiritual root. Write down the content in the book and start practicing immediately. The sooner you practice Qi exhalation machine, the higher your understanding will be. As long as you can practice Qi exhalation machine within 10 people machine, no matter what the spiritual root attributes are, I will accept it unconditionally. Now start the clock. After the headmaster finished speaking, he looked at Yi Danxia with a satisfied smile on his face. No matter how many disciples I can finally recruit today, having this heavenly spiritual root is a huge gain. Tianlingen generally has a high level of understanding. In this test, Yi Danxia is afraid that she will come out on top again. On the square. A stick of incense slowly burned. The timer has started. Yun Jin opened the booklet and flipped through it casually. Yi Danxia glanced at Yun Jin and showed a mocking smile. Could this Yun Jin still want to break into the top 10 and get a chance to join the sect? How can a young lady like her who has never left the house have any understanding? This time I will make her completely despair. Yun Jin read the booklet while thinking silently in his heart. Use golden fingers. Next moment. Ding, the golden finger has arrived. The super simplified system is now in operation. The purpose of the system: the world is too complicated and I just want to live a simple life. This system is committed to simplifying everything and assisting the host to live a happy life without involution. Free simplified opportunities, 10 times. After 10 times you need to exchange emotional values for opportunities. As long as you make other people feel emotional, you can get varying emotional values. This golden finger was chosen by Yun Jin herself, but she only knew a rough idea. She only knew the setting of this emotional value just now. Yun Jin raised his eyebrows and didn't care much. Rest assured, she's guaranteed to keep others in the mood. Yun Jin recited silently in his mind, scanning secret technique. Scanning. Scan result, mysterious technique, enlightenment level practice. Cultivation conditions, just have spiritual roots. Cultivation method, meditate in a fixed posture, sense the spiritual power between heaven and earth, draw the spiritual power into the body and inhale 3 times. After completing 1 cycle you can cultivate the first Qi, can be simplified. Actually, this technique is not difficult. Yunjin has thousands of years of experience, so it probably won't take much time to do it by yourself. But she has worked hard for so long. Isn't this golden finger just to go about her life easily and comfortably? Then why did she do it herself? Yun Jin calmly gave the order, simplify. Start simplifying. Simplified to this, meditate according to a fixed posture. You can absorb the spiritual power on your own and complete the cycle. Still want to meditate? The posture in that brochure is ugly, okay? Yun Jin was a little disgusted. Continue to simplify. Start simplifying. Simplify to this: as long as you eat, you will immediately complete all the processes by yourself. The more you eat, the more spiritual power you will gain. That's pretty much it. Yun Jin was satisfied. She happens to be a little hungry. If she eats, she can barely eat. Yun Jin still rummaged through the package. There was something to eat in her package. On the high platform, the 10 peak masters of Tianqing sect are observing the disciples below. There are also struggles among the 10 peaks of Tianqing sect, and they also want to recruit more good talents into their sect. That heavenly spiritual route is naturally the dream of all the peak masters, but the headmaster has already regarded this heavenly spiritual route as something in his bag. It is not easy for them to it, so they can only pick and choose from the remaining disciples. For a moment, although it is definitely not as good as the spiritual route that day, it is still better than nothing. Master Yang Hui of Ling Weapon Peak looked at Yi Danxia with some envy. Look at Ling Zhen that day, she looks confident. The Tianlingen is so rare. Whether it is aptitude or understanding, it is naturally top-notch. How can this kind of enlightenment technique be difficult for her? Master Huolai, the master of Shindan Peak, also sighed. Each of the 10 peaks of the Tianqing sect has its own focus. The most talented disciples usually concentrate on their cultivation, and there are very few who choose to take the path of refining weapons and elixirs. The two of them don't have to think about something like Tianlingen that is rare in a century. The 2 peak masters sighed together. Master Huolai glanced at the person in the corner and suddenly smiled. We can still recruit a few disciples, but the drunkard may have nothing to gain this time. Master Yang Hui also smiled. With him at the bottom, I feel relieved. Corner. An old man with an unkempt beard was lying on a chair sound asleep. There is also a wine gourd hanging on his waist. A layer of skin has been rubbed off the surface of the wine gourd, which shows how frequently it is used. While talking, the disciples have already begun to meditate, trying hard to sense the spiritual energy. Yi Danxia is no exception. She strictly followed the drawings, and her movements were the most standard among new disciples. Zhao Wuji couldn't help but nodded approvingly. Excellent. It is indeed a Tianlingen. This time the first place must be Yi Danxia. I just don't know who will be the second one. Zhao Wuji's eyes wandered among the disciples. Then, his eyes paused. The other disciples had already sat down cross-legged, and the only one standing in the crowd became a conspicuous person. I saw Yun Jin standing there carrying the package with him rummaging around. Chapter 3, Bad Attitude Expelled from Tianqing Sect. Emotional value +5. Emotional value +1. Emotional value +2. Yun Jin's mind actually had news that the emotional value had been paid. Yun Jin was all confused. What did she do? Does this have emotional value? Regardless, continue looking for food. After Zhao Wuji provided Yun Jin with a few emotional points, his brows knitted together. Because Yun Jin came with Yi Danxia, he had some impression of this disciple. I just remember that she and Danxia seem to have a good relationship. But this Yunjin is just the worst of the 5 spiritual roots, and now he seems to have some symptoms of stupidity. Such a person, even for Yi Danxia's sake, cannot be admitted into the sect. When the time comes this Yun Jin loses the election, I am afraid that Yi Danxia will have to comfort her. Just thinking so. Sudden. Yun Jin made a move. Zhao Wuji thought that she was finally going to perform the movements according to the drawing, so he couldn't help but look over. Yun Jin took out a packet of melon seeds from the package with a look of joy on his face, then found a pillar and lazily sat down against it. She moved a few times, seemingly looking for the most comfortable position. After finding it, she picked up the melon seeds and started to crack them lazily. Click. Click. In the quiet square, the sound of eating melon seeds seemed particularly clear. Zhao Wuji stood up suddenly, his face ashen. Arrogant, how arrogant! How annoying, how annoying! The opportunity to enter the Tianqing sect is so rare. This Yun Jin has no intention of cherishing it at all. She was basically slapping the entire Tianqing sect in the face. The disciples who were trying to sense the spiritual energy were also affected by the sound of eating melon seeds and looked over. After seeing clearly what Yunjin was doing, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. On such an important occasion, it doesn't matter if this person can't sense spiritual power, he just puts on a show. Does this mean he's completely giving up on himself? Emotional value plus 10. Emotional value plus 5. Emotional value plus 20. Emotional value plus 5. In Yunjin's mind, the emotional value began to record crazily, and in a few seconds it actually increased to 500. Yunjin ate melon seeds and felt relaxed. It seems that this emotion is not difficult to obtain. In the square, Yi Danxia's eyes flashed with pride. Ah! She thought Yunjin had a lot of potential, but in the end she was just being stubborn. 2. The 5 spiritual roots were too complicated and inherently difficult to sense spiritual power. Yunjin knew that he was destined to fail, so he just gave up. Yi Danxia's eyes flashed and she said with a worried look on her face, "Yunjin, don't be like this. Although you only have 5 spiritual roots and can hardly sense spiritual power. However, I have promised you that I am willing to let you take your place. My mate, I will take you into the sect together, and you must not give up on yourself, okay?" Yunjin raised his eyes to look at her, clicked, and continued eating melon seeds. Unable to get a response, Yi Danxia felt a little embarrassed. She gritted her teeth and took the initiative to walk up to Yunjin, reaching out to pull her out. "Xiaojin, don't do this again. We are sisters. It makes me uncomfortable when you act like this." Yi Danxia is still playing the role of White Lotus. Next moment, there was a sudden pain on her face. Yi Danxia grabbed it with her hand and caught a melon seed shell. Yi Danxia was confused while Yunjin's eyes lit up. Prompts her mind. Emotional value plus 50. This is also the most single emotion value since the system was activated. Yi Danxia is the heroine of this world. Could it be that the heroine can provide more emotional value than others? Yunjin immediately took another melon seed, the melon seed shell, and spat it directly on Yi Danxia's face. The scene was somewhat comical and there were low chuckles in the audience. Emotion value plus 80. Yunjin suddenly smiled and said, "I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on with this melon seed shell. I seem to really like your face." As soon as he finished speaking, another melon seed shell flew towards Yi Danxia. This time Yi Danxia deliberately avoided it. But as if the melon seed shell had eyes, it turned a corner and landed directly on Yi Danxia's hair. Emotional value plus 90. Yunjin smiled. This melon seed shell can be regarded as a unique hair accessory. "Danxia, you are here for this, so you should tell me earlier next time." Yi Danxia's face suddenly became very ugly and she stamped her feet. "Xiaojin, I also have good intentions. Why don't you know what is good and what is good?" Yunjin rolled her eyes. "I can't bear your kindness. Since you know that I'm ungrateful, why don't you get away? Or do you want a few more melon seed hair accessories?" "You?" Yi Danxia's eyes turned red. "Xiaojin, what happened? You want to do this to me?" Yi Danxia's eyes turned red. On the high platform, Zhao Wuji felt inexplicably distressed in his heart. The eldest disciple Ruan Jun next to him was also waiting to glare at Yunjin angrily. "This Yunjin is too much. Danxia is such a good girl, but she dares to make people cry." Zhao Wuji felt uncomfortable coming forward in person, so his voice turned cold. "Ruan Jun, this Yunjin is arrogant and obstructs the test. Go on my behalf and drive her out." Zhao Wuji gave the order and the other peak masters had no objections. Only the old man who seemed drunk opened his eyes and said lazily, "Sect master, is there any rule in this sect test that you can't eat?" Zhao Wuji said coldly, "That's the senior who made the rules. I never thought there would be such an arrogant person." The old man said, "That means there is no such rule." Zhao Wuji's face turned cold. "Then what should I say if she obstructs others from practicing?" The old man said, "According to what I saw, she didn't go to anyone. It was the woman who took the initiative to find her." Zhao Wuji looked at the old man coldly for a while and suddenly said coldly, "Master Lin, you are old and can be regarded as a veteran in this sect, so I have been giving you a bit of trouble. Why am I too generous? Your face makes you unable to see yourself clearly? When did I as the leader no longer have the right to expel a disciple? Zhao Wuji said this without any politeness. The old man's face changed slightly and he became silent. Zhao Wuji then snorted coldly, Ruan Jun, why are you still standing there in a daze? Ruan Jun perked up and walked over in response. He walked up to Yi Danxia with a trace of pity flashing in his eyes. Junior sister, you don't argue with such a useless person. You are destined to fly like a phoenix in the 9 heavens, but she is just a clown trying to please others. I know you value feelings. However, people like her are destined to be different from you. You should ignore her and leave everything here to your senior brother. Although he hasn't started yet, Ruan Jun already regards Yi Danxia as one of his own. Yi Danxia felt a little proud. She glanced at Yun Jin and saw that she still looked indifferent, so she couldn't help but squint her eyes. Ah. Then she would really ignore it and let Yun Jin know something powerful. Yi Danxia stopped talking and Ruan Jun looked directly at Yun Jin, his expression extremely gloomy. Yun Jin, do you know you were wrong? Yun Jin ate melon seeds and looked at Ruan Jun's expression, which was a little subtle. Oh, male supporting role. Previous life. Yi Danxia joined the headmaster's sect. The headmaster had accepted 5 male disciples before. She was the junior sister and the only female disciple. With her extraordinary talent, she became a supergroup favorite as soon as she entered the school. Favored by her master and admired by her senior brothers, Yi Danxia is very proud of herself in the Tianqing sect. What a pity. In the end, Ruan Jun and others are just male supporting characters. The real male protagonist will still be his demon lord in the demon world. Yun Jin blinked and smiled. Brother, I was indeed wrong. Ruan Jun narrowed his eyes. Do you know you are wrong? Unfortunately, it is too late to realize the mistake now. Yun Jin said sincerely, my mistake is that I shouldn't eat alone. Come on, let's share some. Emotional value plus 20. Yun Jin was a little disgusted. The emotional value that this male supporting actor can provide is obviously less than that of the female protagonist. This Ruan Jun can't do it. Ruan Jun's face turned dark. How can I be interested in those shabby melon seeds of yours? Yun Jin, your attitude towards taking the test is very bad. I obey the master's order and will expel you from the Tianqing sect immediately. Please leave now. Yun Jin raised his eyebrows. Bad attitude? Where do you start with this? Senior brother Ruan, you can't slander others. Ruan Jun was so angry that he pointed at Yun Jin. You were so lazy. If I give you 10 years, you may not be able to learn the most basic secrets. We the Tianqing sect don't want to waste the opportunity on a waste like you. Oh my god. Yun Jin was shocked. Senior brother Ruan, what do you mean by this? Does it mean that a jump technique like Xianju requires hard work to learn? Chapter 4. Is this hard? Emotional value plus 50. Ruan Jun's chest kept rising and falling. Although Xianju was a basic technique for disciples who have never been exposed to Qi training, it can take anywhere from a few days to a few months to get started. It is by no means that simple. If you have such low qualifications but you are still lazy. If you can practice Qigong, I would rather die in this square. Senior brother Ruan, if you say that, I'm really looking forward to it. Yun Jin smiled brightly at him. What are you expecting? Did you still think? Ruan Jun was about to sneer. Yun Jin suddenly grabbed a handful of melon seeds and put them all into his mouth. What to say? After the simplified Yunju, the more you eat, the more spiritual power you absorb. She had been smoking slowly before and the concentration of spiritual power was not obvious yet. Now, that will be different. Seeing that Yun Jin dared to be so arrogant, Ruan Jun was furious and was about to force Yun Jin to be expelled. Next moment. The 5 colors of spiritual power gathered together to form light spots that danced on her fingertips. Ruan Jun's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Yi Danxia was also stunned. She has also just started practicing and at this moment she has not yet felt the so-called spiritual power of heaven and earth. But when she tested her spiritual roots before, the head teacher said that she had heavenly spiritual roots and was the top genius. She hasn't even sensed the spiritual power yet. Did Yunjin sense it? No, this is impossible. This must be some kind of deception that Yunjin used. Yi Danxia stared at Yunjin, not wanting to believe it. Senior brother Ruan. Is this considered an introduction? Yunjin smiled, controlling the 5-color spiritual power and condensing it into a 5-color flower. The emotional value has begun to increase again. Coupled with the previous friendly contributions from Yi Danxia, Ruanjun and others, it directly exceeded 1,000. Ruanjun's face looked extremely ugly. What's this? With spiritual power manifesting in such control precision, this is no way a newcomer. This Yunjin is a veteran who has practiced Xianju for many years. But how is this possible? It's only been half a stick of incense since Master distributed the brochure. Can you practice Xuanjue to this extent with just half a stick of incense? Does such a person exist in this world? Isn't that enough? Yunjin raised her eyebrows and she controlled her spiritual power to fly in the air. Ruanjun was completely stunned. On the high platform, Zhao Wuji and the peak masters of each peak looked at the movement on Yunjin's side and their expressions changed slightly. Spiritual power fluctuates. In half a stick of incense, some disciples have already developed spiritual power? No, it's not just through cultivation. Looking at this situation, she has clearly mastered the control of the 5-color spiritual power. This woman who was just expelled by the leader. Such a terrifying understanding. The old man also looked in Yunjin's direction, showing an interesting expression. Interesting. The spiritual light points controlled by Yunjin finally stayed in the air, forming a painting. Ruanjun glanced in a daze. This painting is clearly the mountain gate of Tianqing sect. She actually made a painting using spiritual light spots. Is this still a person? All the disciples who participated in the test had no intention of continuing the test and the whole square was in an uproar. Yunjin also gained a lot of emotional value by relying on this show-off method. On the high platform, they looked at each other in disbelief. With such understanding coupled with such terrifying spiritual power control ability, what kind of monster is this Yunjin? After sighing, everyone would have the same sigh in their hearts. It's a pity that it's a 5-spirit root. Yes, it's just a pity that it's a 5-spirit root. No matter how strong your understanding is, if your cultivation level cannot keep up, everything is just talk. Sensing the amazed gazes of everyone on the high platform, Yi Danxia was a little flustered and she glanced at Ruanjun subconsciously. When Ruanjun saw Yi Danxia like this, he felt infinite courage in his heart. No matter what this Yunjin's understanding is, she should not stay if she makes junior sister Yi sad. I have an obligation to protect my junior sister, and I have an even greater obligation to drive away this troublemaker. Ruanjun couldn't help but said loudly, Yunjin. Is Tianqing sect a place where you run wild? What I'm telling you now is a matter of attitude. You have such a lazy attitude, and it's only natural that I expel you. Yunjin smiled. The next moment, the girl's clear voice sounded throughout the audience. But you can master this secret technique at a glance. You can advance by eating and drinking. Does it require a lot of hard work? Oh my god, senior brother Ruan, it didn't take you a long time to get started. Ruanjun was going crazy. It took me 3 days to get started. I am already a genius. 3 days? Yunjin was even more shocked. What kind of idiot can take 3 days to learn? Look at me, just eat something. Yunjin demolished a few more melon seeds. Suddenly, the spiritual energy around her rushed toward her. There is no need to meditate, the spiritual power will naturally complete the cycle and stay in her dantian. What on earth is so difficult for you that it took you 3 days to learn? After the demonstration, Yunjin looked at Ruanjun with a confused look on his face, as if he was really puzzled. Emotional value plus 100. Yunjin glanced at Ruanjun in surprise. Yo! Did his mood swing suddenly become so big? It seems that this male supporting actor still has some potential that can be tapped. I'll look for him more in the future. Ruanjun's lips trembled in anger. He didn't pay much attention to Yunjin just now. But for a while he kept staring at Yunjin and discovered that not only had she cultivated spiritual power in her body but she was also very close to the first level of Qi training. How long has it been? What kind of monster is this woman? 5 spiritual roots? There are such 5 spiritual roots in the world. Ruanjun couldn't help but look at Zhao Wuji for help. Yunjin also looked at the superior headmaster. She raised her eyes and said, when the headmaster read out the rules, he didn't say you couldn't lean on the pillars, nor did he say you couldn't eat melon seeds. Zhao Wuji narrowed his eyes. I never said that. Yunjin looked directly at him. Then according to the rules I am the first to complete the test and I should get the opportunity to enter the sect. This is indeed a rule. The old man suddenly smiled and said. Now he began to appreciate this Yun brocade a little bit. Zhao Wuji couldn't help but flash a hint of displeasure in his eyes. Before he could test his spiritual root aptitude among this group of disciples, he had the most favorable impression of Yi Danxia. However, this Yunjin looked too gorgeous and was not what a disciple of the immortal sect should look like at all. She was able to learn the secrets to such an extent so quickly, and her understanding was indeed superior to others. But the 5 spiritual roots are the 5 spiritual roots, and the further you practice the harder it becomes. From ancient times to the present, no one with 5 spiritual roots has broken through to the nascent soul stage. He doesn't want this disciple no matter what. But the rules of Tianqing sect are not easy to break. Zhao Wuji said with a cold face, you can stay in Tianqing sect, but if there is no peak master among the 10 peaks of Tianqing who is willing to accept you, you will go to the outer sect and become an outer sect disciple. The outer door and the inner door are completely different in terms of resources. If an outer sect disciple wants to get ahead, it may be more difficult than reaching heaven. Several peak leaders also noticed that Zhao Wuji didn't seem to like this Yunjin. They originally had some love for talents, but now they became a little uneasy. This Yunjin's qualifications are really poor, and most of them will be just like that. It's not worth it to offend the master for her. For a moment no peak master spoke. Zhao Wuji said calmly, look, no one is willing to accept you. If you must stay then. Yunjin ignored him and looked directly at the old man. Will you accept me? The old man was startled and almost spit out the wine in his throat. He struggled several times before he swallowed the wine with determination. This good wine must not be wasted, every drop will go into his stomach. Girl! Do you want to join my family? Do you know who I am? The old man couldn't help but ask. I see that you like drinking. Yunjin said calmly, I have a secret recipe for winemaking passed down from my ancestors, and my winemaking skills are excellent. Gudong. The old man swallowed hard. He refused with some difficulty. It's already difficult enough for me to take care of my 3 apprentices, and adding you to the mix. I can brew the lost 100 flowers wine, Yunjin said. Gudong. The sound of swallowing became even more exaggerated. The old man couldn't help but ask, since it has been lost, how can you brew it? Yunjin became impatient. I have my own way. Just tell me whether you will accept me as your apprentice. The old man struggled crazily between his alcohol addiction and his sanity. After a long time he decided to tell the truth. If you really want to worship me as your teacher, there are a few things you need to know in advance. First, I was seriously injured in my early years and have been practicing for many years. I haven't made any progress and I probably won't change it in the future. Second, I am the peak leader of Tianjian Peak, the 10th peak of the Tianqing sect. However, the position of the peak leader is not fixed. A 10-peak competition will be held every 3 years. The person who comes in last will be disqualified from the position of peak master. I have been in last place for 9 consecutive times. I will probably lose my position as peak master in the sect competition in 3 months, and naturally I will no longer be able to protect you. If you think there is no problem with these 2 things, you can worship me as your teacher. Chapter 5. It doesn't matter anymore. After the words fell, the old man felt a little helpless and couldn't help but shake his head. He said everything so clearly. How could anyone come to Tianjian Peak in sync with him? The old man said this just to make Yunjin give up. Yunjin's expression did not change at all. She took a step forward, bent down directly to the old man, and actually performed an apprenticeship ceremony. Disciple Yunjin pay homage to master. The old man was stunned for a moment when he heard Yunjin's decisive voice. He opened his mouth wide wanting to say something but not knowing where to start. He has made it so clear that worshipping him as a teacher will not only bring no benefits but may actually result in being liquidated. Even if you enter the outer sect, it is better than entering his sect. This Yunjin, how come? The old man's mood was a little complicated for a moment and he said slowly, okay, since you insist, then Linya will accept you as my disciple. That's all. Fighting for his life left and right, he could always find a way out for several disciples. Thank you, master. Yunjin straightened up. To her, most people in Tianqing sect can only be described as disgusting. However, this old man named Linya was different. The Yun family has a secret skill in brewing wine. In her previous life she had an encounter with Linya because of this skill. But it's hard to say how deep the intersection was. Zhua just occasionally gave him some when she brewed good wine. This wine was just mortal wine, not a good thing. Yunjin never wanted anything in return from Linya. However, after she was massacred by the demons that day, the rest of the Tianqing sect just pretended that nothing had happened, and the leader even had a drink with the demon lord. Only Linya, holding his sword, launched a brazen attack on the demon lord. But his cultivation level dropped drastically. No matter how he was the opponent of the demon lord, in the end he just died in vain. Before his death, Yunjin's soul saw him glance towards the wooden house where he lived. At that time Linya was desperate and in pain. He said slowly, after all, no one can protect me. Then the old man closed his eyes forever. This scene has always shocked Yunjin, and it has always left a trace of warmth in her heart. This old man didn't actually know him well, and those few glasses of mortal wine were not worth much. He probably saw something in the end, so he took action against the demon lord. Yes. It was only after Yunjin died that she realized that it was not a coincidence that she was mistaken for Yidanxia, but that the demon lord felt that he had bullied Yidanxia and wanted to vent his anger on Yidanxia, so he deliberately let out the news and led his opponents in the demon world to kill him. Oh. As for the demon lord, on the one hand, in addition to himself, the person who made Yidanxia sad, on the other hand, he also cut off the wings of his opponent, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. As for the life of a slave girl, no one cares. No. Linya was concerned about him. Therefore, even though he knew he was about to die, he still swung his sword at the demon lord. Such an old man is naturally worthy of being called her master in this life. In the old man's previous life, several of his apprentices were killed. In the end, he had no desire to survive this life. Yunjin thought that she could change everything. Yunjin stepped forward and stood beside Linya calmly. Zhao Wuji narrowed his eyes with a mocking smile appearing in his eyes. Choose Tianjin Peak? Ah. That's just right. Linya is a person he hates, and Yunjin also makes him dislike him. When the time comes, he will deal with them all. Xiao Jin. Yidanxia became anxious when she saw this. She couldn't help but said, "Didn't you hear? In 3 months the position of the peak leader of Tianjin Peak will be changed. You can't do it for me to get angry. Go to a place with no future like this." Yidanxia said, "We are the best sisters. How can we be so separated? Didn't we agree that you will be my maid and I will take you into the sect? By then we will be master and servant in name. In fact, but they are still sisters." Yidanxia said, looking at the headmaster pleadingly, "Headmaster, please don't let me separate from Xiaojin. I can't watch her go the wrong way." Yidanxia burst into tears, and Ruanjun felt distressed at that time. He couldn't help but glared at Yunjin. "You are so rude, and my junior sister is still saying good things for you. Yunjin, don't be so ungrateful." "Brother, don't say that." Yidanxia hurriedly said, "Actually, in the Yun family I am just an orphan. The Yun family said they took me in, but they have always used me as a maid. Now I want Xiaojin to give it to me. She must not be able to accept this gap when she becomes a maid. However, she is only a 5-spirited person. If she wants to join the inner sect, this is the only way." Yidanxia looked at Yunjin sincerely. "Xiaojin, don't worry, you will definitely have a share of whatever I have in the future. Please don't be angry with me anymore, okay?" Yun Jin didn't react at all, but Wan Jun already looked touched. Junior sister, this Yun Jin is so ungrateful, yet you were so kind to her. Why are you so kind? Senior brother, although the Yun family treats me badly, the Yun family has taken me in after all. It is fate that Xiao Jin and I grew up together. I can never leave her alone, Yi Danxia said firmly. Zhao Wuji was a little moved when he heard this. He glanced at Yun Jin coldly. Although your words and deeds are shameless and disgusting, but you have a good sister. Now that Danxia has spoken, I can give you some more. You have a chance. From now on, stay with Danxia. As long as you take good care of her, I will naturally give you a future. Yi Danxia looked overjoyed and agreed. Thank you, master. Zhao Wuji nodded and said matter-of-factly, Yunjin, you haven't thanked Danxia yet. Yi Danxia looked happy. Xiao Jin, we finally don't have to separate. Yun Jin looked at this farce with a smile on his lips. She stretched out her hand and clapped slowly. Wonderful, so wonderful. Yi Danxia's expression changed. Xiao Jin, what's wrong with you? Yun Jin smiled. Yi Danxia, you said that the Yun family treats you badly and just treats you as a maid. Do you know what a real maid has to do? Yi Danxia's face changed slightly. Xiao Jin, what are you talking about? Back then, when the war was raging, you were just an orphan. My father was kind-hearted and took you in. Over the years he grew up like a daughter. But in the end he said something like this from you. Yun Jin said expressionlessly, since you think you have been wronged in the Yun family, do you dare to stretch out your hand and let everyone see whether your hand is as rough as a maid's hand or as smooth as a lady's? Yi Danxia was stunned and subconsciously put her hands behind her back. She forced a smile. Xiao Jin, why are you so worried about this? Yun Jin ignored her. She faced everyone and said, at the beginning, if my father hadn't come to the rescue, Yi Danxia wouldn't have had the life to confuse right and wrong here. Not to mention that over the years she has been treated as a daughter and pampered like a daughter. When she grows up, even if the Yun family really lets her become a maid, what's the mistake? Shouldn't this life-saving grace be rewarded? But now Yi Danxia has a rare spiritual root in 100 years, so she will do it on her own. I feel that I have been wronged by the Yun family. I don't need her repayment now. I just want you to prove that from now on Yun Jin will have nothing to do with Yi Danxia. On the way back, even if we meet, there is no need to say hello. Yun Jin's face was cold. She stretched out her hand and a burst of spiritual power suddenly hit Yi Danxia's wrist. A bracelet on Yi Danxia's wrist was instantly shattered. These bracelets were originally a pair. There was one on my wrist and the other on yours. At that time we also said that we would be good sisters for life. Yun Jin said coldly, but now you don't deserve that bracelet anymore. Die. There is no more love between us. After Yun Jin finished speaking, he took off the bracelet from his wrist and threw it to the ground expressionlessly. The bracelet shattered. Yi Danxia didn't know why, but her heart trembled suddenly. Chapter 6, You have found the right master. Xiao Jin. Yi Danxia's lips trembled. Why do you say that I? Yi Danxia didn't know what to say, so she simply covered her face and started crying. She didn't need to say anything else. As soon as she cried, Zhao Wuji's expression suddenly changed and Wan Jun's face showed indescribable distress. Yun Jin. Wan Jun blocked Yi Danxia behind him angrily. Apologize. I want you to apologize immediately. A faint smile appeared on Yun Jin's lips. Oh? What is the content of the apology? Because I told the truth, some people have nothing to say and can only use tears to cover up their ungrateful and beastly nature? Okay? Then what I just said is my apology. Yi Danxia's heart trembled. She wiped her tears and said with red eyes, Xiao Jin. We have been friends for so many years, how can you miss me so much? Friend? No, didn't you say that? You are just a maid in my Yun family and the Yun family treats you not well at all. You are just a maid and I am the legitimate daughter of the Yun family. Why do you want to talk to me? As friends? Yun Jin sneered. Yi Danxia's words are simply inconsistent. If the Yun family treated her badly, how could she have been friends with Yun Jin for many years? If the Yun family saved her and treated her very well, then what Yi Danxia said before? The way everyone looked at Yi Danxia couldn't help but be a little subtle. Yi Danxia tried hard to say something but she couldn't. Her whole face turned the color of pig liver. Ruan Jun looked at it only feeling distressed and he said angrily, Yun Jin. Junior sister just said a few words casually, why are you holding on? And didn't junior sister say that she is willing to take you in? Isn't this considered repayment? Did you accept the kindness of the Yun family? Or do you want more in exchange for the kindness? Yun Jin glanced at him and said expressionlessly, so you can't understand human language? I don't need her to take her in. If a good person doesn't do it, I'm going to be her dog? Oh, you might be. I like being a dog. After all, you look like a licking dog. Ruan Jun didn't know what licking the dog meant. However, this does not sound like a good thing. His face also started to turn red. You're talking nonsense. Zhao Wuji narrowed his eyes and said slowly, Linya, your apprentice is so rude, why don't you discipline him? Linya slowly took a sip of wine. I think what Xiao Jin said is not wrong. He stood up and said, speaking of which, my disciple has learned the secret formula and obtained the quota to enter the sect. However, this Yi Danxia has not even entered the sect yet she keeps asking for my disciple to become her disciple. Maid. Is she worthy? Linya looked disdainful and Yi Danxia's face turned pale. Junior sister has Tianlingen, so it is natural for her to enter the sect. Ruan Jun said. Really? Then why do we need this second round of tests? If I were her, I would concentrate on comprehending the Xianju first. By then, if I can't even get into the top 10 with my heavenly spiritual root, I might as well crash to death. Forget it in this hall. After Linya finished speaking, he glanced at Ruan Jun narrowly. By the way, didn't you say before that if my disciple could practice Xianju you would kill him? Otherwise you two can make an appointment at that time. Killed together? Yun Jin glanced at his newly recognized master and a smile appeared on his lips. It seemed that her master had not admitted her mistake. Yi Danxia looked back at the square. While she was entangled with Yun Jin, the disciples were trying hard to block the sounds around them and were working hard to cultivate qi. Yi Danxia couldn't help but feel slightly anxious. She has Tianlingen and is destined to stand at the top. How can she lose to others? Seeing Ruan Jun's expression of injustice and wanting to speak for her, Yi Danxia hurriedly pulled him. Brother, thank you for speaking for me. But Master Lin is right. I haven't entered the sect yet. I believe Xiao Jin, that's why you don't trust me. She glanced at Yun Jin. Xiao Jin, don't worry, I will definitely practice the qi ventilation machine as soon as possible. I will let you know that I am really doing it for your own good. After saying that, for fear of being slapped in the face again, Yi Danxia hurried back to the square, sat down cross-legged and began to practice. Yi Danxia stopped and Yun Jin glanced at her lightly. It is impossible for Yi Danxia to give up just now. Even if it is for the ancestral ring in her hand, she will not give up. But Yun Jin said it didn't matter. If Yi Danxia didn't look for her, she would have to look for Yi Danxia. Without the dedication of the heroine team and the future male protagonist, where would her emotional value come from? In this wave, her emotional value finally settled at 1,500 points. It's a good start. Headmaster, I have received a disciple. I will not watch the next test. On my side, I will take Xiao Jin back to Tianjin Peak first. Linya said. Zhao Wuji gave him a cold look. Please help yourself. Linya didn't seem to see his ugly expression but turned back to Yun Jin and said, let's go, let's take you to meet your incompetent senior brothers and sisters. Yes. Yun Jin responded crisply. The master and apprentice left in such a swaggering manner. Zhao Wuji looked at the backs of the two of them with a gloomy expression. A long time. He sneered. Even if a person with 5 spiritual roots has some understanding, what kind of waves can he make? Now, due to the sect's rules and the fact that Linya's injury was caused by the Tianqing sect, he could not do anything to Linya directly. But 3 months later, he lost his position as the peak leader. When the time comes, whether it is Linya or him, a new disciple, will he be allowed to flatten and round by himself? In Zhao Wuji's heart, Linya and Yun Jin were nothing more than grasshoppers after autumn, unable to hop around for more than a few days. He quickly looked away and no longer cared. Up comes a flying sword. Linya flew slowly with Yunjin and he said, "Today the Tianqing sect is recruiting new people and a group of disciples have been assigned to help. The other disciples should be practicing now. It is past noon and it coincides with Shinshur, 15:00-17:00. Your senior brothers and sisters are quite diligent, they should be practicing in the martial arts field now. I will take you to see them." Linya introduced, "You have 2 senior brothers and 1 senior sister. The eldest brother Yu Zhao, he is loyal and honest, very like an elder brother. The second senior sister Si Wanning, your second senior sister, has a somewhat irritable personality but she still treats her family very well. He is very caring. Third senior brother Yu Songyan is a bit introverted and doesn't like to interact with outsiders. If you spend more time with him you will gradually become familiar with him." Yunjin memorized everything one by one. Linya took Yunjin and quickly arrived at Tianjian Peak. Today there are only Linya and his 3 disciples in Tianjian Peak plus Yunjin. There are only 5 people in total. There is no need to go to other places, they must be in the martial arts field. Linya said, "You senior brothers and sisters are still very diligent." He took Yunjin with him and quickly arrived at the martial arts arena. Result: on the martial arts field, let alone people, not even an ant could be found. Linya? He felt a little embarrassed on his face and couldn't help but said, "They may have gone to the back mountain to practice swordsmanship." Yunjin blinked. Respected? Chapter 7: Loyal, honest, mature and steady. In order to make up for it, Linya took Yunjin to the back mountain as quickly as possible. As expected, the back mountain was still empty. Linya took a deep breath and forced a smile. Don't get me wrong, they are still diligent. They may be practicing on their own in their respective residences. Come on, I will take you to see your senior brother. Yunjin just nodded obediently. Senior brother Yu Zhao's bamboo house is built near the river. From a distance the mountains are shrouded in mist and lush green, making it feel like a fairy's residence. Senior brother Qi is the most stable. Linya introduced Yunjin. You should ask him for advice more often in the future, that's right. As his eldest disciple, no matter what his true character is, he is always the best at pretending. His instructions should be correct. Understood. Yunjin nodded obediently. Linya said, taking Yunjin towards the bamboo house. The closer he got, the more his expression changed. It's your turn, second junior sister, you should hurry up. Why urge me? It's rare to get a good deck of cards, I have to think about it. Aren't they all the same? Yu Zhao, you peeked at my cards. Haha, you can guess it. Is it worth taking a peek? Hurry up and type one for me. Yunjin glanced at Linya. Well. This sound. Is he the legendary honest, mature and steady senior brother? Linya's face was already darker than the bottom of the pot. He stepped forward and kicked open the bamboo door. Yu Songyan was looking at Paikao in front of him with a sad face. When he raised his eyes, he saw Linya's extremely ugly face. He was startled and his lips trembled. Teacher, teacher. What kind of teacher? Third junior brother, you don't want to default on your debt, do you? Do you still want to use Master to scare us? Master went to the front to see the new disciples today and has no time to care about us, okay? Come on, you hurry up and play your cards. Yu Zhao urged frantically. Si Wanning raised her head and saw Linya. Her expression suddenly changed. Master. Second junior sister, come too. I tell you, you two are not allowed to leave today until you lose. Yu Zhao shouted at the top of his lungs. Yunjin glanced at Linya again. Honest. Mature and steady. Yu Zhao. A sharp shout shook the earth and the earth. Linya was so angry that he drew out his sword and slashed at Yu Zhao. Yu Zhao's expression changed and he quickly dodged away, then howled like a ghost. Master, why are you here suddenly? Listen to my explanation. Wait until you go to hell, then explain to King Yama. Linya said angrily. Next to him, Si Wanning said falsely, Master, don't fight anymore. If you hit me again, you will die. We will not have a brother anymore. It was okay that she didn't speak, but when she did, Linya gave her a cold look. Si Wanning. I see you had a lot of fun too, huh? Linya began to attack indiscriminately. Yu Songyan was not affected for the time being. He tried his best to reduce his presence and moved to Yunjin's side. Yu Songyan stopped and glanced at Yunjin with some confusion. Ha! Who is this? Never seen it before. They Tianjin could actually see strangers? This is a rare thing. Should he ask to see if he was a lost little poor thing? Forget it, it's a bit troublesome and a little embarrassing. He might as well pretend not to see it. Yu Songyan lowered his head directly. The corners of Yunjin's lips twitched. She knew that several of Linya's apprentices in her previous life had ended badly, but she didn't have much interaction with them. See you today. Better not to. Linya chased Yu Zhao and Si Wanning for a while and probably suddenly remembered that he now had an additional disciple. Linya came to a sudden stop, then quickly put away his sword and adjusted his instruments. He was slightly embarrassed. Xiao Jin, they are not like this usually. Misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding. I understand. Yunjin nodded seriously. Linya breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but kicked Yu Zhao again. I asked you to take care of your junior brother and sister, and that's how you took care of me. I was wrong, master, please stop fighting. Yu Zhao said with a bitter look on his face. Master, who is this? Si Wanning asked curiously. This is the new disciple that my master has accepted today. She is your junior sister and she is called Yunjin. She is new to the sect and has many things that she does not understand. In the future you should take her with you more. Linya asked. Little junior sister? Yu Zhao opened his eyes wide. Master, how could you mislead your disciples like this? Their Tianjin peak, is that what normal people should come to? Linya's face darkened and he kicked Yu Zhao again. Who allowed you to tell such a big truth? Yu Zhao felt aggrieved and dared not speak. Humph, Linya snorted coldly and said, you junior sister are super geniuses who can practice chi breathing machines with half a stick of incense. You are far inferior to her. Just use half a stick of incense to practice chi breathing machine? Yunjin suddenly gained some shock value. Si Wanning looked at Yunjin with a look that looked like a monster. She couldn't help but said, Junior sister, you are such a genius, how did you get deceived by the old man? Don't listen to his deception. We at Tianjin Peak are poor and have no future at all. No. You can still run now, but I suggest you run as soon as possible. Linya blew his beard angrily and glared, Si Wanning. He worked hard to build an image for them in front of Yunjin. Where are they? His image was ruined as soon as he met. Yunjin found these senior brothers and sisters quite interesting. She smiled slightly and said, Senior sister, I was just lucky enough to develop chi. But I only have the qualifications of 5 spiritual roots. If I leave here, no one will want me. 5 spiritual roots? Si Wanning exclaimed and looked at Yunjin with a look of pity. With such a high level of understanding but with such a low base, the path ahead for this little junior sister will be difficult. You 3, you will have junior sisters in the future. Act like senior brothers and sisters. It's already late today. You take Xiaojin to visit Tianjin Peak and rest for a few days. Wait until you get started. The new disciples have been selected. Remember to take Xiaojin to receive the storage bag, Linyan explained. Yu Zhao suddenly became serious. He looked at Yunjin with a smile like a spring breeze on his face. Junior sister, don't worry, my senior brother will take care of me and keep it safe so that you can live comfortably. This is still a bit like a senior brother. Linya nodded with satisfaction. You guys, let's get acquainted with each other first. If you have something to do as a teacher, please leave first. Several people responded in unison. As soon as Linya left, Yu Zhao came over with lightning speed. Junior sister, can you push Pai Gao? Yu Zhao looked a little excited. Oh my god. They used to have 3 and 1 missing. Now everyone is finally here. Yunjin curved her lips and revealed a mysterious smile. I understand a little bit. Yu Zhao suddenly became even more excited. Come on, junior sister, you are a novice. If you lose today, it doesn't count. If you win, you take it. Thank you, senior brother. Jin smiled like a good baby. Chapter 8. Is this science? Yu Zhao pulled Jin to sit down and brewed another pot of tea. Come on, junior sister, this is a rare spiritual tea. Drinking some of it can nourish your meridians and is very beneficial to your cultivation. Yu Zhao enthusiastically poured a cup for Jin, not forgetting a handful from He Linya. Our master loves drinking the most. He is either drunk or on the way to being drunk all day long. We cannot be as tasteless as him. Tea tasting is more in line with our taste. Jin glanced at the scattered Paigao cards. How should I put it, they didn't seem to be of high quality. Thank you, senior brother. Jin blinked and took a sip obediently like a little white rabbit. This tea is in my stomach. Jin's eyes moved slightly. How did she feel that her secret skills had suddenly become stronger at that moment? Jin took another sip and the feeling of spiritual energy gathering became even more obvious. Jin couldn't help but think. Could it be that drinking tea is also a kind of eating? The melon seeds she ate before were only mortal melon seeds and her cultivation level was not increasing very fast. This spiritual tea naturally contains spiritual energy and this one sip was worth all the melon seeds she had just eaten. Just that moment, Jin directly broke through the first level of Qi training and was heading towards the second level of Qi training steadily. This tea is good, senior brother, do you have any more? Jin raised his head and saw the stunned trio of senior brothers and sisters. What's wrong? Jin was a little surprised. Did you just break through the first level of Qi training? Si Wanning stuttered. Jin nodded naturally. It's senior brother's tea. Eldest brother's tea can still have this effect? Si Wanning didn't believe it at all. She had drank this tea many times and it only had a little effect on nourishing the meridians. It would take long-term use to have any effect. How much did Jin drink just now? 1 bite? 2 mouths? The spiritual energy actually increases and decreases visibly with the naked eye? Is this scientific? Yes, that's it. Jin nodded sincerely. Yu Zhao and the others looked at each other for a while, then they all picked up their teacups and took a sip of tea. Well, there was no reaction at all. At this time, the way several people looked at Jin completely changed. Is this junior sister definitely a 5-spirited person? Could it be that the person that Master has recruited this time is some kind of monster? Senior brother, can you have another drink? Jin asked. Yu Zhao pushed the whole pot of tea over. It's all for you. Thank you, senior brother. Jin did not refuse but drank slowly. Shall we start promoting Paigao? Yu Zhao was still in a daze, but as soon as he heard Paigao he nodded immediately. Yu Zhao has been obsessed with promoting Paigao for many years. For the first time he found that he couldn't immerse himself in it. Mainly, Jin's spiritual energy fluctuated at every turn. In just 1 hour of Paigao while she was drinking tea slowly, her spiritual energy had already broken through to the 3rd level of Qi training. This is so unscientific. Could it be that his tea has such a hidden effect on newcomers? This is impossible. This time everyone who was playing was absent-minded, their eyes drifting to Jin from time to time. Seeing that Jin's spiritual power was still increasing rapidly, Yu Zhao couldn't bear this blow. He couldn't help but said, "Let's come here first today. The tea hasn't been finished yet." Jin said reluctantly. The corners of Yu Zhao's lips twitched slightly. He took out a large jar of tea and gave it all to Jin. Take it and drink whatever you want. Thank you, senior brother. Jin thanked him very sincerely. She looked at Si Wanning and Yu Songnian again, 2nd senior sister, 3rd senior brother. This is my first time here and I didn't prepare a meeting gift for you. Si Wanning, how can I let the junior sister prepare? It should be me who gives the junior sister a meeting gift. That's what Jin meant, so he looked at her eagerly. Si Wanning felt funny and helpless at the same time. She thought for a while Jin didn't need anything else now, but food containing spiritual energy like spiritual tea would be more useful to her. So Si Wanning said, when you choose a place to live, senior sister will give you a piece of spirit beast meat. Now you don't have a storage bag, so it's not convenient to take it. Thank you, senior sister. Yun-jin looked at Yu Songyan again. Yu Songyan. Being looked at like this, I suddenly felt so stressed. No, he is a senior brother, he has to be steady. Yu Songyan's expression was stiff and his tone was extremely cold. I'll give you some spiritual herbs. Yun-jin glanced at him and thought to himself, these three senior brothers are quite indifferent. Yu Songyan was also a little nervous. Why is this little junior sister still looking at him? He is so nervous. Thank you, third senior brother. Yun-jin frowned. This mysterious art can be practiced to the foundation building stage. She has to rely on food to practice the mysterious art to the full level first. She can only get these things from her senior brothers and sisters first. No, borrow some. Let's go, little junior sister. You can sleep with senior sister tonight. I will take you to choose a place to live tomorrow, Siwaning said. Thank you, second senior sister. Yun-jin said in a cute tone. Siwaning summoned the sword and flew away with Yun-jin. Her residence is not far away and is generally similar to Yu Zhao's. There are only 2 or 3 bamboo huts and it looks very simple. Junior sister, you can just choose a room to rest in, Siwaning said. Yun-jin agreed and picked a room at random. Siwaning took out a bamboo bed from the storage bag and placed it casually, making it a resting place. Wait for Siwaning to leave. Yun-jin glanced at his system panel. Yunjin. Cultivation, 3rd level of Qi training, 89%. Cultivation method, Xianju, skilled, can operate on its own after eating. Now her panel is relatively simple with no other skills except mysterious techniques. Yun-jin couldn't help but touch his chin. One day. From entry level to 3 levels of Qi training. This speed is barely okay. Next, if you eat some food rich in spiritual power, your cultivation level will increase rapidly. Let's try to enter the foundation building period as soon as possible. In the world of cultivating immortals, the Qi refining stage is just a starting point. When you reach the foundation building stage, you can use magic weapons, fly with swords, and your lifespan will be increased to 200 years. That is when one truly breaks away from the realm of mortals and embarks on the path of cultivating immortals. And her ancestral ring can only be opened during the foundation building stage. There is an inner space inside this ring and there are many good things in it. In her previous life, Yidanxia relied on the things in this ring to practice so quickly. Night. Yun-jin made tea and drank it in one go. Then he fell asleep. During sleep, spiritual energy continues to gather. The next morning, when Yun-jin woke up on the panel, her cultivation level had reached the 4th level of Qi training, 30%. The progress is pretty good. Overall, Yun-jin is quite satisfied. There seemed to be some movement outside. Yun-jin opened the door and went out and saw Siwaning already practicing sword practice in the open space in front of the bamboo house. This swordsmanship looks quite exquisite. Yun-jin's eyes moved. System detect sword skills. Detected as Xian level skill, Lotus. There are 9 levels of this sword skill. Once fully practiced, you can practice the Lotus sword domain. Training conditions: you need to have a certain understanding of the sword skill. To practice to a high level, you need to understand the Lotus. Meaning. Yun-jin raised his eyebrows and said silently, simplify. This time for simplification, Yun-jin used 3 simplification opportunities in total before getting a barely satisfactory version. Simplified version: the host can get started by watching others practice Lotus sword technique 10 times. After getting started, the more times it is watched, the faster the proficiency increases. Note the maximum proficiency cannot exceed the object being watched. This one is not bad. Yun-jin turned around and went back to get a small stool and made herself a cup of tea. While drinking tea to increase her aura, she watched her senior sister practice swordsmanship to increase her proficiency in swordsmanship. A 2-pronged approach, neither one is left behind. Chapter 9: Swordsmanship Entry Level. As soon as Yun-jin came out, Siwaning sensed it. She was about to stop practicing her sword and say hello to Yun-jin. As a result, Yun-jin turned around and went back. Next moment, She just watched this little junior sister pull out a chair and a table and leisurely made herself a pot of tea. Next to the tea there is a bag of melon seeds. Take a sip of tea. Eat some melon seeds. It looks so uncomfortable. Emotional value plus 20. Yun-jin blinked. Yeah, I was discovered by the second senior sister. However, she is thick-skinned and she doesn't care. Yun-jin shamelessly continued to watch Si-Waning practice his sword. Si-Waning finally finished one round of practice and was about to say something. Yun-jin has already handed over a cup of tea in an awkward manner. Second senior sister, are you tired from sword practice? Come on, have a sip of tea to quench your thirst. Si-Waning felt impressed and took a long sip before asking, do you like to watch me practice my sword? Senior sister's swordsmanship is exquisite. I'm fascinated by it. Yun-jin looked at Si-Waning longingly. Senior sister, can you practice it again for me to see? Si-Waning was slightly proud of herself. Master is the master of Tianjin Peak and he was famous for his swordsmanship back then. As a disciple of master, how can I do it if I don't know swordsmanship? However, the level of swordsmanship is divided into heaven and earth Xianwang. At the fourth level, the heaven level skills only exist in the four holy places. We ordinary sects should not think about it. The earth level skills are the treasure of a sect. Our Tianqing sect is the only earth level one. The secret book is a sword technique called Qinglian sword technique, but this sword technique is too difficult and no one in the entire sect can learn it. The best thing that we disciples have access to is the Shen level sword technique. My sword technique is called Lianhua sword technique. It is a secret book of swordsmanship that is at the middle level of the Shen level. Junior sister, you have just started and you have not yet mastered it. For any basic swordsmanship, you should first practice the basic skills of swordsmanship and then start to practice the lowest yellow level skills after you have mastered the yellow level skills. Si-Waning is also giving Yunjin some basic common sense in the world of immortality. Yun-jin was no stranger to this. If he was practicing normally, he should indeed follow Si-Waning's method. But her current cultivation method is not normal at all. Yun-jin just smiled and said, Sister, I didn't expect to learn it. I just think it looks good and want to see it. Si-Waning smiled. Okay, then let's practice it for junior sister again. Si-Waning flew down the azure blue frost sword in her hand, shining brightly and vaguely seemed to be surrounded by a 6-petal lotus flower. Yun-jin understood that this meant that Si-Waning's attainments in lotus sword technique were already at the 6th level. This also meant that by watching Si-Waning practice swordsmanship, she could only rise to the 6th level at most. After the 6th level, you can either choose to watch other people with higher levels practice sword practice or continue to simplify. For the current Yun-jin, there is no rush yet. Let's get started with the lotus sword technique first. Senior sister is so beautiful and her swordsmanship is also elegant and beautiful. It makes people want to see her again and again. The swordsmanship is beautiful and the people are even more beautiful. To have a senior sister like second senior sister Xiaojin is simply blessed to have cultivated for several lifetimes. Okay. Second senior sister, I admire you so much. How on earth did you master such a profound swordsmanship? If it were me, I would definitely be confused. Yun-jin tried her best to feed Si-Waning the ecstasy soup. Si-Waning was coaxed into a daze by her and could only practice sword practice over and over again. Si-Waning felt quite comfortable at first, but her swordsmanship was so exquisite that no one had appreciated it in years. Now that she has a junior sister, her talent has finally been seen. Only after practicing 5 times. Si-Waning's wrist was still a little sore and her expression was a little hesitant. This. Do you still want to continue practicing? I can hardly lift my hand. After practicing 10 times. Si-Waning began to doubt life. Is her swordsmanship really that mysterious and wonderful? The younger junior sister likes to watch her practice swordsmanship so much and she feels so proud of herself. But she practiced so hard. Yun-jin was drinking tea and eating melon seeds next to him. Why was this so inexplicably irritating? Si-Waning finished the 10th practice with determination. She thought about it. This time if Yun Jin wanted her to continue she would have to refuse. Xiao Jin. Si Wanning seized the opportunity and spoke first. Senior sister, I want to see the swordsmanship. You have practiced it so many times. It's really hard. It's Xiao Jin's fault. For some reason I just can't get enough. Xiao Jin already knows that I'm wrong. Senior sister, please hurry up. Come sit down, drink tea, eat melon seeds and take a rest. Yun Jin had a cute smile on his face. Exactly 10 times. Already a prompt sounded in her mind at the right time. After watching 10 swordsmanship drills I have mastered the lotus swordsmanship. She also has an additional skill on the panel. Level 1 lotus sword technique, entry level 1%. Yun Jin raised his eyebrows. To continue to improve your proficiency you must continue to watch swordsmanship. But the second senior sister seems to have reached her limit, so she should take it easy first and figure it out slowly. Si Wanning took the tea handed over by Yun Jin and was a little moved for a moment. Woo 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 woo. This little junior sister is so considerate. She must have known that she was tired, so even if she wanted to look again she held back. Is this what it feels like to have a junior sister? Si Wanning took a generous sip and said, Junior sister, what's the point of this? As long as you like to watch senior sister, we'll practice it for you 10 more times later. Thank you, senior sister. Yun Jin responded immediately. Si Wanning? As soon as her words came out of her mouth she regretted them. However, before she could make amends, Yun Jin actually agreed. Si Wanning's expression changed again and again and she forced a smile on her lips. Ahaha, no need to thank you. She said you're welcome, but her expression was in a daze. Honestly. She has been showing off for several years. Have no idea. Master's situation is like this. Their resources are being fully exploited. If they stand out a little bit they will be targeted privately. They didn't dare to tell their master about these things, so they could only hang around and live their lives. They thought that when the master stepped down from the position of the master of Tianjin Peak the master might be able to stop targeting them. The days may be better. Si Wanning felt like she had reached her limit after having been at a loss for so long and suddenly practicing her sword technique 10 times in one breath. But I can't go back on my promise to my junior sister. Si Wanning looked sad. Second junior sister, little junior sister. Suddenly Yu Zhao's careless voice rang out. Si Wanning's eyes lit up as if she had seen her savior. Elder brother, I miss you so much. Si Wanning's words could be said to be extremely sincere. Yu Zhao was stunned and he covered his collar with vigilance. Although I am handsome and suave senior brother, I only want to practice cultivation and there is no possibility between us. Si Wanning, haha. Chapter 10, What's going on? Si Wanning looked at Yu Zhao's look of needing a beating. The corners of his lips twitched slightly. He drew his sword and roared, Thief, watch the sword. Yu Zhao? Why do you still hate because of love? His mouth was mean but he dodged very quickly. Yu Songyan ducked into a corner out of habit to make room for the two of them. Yun Jin looked at the chaotic scene and couldn't help but sigh. Everyone is very energetic. Si Wanning's hand holding the sword suddenly stopped in midair. She turned around, her expression a little stiff. Little junior sister, I actually don't have any energy at all. I feel so tired all of a sudden. Why can't I even lift the sword with my hands? Si Wanning's hand hung there helplessly as if the sword in his hand weighed more than 1,000 kilograms. Yu Zhao glanced at Si Wanning suspiciously. You are a female overlord, what are you pretending to be all of a sudden? Si Wanning felt that her fists were beginning to itch. Yu Zhao is such a good person, why does he have to have a mouth? Yun Jin blinked and said softly, Senior sister, let me practice sword practice this morning. You may be a little tired now. It's all my fault. Senior sister, you'd better have a good rest first. Si Wanning was almost moved to tears. God. As for Linya, that bad old man, how could he be able to lure such a cute and considerate little junior sister? As soon as she was moved, she immediately said, Little junior sister, I will practice for you later. If you like to watch people practice swordsmanship, you can ask senior brother to practice for you first. He has a void-breaking sword technique, although it is not as good as mine. Lianhua swordsmanship but barely watchable. Yu Zhao suddenly became angry. What does it mean to not be as good as you? What does it mean to be barely watchable? Second junior sister, I don't want to talk such nonsense. Yun Jin quickly tried to persuade him. Different swordsmanship naturally has its own advantages. Senior brother, I am looking forward to your swordsmanship. Yu Zhao looked at the helpless Yun Jin and immediately patted his chest and said, don't worry little junior sister, your senior brother, I am not like your delicate senior sister who gets tired at every turn and cannot move. Senior brother, put your words here as long as the little one junior sister, if you like to watch senior brother will keep practicing for you. Yun Jin's eyes lit up. Thank you senior brother. Yu Zhao felt more and more complacent and couldn't help but glance at Si Wanning provocatively. However, what he saw on Si Wanning's face was not anger but sympathy? Pity? Yu Zhao suddenly felt that something was wrong. But on the other side, Yun Jin had already set up his posture, even greeted Si Wanning, and Yu Songyan poured tea for them both and then grabbed a large handful of melon seeds and placed them in the middle. Seeing that Yu Zhao remained motionless, Yun Jin couldn't help but look at him with encouragement. Yu Zhao. What should I do if I suddenly want to regret it? But the arrow was on the string and had to be fired. Yu Zhao bit the bullet and started practicing again. Start testing. Wait until Yu Zhao finishes practicing his sword skills. The system has also completed testing. The test is completed. Advanced level of Xian, breaking the void sword technique. This sword technique requires a lot of sword skills as a foundation. Once you practice it to the highest level, you can break through 10,000 sword techniques with one sword. Yun Jin took a look. There are a total of 10 simplified opportunities for free gifting. During the entry test she used it twice. The simplified Shen level Lotus sword technique was used 3 times. 5 more to go. This time, Yun Jin used up these 5 opportunities before he came up with the same training conditions as the Lotus sword technique. You can get started by watching it 10 times. Similarly, if you continue to watch after getting started, you can improve your swordsmanship proficiency. The highest level cannot exceed the swordsmanship level of the person being watched. Little junior sister, how are you? After the rehearsal, Yu Zhao was still very confident. It's so beautiful. Yun Jin's starry eyes lit up. Elder brother is already handsome, but with this swordsmanship he is even more graceful and can be called. A rainbow fart came down. Yu Zhao happily started practicing for the second time. If there are 2, there are 3. If there are 3, there are 4. Wait until Yunjin completes the entry mission. Yu Zhao has begun to doubt life. Why did he agree in the first place? Is he crazy? Breaking void sword technique, entry level 1%. The smile on Yunjin's face was extremely bright. 2 entry-level sword skills. This requires adding proficiency as soon as possible. She finally discovered it. Today the disciples of Jianfeng are a little too lazy. As a swordsman, it takes 7 or 8 hours a day to practice swordsmanship, right? None of them had practiced for an hour and they already looked overwhelmed. How does this work? Roll. They must all be rolled up. Yun Jin's smile was sweet. Thank you, senior brother. After thanking her, she looked at Yu Songyan again. By the way, third senior brother Yu Songyan looked frightened. His figure flashed and disappeared directly on the spot. Yun Jin? Running so fast? Little junior sister, your third senior brother is so elusive. He is not targeting you, he is targeting everyone. Si Wanning said. Yun Jin nodded. She wanted to say something else. Yu Zhao hurriedly said, little junior sister, you have just come to Tianqing sect and haven't walked around yet? Why don't we take you around first? Just don't let him continue practicing his sword. Si Wanning was also very enthusiastic. Where do you want to go, little junior sister? Senior sister will show you the way. Yunjin was just a little maid in her previous life. Most of the time she stayed at the peak where Yi Danxia was rarely walking around. Now I am really interested. She thought for a while and said seriously, Senior brother, second senior sister, I want to go to the dining hall. I'm hungry. Yu Zhao was stunned for a moment. I remember that all disciples who pass the first round of tests will be given a bigu pill which can keep them from hunger for half a month. Didn't you get it, little junior sister? I got it. Yun Jin touched his stomach, but I'm still hungry. Although Tianqing sect is a sect of the immortal family, cultivators need to eat before the golden core stage. Some practitioners who find it troublesome may take bigu pill directly, but the effect of this pill is only to make you feel less hungry. The food in the dining hall is not only delicious but also has various magical effects such as increasing spiritual power and nourishing the meridians, so it has always been very popular among the disciples of the sect. Of course, Yun Jin does not do it for food and drink. She can increase her spiritual power by eating. Right now people like Yi Danxia are still undergoing entry tests. With Yi Danxia's Tianling in qualification, she should be able to complete the test immediately. Before Yi Danxia came to her door, Yun Jin planned to seize the time and cultivate more spiritual power. Let's go to the dining hall. Si Wanning agreed. Didn't I promise to give junior sister a piece of spirit animal meat? I just asked the people in the dining hall to cook it together and make it into portable floss. Junior sister can usually use it as a snack. Thank you, senior sister. Yun Jin was very well behaved. Yun Jin didn't know how to wield a sword, so she rubbed Si Wanning's flying sword. Si Wanning chuckled, little junior sister, when you reach the foundation building stage you will be able to fly with a sword. However, you are just getting started now and have only practiced chi at the 3rd level. You will still have at least 1 or 2 years before the foundation building stage. By then, Si Wanning said, taking the opportunity to check Yun Jin's current aura. Several question marks slowly appeared on her forehead. What's the situation? Reaching the 3rd level of chi training in 1 day is outrageous enough. Why does she look like she is about to practice the 5th level of chi right now? You must know that with each level in the chi training period, the required spiritual energy increases exponentially. Yun Jin practiced chi for 3 levels a day. She tried hard to force herself, but she was still able to accept it. This night it's almost the 5th floor again? This legendary Tianlingen doesn't have such speed, right? Si Wanning was in a daze and almost fell off the flying sword. Chapter 11: A Big Eater's Meal. Yun Jin quickly hugged Si Wanning tightly. Yu Zhao couldn't help but complain, if you weren't a woman I would have thought you were deliberately trying to take advantage of junior sister. Second junior sister, do you know what is the most terrifying thing in the world? People like you can directly wield a sword without passing the test. I decided to immediately propose to the senior management that before learning to wield a sword all disciples must pass the 1st round of knowledge questions and answers and the 2nd round of holding the sword in the warehouse, flying in a curve, etc. The 3rd round. Yu Zhao crackled and spoke. Yun Jin couldn't help but glance at her senior brother. She has passed through many worlds and now she feels that something is wrong with Yu Zhao. His remarks made him sound like someone from another world. Si Wanning's eyes were red with anger. If Yun Jin hadn't been there, she would have rushed forward to fight Yu Zhao. Yu Zhao kept talking bad words all the way and quickly arrived at the place. Several people landed in front of the dining hall. As soon as Yu Zhao landed, he suddenly closed his mouth and showed a smile like a spring breeze blowing on his face. Ahead. 2 disciples in the chi refining stage were arguing, looking like they were going to fight at any moment. Yu Zhao hurriedly stepped forward and patiently tried to persuade him, we are all from the same sect, so why bother fighting? It doesn't matter if you fight each other, what if you scare the flowers and plants next to you? As the saying goes. Yun Jin glanced at Si Wanning. Si Wanning lowered her voice, he is always acting like this outside. Yun Jin nodded. She got it. Personality. Here Yu Zhao was standing in front of the peacemaker and several disciples nearby praised him one after another. This is senior brother Yu Zhao, senior brother Yu of Tianjian Peak. Among the disciples of their generation, only senior brother Yu is willing to get close to low-level disciples like us. Senior brother Yu is really a good person. Honest and steady and a kind person. Pity. Unfortunately, before the words were finished, when everyone saw Si Wanning, they immediately closed their mouths and dispersed in a sullen manner. Siwaning seemed not to understand what they were saying and just said, "Don't worry about me, senior brother, let's go find something to eat first." The dining hall is open 12 hours a day. At this moment the hall was full of disciples and it was quite lively. One of the tables was surrounded by disciples and excited shouts could be heard from time to time. Yunjin couldn't help but glance over there. Siwaning followed Yunjin's line of sight and took a look and couldn't help but ask, "That's the newly launched Big Eater set meal in the dining hall." This set meal is only allowed to be ordered by disciples below the 7th level of Qi refining stage. If you can order it within half an hour, if you eat all the food within the time limit, the order will be waived. If you cannot finish the meal, you will have to pay the order. Siwaning lowered her voice, "This idea came from your senior brother's evil spirit. Others don't know about this yet, so you can keep it a secret for now. Set meal for big eaters." Yunjin's eyes suddenly lit up. If only there was something she was good at now. That's definitely what you eat. The practice of this mysterious art has now been simplified to eating. Before changing the method, whatever she ate could be instantly converted into spiritual power. Her stomach is a bottomless pit. Second senior sister. That's it. I'll have one too, Yunjin said without hesitation. Siwaning was startled. "Junior sister, don't be impulsive. This set meal is very heavy. So far no one has successfully challenged it. Although it is not prohibited to use spiritual power to assist digestion of food because of the restrictions on cultivation with time, even the disciples at the 7th level of Qi refining have not had a successful challenge." Yunjin chuckled, "It's okay, I'm very hungry now." Siwaning hesitated. She touched the storage bag. "Well, spiritual stones are enough. Then give one to my junior sister." Siwaning gritted her teeth and shouted directly, "Let's have a set meal for the big eater." The dining hall was quiet for a moment. All the disciples looked over in shock. The spiritual chef who was preparing the meal was even more stunned. This set meal can only be ordered by disciples below the 7th level of Qi refining stage. "I'm afraid your cultivation level is not suitable." Siwaning snorted coldly, "Who said I ordered it? I'll order it for my junior sister, can't I?" Siwaning stepped aside a little, revealing Yunjin behind her. Yunjin waved his hand naturally, "It's me." This is a very unfamiliar face. The matter of the disciple test has not yet spread within the sect. Everyone looked at Yunjin with doubts for a moment. When did Tianjian Peak receive a new disciple? The peak of the 4th level of Qi training. Lingchu checked and said, "You can order. The time for one stick of incense is up." Challenge failed. A voice came out from the corner. The challenging disciple held his stomach in pain and didn't even have time to speak. He desperately used his spiritual power to refine the food in his stomach. TSK senior brother Lin also failed the challenge. It seems that it is impossible to successfully challenge this set meal. Come here, there is a 4th level Qi practitioner here to challenge. Senior brother Lin is already at the 7th level of Qi training and yet he still fails so miserably. He is only at the 4th level of Qi training, how dare you? I heard that he is a new disciple of Tianjian Peak. I never thought that someone could go to Tianjian Peak. I guess I was deceived. This new disciple is also pitiful." Amid everyone's murmurs, plates of meat were placed in front of Yunjin. Each plate of meat was piled up like a hill. Sitting in front of the meat, Yunjin seemed to be buried. Siwaning whispered, "This is just the first batch of 5 plates of meat. There are 50 plates of meat in the whole meal. Junior sister, if you can't do it, don't hold on. It's too much and it won't make you feel good." Yunjin looked at this mountain of meat and sea of meat and was so moved that she almost cried. She is short of food. As a result, the food was queued up and delivered to your door. There are still many good people in Tianqing sect today. Seeing Yunjin's red eyes, Siwaning couldn't bear it and couldn't help but said, "Little junior sister, if it doesn't work, we will." She didn't finish her sentence. Yunjin had already grabbed a huge chicken drumstick and started eating it. As soon as the chicken leg was put into his mouth, it instantly turned into spiritual energy and replenished it into Yunjin's dantian. This feeling was so refreshing that Yunjin couldn't help but show an expression of enjoyment. Si Wanning was beside Yunjin and she felt the fluctuations of spiritual energy on Yunjin's body. Everyone is feeling bad. What's going on with this little junior sister? After eating a chicken leg, my spiritual power started to increase again. When Yunjin finished the first plate of meat, Si Wanning discovered with horror that Yunjin's spiritual power had actually broken through to the 5th level. She hurriedly helped Yunjin cover up the fluctuations in spiritual energy to prevent others from seeing that something was wrong. Hey, I ate the first plate pretty quickly. I must have been hungry for several days. Some people have used this hunger method before, but after eating at most one plate they are almost full. For this newcomer, 2 plates is probably the limit. I bet she won't be able to finish the second plate. Yunjin doesn't care what other people say, she only sees meat now. The second plate of meat soon turned into spiritual energy, and then the 3rd, 4th and 5th plates. Is that meat that Yunjin eats? That's spiritual power. The meat provided in this big stomach king set meal contains a little spiritual power. The spiritual power provided by eating it is definitely much more than ordinary food such as melon seeds. But she is now at the 5th level of the chi refining stage, and the spiritual power required exceeds the sum of the previous levels, so the speed of improvement cannot help but slow down. Yunjin originally thought that after eating these 5 plates she could attack the 6th floor. Unexpectedly, it was only barely at the peak of the 5th level. Where's the next batch of meat? Hurry! Yunjin urged. She is still waiting to advance. Chapter 12, Be 70 Full. The expressions of everyone watching changed slightly. There are many people who have finished 5 plates of meat, but people like Yunjin can't wait. It's the first time I've seen him. The chef Ling raised his eyebrows and then asked people to directly place 10 plates of meat. Yunjin chuckled and continued to eat. Compared with others who looked more and more painful towards the end of the meal, Yunjin became happier and happier as she ate. Everyone noticed that she was snickering several times. It seems that these meats are extremely delicious. However, these meats were obviously simply boiled and brought out. Everyone who had eaten them knew that they were by no means delicious. Si Wanning looked a little frightened, but when she saw the shocked eyes of the people around her she couldn't help but cry, "Are you convinced? My junior sister is born with a good appetite." Yes, good appetite. Yunjin waved his hand. Next batch. The 10 plates were empty again. Si Wanning checked and found out that Yunjin's strength had indeed broken through the 5th level of the chi refining stage and reached the 6th level in one fell swoop. Si Wanning had gone from shocked at the beginning to a little panicked now. It has only been less than a day since the little junior sister got started. In one day from the 1st floor to the 6th floor. Is this speed really okay? No matter what, she can only help cover it up now. Yunjin challenged the challenge so quickly and with such ease that for a moment the entire dining hall cast their eyes vaguely over. There are people helping to count. 18 games. 19 sets. I've never seen her chew at this speed. She really digested all that meat? The limit of a mortal is probably only 5 plates of meat. If you want to continue the challenge, you have to use spiritual power to help digestion. Just now Ling Chu said that her strength is at the 4th level of Qi training. Can digestion at the 4th level of Qi training be so good? It's probably the limit. I feel so too. Yunjin's movements were not slow at all. Can she challenge 30 games? Impossible. Last time a 7th level senior could only challenge 30 games. If Yunjin succeeds, wouldn't it mean that her ability to use spiritual power is not weaker than that of a disciple at the 7th level of Qi refining to a certain extent? How is this possible? 30 games. It definitely won't work this time. But she didn't slow down at all. After silence, someone said tremblingly, could she really succeed in the challenge? No one spoke. They didn't want to believe it, but the facts seemed to be before their eyes. When Yunjin finished 40 plates, he shouted angrily for 10 more plates. There was no voice of doubt anymore. Only half of the time required for the challenge has passed and Yunjin still looks very relaxed. She was afraid. Can it really happen? Chef Ling was a little surprised, but he still served the last 10 plates. Okay, next time you have something to do, come see me. Yu Zhao waved enthusiastically to a disciple and then walked into the dining hall. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Yun Jin surrounded by people. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Everyone counted excitedly. Yu Zhao was a little confused. What's the situation? Next moment. There were earth-shattering cheers. Challenge completed. Damn it. Is this okay? I have already practiced Qi for the 5th level. I never dared to try it before. Now I can complete the 4th level. Can I give it a try too? Yu Zhao slowly stood up and waved his hands in the crowd like a queen of Yunjin. A few question marks slowly floated across his forehead. Didn't he just help a few poor children outside? What happened here? According to the rules, this meal is free of charge. Chef Ling looked at Yun Jin with a complicated expression. It's easy to talk about. Yun Jin blinked and asked Sister Ling Chu, can I still order this big eating meal tomorrow? Ling Chu. Yun Jin smiled, I'm just kidding. It's okay to just pick up the wool once. If you keep doing it, you'll get beaten easily. Chef Ling looked at Yun Jin and his expression softened a little. You are very good. Next time you come to my place to eat, I will give you a cheaper price. But this big eating meal, please be merciful. I'm very satisfied if I can have a full meal. Yun Jin also took advantage of the opportunity to go downhill. Sister Muhua, help me process this piece of meat and make it into floss. Si Wanning took out a piece of spiritual animal meat and handed it over. Ling Chu Muhua took a look and was about to make a quote. Si Wanning said immediately, this is for my little junior sister to eat. This time you can do me a favor for free as a meeting gift for my little junior sister. Totally a scoundrel tone. Muhua glanced at her and said expressionlessly, okay, for your junior sister's sake. Si Wanning suddenly laughed like a fox who stole a chicken. Yu Zhao came over. He asked someone to ask and he probably understood the whole story. Now he looked at Yun Jin with a slightly subtle look. Junior sister, have you really completed the challenge? Yu Zhao asked. Yun Jin touched his stomach, well, I'm 70% full. 70% full. This time it wasn't just Yu Zhao, the whole place was silent. What kind of little monster did Jianfeng find this day? With so much food you are only 70% full. How much food do you need to eat to be very full? Emotional value plus 20. Emotional value plus 10. Emotional value plus 20. Another wave of emotional value has been recorded. Yun Jin smiled even brighter. When I ate before, my emotional value kept increasing, and this time it was another small climax. This time she gained 900 emotional points from the big eater's meal. The total emotion value is just over 3,000. Her free simplification times have been used up and she needs to redeem the simplification times next, which is 1,000 emotional points for 10 times. These 3,000 points can be redeemed 30 times. Yunjin is not in a hurry to redeem it now, just wait until it is needed. Muhua quickly processed the meat and Yun Jin got a big bag of meat floss. Let's go, I'll take you to visit other places. Si Wanning took Yun Jin and left. Muhua glanced at Yu Zhao and lowered his voice, can you afford to support this junior sister? Yu Zhao, shall I try? Master has lied to me. You can't really let your junior sister not have enough to eat. Muhua looked pitiful, come on. Yu Zhao could only make a sad face. He had worked hard over the years and had saved a lot of money for his private treasury. But if Yun Jin continued to eat like this, his private treasury might not be able to sustain it for long. Yu Zhao sighed. This life is not easy. Please prepare some more meat floss and put it in my account. I will come and get it when junior sister needs it. Yu Zhao said, also if junior sister succeeds in the challenge this time, this big eating king's meal will become more popular. There may be a surge in sales in the future, but if other people still fail to challenge, they will inevitably get upset when doing business. I suggest you extend the time or reduce the amount of food appropriately. Allowing a few people to challenge successfully is the long-term solution. Muhua nodded, okay, I understand. After talking about the conversation, Yu Zhao left in a hurry. Muhua looked at his back and couldn't help but sigh. She and Yu Zhao have actually been working together for a long time. Many of the fresh foods in the restaurant as well as the marketing methods are all ideas given by Yu Zhao. She will also give Yu Zhao some share and the two of them are considered partners. Yu Zhao is definitely capable. It's a pity that having such a master is such a drag. Now there is another junior sister to support and I don't know if he will be okay. Muhua shook his head and stopped worrying. Chapter 13 Meeting Yi Danxia again. After leaving the dining hall, Si Wanning didn't take Yunjin around for long and the two quickly returned to Tianjin Peak. Si Wanning took Yunjin to choose a place to live and helped her put the commonly used things on it. Yunjin can be regarded as having a home in Tianjin Peak. Si Wanning looked at Yunjin and hesitated to speak. After a while she said, "Little junior sister, your cultivation level has broken through to the 7th level? Breakthroughs in cultivation become more difficult the further you go. Yunjin broke through to the 6th level in just a dozen dishes of meat, but when all the rest were added up she could barely break through to the 7th level." Yunjin nodded, "It seems so." Si Wanning was a little worried, "How come your cultivation has increased so fast? Is there no problem?" Yunjin blinked, "I don't know either. My cultivation seems to increase as soon as I eat something." "Does eating increase your cultivation?" Si Wanning was shocked. "This practice method. Scientific? With your cultivation growing so fast, can you control these spiritual powers? Don't you want to riot?" Si Wanning continued to worry. Yunjin casually summoned spiritual power, rounded and flattened it in front of Si Wanning. "Riot? Si Wanning, I have no problem. Junior sister, eat more." Si Wanning shed a handful of lasagna tears. If Linya hadn't been there now, he wouldn't have gone anywhere. She literally grabbed him by the collar and shook him. Is he looking for a junior sister or a humanoid Taotai? There is no better way to practice Yunjin's method than to go to their poor Tianjin Peak. Coming to Tianjin Peak will really delay others. By the way, senior sister, next time there is such an eye-catching activity, please take me there, Yunjin said suddenly. Si Wanning was a little confused. Yunjin chuckled, "Sister, I just like to show my holiness in front of people. The more people pay attention to me, the happier I am." To sum it up, it's cup filling. Yunjin had no choice. Only by showing her holiness in front of others could she gain emotional points exchange for simplified times and make rapid progress. If she wants to grow up quickly, she must not keep a low profile. Yunjin's goal is clear. She went to the foundation building stage first, and when she reached the foundation building stage, her first task became to help Linya regain her strength. The crisis at Tianjin Peak is imminent. The only way to resolve the crisis is to restore Linya's strength to his heyday, and he will be able to protect them when the time comes. Yunjin also knew how to help Linya. In her previous life, she had heard someone mention that to cure Linya's injury she needed a heaven-building pill. Within the Tianqing sect there is a recipe for this heaven-building pill. However, this elixir is rare. The difficulty is that some of the elixirs in the elixir have become extinct, making it difficult to find them all. On the other hand, to refine the heaven-building pill, the requirements for alchemists are also very high. Even if Wolia, the peak leader of Shindan Peak, takes action personally, the success rate is extremely low. Medicinal herbs are hard to find and alchemists are hard to find. Linya's injury could only be sustained day by day. But Yunjin has a super simplified system, and she still has some confidence in refining the Tian mending pill. In order to achieve this goal within 3 months, she must save more emotional points. So, Yunjin must be high profile. And the more high profile, the better. Junior sister. Si Wanning was frightened when she heard this. "You don't know something. Our Tianjin Peak is actually quite weak. If we are too high profile, we may attract resentment from others." Yunjin smiled. "Senior sister, if you keep a low profile you won't be hated by others, right?" Si Wanning fell silent. Zhao Wuji, the current headmaster of the Tianqing sect, and his master have had a feud for a long time. The teacher respects the injury and it is difficult to recover. The others are fine just watching and not doing anything. However, the headmaster tried every means to embarrass them both covertly and overtly. For example, disciples of Tianqing sect can receive certain resources every month according to their cultivation level. The resources they received were completely unusable every time. If it weren't for the eldest brother doing various businesses in the sect, their current life would be even more difficult. With the headmaster's careful mind, no matter whether they were high profile or low profile, he probably never thought of letting them go. Yun Jin chuckled, "Senior sister, since there is no use in keeping a low profile, then why bother yourself? Anyway, she must show her dignity in front of others." Seeing Yun Jin like this, Si Wanning couldn't help but smile. "Okay. Then just listen to my junior sister." The next few days. In order to quickly reach the foundation building stage, Yun Jin stopped running around and stayed on Tianjin Peak. Just do 2 things a day. 1. Eat meat. 2. Supervise Yu Zhao and Si Wanning's sword practice. She originally wanted to supervise Yu Songyan, but she didn't know how good the third senior brother's swordsmanship was, and his escape speed was second to none. Often when she was about to speak, Yu Songyan had already disappeared. She has yet to find a chance to watch Yu Songyan's sword skills. 3 days down. When Yu Zhao and Si Wanning saw Yun Jin from a distance, they both trembled subconsciously. 3 days. Yun Jin finished eating the spirit animal meat floss Si Wanning gave her, and Yu Zhao sent another big bag. Next, he would send some from time to time. Although this senior brother looks unreliable, he is actually very responsible. Yun Jin also remembered this sentiment. In the future, she will definitely find a way to repay him. 3 days later. Yun Jin's strength has risen to another level, reaching the 8th level of Qi training. And her 2 sword skills will soon break through the entry level and reach the proficiency level. The level of swordsmanship has also broken through to the 2nd level. This speed of increase in strength is terrifying. This day, Yun Jin as usual caught Yu Zhao and Si Wanning practicing swordplay. But Yu Zhao was slippery and disappeared early in the morning. Yun Jin can only bring trouble to the poor second senior sister. Si Wanning was practicing her sword with a grimace while thinking in amusement. "I have been practicing swordsmanship intensively for the past few days, and I feel that my swordsmanship has indeed improved a little bit. It can be considered a blessing in disguise. Second senior sister is awesome." Yun Jin looked at Si Wanning longingly. "I want to watch it again." The corners of Si Wanning's lips twitched. Suddenly she saw someone coming towards Tianjin Peak in the distance. Her eyes suddenly lit up. "Little junior sister. It seems like a guest is coming." Yun Jin couldn't help but look over. Sure enough, there were several people walking towards this direction. When the person got closer, Yun Jin saw the face of the person clearly and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. "Yi Danxia. I waited for 3 days. The heroine finally appeared. With her emotional value, another big player can take advantage of her. Xiao Jin, I finally found you." Yi Danxia looked at Yun Jin with a joyful expression. "I heard that you came to Tianjin Peak. I asked around and begged my senior brothers for a long time before they agreed to take me to see you." "Xiao Jin, you are wronged here." Saying that, Yi Danxia glanced at Si Wanning and said, "You must be the second disciple of Tianjin Peak, Si Wanning. I heard that you have a very bad temper. No one will like a girl with such a bad temper." "Si Wanning? Who is this woman? I'm afraid there's something wrong." Chapter 14, Junior Sister Yi of Changzi Easy. Si Wanning's hand immediately placed on the sword handle. As the saying goes, the one who flirts first is cheap. She should be able to teach this woman a lesson, right? As soon as Si Wanning moved, the dog-licking group who came with Yi Danxia immediately stood in front of Yi Danxia. Licking dog number 1 sneered, "Senior sister Si. Junior sister Yi just told a little truth, but you are anxious? Your psychological quality is a bit too poor." Licking dog number 2 even started to praise directly, "Junior sister Yi is a straight person and she means what she says. This is a very beautiful character." Senior sister C, you scared junior sister Yi a little, you should apologize to junior sister. C Wanting? She didn't do anything and was frightened by this thing? She can't hold back her bad temper. C Wanting rolled up her sleeves and was about to take action. Senior sister C. Yun Jin's sweet voice suddenly sounded, do you know about an animal in the world called a duck? The topic changed so quickly that C Wanting was stunned for a moment and nodded in confusion. This kind of duck is a real rectal creature. Do you know what is the biggest characteristic of a rectal creature? It eats and poops at the same time. It can't hold anything in its stomach. It can't be stored at all. So do you know why junior sister Yi? Is it a rectum? Do you know what she just spit out? Yun Jin had a smile on his lips. Lying. What the fuck? C Wanting was happy at that time. This little junior sister of hers is truly a talent. C Wanting understood immediately and she said in shock, I understand that thing comes out of the butt and I didn't expect that someone could spray it out of the mouth. Junior sister Yi is not ordinary after all. Yun Jin nodded in agreement. The two of them sang in harmony and Yi Danxia's face turned green. What nonsense are you all talking about? The heroine deserves to be a heroine and there is no need to refute it. The dog-licking gang started to get angry again. Yun Jin looked at these people, smiled slightly and said, then I understand again. Junior sister Yi likes to spray things in her mouth, why do you like to surround her so much? Second senior sister, there is a saying that dogs cannot change their eating habits. Shit. Do you understand now? C Wanting nodded desperately, I understand very well. Aren't these people just dogs? Second senior sister, you don't tell the truth when you see through it. If you say it like that, these senior brothers will lose face. Yun Jin faked a smile. It's my fault. C Wanting apologized to them, sorry, next time I call you dogs I will be more tactful. Yun Jin repeatedly praised, second senior sister knows her mistakes and can correct them. She is so outstanding. This time. It's not just Yi Danxia. The faces of those people began to turn green. Yun Jin's smile became even brighter as she listened to the crisp sound of the emotional value entering the account. This heroine deserves to be a heroine. In such a short period of time she single-handedly provided herself with 300 emotional points. For a moment Yun Jin's expression became heated when she looked at Yi Danxia. She even asked with some encouragement, Junior sister Yi, what exactly are you doing here? Just say it out loud. Yi Danxia squeezed out a very forced smile, gritted her teeth and said, Xiao Jin. I was just afraid that you would be wrong, so I came to see you, but you said these things to me, do you know how uncomfortable it feels? Yun Jin sneered, that day when I broke 2 bracelets I made it very clear. From now on you and I have nothing to do with each other. I live a very good life at Tianjian Peak. If you don't come here to disgust me I will only live a better life. Si Wanting's eyes moved slightly and her eyes became colder when looking at Yi Danxia. It seems that this man has an old grudge with his junior sister and this time he is targeting his junior sister. Her little junior sister is so cute, innocent and kind, she can't be bullied. Si Wanting stepped forward slightly, blocking Yi Danxia's sight without leaving any trace. Yi Danxia became even more aggrieved. Xiao Jin, I know it was just a moment of anger on your part that day. How could our relationship for so many years be broken off so easily? If you want to break it off you have to wait until she gets the ring. Afraid that Yun Jin would say something else that would make her unable to step down, Yi Danxia immediately said, Xiao Jin, I understand that Tianjian Peak's resources are scarce and the lives of several disciples are not very good. I have already worshipped as the headmaster. Master is very kind to me. When I first started he gave me a Bai Ling Dan which is used to increase my spiritual power during my Qi training period. I have Tianling root and can practice very quickly. You have 5 spiritual root and do not rely on pills. As for medicine it's really difficult to practice. Yi Danxia looked at Yun Jin and showed a slightly giving expression, so I am here this time to give you this Bai Ling pill. Yi Danxia made a good calculation. Yun Jin's Wulingen definitely needs Bailingdan. However, given her character she would definitely not want to take it for nothing. When the time comes I will propose it and let her exchange it with a ring. She must be asking for it. Although there is nothing outstanding about that ring now, Yidansha wants to get it very much. She heard that an ancestor of the Yun family saved an immortal cultivator who was in trouble, and this ring was left by that immortal cultivator. After many years the ring was passed down from generation to generation in the Yun family, and it never showed any strangeness. But Yidansha just felt that there must be another reason for the things left by this immortal cultivator. As for the specific reason, she can get the thing first and then study it slowly. Yun Jin saw Yidansha's little thoughts at a glance and she immediately smiled. You want to give me the Bai Ling Dan, right? Okay, just think of it as repaying my Yun family's kindness in raising you for so many years. Yun Jin stepped forward and took the elixir directly. Yidansha? She was still waiting for Yun Jin to feel embarrassed. In the end she was so embarrassed? Yun Jin put away the elixir and then looked at Yidansha strangely. Aren't you leaving yet? Do you still have something good to give me? Then take it out. If you want to repay the Yun family more, I won't mind. Yidansha forced a smile. Xiao Jin, this pill is very rare for new disciples. Then what? Yun Jin raised his eyebrows. Yidansha couldn't help but finally revealed her purpose. I can give you this elixir, but can you give it to me as a thought of the ring on your hand? Yun Jin sneered. The Yun family doesn't treat you well. This is something passed down from our Yun family's ancestors. What do you want to take as a souvenir? Yidansha was anxious. I thought I said something wrong before, Xiao Jin. No matter how good this ring is, it is only a mortal thing. I exchanged it for a Bai Ling Dan and you have already made a profit. Change? Didn't you say you were giving it to me as a gift? Yun Jin smiled. Yidansha, I wasn't sure before if there is any mystery to this ring. If you are so deliberate, then I am sure. Yun Jin said this deliberately. Yidansha's face turned even more ugly as expected. She said in a covert manner, it's just a ring, what's the mystery behind it? I just want to keep a souvenir. Just leaving a souvenir, isn't it simple? Yun Jin bent down and picked a handful of grass and weaved it into a grass ring very perfunctorily. Here, I made this with my own hands and gave it to you as a souvenir. Yidansha? Chapter 15 Battle Agreement. Yidansha didn't know what to say for a moment. Yun Jin had already enthusiastically put the grass ring on her finger. Junior sister Yi, since you were so grateful to our Yun family, you must keep this ring well and don't lose it. Otherwise but I have to wonder what your intentions are for coming here today. Yidansha looked at the straw ring on her finger, the corners of her lips twitching. You want her to wear this thing? It's so ugly. Xiao Jin, what I mean is. Yidansha still didn't give up. You mean one ring is not enough, you want to wear one on each finger? Yun Jin was very enthusiastic. I will help you knit a few more. Yidansha hurriedly said, no need. One is enough. Ouch. Yun Jin responded, looking a little regretful. Yidansha's face became more and more ugly. She wanted to establish herself as a kind person. If she took Yun Jin's ring by force, people would inevitably criticize her. You must get the ring. But she can't ruin her personality either. Yidansha couldn't help but look at the senior brothers, who followed her with a grieved glance. When Yidansha saw this, the senior brother's blood immediately boiled with excitement. Yun Jin, right? Among the people, the man with the highest cultivation level took a step forward with an arrogant look on his face. My little junior sister wants the ring on your hand, so just take it off honestly. Then. You're just playing tricks, I'll make you walk around without food. Senior brother Chen, don't say that. Yidansha hurriedly said, although I took out a precious Bai Ling Dan in exchange, since Xiao Jin is reluctant to part with it, let's forget it. She has already taken the Bai Ling Dan, but it's not her turn to give it to me, this ring. Senior brother Chen sneered. Si Wanning took a step forward with a cold expression. What, you want to rob me head on? Come on, if you can fight with me. Senior brother Chen's expression stiffened. Among these people he is considered to have the highest level of cultivation, but in fact he is only at the peak of the 10th level of Qi training. This time several of them came over knowing that Yidansha would definitely achieve great things in the future and wanted to embrace Tianlingen's lap in advance. Let's talk about cultivation. Siwaning has already reached the golden core stage and now he is only one step away from the nascent soul stage. How dare he fight with Siwaning? But he didn't want to let go of such a good opportunity to please Yi Danxia. Then, Senior Brother Chen frowned and said, Senior Sister, see, you are already in the golden elixir stage and I am only in the chi training stage. If Senior Sister wants to attack me, I can't resist. But Senior Sister, you are a bit too bully. Siwaning sneered, really? Then I will really bully the small today. They Tianjin Peak are lonely. But it's not like that, just a few chi training periods can bring bullying to your door. Siwaning stepped forward with a cold face. The expressions of Senior Brother Chen and others changed slightly. If Siwaning really took action, there would really be nothing they could do for a while. Seconds, Senior Sister. Yunjin's lazily voice rang out, what's the point of killing a chicken with a bullseye knife? In the period of just practicing chi, there is no need for Senior Sister to take action in person? Siwaning was stunned for a moment. Yunjin took a step forward and looked at Senior Brother Chen expressionlessly. You want my ring, right? Yes. I will compete with you in the martial arts field to determine the outcome. If you win, I will personally hand over the ring to you. In my hand. If you lose, I don't want more just 3 foundation establishment pills. In this world of cultivating immortals, the foundation building skills are collectively missing. To break through the foundation building stage, you can only use the foundation building pill. Some with good qualifications can easily build a foundation with just 1 foundation building pill, while some with poor qualifications may not be able to build a foundation with even 10 or 8 pills. This Senior Brother Chen is already at the peak of chi training, and for him the foundation establishment pill is something he will definitely collect. It just so happened that Yunjin was about to build a foundation and she just needed this foundation building pill. Then, bring it to you. Senior Brother Chen was very happy to hear Yunjin's words. You want to compete with me? Are you sure? After all, he has been a beginner for 3 years and is about to break through the foundation building period. What about this Yunjin? He had heard from Junior Sister Yi that she had only been in the industry for 3 days. Still a waste of 5 spiritual roots. How dare a loser who has only been in the industry for 3 days dare to compete with him? This is the food delivery. Senior Brother Chen. Yi Danxia whispered softly, 3 foundation establishment pills, the stakes are too high, so we might as well forget it. Upon hearing this, Senior Brother Chen immediately puffed up his chest. Junior Sister Yi, don't worry, for Junior Sister not to mention 3 foundation establishment pills, even if it costs my life I am willing to do so. What's more, I didn't fail in this competition at all. Maybe. Junior Sister, I will bring you the ring myself. Yi Danxia immediately gave Senior Brother Chen a small smile. Senior Brother Chen suddenly became more and more radiant. He looked at Yunjin very domineeringly. If you want to fight, then fight. But first, in order to prevent default, this matter must be signed in advance and must be notarized by the SEC Law Enforcement Hall. If one party breaks the notarized contract, it will be enforced by the law enforcement court. When Yunjin heard this, he also smiled. Just what I wanted. Yi Danxia's eyes moved slightly and she said hypocritically, Xiaojin, don't be impulsive. Senior Brother Chen is very strong. Oh, then there's no comparison. Yunjin said directly. Yi Danxia. She didn't dare to pretend anymore and said quickly, but I don't think you can't challenge me, Xiaojin. Yunjin suddenly looked at her with a half-smiling look. This moment. Yi Danxia seemed to feel that her whole being had been seen through. She could barely keep the hypocritical smile on her face. Fortunately, Yunjin had no intention of getting into trouble with her. She looked at Senior Brother Chen and said, let's set the time for tomorrow. In order to avoid a long night and many dreams, how about that? Senior Brother Chen sneered and naturally agreed without hesitation. Of course, I can't ask for it. You are such a good person. Yunjin looked at him and expressed sincere admiration. She was thinking about where to go to get the foundation establishment pill. Unexpectedly, someone took the initiative to deliver things to my door. What is this if he is not a good person? At this moment, Senior Brother Chen failed to understand the profound meaning of Yunjin's words. He just snorted coldly and took out a silver contract paper on the spot. Yun Jin and senior brother Chen wrote the bet of the fight on the contract. Silver light flashed and the contract was completed. Yi Danxia looked at it and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yun Jin is stupid enough. This ring will be in her hands tomorrow. Yi Danxia and her group came and left quickly. On a tree by the roadside, Yu Songyan looked down seriously. These are the people who dare to bully my junior sister. The senior brother is not here, so he can only take action. Some powder suddenly appeared on his hand and the powder fell and accurately scattered on everyone except senior brother Chen. The reason why we didn't attack senior brother Chen was because he was the prey of junior sister. The little junior sister can do it herself. It's just, junior sister, is she really sure? Yu Songyan's zombie face had a rare hint of sadness. Chapter 16. Looking forward to it. Tianyan Peak. Si Wanning stared at Yun Jin. Yun Jin looked back at her with an innocent face. For a long time Si Wanning looked helpless. Little junior sister, you are confused. Although Yun Jin's cultivation method is very unscientific, the speed of his strength growth is also somewhat shocking. However, after all, she had only practiced for 3 days. No matter how fast she practiced, she was only at the 8th level of Qi training. As for senior brother Chen, he has already reached the 10th level of Qi training and may break through to the foundation building stage at any time. He has been delaying the breakthrough just because he wants to save a few more foundation establishment pills and strive to break through in one breath. The 8th level of Qi training versus the 10th level peak, there is no chance of winning. Yun Jin blinked. Senior sister, then senior brother Chen, has he practiced the Xuanji secret method? Si Wanning was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. Not to mention the Qi training stage, even the disciples in the foundation building stage, only those with extraordinary talents can come into contact with the Xian level skills, and that's just exposure. Usually. Generally speaking, one must at least be in the golden elixir stage before one can be exposed to such techniques. In the Qi training stage, the main competition is the strength of the magic power. Junior sister, when it comes to this, you are definitely lacking compared to senior brother Chen. Yun Jin smiled. It's okay, just hope he doesn't. She is now holding 2 proficient level Xian level swordsmanship. Even if her magic power is not as good as that of senior brother Chen, she can kill with 1 sword. Si Wanning was confused when she heard this, and she couldn't help but ask, he can't do it, can you? Yun Jin nodded solemnly. I understand a little. Second senior sister, during the competition, can you lend me a sword? Si Wanning was even more helpless. It's okay to borrow a sword. But little junior sister, don't you think that after seeing me and your senior brother practicing swordsmanship for a few days, you can do it yourself? Si Wanning said it funny, but Yun Jin responded very seriously. I feel like I have some skills. Seeing Yun Jin like this, Si Wanning was speechless for a moment. After all, this is also Xuanjia swordsmanship. If you look at it like this, you can learn it. Then why do you need cheats? But seeing Yun Jin's confident look, Si Wanning didn't dare to question it. She just thought to herself that luckily the bet this time was just a ring. If the junior sister is reluctant to part with it at that time, she can just give her some extra spirit stones and help her exchange them. Second junior sister. Yu Zhao walked in with a sullen face. I was at the law enforcement hall just now and I happened to meet a few people who came to notarize the contract. Guess what the content of this contract is? Si Wanning and Yu Zhao often had fierce fights on weekdays, but seeing Yu Zhao's face so ugly, she felt a little timid and could only bite the bullet and said, Elder brother, those people bullied me too much. Junior sister also signed the contract out of anger. Yu Zhao glanced at Yun Jin. Yun Jin coughed lightly. Senior brother, actually I am somewhat sure. Yu Zhao narrowed his eyes. If you sign a contract or something, you sign it. I want to ask you how many disciples in the Qi training period come to your door so unscrupulously, but you actually let them do it with all their hands and feet, left? A trace of cruelty flashed across Yu Zhao's eyes. Isn't it that he has worked so hard in the sect these years just to make his junior brothers and sisters live a better life? Now, the little junior sister was bullied to the door of her own house just after she got started. The Yu Zhao he is how? Can he still have the dignity to be this senior brother? Yu Songyan suddenly appeared in the room quietly and whispered to Yu Zhao. Yu Zhao's face finally looked better and he said coldly, "It's okay to let them suffer all night long." He looked at Si Wan Ning with hatred, "Second junior sister. You should reflect on yourself. You usually act like you are not afraid of anything, but in the end you let junior sister be bullied in front of you. If it weren't for 3 junior brother is here, isn't it true that he has been bullied by these people in vain?" Si Wanning responded with a squeeze. But she was thinking in her heart. The key is, junior sister didn't suffer from this either. The eldest brother and the others have never seen the way the junior sister looks so angry that she will not pay for her life when she curses someone. Yi Danxiao's face turned blue. Yu Zhao looked at Yun Jin and instantly put on a gentle and jade-like smile. "Little junior sister, this competition is unfair to you. Although a contract has been made, you don't have to worry. I have my own way to make that person automatically remove." Yun Jin looked amazed. This senior brother seems to be very extraordinary. I remember that in the previous life Master Lin Ye's eldest disciple was notoriously weak and could be bullied. He died because he had been bullied all the time but could not resist and finally died in depression. The senior brother in front of him is completely different from the rumors in his previous life. Either in the past life everyone followed what others said. Either Yu Zhao in this life is simply someone else. Thinking back to Yu Zhao's words and deeds these past few days, Yun Jin had a vague idea. Could it be that Yu Zhao in this life came from time travel? When she was about to cross over, she had been to countless small worlds, including the modern world. Yu Zhao's words and deeds were very similar to the people in that world. If it's really time travel, then Yu Zhao's completely different personality in his previous life can be completely explained. Moreover, with such a senior brother here, Tianjianfang may not be as easy to bully as outsiders think. Yun Jin thought with a sweet smile on his face, "Elder brother, I took the initiative to sign this contract. I think I can win." Yun Jin said it categorically without any hesitation. Yu Zhao stared at her for a while and saw that her expression was extremely determined. Although he didn't know why Yun Jin thought he could win, Yu Zhao thought about it and said, "Since I have confidence, little junior sister, then it's up to you. It's just that I want to ask my senior brothers and sisters for help with something," Yun Jin said. "Junior sister, just say it." Si Wanning asked quickly. Yun Jin suddenly showed a shy smile. "That's it. I like a lot of people. The more people there are, the stronger my fighting power is. So, can you help me publicize this fight? It's best to find more people come and watch. In this way it is convenient for her to appear wholly in front of others and harvest a lot of emotional value." This request comes out. The people at Tianjian Peak fell silent. How to say? This little junior sister's character seems a bit naughty? No, 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 no. You can't think so of their innocent and cute little junior sister. Junior sister is still a child. As a child who doesn't like fun? After a long while, Yu Zhao nodded with some difficulty. "Okay, I'll help you promote it." Over the years he has done a lot of work within the Tianqing sect. Although most of the work is hidden underground, it is still very simple to secretly help promote it. Thank you, senior brother and sister. Yun Jin showed a sweet smile. "I feel very excited when I think that there will be many people watching tomorrow's competition. Several people from Tianjian Peak. I always feel that something is wrong with my junior sister. But this must be their illusion. Right? Chapter 17 is so funny. Have you heard? A new disciple who has only been in school for 3 days is going to challenge Chen Hao, who is at the peak of his qi refining stage. Then isn't Chen Hao at the peak of his qi training? I remember that he has been accumulating foundation pills and he should be promoted soon. How dare a disciple who has only been in the training for 3 days dare to challenge him? Isn't it? He is still the disciple of Tianjian Peak. I know. I heard that the woman had 5 spiritual roots. She was almost thrown out of the outer gate at that time. It was the peak master of Tianjian Peak who picked her up. If you ask me, joining Tianjian Peak would be better than joining the outer sect. Yes, who doesn't know that in 3 months Tianjin will change its owner? Let's go, let's not talk about this for now, just watch the fun. I heard that someone has set up a bet. The one who beats Chen Hao will pay 2 to 1. The one who beats the new disciple Yun Jin will pay 5 to 1. One pays 5? If this is successful, the reward will be considerable. The question is it possible for Yun Jin to win? That's right. It's better to beat Chen Hao and get twice as much for nothing. Let's go and place your bets. Isn't this a spiritual stone? A martial arts arena. A competition between disciples in the Qi training period attracted huge attention, and the entire martial arts stage was surrounded by water. Yun Jin looked at this scene and was very satisfied. How much emotional value can so many people provide her? Family. It took off immediately. Little junior sister, you've got the sword. Siwaning handed over a sword worriedly. Your cultivation level is not enough now. This sword is a low-grade spiritual weapon and you can barely control it. Thank you, second senior sister. Yun Jin thanked her sweetly. She took the sword and held a sword flower in her arm very unfamiliarly. As a result, the sword was not held firmly and fell directly to the ground. Siwaning immediately covered her forehead. Yu Zhao asked with some fear, little junior sister, are you really okay? It's not a big problem. It's not a big problem. Yun Jin picked up the sword. I just watched you practice before. I haven't held the sword yet, so I couldn't hold it steady for a while. But you have to believe that a peerless genius like me will soon be able to. You can adapt. Tianjin Peak Trio. Just panic, okay? Little junior sister. You must work hard. Yu Zhao looked nervous. Yun Jin blinked his eyes and suddenly lowered his voice. Elder brother, didn't you place a bet on me? Yu Zhao suddenly looked at Yun Jin in shock. How can you miss me so much? Gambling is not a good thing. I have never participated in it. Really? Yun Jin didn't believe it. Yu Zhao nodded. Well, I always act as the banker directly. Take all. Yun Jin. Very good, this wave of operations is indeed 666. Yu Zhao whispered, if you can win you will definitely make a lot of money this time. When the time comes we will give you 50 to 50. If Yunjin loses, then he would probably lose his entire fortune, but Yu Zhao did not say this. Deal. Yun Jin was confident and jumped onto the ring easily. Chen Hao took a look and immediately went on stage. Off stage. Yi Danxia dragged her weak body and stood there with a strong will. I don't know what happened last night, but her stomach hurt all night long. She almost broke her legs when she ran to the toilet. Today she almost couldn't stand. But she had to crawl over for the ring. The other senior brothers who followed her to Tianjin Peak yesterday also looked dishonest. When Yi Danxia asked, they were tortured all night. If the person involved, Chen Hao, was not doing well, Yi Danxia would have suspected that this was a dirty trick by people from Tianjin Peak. It can only be said that some of them may have eaten something they shouldn't have eaten and their stomachs were full. Don't worry, little junior sister. A senior brother said, Senior brother Chen will definitely win this time and the ring is already in your pocket. There are still people setting up a bet over there. I have just put all my net worth on it. When senior brother Chen wins, my net worth will easily double. Another person said. Yi Danxia was also very moved after hearing this. She immediately took out the meeting gifts that Zhao Wuji and others gave her, a total of 10 biling pills and a handful of low-grade spiritual weapons. Brother, can I place bets on these things? The senior brother said, then you have to convert it into spiritual stones first. In this way, little junior sister, you should keep these things yourself. These are probably worth 100 lower-grade spiritual stones, so I will help you invest them. When the bet is over, I will give the spirit stone you won to junior sister. Yi Danxia's eyes moved and she responded sweetly, thank you, senior brother. The senior brother immediately happily placed the bet for her and the others couldn't help but look annoyed. Why didn't they think of that? If they had spoken earlier, they would have been the ones to earn favors. This little junior sister will take off sooner or later. There is absolutely nothing wrong with establishing a good relationship early. With this in mind, everyone moved closer to Yi Danxia. Some of the senior brothers handed her water, some fanned her, and some moved chairs for her. They were mainly gentle and considerate. Thank you, everyone. You are so kind to me. Yi Danxia looked grateful. The heroine enjoys queen-level treatment. Chen Hao looked at the audience with disdain. Haha, the way this group of people please their junior sister is too low-end. And what about him? He is about to win the ring for his junior sister that she has longed for. This is the true act of giving in to someone's heart. Besides, this Yunjin is very ignorant and he dared to speak arrogantly to his junior sister before. This time he would definitely humiliate her in front of everyone. Chen Hao looked at Yunjin coldly. You are a new disciple, don't say I bully you, just take action first. Really? Yunjin looked a little surprised. Chen Hao sneered, I'll give you 3 moves. Yunjin didn't shirk, she nodded seriously. Okay, I happen to be familiar with swordsmanship. Get familiar with swordsmanship in the ring? What kind of operation is this? In an instant the amount of spiritual stones invested in Chen Hao increased rapidly. Yu Zhao was frightened when he saw it. This time the game is a little too big and I don't know if it can end. On stage, Yunjin picked up the sword and started swinging it casually. Her so-called swordsmanship is so haphazard that it seems to make people laugh. Hurry up and bet on Chen Hao. It's a sure win. Everyone hurry up. Yi Danxia looked at Yunjin's clumsy look and a mocking smile appeared on her lips. She had been with Yunjin day and night for so long, but she had never heard of her knowing any swordsmanship. Now that Yunjin is on stage, he is just going to be a clown. Chen Hao sneered, Junior sister Yun, are you sure you know swordsmanship? I think you may not be able to stab me even if I stand here. Yunjin nodded, looking a little distressed. I think so too. In this way, senior brother Chen, just stand there and don't move. Don't move. I'm going to attack now. Yunjin held a sword in her arms and rushed towards Chen Hao, shouting loudly as if this would give her more courage. Chen Hao was disdainful and casually used his spiritual power to add a layer of protection. He was thinking about what he would do later to make Yunjin's defeat even more ugly. He was going to take back all the anger that junior sister suffered from Yunjin today. Senior brother Chen, I'm going to use my sword move. Yunjin shouted. Chen Hao just wanted to laugh. Return the sword move? She thought that a few random swings were just some sword moves. It's so funny. Chapter 18 Yunjin, why have you become such a person? Here we come. Yunjin reminded him specially and handed his sword forward loosely. Chen Hao didn't even intend to hide. He is thinking. What kind of posture is required to be handsome enough? After all, defeating a Yunjin is easy, but knocking him down handsomely is the hard part. A light smile appeared on the corners of Chen Hao's lips and he waved his sleeves lightly with a very graceful movement. With a wave of his sleeve, Chen Hao seemed to have seen Yunjin's embarrassed appearance as he was thrown away. Feeling secretly happy, he had to try hard to keep his face calm, pretending that he was having a hard time. But the next moment, puff! A small breaking sound sounded. The spiritual energy shield he had just released at will shattered instantly. Chen Hao's pupils suddenly shrank. He backed away subconsciously. But it's too late. Yunjin's sword was already in front of him. Chen Hao wanted to hide, but flying lotus petals suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Just when he was in a trance, the swords gleamed and Chen Hao was suddenly knocked away and fell heavily to the corner of the ring. Senior brother Chen, are you okay? It's my first time to use a sword. Didn't I control my strength? Yunjin looked innocent. The entire martial arts arena was unbelievably quiet. Everyone stared at the stage in stunned silence, unable to react for a long time. Except Yu Zhao. Yu Zhao immediately turned to Yu Songnian and told Yu Songnian, third junior brother, quickly go and inform the person who opened the market to stop betting. Yu Songnian responded very steadily and quickly disappeared. After a brief silence, extremely noisy sounds rang out in the martial arts arena. Some thieves wanted to bet on Yun Jin on the spot. Unfortunately, Yu Zhao's reaction was faster and they were already a step slower. People who had invested heavily in Chen Hao couldn't help but feel uneasy. No? Is an old disciple at the peak of his qi training stage really going to be defeated by a new disciple? Isn't the person with the best talent in this class Yi Danxia who is Tianlingen? It's impossible for Yi Danxia to do this kind of thing. This new disciple has reached the 8th level of qi training. A horrified voice sounded from the audience. Yun Jin's sword just now used spiritual power and some more careful disciples sensed it immediately. 3 days to get started. From a mortal to the 8th level of qi training? Is this crazy? Either she is crazy or they are crazy. Little junior sister, what's going on with Yun Jin? Several disciples looked at Yi Danxia one after another. After all, Yi Danxia looked very familiar with Yun Jin. Yi Danxia was a little confused. I don't know either. Don't worry yet. Senior brother Chen can still stand up, he hasn't lost yet. Everyone looked back to the stage. As expected, Chen Hao was physically disabled and mentally strong. He supported his body and climbed up with difficulty. Yun Jin. Chen Hao said with a cold expression, I admit that I underestimated you. But now I am serious and I declare that this is the end of it for you. He patted the storage bag and a disc-shaped spiritual weapon suddenly floated in front of him. Chen Hao snorted, Go! The disc rushed directly towards Yun Jin's dantian. A ferocious look appeared on Chen Hao's face. This disc was purchased at a large price. Yun Jin has reached the 8th level of qi training, which is somewhat beyond his expectation, but what about the 8th level of qi training? His disc spiritual weapon is invincible at this level of qi training stage. He didn't know why Yun Jin practiced so fast. But he had made up his mind. This time this woman will be defeated in the ring. As long as her dantian is broken, no matter what her condition is, she will never be able to practice again. This time, Chen Hao didn't hold back at all. When he started, he was driving with all his strength. This Chen Hao wants to be cruel. In the audience, Yu Zhao's expression changed. A talisman appeared on his hand. He was thinking that even if he broke the rules, if the junior sister was really defeated, he would save people. This disc spiritual weapon is indeed good, but it may not be useful for junior sister. Si Wanning looked hesitant. She didn't know if she had seen it wrong. Just now Yun Jin soared among the lightning and flint. Why does it look like the lotus sword technique? And it's not just a beginner, it looks like it has been practiced for several years and its proficiency is shocking. But isn't it that the only way the junior sister was exposed to the lotus sword technique was watching her practice swordsmanship? As she watched, she learned by herself without a teacher? Is it possible? Si Wanning couldn't believe it herself. Even if she did see it just now, she still didn't dare to say anything. Yu Zhao's expression also moved slightly. This spiritual weapon is not bad. Yun Jin looked at the menacing spiritual weapon. A cold look flashed in his eyes, but there was a faint smile on the corner of his lips. She raised her hand. Another sword flashed. Chen Hao sneered, Do you think my spiritual weapon is so easy to deal with? It is. Before Chen Hao finished speaking, his words suddenly choked in his throat. Only a crisp handover sound was heard. Snapped. The menacing spiritual weapon was knocked down by Yun Jin and was unable to move. Chen Hao's eyes suddenly widened like bells. What the hell? What the hell? Wrong. There's something wrong with this woman's swordsmanship. Her swordsmanship may seem random, but in fact it has a hidden meaning, and it seems to be a serious secret book. So, 3 days to get started. Not only did she reach the 8th level of qi training, but she also learned the secrets of swordsmanship? Is it possible? Yun Jin smiled and slowly walked towards Chen Hao. Senior brother Chen, just now you seem to want to destroy my dantian? Chen Hao looked at the woman with a slight smile, but there was a trace of extreme fear in his heart. He trembled and said, I. Yun Jin chuckled, a man. If you dare to do something, you must dare to do it. There was a trace of fear in Chen Hao's eyes. Seeing Yunjin raise his sword, he couldn't stand the fear anymore and shouted loudly, "I admit." However, the word lose has not yet been uttered. There was a sharp pain in the dantian. Chen Hao lowered his head in fear. A ray of sword light passed straight through his dantian. Loss. Chen Hao said the word with difficulty and then fell on the ring. Yunjin smiled slightly. Admit defeat. Sorry, senior brother, you were late, I just heard it. Chen Hao's lips trembled and he was speechless for a long time. His face was pale. He lost. Not only did he lose, but his dantian was also destroyed. His journey to immortality ended here. Senior brother foundation building pill. Yunjin walked over and looked at him condescendingly. She still smiled softly. Chen Hao looked at her as if he were looking at a devil. Chen Hao was a little scared and handed over a porcelain bottle tremblingly. Yunjin took it with a bright smile. "We are settled." She was about to step down. Suddenly a crisp sound rang out. Yi Danxia looked at Yunjin in shock. "Xiao Jin, when did you become such a person?" Yunjin turned around and looked at Yi Danxia with interest. This wave of competition. Because of the large number of viewers. She gained 5,000 emotional points in one breath. There are a few records of 1 or 200 and it seems that they were given by Yi Danxia. Seeing that Yi Danxia had contributed a lot of emotional value, Yunjin was still willing to listen to her nonsense. After all, as he talks, maybe some emotional value will be added to his account. "Xiao Jin, how could you be so cruel? I can't let you continue to make such mistakes." In this way you apologize to senior brother Chen and return the foundation establishment pill to him. Yi Danxia said confidently. Chapter 19 Bald Baby. Yi Danxia stood there upright and Yunjin even saw the golden light on her body. Yunjin tilted his head and suddenly laughed. Yi Danxia was a little puzzled and she couldn't help but said loudly, "Xiao Jin, you really can't make such mistakes anymore. As your good sister, I have the obligation to lead you to the right path." Everyone around them looked at Yi Danxia. Under the halo of the heroine, the male disciples surrounding her had even more moved expressions. Is this the junior sister? So righteous. So fearless. So kind. It is completely different from that Yunjin. The corners of Yunjin's lips curved even more and she asked, "Come on, please tell me in detail where I went wrong." When Yi Danxia heard this, she was slightly proud. She couldn't help but said, "Does this need to be said? It was just a competition, but you destroyed senior brother Chen's dantian. You are so cruel and ruthless. How can you be like us and the righteous people? Acting like this, and with how different is the devil?" Feeling the attention of everyone, Yi Danxia spoke louder and louder. At this moment she felt that she was the center of the world. Yunjin wanted to laugh a little. Demonic way? When it comes to magic, who can compare to Yi Danxia? She directly found a partner of the devil. The demon lord killed countless people, but after getting together with Yi Danxia, he only wanted to say, he has corrected his mistakes. Everything that happened before does not count anymore. Yunjin's pupils were deep and she said softly, "Yi Danxia, didn't you see that he wanted to kill me first? That disc was aimed at my dantian." Yi Danxia looked unconcerned. "Aren't you okay? Xiao Jin, you can't be so stingy." She just finished speaking. Caught off guard, Yunjin raised his sword and with a flash of swordlight he went straight towards Yi Danxia. Yi Danxia's pupils suddenly shrank and she subconsciously screamed. The sword light flashed. Yi Danxia was a little shocked. She was okay? Immediately, Yi Danxia touched the top of her head, looking horrified. Her hair. Part of her hair was shaved off by Yunjin's sword. When she touched the top of her head, she directly touched her scalp. The disciples around him watched and kept watching. They wanted to endure it, but they couldn't. The main thing is that the hair on the top of Yi Danxia's head was shaved off by Yunjin and the bald part was in the shape of a disc. Yunjin looked at it and was happy. She should really dub Yi Danxia, "Come on, bald baby." Listening to the suppressed laughter around you, Yi Danxia was going crazy. She shouted hysterically, Yunjin. I'll kill you. She lost all reason and rushed towards Yunjin. Yunjin dodged lightly. Yi Danxia stumbled and fell directly to the ground. Little junior sister. Junior sister, are you okay? A group of male disciples gathered around him. Suddenly someone saw Yi Danxia's bald head and couldn't help but tilt his head and let out a low laugh. Yi Danxia collapsed even more and couldn't help but look at Yunjin with murderous eyes. Yunjin looked innocent. Danxia, why are you so angry? I just cut off a little bit of your hair just to have fun with you. Danxia, you can't be so stingy. Yunjin is the original, the words were returned. Yi Danxia's lips trembled and her eyes were full of fierce light. She wanted to kill Yunjin, she must kill Yunjin. Being resented by the heroine, Yunjin was not anxious at all. Good guy. She had a competition with so many people and she only got 5,000 emotion points. In that wave just now, Yi Danxia alone provided her with 800 emotional points. This heroine. Awesome. Reliable. It seems that during the entrance test she should not have said that she wanted to sever ties with Yi Danxia. Such a good friend. She deserves it. It's okay, it's not too late to start cultivating your relationship again now. Yunjin looked at Yi Danxia with very affectionate eyes. This is her bald little baby. Yunjin. Yi Danxia gritted her teeth and forced a smile on her face. I don't blame you. I was just impulsive just now. I forgive you now. Thank you then. Yunjin responded without sincerity. Yi Danxia continued to grit her teeth. I have forgiven you then, senior brother Chen. Oh, then I'll forgive him too. Yunjin said calmly. Anyway, revenge has been avenged, so forgive me. Yi Danxia's expression was a little broken. She said slowly, what I mean is that you should apologize to senior brother Chen and return the foundation establishment pill to him. The ring on your hand should also be given to senior brother Chen as compensation. Is that so? Yunjin said that's okay. Danxia, I just shaved your hair but you yelled at me to kill me. This deeply hurt my young heart. In this way you should get something first. Compensate me. I don't want much, just 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. The sky is filled with nonsense. Yi Danxia was going crazy. She couldn't help but said, Xiao Jin. Your request is unreasonable. Yunjin's expression suddenly froze and she looked at Yi Danxia expressionlessly. Oh? Is your request reasonable? The person who wants to compete with me is senior brother Chen. The person who went to the law enforcement hall to authenticate the contract is senior brother Chen. The person who destroyed my Dantian first was senior brother Chen. Now do I want to apologize to him and compensate him? After all, senior brother Chen is competing with me only for your sake. If you want my ring, just do it yourself. Why do you use others as guns? How good you are to your senior fellow apprentices. Wouldn't your heart hurt if you used them like this? Also, you seem to be standing up for senior brother Chen. But senior brother Chen is so seriously injured and is still lying on the cold ring. Have you ever thought about helping him and taking him to treatment? I doubt it. Are you standing up for senior brother Chen, or are you simply trying to build your own image and plot my ring? Yunjin spoke word by word. Yi Danxia's face turned pale and she subconsciously looked at Chen Hao. Chen Hao was in very bad condition, his face turned blue and there was a hint of suspicion in his eyes when he looked at Yi Danxia. Senior brother Chen. I don't mean to take advantage of you. Yi Danxia said quickly. Understood, we all understand. Yunjin raised his eyebrows. Even if he died for you, he did it voluntarily. What does it have to do with you? It's just that these senior brothers around you, if you lose one at a time, I don't know how many times you can use them. This time. The faces of the people surrounding Yunjin also changed slightly. Yi Danxia was a little helpless. I never meant this. If I were you, I would replace the foundation establishment pill that senior brother Chen lost and then go to the master to ask for a yuan dan. Senior brother Chen's cultivation is still shallow. If he takes it in time, there is still a chance for this Dantian. Recover. Yun Jin said immediately. She meant this to Yi Danxia. He even told it to Chen Hao. Chen Hao really listened and his eyes flashed slightly. I have just started, how can I ask for such a thing? Yi Danxia was a little helpless. Oh, then let's just think that senior brother Chen's fight for you was in vain. It's a pity that senior brother Chen's good intentions were not rewarded in the end. Yun Jin looked regretful. Yi Danxia went crazy, it's obviously the senior brother you injured. Yun Jin said confidently, he has a grudge against me. Why did I hurt him? Don't you have a good relationship with him? You shouldn't help him? If you don't help him, you are too cold and heartless. Such selfishness, how is your character different from that of a demon? Danxia, you really disappoint me. Chapter 20 I kept my trump card. What Yun Jin said is very convincing. Everyone was confused. What to say? This does not sound reasonable, but it also seems to be a little unreasonable. More importantly, isn't this what Yi Danxia just said before? Yu Zhao was amazed when he heard this. If his little junior sister were to travel through time in the 8 tribes of heaven and dragon, she would be Morong Fu. It would be 666 to repay another person with his own way. He originally wanted to support his junior sister. But in this situation there is no need for him to step forward at all. This senior brother seems to have no sense of existence. Yu Zhao touched his chin, feeling a little sad. This time, everyone's eyes were all looking at Yi Danxia. Please ask, Your Excellency. If you were to use your own words, how would you respond? Yi Danxia's scalp was numb when everyone saw her. Especially the male disciples around her who were provoked by Yun Jin looked at her with a little suspicion in their eyes. No. If this matter is not handled well, it may affect her image. Yi Danxia said pitifully, no matter what, senior brother Chen was injured because of me. I will go to the master to ask for help. If the master refuses to help, I will keep kneeling in front of the master. Even if the master has to do it because of this, I won't hesitate to blame you, senior brother Chen. Don't worry, even if you are rejected by master, I will definitely help you. Yi Danxia's eyes were filled with mist, looking weak and pitiful. Little junior sister. Chen Hao suddenly spoke. Yi Danxia couldn't help but have a hint of expectation in her eyes. She said so. If it was a qualified dog liquor, Chen Hao should take the initiative to refuse it at this time. When the time comes, it's not that she won't help, it's that Chen Hao doesn't want it. With a little more work, this matter will be over. Then it's all your fault. Chen Hao paused for a moment, then said, with how much master loves you, I shouldn't be willing to let you down. He actually responded directly. Yi Danxia was stunned for a moment and a smile appeared on her lips. I will try my best. In her heart she couldn't help but hate this Chen Hao to her core. This person is too ignorant. Wait then. One day she will let Chen Hao know that he should not take the benefits that he should not take. Ba bang bang bang. Yun Jin clapped his hands. Look, the matter has been resolved satisfactorily. Danxia, please take senior brother Chen back for treatment. Is this called a satisfactory solution? Yi Danxia glanced at Yun Jin with some resentment. She is the only one who is perfect, okay? A smile appeared on Yun Jin's lips. Danxia, we are such good sisters. When you are done here, remember to continue to come to me. I still have a lot to say to you. I still have a lot of emotional value and I want to earn it from you. Yi Danxia couldn't help but grit her teeth. Before she was chasing Yun Jin to be her sister, but now Yun Jin uncharacteristically admitted it personally, but Yi Danxia felt inexplicably timid. She said something casually and perfunctorily, and together with several male disciples she hurriedly left with Chen Hao on her back. Yun Jin looked at the backs of several people and raised his eyebrows slightly. This time, she deliberately left a clue for them to catch. But Yi Danxia didn't seem to realize it for the time being. It doesn't matter. Those under the headmaster's sect can always detect it. Her system must be high profile. But being high profile will lead to jealousy. Before Linya recovered from her injuries, she wanted to find a backer for herself in Tianjian Peak. Once word spreads about the matter, this backer will probably come to visit. There is no need to worry about how long this backer will last. As long as she is given 3 months, everything will be turned upside down. Yi Danxia, please don't let me down. Yun Jin's eyes couldn't help but become profound. Tianjin Peak. Si Wanning looked at Yun Jin, then at Yun Jin, and then at Yun Jin. Yun Jin's scalp was numb when she looked at her, and she couldn't help but said, "Second senior sister, I know that I am the kind of shocking genius. But if you look at me like this, I will still feel shy." Si Wanning and Amp, Yu Zhao and Amp, Yu Songnian. What the junior sister said seems to be true. But why does it feel so unpleasant to listen to? Si Wanning took a deep breath and then another. She calmed down her mood and then asked, "Xiao Jin, what you just used in the ring was the lotus sword technique?" Ask the question out loud. Si Wanning still felt it was a bit ridiculous and subconsciously shook her head. Yun Jin responded nonchalantly, "Second senior sister, did you find out? It's the lotus sword technique." Si Wanning said numbly, "Oh, it's just a bit similar." Suddenly her expression changed. "This is wrong. Yun Jin seems to mean. Is that really the lotus sword technique?" Si Wanning's lips trembled. "I remember I never taught you this sword technique. Swordsmanship is not just about sword moves but also about the way spiritual power works, different power generating techniques, etc. This requires systematic learning of secrets." Yun Jin raised his eyebrows. "You don't need to teach me. Second senior sister, I've watched you practice swordsmanship many times. After watching it, it will come naturally and you will be able to do it." Si Wanning was in a daze, looking at it. "Naturally, you will be able to do it?" "That's right." Yun Jin responded, "The operation of spiritual power and the way of exerting force are slightly more difficult to learn than sword moves. Therefore I read it 10 times that day before I grasped the essence. A little harder to learn than sword moves. I watched it 10 times. Silence. Silence is Cambridge tonight. Si Wanning was thinking. How long did it take for her to learn this swordsmanship? It seems that after the golden elixir stage I have stronger control over spiritual power. After that it took another 3 months with the master beside me to teach me all the time before I reluctantly started. Where is Yunjin? She just watched it 10 times? Did she learn it? Trash, I am trash. Si Wanning couldn't help but muttered. Yu Zhao glanced at his second junior sister with some sympathy and then said with a slight complacency, "Little junior sister, you are indeed a genius. However, the swordsmanship of the second junior sister is only an intermediate Shin level secret book. You may be able to learn it by watching it. Learn it. But your senior brother, my own Shin level sword technique, is a high level secret technique second only to the earth level technique. It's not that easy for you to learn." Yun Jin suddenly looked at Yu Zhao with strange eyes. Yu Zhao thought that Yun Jin was disappointed, so he couldn't help but smile and comforted himself. "You are already a peerless genius. If you want to learn my swordsmanship, just wait until you reach the golden elixir stage and then apply for the secret book. By then senior brother will teach you personally." Yun Jin looked at Yu Zhao and hesitated to speak. Yu Zhao now regained the feeling of being a senior brother and he began to teach earnestly. "Also, senior brother still has to say a few words to you about today's matter. Even if you can beat Chen, how you can't win so neatly." It also revealed the trump card of Lianhua swordsmanship. Remember, you must have a counterattack trump card at all times. Only in this way can you be invincible. Yun Jin nodded. "Elder brother, I kept my trump card." "Oh?" Yu Zhao looked at him with encouragement. Yun Jin said a little shyly, "I have actually learned your void-breaking sword technique. However, I didn't use it and kept it as my trump card." Yu Zhao? Chapter 21, Born with a Sword? Yu Zhao's lips trembled. Oh. He chose his swordsmanship as his trump card. Does he still want to thank Yun Jin? "Thank you, dear." He wanted to grab Yun Jin now and ask her how she did it. "This breaking the void sword technique, you've seen it 10 times and you're ready to learn it?" Yu Zhao's voice trembled. "Absolutely." Yun Jin was very modest. "Isn't it a little slow?" Yu Zhao just laughed. Yu Songnian looked at his 2 senior brothers and sisters who were on the verge of collapse with a hint of joy in his eyes. Fine. Fortunately, he ran away quickly. Junior sister, please practice these two sword skills. I'll take a closer look, Yu Zhao said through gritted teeth. He still didn't believe it. Yun Jin readily agreed. She grabbed the sword and started practicing. First came the lotus sword technique and then the Pasu sword technique. Si Wanning and Yu Zhao's expressions also changed from shocked at first to completely numb later. Oh. Isn't he a genius? They've seen a lot. Be calm, be sure to stay calm. Yun Jin finished practicing 2 sets of sword skills with ease and was about to say something. Sudden. A voice rang out. When did you learn swordsmanship? Yun Jin looked back and saw that it was her master Linya who ran away after throwing her to her senior brothers and sisters. Now. Linya's eyes were full of surprise, looking at Yun Jin as if he were looking at some rare treasure. A set of Xian-level intermediate swordsmanship and a set of Xian-level advanced skills. Is this how she got started? And the proficiency is quite high. This. Is this Yun Jin a natural sword body? Thousands of years ago, there once appeared in this continent a peerless genius who practiced swordsmanship. His spiritual talent is average, but he has an extraordinary understanding of swordsmanship. As long as it was swordsmanship, he could master it at a glance and master it as soon as he learned it. His progress in swordsmanship was simply rapid. Later, before that senior ascended, he left the Kunlun sword sect in the Holy Land. In the Kunlun sword sect there is a secret book of heaven-level swordsmanship. It is said that this secret book was left by the senior. The senior said that this secret book can only be practiced by people with a natural sword body. For many years Kunlun sword sect has been looking for a natural sword body in order to continue this secret book. The last natural sword body that was found is now the master of the Kunlun sword sect, one of the strongest people in the mainland. Could it be that this disciple he picked up at random had this peerless talent? No, this is not certain yet. A natural sword body is so rare. Whether Yunjin has reached this level is still unknown. Calm down, he needs to calm down. Lin Yuzai carefully asked about Yun Jin's sword study situation, and after confirming repeatedly that she just watched other people practicing swordsmanship and learned it without a teacher, the way he looked at Yun Jin became even more strange. He couldn't help but sigh. I admitted you to the door, but it delayed you. Yun Jin shook his head very honestly. Not really. I'm a genius. It doesn't matter where I go. The corners of Lin Ya's lips twitched, and after a long time he said, you guys stay here later and you can come as soon as you go as a teacher. Lin Ya didn't expect that he would encounter such a big surprise when he arrived. Of course, whether Xiao Jin was born with a sword body still had to be confirmed by someone. The headmaster's hall. Yi Danxiao wandered outside with a sad face. Now Chun Hao is undergoing treatment, but this treatment can only treat the symptoms. If you want to restore the Dantian, you can only use Huan Yuan Dan. Do I really want to say this to my master for the sake of a senior brother who was in the Qi training stage? Yi Danxia originally wanted to set up a character with no desires and needs, but now she just started asking for such a precious elixir. What does this make master think of her? How do her 5 senior brothers miss her? There are many ordinary disciples under the headmaster, but including her there are only 6 true disciples. And the few in front of her were all male disciples. Since several other senior brothers were away on missions, Yi Danxia had only seen her senior brother Ruan Jun at this moment. The senior brother was very kind to her. Regarding this matter, why not go to Ruan Jun first? Just as Yi Danxia was thinking this, a gentle voice rang out, little junior sister, why are you lingering here? Are you going to see the master? The master is still dealing with matters related to the new disciples at the moment and is not here. Yi Danxia shook her head subconsciously. I'm not here to see master. Ha? Ruan Jun was slightly confused. Yi Danxia's eyes moved and she said softly, elder brother, I'm here to find you. Oh? Ruan Jun's heart suddenly fluttered when he saw Yi Danxia's shy and timid appearance. His little junior sister, do you miss him? Blame him too. As the right-hand man of the headmaster, he also has a lot of things to deal with on weekdays. The requirement is that in the past few days new disciples have passed the test one after another and he has to handle all the matters related to joining the sect in person. He can only temporarily entrust the junior sister to a few junior brothers in the Chi training period. Although these juniors are not high in cultivation, they have mature and steady personalities and should be able to take good care of the little junior sister. Think of this. Ruan Jun's expression changed slightly. How dare these people ignore their instructions and abandon their junior sister like this? Seeing Yi Danxia's timid look, Ruan Jun felt distressed. Little junior sister, what happened? Yi Danxia's eyes turned slightly red and she told the story again with cuts and deletions. Senior brother, I didn't know that Xiao Jin would be so cruel. Now senior brother Chen is asking me to return the Yuan Dan. I really don't know what to do. Yi Danxia looked at it with tears in her eyes. With Ruan Jun. Ruan Jun looked at it and felt a slight pain in his heart. How long had he left the little junior sister to these people, and in the end they made the little junior sister suffer such injustice? Ruan Jun looked distressed. It's my fault, senior brother. I shouldn't have left you alone these days. Don't worry, I'll handle this matter. Senior brother, you are so kind to me. Yi Danxia said softly, and Ruan Jun felt that his heart was filled with her. He pulled Yi Danxia aside and patiently asked for details. Yi Danxia spoke carefully. Ruan Jun's expression changed continuously. He had long felt that something was wrong with Yun Jin, but he didn't expect that something was so wrong with her. A disciple who had just started for 3 days went directly from being immortal to the 8th level of Qi training. Moreover, the swordsmanship is quite exquisite. Yi Danxia didn't make it clear, but Ruan Jun knew about Chun Hao's disc spiritual weapon. That spiritual weapon is not simple. With his spiritual power weak, he knocked down the disc with one sword. This Yun Jin's swordsmanship is by no means simple. Has this Yun Jin taken any kind of heavenly material or earthly treasure? Ruan Jun asked. Otherwise her strength improvement would not have been so exaggerated. Yi Danxia shook her head first and then she thought of the ring and her expression changed slightly. Could it be? Is there really another mystery to that ring? Yun Jin refused to give her the ring. Could it be that she had discovered something? The more Yi Danxia thought about it, the more she realized this, and her expression changed. She should have just snatched the ring. Ruan Jun observed the words and asked, "Did you think of something?" Yi Danxia said softly, "The Yun family is also a wealthy family in the local area. Maybe they really have hidden some treasure. However, she has never regarded me as one of her own, so I am not sure." When Ruan Jun heard this, he couldn't help but sneered. That's probably it. Junior sister, you don't have to worry about it. The efficacy of heavenly materials and earthly treasures has an end, but your peerless talent will always be yours. Sooner or later she will be stepped on by you. Underfoot. Yi Danxia couldn't help but feel anxious after hearing this. She just said it. How could Yun Jin be so powerful? It turns out that he secretly ate some kind of natural treasure. But she only has 5 spiritual roots. No matter how proud she is, she will only be proud for a while. Ruan Jun narrowed his eyes and said, "Furthermore, the sect has an order that no secrets can be taught privately without application. There is definitely something wrong with Yun Jin's swordsmanship. It must be the people from Tianjian Peak who secretly taught her something. Just based on this, I can expel her from the sect." Yi Danxia's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 22, Cut Off Your Head. Yi Danxia was excited in her heart, but she had a hesitant look on her face. Brother Xiao Jin is actually not bad in nature. She is immortal and she finally got the chance to become an immortal. Isn't it too cruel to drive her out like this? Ruan Jun suddenly looked at Yi Danxia with distress. "Junior sister, you are so kind. She has already treated you like this and you still speak for her like this. You really let senior brother say whatever you want." "Senior brother, she was unkind to me, I can't be unjust to her." Yi Danxia looked very affectionate. "You," Ruan Jun said with a doting look on his face, "senior brother can rely on you for everything else but not this matter. Yun Jin has evil intentions and we must not keep her. Let senior brother handle this matter." Yi Danxia could only respond helplessly. I'm going to Tianjin Peak right now. Ruan Jun said, little junior sister, wait for me here. Elder brother, it's better to be a little merciful. Yi Danxia followed up saying merciful words, but she felt extremely happy in her heart. Yunjin. She shamed herself time and time again and dared to make a fool of herself in front of so many people. I thought she was so powerful. In the end, it was just some kind of heavenly and earthly treasure that was secretly taken. Thinking of this, Yi Danxia hated it even more. On the way to Tianqing Sect, Yunjin kept telling her that they sisters should work together to help each other. The results of it. She secretly ate the good food but never thought of sharing it. Yunjin is indeed as hypocritical as she was when she was in the Yun family. Yi Danxia was a little more eager for that ring. This time, she must get this ring. There must be something good in it. Tianjin Peak. Yunjin was talking to his senior brothers and sisters. Suddenly, a sharp shout rang out. Yu Zhao! Call that little junior sister of yours out. Yu Zhao frowned, opened the door and walked out. Ruan Jun walked over expressionlessly. Senior brother, things may not be what you think. Yi Danxia chased after her all the way and persuaded her hypocritically. Ruan Jun just looked at Yu Zhao with a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. Yu Zhao, your junior sister Yunjin seems to be very proud today. Why you don't even dare to come out now? As the eldest disciple of the headmaster, Ruan Jun is recognized as outstanding. But in this Tianqing sect he has an old enemy, Yu Zhao. That master Yu Zhao has obviously become the laughingstock of the entire sect and cannot provide him with any help at all. But Yu Zhao had a very good reputation in the sect and all his disciples spoke to him. Without the support of the sect's resources, not only did his cultivation level not fall behind, but it also kept secretly surpassing him. Ruan Jun didn't say anything on the surface, but he already hated Yu Zhao with itch in his heart. Now he finally caught Yunjin's handle, which meant he also caught Tianjin Peak in Yu Zhao's handle. This time he wanted to see Yu Zhao cry and beg him. Yunjin held a bag of dried meat and poked his head out curiously. When she saw Ruan Jun, she couldn't help but smile. The handle she deliberately left behind finally came into play? Senior brother Ruan, do you want to eat dried meat? Yunjin frowned. Ruan Jun snorted coldly, it's useless to please me now. Yunjin, you secretly learned the secrets of the sect before you officially started. Do you know it's a crime? You Tianjin Peak secretly teach the secrets of swordsmanship, which is also a big crime. You guys, these people must all be punished. Yunjin blinked. Senior brother Ruan, I have read the sect rules. It is indeed written in the sect rules that secrets are not allowed to be taught in private, but it does not say that you cannot learn it yourself. Ruan Jun wanted to laugh a little. What do you mean? You can learn this swordsmanship yourself without being taught by others? What kind of joke is this? Yunjin nodded solemnly, that's true. It's not difficult. I'll see if the brothers and sisters practice it a few times and you'll be good at it. Ruan Jun couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Yunjin as if he were looking at a clown. Yunjin, didn't you just take the treasures of heaven and earth in advance, which led to rapid progress in the Qi training period? In essence, it's just a five-spirited thing. Why do you really think you are a peerless genius? You just learned the sword technique a few times and you think you are born with a sword. Ruan Jun said, his expression became more and more mocking. Yi Danxia's eyes moved and she couldn't help but say, Xiaojin, I just learned that your cultivation has improved so much because you have eaten the treasures of heaven and earth. You must know that these things cannot be eaten randomly, otherwise although you will advance quickly in the early stage, it will affect your foundation in the later stage. You are too eager for quick success. Yi Danxia had a lecturing tone. This was the first time in the past few days that she had found a sense of superiority in front of Yunjin, and she was a little jumpy for a moment. Yunjin glanced at Yi Danxia and smiled. Danxia, your movements are so fast. Is your hair patched up now? Yi Danxia's face stiffened. She cut off some hair from the tail of the bald spot and patched it up so now it's almost invisible. But when Yunjin mentioned this matter, it still made her teeth itch with hatred. What hair? Ruan Jun had never heard Yi Danxia talk about this matter, so he couldn't help but glance at Yi Danxia with some doubts. Yi Danxia didn't have time to say anything. Yu Songyan's fingers suddenly moved secretly. A bird flew over and quickly grabbed the wig. Yi Danxia's big bald head was revealed. Ruan Jun was stunned. Yi Danxia hadn't realized anything was wrong yet, so she explained softly, "Elder brother, I'll tell you about this later." She looks pretty and has a shy smile. Ruan Jun showed a ghostly expression. It would be okay if he wasn't bald. When he was bald, it would be really scary to talk to him with this expression. Ruan Jun subconsciously took a step back. "Brother, what's wrong?" Yi Danxia was a little confused. Suddenly something occurred to her. I touched the top of my head in a panic. The wig she had worked so hard to make was gone, and there was a large empty space in the middle. Yi Danxia immediately covered her head and screamed in panic. Ruan Jun tried his best to look away, gritting his teeth. "How dare you bully my junior sister like this? You guys follow me to the law enforcement hall immediately." Yun Jin smiled. This was originally a clue she deliberately left behind. She would naturally have no objection to going to the law enforcement hall. Yun Jin raised his eyebrows and asked, "What if I really learned this swordsmanship myself?" Ruan Jun sneered, "Then I'll cut off your head and give it to you." Yun Jin looked at him with some sympathy. "I don't know if I can survive without my head." "Ruan Jun? Are you crazy? She can really learn it on her own." "Ah. It's just a tough talk." Chapter 23, Directly Admit What's Wrong. Ruan Jun sneered, "When we get to the law enforcement hall, let's see if you can still be so arrogant." He stared at the Tianjian Peak people with expressionless faces, trying to see evidence that they were bluffing. However, not just Yunjin. Even Yu Zhao and Si Wanning had relaxed expressions on their faces. There was no need to look at Yu Songyan, who only had that expression all year round. Ruan Jun couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. What's the situation? Why are they so confident? Could it be that Yun Jin really learned it by himself? No. This is absolutely impossible. Ruan Jun remembered that Yu Zhao had always been scheming, and they probably wanted to use this method to make themselves retreat. Is he Ruan Jun so easy to deceive? This law enforcement hall, they have decided. Yi Danxia was panicking now and finally found the wig that had been casually thrown into the bushes by the bird. With trembling hands, she put the wig back. After making sure that the top of her head was not completely bald, Yi Danxia calmed down a little. She walked up to Ruan Jun again and was about to say something. Ruan Jun probably thought of her bald appearance again. Even though she had put on a wig now, he still looked away evasively. Yi Danxia. She was a little aggrieved and a little angry, and for a moment she became silent. Ruan Jun felt a little distressed when he saw her like this. He said softly, "Junior sister, don't worry. After the Yunjin matter is resolved, senior brother will find someone to refine a hair growth pill for you. Such a small matter can be solved easily." Yi Danxia's eyes lit up and her face became better. She said sweetly, "Thank you, senior brother." Ruan Jun tried his best to look away from the wig, nodded with a smile and sarcastically said, "Some people are not talented enough, so they can only use this kind of little trick. It's a pity that the 5 spirit roots are the 5 spirits. Root, no matter how deep your intentions are, you can't fly to the sky." As he said that, he took a special look at Yun Jin. Yun Jin even nodded, yes, you are right. Those who can learn the Xianju in 3 days like senior brother Ruan are the real geniuses. What am I learning in an instant? I'm just a clown. Yun Jin spoke very sincerely, as if these words came from her sincerity. Yu Zhao and Si Wanning couldn't help but laugh. Yu Zhao cheerfully added fuel to the fire. "Oh, my junior sister's talent is not good, but she can't even compare to my junior sister." What is this? Si Wanning thought for a while, that might be real garbage. Ruan Jun's face suddenly became livid and he said coldly, "So what if you can talk? When we get to the law enforcement hall later, let's see if you can still be so sharp-tongued." Yun Jin's eyebrows curved. "Please look forward to it." Yi Danxia pursed her lips and seemed particularly quiet for a moment. Most of her thoughts were on her hair for fear of turning back into a bald little baby. Tianjin Peak. Law Enforcement Hall. In this world of cultivating immortals, cultivation can be roughly divided into several stages: Shi training stage, foundation building stage, golden elixir stage, nascent soul stage, spirit transformation stage, integration stage, tribulation transcending stage, and even the most powerful Mahayana stage. Tianjin sect is considered a medium-sized sect on the mainland. Those with the highest cultivation level can only reach the fusion stage. Once they reach the divine transformation stage, they can become a sect elder and take charge of an important place. When your cultivation reaches the integration stage, you will be qualified to take charge of various peaks and compete for the position of peak master. The leader Zhao Wuji is now in the fusion stage, but he is in the middle stage of fusion, which is slightly better than other peak masters. The current top manager of the law enforcement hall, Yulin, has a lower level of cultivation and is in the late stage of divine transformation. Yulin is the leader of the law enforcement hall, personally appointed by the headmaster Zhao Wuji, and is the headmaster's confidant. Therefore, when Wan Jun pressed Yunjin in front of Yulin, there was a trace of pride on his face. Yulin will definitely turn to him. Yunjin this time. Dead. Master Yu. Ruan Jun said loudly. After verification, Yunjin is a new disciple, used exquisite swordsmanship in the competition. It must be the Tianjin Peak disciple who violated the rules and taught her swordsmanship. This is against the sect rules. According to the rules, Yunjin should be expelled from the sect immediately, and everyone in Tianjin Peak who taught swordsmanship should also be punished. As the chief disciple of the headmaster, Ruan Jun's cultivation level is similar to that of Yu Zhao, and they are both only one step away from the stage of becoming a god. Given the importance the headmaster attaches to him, it is not impossible for him to succeed him as headmaster in the future. Therefore, Yulin was very polite to Ruan Jun. He smiled slightly and said without hesitation, "Since it has been verified, let's deal with it like this." Yunjin expelled from the sect. Yu Zhao Si wanting Yusong 3 people per year, deduct 1 year's share of resources. Things went smoother than expected. Ruan Jun couldn't help but reveal a smile. Yi Danxia's eyes flashed and she began to make calculations. When Yunjin is expelled from the sect, he will become a lost dog. If he asked her to be his mate again, then she would probably not dare to refuse him again. But at that time the ring was still in her pocket. Yi Danxia was thinking about how to mention this matter again. Yunjin chuckled lightly and said, "Hall Master, you only listen to one side of the story and jump to conclusions. Is this the style of the law enforcement hall? If the law enforcement hall's punishments are so arbitrary, what else do you need to do? Why don't you just post the manuscript and it will be written on it? It reads, the law enforcement hall is in vain. Whatever Ruan Jun says is whatever it is." Yunjin looked disdainful. Ruan Jun's face looked a little ugly. "Yunjin, what do you mean?" Yunjin sneered, "Literally." Yu Zhao said even more calmly, "Palace Master, you is so trusting to one-sided words. If these words spread, everyone will definitely praise you for your wisdom, martial prowess, and piercing eyes." Yu Zhao spoke in a strange manner and Yulin's face turned green. He is not afraid of this new disciple Yunjin. But this Yu Zhao is a bit evil. The headmaster has clearly and secretly hinted that everyone should suppress Tianjin Peak. Logically speaking, anyone with some intelligence should know to stay away from the people in Tianjin Peak. But this one is even more brilliant. No matter how hard you suppress it. Among the lower-level disciples, he responded to every call and was extremely prestigious. If he talks nonsense outside, there will really be some trouble. Yulin had a cold face. "Since you are talking about one thing at a time, what do you have to say about this matter?" Just as Yunjin was about to speak, Ruan Junin looked at her quizzically. "That day at the martial arts arena, many people saw you using exquisite sword moves. I can randomly find some disciples from that day to testify. I advise you not to hug me. Take a chance." Yi Danxia also said softly, "Xiao Jin, if you are wrong, you are wrong. It doesn't matter. We are good sisters. If we can't be disciples, I will keep you by my side. It's just in name. I want to make you a servant." Yun Jinli didn't want to pay attention to this lunatic. She said calmly, "I have never denied that I know the secrets of swordsmanship." Yulin was speechless. Just admit it? So what was she struggling with before? Yulin asked coldly, which Huangjie secret book did you learn? The only thing that can be learned in just a few days is the Huang level secret book, and it is the lowest type of secret book. Yun Jin smiled. The sword technique I use is the lotus sword technique. Yulin frowned. Among the Huangjie swordsmanship, does this exist? Wrong. His pupils shrank suddenly. This is not Huang-level swordsmanship at all. The lotus sword technique is an intermediate Xian-level sword technique. Among the entire Tianqing sect's disciples, there are only that can learn this sword technique. A new disciple who has only been in school for 3 days says she has learned it? Yulin laughed immediately. He was about to taunt. Yun Jin casually took out a sword, waved it gently, and a lotus petal quietly appeared. Chapter 24 Exposed in Public. The sarcastic words Yulin was about to say suddenly got stuck in his throat. He looked at the lotus petal in disbelief. The sword gives birth to a lotus, which is a sign that the lotus sword technique has officially reached the first level. Did this Yun Jin really learn Xian-level intermediate swordsmanship? No, this is impossible. There must be something fishy in this. Ruan Jun thought the same thing, and he shouted loudly, Siwaning, did you do something in private? To create the illusion of inspiring lotus. Siwaning spread his hands, but there was nothing in them. Here, tell me how I did it. Ruan Jun didn't know, but it didn't stop him from believing it. Ruan Jun said coldly, a new disciple who has only been in school for 3 days has learned the Xian-level intermediate swordsmanship. Do you think I am a fool? Yun Jin suddenly sighed softly. Senior brother Ruan, in fact, for all your actions today, I don't resent you at all. Ruan Jun? In the past he would have thought that Yun Jin was trying to please him, but now he just felt that this woman was going to talk arrogantly again. Really? The next moment Yun Jin said with pity on his face, a sparrow knows the ambition of a swan, a summer insect cannot speak of ice, how can a fool know the limits of genius? Ruan Jun's face was ashen, but he had an inexplicable feeling in his heart that this was indeed the case. This Yun Jin. Why don't you speak well? Yun Jin squinted at him. Of course you said it yourself before, you are a fool, which shows that you still have some self-awareness. This is worthy of praise. I'll give you a little red flower. The tip of Yun Jin's sword trembled slightly, and the floating lotus flower actually arrived in front of Ruan Jun. Shame. What a shame. Ruan Jun waved his sleeves and the lotus flowers disappeared immediately. Yun Jin was not in a hurry. She chuckled, if you still want little red flowers next time, remember to tell me. Ruan Jun's face was livid and he looked directly at Yulin. Master Yu, there is definitely something fishy about this matter. To say the least, even if she really learned Xuanjie swordsmanship, it still violated the sect's rules, so she should expel from the sect immediately. Her actions just now confirmed the crime, didn't she? Yulin came to his senses and nodded immediately. That's true. Yun Jin, what else do you have to say? Yun Jin raised his eyebrows. Of course I have something to say. Second senior sister did not teach me the secret book. I can learn the lotus sword technique. I learned it naturally by watching second senior sister practice swordsmanship. Yulin? Ruan Jun? The two looked at each other and suddenly laughed together. Ruan Jun looked at Yun Jin with some relief. Such ridiculous words, you just talked nonsense in front of me before, but now you dare to talk nonsense like this in front of the hall master, you are guilty of an even greater crime. Fool, don't speak. Yun Jin said directly. Ruan Jun couldn't help but grit his teeth. Sooner or later he would kill Yun Jin. Must. Yu Zhao looked at it a little surprised. TSK. In the past he had always been firmly at the top of Ruan Jun's list of the most hated people. How long has it been? He has already been overtaken by his junior sister? This feeling suddenly felt quite lonely. Is it necessary to read the secret book for a mere Xian-level swordsmanship? Yun Jin continued to rant. Whether it is the way of spiritual power operation or other subtleties, if you read it a few times you will learn it naturally? What secret book is needed? This is simply arrogant beyond measure. Yulin couldn't stand hearing it anymore. This is ridiculous. Do you think I will believe it? It seems that you are at the same level as senior brother Ruan. Yoon Jin expressed regret. Yu Lin was furious. Does this mean he is also a fool? No matter how Yu Lin and Wan Jun feel, Yoon Jin is quite happy anyway, and this wave of emotions is worth recording, which is quite good. Yoon Jin smiled and said, "It's very simple to test that I don't have this ability. All you need to do is to find disciples from the sect to practice sword skills in front of me and see if I can learn them on the spot. Isn't it obvious at a glance? Don't you doubt that I used it? The means, then these disciples are all decided by you. In this case I can't use any means?" When Yoon Jin said this, Yu Lin couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This is also a method. Ruan Jun couldn't wait to say, "In that case I will go find someone myself." He didn't know what was going on with Yoon Jin. However, there is no way she could do such a ridiculous thing. This time, he was going to expose this woman in public. Then he kicked her out of the sect openly. Do you have any objections? Yu Lin glanced at Yoon Jin. Of course, even if Yoon Jin had an opinion, he wouldn't listen. Yoon Jin smiled and agreed, "Then I will follow senior brother Ruan's arrangements." Ruan Jun was in high spirits and looked at Yoon Jin with great disdain. This woman has sharp teeth and a sharp mouth, but unfortunately only that mouth is useful, and she has no IQ at all. Doesn't she know if she is faking it? He actually dared to comply. Then teach her a lesson. Ruan Jun went to find someone in person. Soon he found 5 disciples. The cultivation of these 5 disciples ranged from the foundation establishment stage to the nascent soul stage. They all majored in swordsmanship, but they only practiced Huan-level advanced swordsmanship. It's not that Ruan Jun doesn't want to find practitioners of Xuanjia swordsmanship. It's just that Yoon Jin has been able to disguise the lotus sword technique perfectly, and the pouring void sword technique is Yu Zhao's specialty. Just in case he has some way to help Yoon Jin cheat. Woolen cloth? In the entire Tianqing sect there are only 3 copies of Xuanjia swordsmanship, and the disciples who practice them are all extremely talented people, and he cannot just call them here at will. But Huangjia's advanced swordsmanship is enough to expose Yoon Jin's mask. On the martial arts field, Ruan Jun looked at Yoon Jin leisurely. You regret it now, but it's too late. He had just made a big show of looking for someone, and now many curious disciples had gathered around the martial arts arena. Some disciples happened to have watched the arena match, and suddenly they became even more curious. They also noticed that Yoon Jin seemed to have used some sword skills in the arena that day. But it was only for a moment, and the view was not clear. They weren't sure either. The result is today. Yoon Jin actually said in public that she used the lotus sword technique, and she wanted to challenge in public to learn the sword technique without secrets. Excuse me. Is this scientific? This is unscientific. As a result, more people gathered around. Yoon Jin chuckled. She jumped up to him on the high platform and pointed at a disciple at random. It's just you, come on. The disciple glanced at Ruan Jun. Ruan Jun nodded imperceptibly. Only then did the disciple come on stage. He immediately started practicing sword skills. Over again. The system has completed the scan. Langjia sword technique. Advanced Huang rank. Yoon Jin didn't bother to read the description and just let the system be simplified. She is now a master of emotional values, and she does not panic at all when using simplified times. Huang-level swordsmanship and Xian-level swordsmanship are indeed incomparable. Yoon Jin only simplified it twice and got satisfactory results. Watch it 3 times to get started. Already watched it once. Yoon Jin smiled and she began to display her sage in front of others again. That day I watched my senior sister practice swordplay, and I watched it a full 10 times before I started. In your words, just 3 times. Chapter 25. Bring the head. Watch it 3 times. Learn a yellow-level swordsmanship? The disciples laughed angrily. He started learning this swordsmanship when he was in the foundation building stage, and it took him 3 years of learning before he could barely get started. But in this regard he is already considered good among the foundation building disciples. Now a disciple who has just started said that she can learn a yellow-level swordsmanship after watching it 3 times. If she really learned how to do it, what would it mean for her to have suffered for 3 years? The disciple couldn't help but sneered, "Who doesn't know how to talk nonsense? If you can really learn it, I will cut off your head." Yun Jin? She couldn't help but glance at Wan Jun, feeling silently worried. Another one to be beheaded. If there are too many at this end, where should she put them? Yun Jin sighed. Originally I thought I could learn a low-level swordsmanship like yours by just watching it. However, your proficiency is too low. There are 5 levels of this swordsmanship in total, and you are only on the first level now. Right? Senior brother, you are too weak. If you let someone on the 3rd level or above practice this swordsmanship for you, you can really learn it in one go. Now it takes 3 times. What a waste of her time. The disciple was so angry at Yun Jin's disdainful eyes that he wanted to say something else. Yun Jin was already impatient. Hurry up. My time is much more precious than yours. The disciple gritted his teeth and practiced the swordsmanship twice more bitterly. Then he looked at Yun Jin coldly and mocked, "What, you learned it?" Yun Jin didn't say anything, she simply made a gesture. "This hand is actually very decent." The disciple's eyes couldn't help but change slightly. Did she really learn it after just watching it 3 times? No, this is impossible. There must be only form and no God. It's just that the sword moves are restored on the surface. Yun Jin used his sword skills at will. The disciple stared at her intently, trying to find any mistakes or omissions in the sword moves. But no. Nothing wrong at all. Not only the sword moves but also the operation method of this spiritual power has been completely learned. After finishing the sword practice, Yun Jin lightly pointed the tip of his sword and pointed a sword energy at the trees not far away. The trees swayed wildly and the leaves rustled down. Everyone took a closer look. The leaves that fell to the ground suddenly formed 3 words. Bring the head. Bring the head. Everyone subconsciously looked at the disciple. He seemed to have received a huge blow and he covered his chest with one hand. He looked at those 3 words, then his face turned red and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he fell backward and fainted from anger. Someone hurriedly came forward to check and saw that the spiritual energy in his body was chaotic and the muscles were disordered, so they hurriedly sent him for treatment. Yun Jin looked at the remaining 4 people calmly. "You 4 come together. I learned such a simple sword technique all at once." The 4 people looked at each other with ugly expressions on their faces. The experience of the first disciple was still vivid in their minds. No one thought that Yun Jin was not bragging. After watching it 3 times, she actually learned an advanced yellow-level swordsmanship. Such a terrifying talent. 4 words suddenly appeared in their minds. Natural sword body. Probably only the legendary natural sword body can do such terrible things. Does the Yun Jin in front of me really have such a peerless talent? Everyone couldn't help but feel a little panicked. Ruan Jun's face was also a little ugly. This Yun Jin was indeed beyond his imagination. But the more she shows her talent, the more they want to get rid of her. Elder brother. Yi Dansha pulled Wan Jun's arm timidly and said, "Xiao Jin is really amazing. I don't seem to be able to compare with her." She also saw that Yun Jin's talent seemed a bit scary. What should she do if her senior brother doesn't help her anymore? Ruan Jun's heart trembled slightly when he saw Yi Dansha like this, and a feeling of pity arose spontaneously. I still don't know how she takes advantage of her. Deep in his heart, Ruan Jun had murderous intentions. He would never let this woman overwhelm his junior sister. This time I must drive her out of the Tianqing sect. When she has no backing, I will secretly hunt her down and eradicate her roots. Think of this. Ruan Jun sent a message to the 4 people, "Promise her. The 4 of you practiced together. During the practice you deliberately practiced 1 or 2 wrong moves. I wonder how she can learn it." Yes, they can practice wrong intentionally. This shouldn't be too obvious, but they can make some mistakes in the details. Can Yun Jin restore the correct sword technique after seeing the wrong sword technique? There is nothing so outrageous. This time they won. With the strategy in mind, one of the disciples took a step forward and said, "Since you asked for it yourself, don't say that the four of us are bullying you." Yunjin raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "Then if I succeed again this time, will you cut off my head?" Those disciples. Someone shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. You must pay attention carefully. We will only practice 3 times this time." These few people were afraid that Yunjin would say something earth-shattering again, so they immediately started practicing sword skills. The 4 sword techniques started at the same time. The 4 sword lights intertwined and interfered with each other. Yunjin was not nervous at all. She slowly sat down cross-legged and then took out another bag of melon seeds. It is worth mentioning that this bag of melon seeds are spiritual melon seeds given by the senior brother. They taste better than the mortal ones and contain a small amount of spiritual power. Anyway, Yunjin likes it very much. She thought for a while, then placed a teapot in front of her and drank slowly. The main reason is that the melon seeds are too dry, so I can't do it without tea to moisten my throat. Everyone can understand this. This way. The sword light flashes across the sky. There. Click, click, click. At the beginning, the whole audience was still watching the disciples practice their swordsmanship, but in the end their eyes couldn't help but cast their eyes on Yunjin. I heard that this weirdo was eating melon seeds during the entrance test. Now she's on drugs again? Are these melon seeds so delicious? Yu Zhao and Si Wanning lowered their heads silently. They have all been hit by Yunjin in this way, so it stands to reason that they are used to it. But at this moment they still hoped to pretend that they didn't know Yunjin. The few disciples finished the first drill out of breath, and when they saw Yunjin they had already eaten a bunch of melon seeds. Several people's faces turned ugly for a while. Yunjin also raised his eyebrows. The system has completed testing. 4 yellow-level advanced swordsmanships were detected and a total of 9 errors were found. Are they complete? There are 9 errors and omissions. Yunjin put down the melon seeds and showed a meaningful expression. Complete, she said secretly. Use 3 opportunities to simplify and make up for all the mistakes. The next moment the 9 errors and omissions were listed one by one by the system. Senior brothers, have you really mastered this swordsmanship? Yunjin said calmly, with such a simple swordsmanship, how could the 4 of you make 9 mistakes together? If I were you, I would never do it again. I'm practicing swordsmanship, I really can't afford to be embarrassed. Yunjin looked disdainful. The expressions of those people changed instantly. They had done it very covertly, but Yunjin saw through it at a glance. She even gave a specific number of times? Although I don't know if she was just talking nonsense this time, her confident look is really unsettling. I'm afraid this woman is some sort of monster. Shocked but impossible to admit. Someone squeaked and said, "You're talking nonsense. There's nothing wrong with the swordsmanship we practiced. Don't deliberately frame people because you can't learn it." Yunjin smiled, "Really? It's probably because your skills are really bad. You can't even practice the Huang-level swordsmanship well." Without waiting for these people to argue, Yunjin pointed to the first person on the left. "You at 10 breaths, why did your spiritual power suddenly stagnate for a moment? At 50 breaths, are you sure that the sword move is going in that way?" The disciple was confused. He did these 2 things in total. She could actually tell Yunjin when she saw it for the first time? And she pointed it out to him in front of so many people. He subconsciously looked at Ruanjun. Chapter 26. Integrate here. Ruanjun's face was a little ugly and he was expressionless without giving any response. Idiot. What does it mean to look at him at this time? Is it implied that he meant the messenger? Seeing that Ruanjun didn't respond, the disciple also reacted. He said with a pale face, "You are talking nonsense." Yunjin didn't want to pay attention to him at all. She pointed her finger at the second person, "And you are the stupidest. You have practiced 3 wrong things by yourself. Let me ask you, starting from the 10th breath, what's going on with the 2 consecutive moves? There's also 50 breaths." Yunjin still pointed out concisely. After. She pointed at them one by one and she found out the 9 mistakes one by one. The faces of the disciples turned paler one by one, but no one dared to admit it. But their expressions were so ugly that the disciples below started talking about them. Are these people really doing anything? Moreover, Yunjin's speech was well-founded and not like nonsense. Ruanjun said in a deep voice, "Yunjin, just tell me if you can learn it. Are you trying to make excuses by saying these things? You said they practiced wrong, so they practiced wrong?" Ruanjun spoke and the four people also spoke one after another, the main one refusing to admit it. Yunjin raised his eyebrows and was about to say something. Yu Zhao smiled and he directly took out a photostone. "Ruanjun, against a despicable villain like you, do you think I will be unprepared? I have recorded the entire incident. If you are convinced, then take out the shadow stone and let the elders of the sect identify it to see if it is my junior sister's nonsense." Yunjin blinked his eyes happy. She can solve this matter herself. But it feels so good to have a powerful senior brother. Ruanjun looked at the shadow stone and his face became even more livid. The four people were even sweating. Yu Zhao directly put the photostone on the stage. "There are 2 more times. Now you can continue the practice." Although the shadow stone was small, it seemed like there was a sword hanging over the heads of these 4 people that could fall at any time. They didn't dare to mess up anymore, so they could only practice it twice more in the correct way. Yunjin also finished eating a small bag of melon seeds leisurely. "It's your turn." Ruanjun looked at Yunjin intently. "Even if you can't practice wrong intentionally, so what? I watched 4 sword techniques at the same time and only watched it 3 times. Can she learn them all?" Ruanjun never believed it. Yunjin clapped his hands and stood up slowly. "The violent wind sword technique." Yunjin said calmly, "When the wind blows, the sword comes." "Thunder sword technique." The sword technique suddenly changes as fast as thunder. "The lost sword technique." The swordsmanship is weird and appears from all kinds of unexpected places. 3 sets of sword techniques in a row. A thin layer of sweat appeared on Yunjin's forehead. She looked at the 4th person. "The last one is Shushing sword technique." The sword light scattered like stars. 4 sword techniques. 4 methods. 4 styles. Yunjin actually mastered it perfectly. The last bit of sword light fell and Yunjin's sword point pointed directly at Ruanjun. "Where is your head?" The whole place was quiet. Ruanjun's face was extremely ugly. Yu Zhao looked at his little junior sister and marveled. The little junior sister must have been born with a sword. However, generally a natural sword body will be accompanied by otherworldly spiritual root qualifications. Junior sister is just 5 spiritual roots. I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble in the middle. Yu Zhao's eyes were slightly worried, but they quickly turned into determination. Master Linya and head coach Zhao Wuji once competed together for the position of head coach. Later, due to some reasons, Master voluntarily withdrew from the competition and Zhao Wuji was able to take the position. After that, the head teacher regarded the master as a thorn in his side. But his master's cultivation level was still far superior to his own and he had always been unable to do anything against his master. Until that time when the master was performing a mission for the sect, he was seriously injured and returned home. His strength has continued to decline over the years. Zhao Wuji finally found an opportunity and kept suppressing his master. If it weren't for the fact that the reason why the master was injured was because of the sect and because of Zhao Wuji's reputation, he couldn't kill him, the master would probably have died. But over the years, Zhao Wuji had done countless things against Tianjin Peak, both openly and secretly. In addition to Linya, Yu Zhao claims that he is like his elder brother and his father, and he has also made a lot of efforts. But it still couldn't change the situation where the people of Tianjin Peak left the tea and the disciples left one after another. Fortunately, their 3 true disciples all firmly stayed. Now there is another junior sister. Yu Zhao only had one idea. Just because his junior sister is willing to choose them, he must protect her to the death. This is his due responsibility as a senior brother. Nowadays, the little junior sister's talent is so amazing. As long as her spiritual power can keep up coupled with this natural sword body, it may be an opportunity for their sect to rise. He will have to make more money in the future. If his progress is too slow by cultivating spiritual power alone, he will have to pile up the elixirs for his junior sister. Yu Zhao was thinking about what would happen next while Ruan Jun looked at the sword pointed at him, his eyes slightly cold. He sneered and a burst of spiritual power suddenly shot out from his fingertips heading straight for Yun Jin. This move was a snap and the attack was very fierce. In addition, he was already in the nascent soul stage while Yun Jin was only in the chi training stage. Once it hit, Yun Jin would definitely die. Ruan Jun thought very clearly. No matter how severe the punishment will be in the future, the hidden danger of Yunjin must be eliminated. What's more, with Master here, he will definitely be able to protect himself. Yi Danxia's eyes suddenly lit up. If Yun Jin is dead, that would be the best. That ring can only be hers. However, the spiritual energy failed to attack Yun Jin. Yu Zhao held a long sword and stood in front of him expressionlessly. Subsequently, Si Wanning and Yu Songnian flew up, one to the left and the other to the right. The three people from Tianjian Peak all stood in front of Yun Jin. Yun Jin looked at the backs of his brothers and sisters and pursed his lips. When she is reborn this time, she can actually stay away from the heroine and develop in other sects. However, she chose to stay here. Original. Her idea was to get up from where she fell. By the way, she also wanted to repay Lin Ya's kindness to her in her previous life and wanted to change the fate of Tianjian Peak. Of course, the female protagonist and the male protagonist also make it easier for her to gain emotional value. Until now. Looking at Yu Zhao and others blocking the front, she really felt like she was completely integrated. She is not just for repayment, not just for revenge. She just simply likes it here. Ruan Jun. Yu Zhao said coldly, "Do you know what the crime is for attacking a true disciple of the sect without permission? The sect's rules stipulate that killing fellow disciples is a capital crime." Si Wanning said. "Damn it." Yu Songnian said succinctly. "Master Yu. You saw the whole process right here, what do you have to say?" Yu Zhao looked at Yu Lin, the tip of his sword gleaming coldly. "They are already tolerant enough. But if you are bullied to this point, you still have to be patient. After that, I really couldn't hold my head up at all." Yu Lin's expression couldn't help but change again and again. He is the direct descendant of the headmaster and Ruan Jun is the headmaster's favored successor. He really didn't dare to punish Ruan Jun. But Ruan Jun took action against Yun Jin and so many disciples watched helplessly. If you don't care about anything, the sect's laws and regulations are really gone. Although Zhao Wuji is the head teacher, there is still an elder above him. If things go too far and the elders are forced to come forward, it will not be easy to solve. Yun Jin is disrespectful to me. I just wanted to punish her a little, but I never thought about killing her. Yu Zhao, are you making a fuss out of a molehill? Ruan Jun looked gloomy. Chapter 27 gives you a chance to make a new choice. Yi Danxia observed the words and couldn't help but said, "Yun Jin, we have just entered the sect. Are you going to make a big fuss in the sect? This matter is because you were disrespectful to senior brother Ruan. You should apologize." Yi Danxia said it confidently. Before Yun Jin could say anything, Si Wanning sneered, "What nonsense are you talking about? The Shadow Stone is still there. Whether Ruan Jun wants to kill him or not, it's better to let the elders of the sect judge it." "I don't believe it. There is really no law in this sect. You are just a piece of shit, but you think you are gold when you fall into it. Second junior sister. Don't use bad words." Yu Zhao glanced at Si Wanning, "Lower our level. Next time we can take action, we will do it directly." Afterwards, Yu Zhao looked directly at Ruan Jun. "Bullying my little junior sister is not a skill. If you think you are very powerful, come and put on a martial arts field and let the two of us practice." In front of so many people, Yu Zhao directly launched a declaration of war. Countless eyes were turned to Ruan Jun. Ruan Jun felt a little numb. In fact, he had always been suppressed by Yu Zhao. He had no chance of winning against Yu Zhao. "Sign a life and death certificate with me. This competition will be life or death." Yu Zhao sneered, "Either you die or I live." Ruan Jun. Why isn't he the one who dies? If you dare to accept it, I will no longer pursue the matter of what you did to my little junior sister. If you don't dare, then invite all the elders to gather together and review this matter. Yu Zhao said coldly. He only gave Ruan Jun two ways. Or be killed by him in the ring with his own hands. Or he will be executed according to the sect's rules. He can choose for himself. Ruan Jun's face was ugly and he said angrily, Yu Zhao, don't go too far. Just tell me whether you dare to fight. Yu Zhao said. Ruan Jun's expression changed, but he didn't dare to respond. If the sect comes to interrogate him, he will definitely not die as long as the master is here. If he signs a life and death certificate, he will really be beaten to death by Yu Zhao. Coward. Yu Zhao raised his eyebrows disdainfully. The disciples in the audience also talked a lot. In the past there were still some disagreements about who was stronger, Yu Zhao or Ruan Jun. After today I'm afraid there will be no differences. Ruan Jun didn't even dare to accept Yu Zhao's letter of challenge. It was obvious who was stronger. Ruan Jun also felt that everyone looked at him differently. He gritted his teeth but still did not dare to respond. Yi Danxiao looked at Ruan Jun and couldn't help but be a little disappointed with him. She thought how powerful this senior brother was, but in the end she was forced to do this and she didn't dare to challenge him. It seems that she has to make other plans. It seems that you don't dare anymore. Yu Zhao looked at Yu Lin. Master, you please summon the elders and let's try it together. Yu Lin gritted his teeth, feeling secretly resentful. A mere disciple of Yue Zhao dared to force himself like this. But as the head of the law enforcement hall, he should theoretically be completely neutral. If this matter cannot be handled properly, it may affect the prestige of the headmaster. Yu Lin opened his mouth and was about to say something. It's quite lively here. I've only been busy for a few days, but you're going to make a big splash? This sound. Yu Lin looked happy and quickly stepped aside respectfully. Ruan Jun also breathed a long sigh of relief. Previously, when he saw something was wrong, he immediately informed Zhao Wuji of the situation through the talisman. Now master has arrived. Ruan Jun is confident that as long as his master is here, nothing will happen to him. Zhao Wuji walked slowly with a majestic look on his face. He stepped forward, his eyes bypassed Yu Zhao and the others and landed on Yunjin. According to Ruan Jun, this Yunjin might actually have a natural sword body. He was mistaken at that time. Zhao Wuji narrowed his eyes and said calmly, Is it Yunjin? I will give you a chance now to make a new choice. I think your talent is acceptable, so you can become my disciple and become my true disciple. Disciple. When Zhao Wuji came up, he didn't want to raise an army to investigate but wanted to take Yunjin into his sect. This time, Yu Zhao, who had been vigilant all the time, was stunned for a moment. He pursed his lips. No matter from any point of view, becoming a disciple of the headmaster is a better choice than Tianjin Peak. Several of them were also recruited by the head coach. But they were unwilling to leave, so they became a thorn in the headmaster's side. Junior's sister is different from them. She has not received much favor from her master, so if she chooses to leave Yu Zhaoxiang, he will not stop her. However, if you want him to bless, I'm afraid he is not that generous. Yu Zhao put away his sword in silence. He was actually not sure at all that Yunjin would choose to stay. As long as you are a normal person, you should choose to follow the leader. Looking at Yu Zhao's movements, a faint smile appeared on the corners of the headmaster's lips. This person is quite sensible. Zhao Wuji was in a good mood for a while. He looked at Yunjin and said, this time, although your senior brother Ruan didn't mean it, his behavior was indeed a little reckless. You joined my sect as compensation for you. In the future, you and Ruan Zhendangxia, even if you are from the same school and you work hard for each other, today's feud will become a good story in the future, don't you think? Zhao Wuji said this with a calm look on his face that showed he was in control of everything. He gave such a great gift and he didn't believe Yunjin would refuse it. Linya thought he could turn over with this little disciple? He wants to let him know what it means to beat a chicken with a flying egg. Master wants to accept the Yun brocade? Ruan Jun's expression changed and he felt a little uncomfortable. However, he acted impulsively today and left a clue so he could only take advantage of Yunjin. When she really gets started, I will have plenty of ways to deal with her. Yi Danxia is the most unacceptable one. She gritted her teeth. Yunjin. How does she deserve it? She is just a five-spirited person, but she is actually on an equal footing with him? However, this is Zhao Wuji's decision. As a new disciple, she obviously has no right to speak. Yi Danxia could only remain silent. Okay, kowtow 3 times to me. Zhao Wuji looked at Yunjin from a high position. It never occurred to him that he might be rejected. On one side is a useless master and on the other side is the sect leader. She will know how to choose. Even Yu Zhao and the others had given up and just stood aside in silence. They can't stop Yunjin from running towards a better future instead of forcing her to stay in their ship that can sink at any time. Yunjin looked at Zhao Wuji and smiled slightly. I want you to be my teacher? Zhao Wuji raised his eyebrows. Yes. No need. Yunjin said lazily, I have lived a good life at Tianjin Peak. I have never thought about leaving in my entire life. Even if I have to leave, I will take my master's senior brothers and sisters with them to establish a new mountain gate together. Yu Zhao and the others couldn't help but look at Yunjin in surprise. Junior sister, she actually refused? Zhao Wuji's face looked a little ugly. Are you rejecting me? Yunjin frowned. Is there a sect rule that says you can't refuse? A trace of extreme anger suddenly appeared in Zhao Wuji's eyes. He sneered. If you don't eat after being toasted, you will be punished by drinking wine, right? Very good. Then try this fine wine to see if she can handle it. Zhao Wuji didn't hesitate and suddenly released his spiritual pressure on Yunjin. The expressions of Yu Zhao and others suddenly changed. Fine beads of sweat instantly appeared on Yunjin's forehead. Chapter 28. It's too miserable. Zhao Wuji was already in the middle stage of fusion and could be considered a master, while Yunjin was only in the Qi training stage. This time Zhao Wuji made up his mind to teach Yunjin a lesson. It wouldn't be a big deal if he took her life. It would damage his reputation as the head teacher. But it's okay to let her suffer some hardships and let her become honest from now on. The pressure used by Zhao Wuji was probably beyond Yunjin's endurance. He looked at Yunjin, waiting to see her writhing on the ground in pain. Headmaster. Yu Zhao said angrily, what mistake did my little junior sister make to deserve such cruel treatment from you? It's her fault for being disrespectful to me. Zhao Wuji said coldly. Disrespectful? How can you be disrespectful? Junior sister just doesn't want to leave Tianjin Peak. Is this wrong? Yu Zhao was furious. The matters here were beyond the scope of what he could solve, and he had secretly informed his master. Now he can only hope that Linya can come soon. At the same time, Yu Zhao felt deeply unwilling in his heart. Too weak. He is indeed still too weak. That's why he made his junior sister feel so wronged in front of him. Zhao Wuji said expressionlessly, I am not an unreasonable person. Yunjin, please apologize. If you apologize and disrespect me, I will not care about you anymore. Zhao Wuji slowly increased the pressure. Today he must make Yunjin surrender. How can I bear it when a new disciple is riding on top of me? Yunjin's head was covered with sweat, but a smile appeared on the corners of his lips. Interesting. Really interesting. She has experienced endless worlds, and that huge power cannot be brought to this body, but the terrifying strength of her soul has followed. Zhao Wuji's pressure fell, although she was in pain, but the hidden soul energy was activated bit by bit. The more terrifying the pressure, the more soul energy is activated. Yunjin dared to say that even if Zhao Wuji used all his strength, she could still hold on. In fact, this is of some benefit to her. The strength of her soul energy determines the height she can currently reach. Just now, with Zhao Wuji's pressure, her soul strength reached the foundation building stage. This means, from the Qi training stage to the foundation building stage, she no longer has any bottlenecks. She only needs to accumulate spiritual power to break through easily. We have to wait for the soul energy to gradually become stronger, but it is not that fast yet. Yun Jin was dripping with sweat and looked at Zhao Wuji calmly. The disciples can't understand the words of the master. Could it be said that as soon as the master speaks I will change the family with gratitude? Wouldn't the disciple become a character who was unjust and unworthy of profit? A despicable villain? Or do you mean that the headmaster likes to accept such disciples? As he said that, Yun Jin glanced at Yi Danxia and Ruan Jun deliberately, and everyone could see the meaning in his eyes. Everyone was confused. This is the case now. What is this Yunjin doing? Are you provoking the headmaster? Zhao Wuji's face suddenly turned ugly. He looked at Yun Jin coldly and added a little more strength. Okay, I want to see how long you can be sharp-tongued. Junior sister. Yue Zhao and the others watched anxiously, but there was no way they could do anything. Sweat became more intense on Yun Jin's forehead. According to Zhao Wuji's speculation, this has exceeded the limit that Yun Jin can bear. Under the pressure, a bright smile appeared on Yun Jin's lips. She spoke, her voice even louder. Everyone watch carefully. This is the headmaster of our Tianqing sect. In order to protect his disciples, he actually dealt with such a harsh hand on a new disciple of mine. Today is my Tianjian peak, so why can't it be you tomorrow? On stage. Yun Jin's hair was fluttering slightly. She must have reached her limit, but her back was so straight with no intention of giving in. Several people from Tianjian Peak stood beside her looking worried but full of despair. They couldn't protect their little junior sister. In front of Zhao Wuji they were just lambs to be slaughtered. Originally everyone in the sect knew that the people in Tianjian Peak were miserable, but this time it was the first time they saw it so intuitively. While Yun Jin has only been passively fighting back and trying hard to prove his innocence, the headmaster still attacked Yun Jin indiscriminately. What Yun Jin said is true. Today the headmaster is targeting Tianjian Peak, but tomorrow he will target them instead? Several other peak masters were watching from the distant peaks. Are you allowing the master to be like this, about this matter? Fang Mingyue, the leader of Mingyue Peak, wanted to talk nonsense, but she swallowed those two words. Several peak masters were silent. Why the master no longer has the power to punish a disciple? Lin Yi didn't come forward, so why are you so anxious? Long Yi, the leader of Bat Ian Peak, disagreed. This Long Yi is Zhao Wuji's biggest fan, and no one is surprised that he would say this. The other peak masters pursed their lips, not knowing what to say for a moment. In terms of cultivation alone, they were only a small level behind Zhao Wuji and had nothing to fear from him. However, behind Zhao Wuji is Qingxiao Pavilion, one of the 4 holy places. Zhao Wuji's father is already a strong man in the tribulation period and also occupies a high position in Qingxiao Pavilion. This was the reason why they did not dare to openly oppose Zhao Wuji. But privately, they, the peak masters, may not all be able to see past what Zhao Wuji did to Tianjian Peak. Some of them must have given some help secretly, otherwise the few people at Tianjian Peak alone would not have been able to support them for so long. But at this moment, do you want to stand up and speak for Tianjian Feng? They hesitated. The road to immortality is long. Do you really want to offend Zhao Wuji or even Qingxiao Pavilion for the sake of Tianjian Peak? Headmaster. Yun Jin looked at Zhao Wuji. Yun Jin made no mistakes today, and I will never admit my mistakes. Zhao Wuji's face turned even colder. Yun Jin was so stubborn that he was in a dilemma. If she doesn't admit her mistake, she will lose face. If I increase my spiritual pressure anymore, I'm afraid I'll actually kill someone. Junior is quite tough. Zhao Wuji was furious, gritted his teeth, and once again increased his energy. This time it was already the spiritual pressure of the late stage of foundation building. He had to make Yun Jin beg for mercy. The pressure suddenly increased, but Yun Jin was very happy. Come, continue to maintain this pressure and her soul realm will continue to improve rapidly. This headmaster is still a good person. He came to her door to give her a clue and also helped her improve her soul ability. Where can you find such a big grievance? Yun Jin's face looked like she was looking forward to death. There were tears in her eyes, but her voice was still so loud. Kill if you want. I am a person of Tianjian Peak in life and a ghost of Tianjian Peak in death. Little junior sister. Beside them were the miserable calls of Yu Zhao and others. Jianfeng was so miserable today. Everyone couldn't stand it anymore. Even the expressions of the peak masters watching from a distance changed slightly. Just when one of them couldn't help but speak out. An angry voice sounded. Zhao Wuji. What did you do to my disciple? Linya came in a hurry with an old man. When Zhao Wuji saw the old man, his mind moved slightly and he subconsciously withdrew his pressure. Ha! Is this gone? It seems that this time the wool harvesting is over. Yun Jin felt pity while trying hard to brew up a mouthful of blood and spit it out suddenly. Yun Jin. Linya's expression changed suddenly and he was at Yun Jin's side in an instant, supporting her. Yun Jin's face was pale and pitiful. Master, headmaster, he forced me to become his teacher. If I didn't want to, he would. Yun Jin said and forced out 2 more mouthfuls of blood, looking extremely miserable. Linya's expression was a bit strange. How to say? He had just anxiously explored the situation inside Yun Jin's body. There was nothing wrong with her at all. It couldn't be better. Master, let me be your disciple in the next life. Yun Jin spit out another mouthful of blood. Linya suddenly came to his senses. He hugged Yun Jin and cried, "My poor Xiao Jin, you are so miserable. It's all your fault. Master is useless. The sex mission at that time was so dangerous. I shouldn't be a master," volunteered. "Although the mission was successful, I am now a useless person who can't even protect my own disciples. I shouldn't risk my life for the sake of my sect. Dear friends, we will put it on the shelves today. This month we should update it once for the time being. Starting next month there will be 2 updates a day guaranteed. I hope you can support me a lot." Chapter 29, Excellent Acting Skills. As Linya spoke, he felt sad and began to cry more sincerely. Yu Zhao and the others didn't know the situation. They just thought that Yun Jin was really seriously injured and they all looked sad for a moment. Yu Zhao tried his best to hold back tears, but his eyes were red. Si Wanning couldn't control herself and started wiping tears. Even Yu Songnian exuded an aura of despair. Yun Jin was stunned when he saw this situation. What's going on? She just made a small start. Why did the master's senior brothers and sisters start to act? In such a comparison, she looks a bit weak. How does this work? Yun Jin became more competitive. She held Linya's sleeves tightly with a miserable look on her face. "Master, it's all the disciples' fault. Although Master, your cultivation level has declined greatly because of the sect, but what's wrong with this? What's the use? In the world of immortality, the strong are respected. Now the Master wants to attack his disciples. What can you do? Just leave me alone and let the disciples die here." Yun Jin struggled to get up. "Master, the disciple is at fault. This disciple will be killed here. Please, Master, let my master and senior brothers and sisters go." Yun Jin made a strong move and was about to hit the floor. Linya couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. This disciple of his was performing beyond the ordinary. He immediately grabbed Yun Jin with a sad expression on his face. "You are my disciple. Naturally, I am responsible for you. If the master wants to kill me first. I am already a useless person. No, just kill me first. It's better to kill me first." Yu Zhao and others also stood over. Looking at this miserable scene, some people in the audience began to wipe their tears. Zhao Wuji. Did he just hit him so hard? Could it be that Yun Jin pretended to be able to bear it before, but in fact he had reached his limit? Zhao Wuji was doubting himself. The old man who came with Linya gave him a dissatisfied look. "Wuji, he is just a new disciple. As the head teacher, you actually took action yourself. Isn't it a bit shameful?" Zhao Wuji's expression changed slightly and he said, "Senior Jian, that new disciple made rude remarks. I just taught him a lesson. If not, in the future any disciple will be able to say arrogant words to me, the master." This old man's name is Jian Lao. He didn't care about anything and had been concentrating on studying swordsmanship. In terms of strength, he still surpassed him as the master. More importantly, although this old swordsman was born in the Tianqing sect, he was later elected to the Kunlun sword sect and practiced the most orthodox swordsmanship secrets. Not to mention that he is in the late stage of integration and his cultivation level is higher than his own. Even if he is in the same realm as himself, his sharp swordsmanship is far from what he can match. Zhao Wuji has a father who lives in the Holy Land, so he naturally knows how terrifying the Holy Land is. He was able to secure his position as the leader because of his father. Therefore, even several of the sect's supreme elders were somewhat afraid of him and would not refute his reputation. But this old swordsman also came from the Holy Land, so he didn't have to be afraid of himself. "What are you talking about?" Siwaning said with a look of grief and anger. "It was the headmaster who saw that my little junior sister was so talented and wanted to take her into his sect by force. My little junior sister didn't want to, so she was so vicious. Now she is still here. I don't know if we can survive this. If the Tianqing sect no longer has a place for us to live in Tianjin Peak, just say something and we will follow the master immediately." So many disciples saw the whole thing with their own eyes and heard it with their own ears. "Although you, the headmaster, are always majestic in the sect and whatever you say is what you say. Today, even if everyone dare not say it openly in private, you can block this, you everyone?" Yu Zhao said angrily. "Presumptuous." Zhao Wuji said sternly, "To speak so rudely to me, is this what your master taught you?" Linya supported Yun Jin with a miserable look on his face. "Master, you don't need to say more. You resented me for competing with you for the position of master, so you punched me to death. I just ask you to let go of these disciples like me. No, this is all my fault. If you want to beat me to death." Yun Jin grabbed Linya. "I am senior brother, I should come first. Headmaster, please take action." Yu Zhao looked at death with a look on his face. "Senior brother, didn't you say that ladies are given priority?" Siwaning said firmly, "Kill me first." Yu Songyan didn't speak, just stood over. Zhao Wuji. Here we go again? It's never over. He really wants to kill these people. Zhao Wuji. The old man glanced at him with a rather disdainful expression. "As the leader of a sect, several supreme elders delegated power to you and asked you to manage the entire sect. As a result, this is how you managed it. Linya was injured because of the sect, so you just didn't take care of him, but you did this to add insult to injury. How can you convince everyone? Others are afraid of him." Zhao Wuji. "He is not afraid. In terms of combat effectiveness, the sword cultivator ranks first in the world. Even if the Qingshao Pavilion gave him 10 courages, would he dare to start a war with the Kunlun sword sect?" The old man cursed and Zhao Wuji's face became a little uneasy. He said directly, "Mr. Yijian, these words are serious. I have always been fair and just, and what happened today was just an accident. If I really want to attack a new disciple, how can she wait for Master Jian to arrive? I heard that this woman named Yun Jin secretly learned the secrets of the sect and was so arrogant that she ignored her elders. Such a disciple is not suitable for our Tianqing sect. Why are you secretly learning the secrets of the sect?" Siwaning couldn't help but said, "My little junior sister's swordsmanship was all learned by herself and we never taught her a single bit. Just now senior brother Wan didn't believe it and had already found someone to verify it. After studying these advanced swordsmanship for a few times, junior sister can learn it completely. These people were all recruited by senior brother Wan. Could it be that these senior brothers also taught me in secret?" Siwaning said it clearly. Zhao Wuji's expression suddenly changed. "Not good." As expected, Jian Lao showed a very interested expression. "Did you really learn the Huan level advanced swordsmanship 3 times? Yun Jin vomited another mouthful of blood before saying, "Barely enough." Jian Lao was a little excited. If so, he was afraid that he had really met a sword-practicing wizard. If this generation's natural sword body was found by him. He is an old swordsman, but he is about to reach the sky in one step. Mr. Jian, don't listen to the nonsense of these juniors. It's possible that they used some shady means, so. Zhao Wuji wanted to speak. The sword master ignored him. He took out a yellowed book and threw it directly to Yun Jin. "I got the swordsmanship by chance. The swordsmanship is very partial and the level of the swordsmanship is not high. It is also a high level, a yellow level swordsmanship. If there is no secret book, you have to read it 3 times to learn it. If there is a secret book, I will give you a stick of incense and you can learn it? Zhao Wuji's expression changed even more. He was afraid of Yun Jin's talent in swordsmanship, so he wanted to take her under his wing. Now that Mr. Jian is here, if this Yun Jin really has talent for swordsmanship, he is afraid that he will be registered in the Kunlun sword sect immediately. If she really had the legendary natural sword body, it would be even more terrifying. The successive masters of Kunlun sword sect must be born with sword bodies. If this Yun Jin has such a physique, he can even compete for the position of the leader of the Kunlun sword sect. Zhao Wuji couldn't help but look at Yun Jin. It is impossible for a mere 5 spiritual roots to be born with a sword body, absolutely impossible. Chapter 30, being a conspicuous bag again. Jian Lao. It's easy to learn the secret book, but... Yun Jin said as he vomited several mouthfuls of blood in pain. Lao Jian, my disciple's body may not be able to hold on. Linya reacted and immediately shouted sadly. It's okay. Disciple, it's okay, disciple. Yun Jin struggled to grab the secret book. However, as soon as she moved, there were several more mouthfuls of blood, which was extremely miserable. Jian Lao was furious when he saw it, and he couldn't help but glare at Zhao Wuji. If such a good seedling was really ruined by Zhao Wuji, he would definitely talk to Zhao Wuji. My disciple's meridians have been damaged. If he has 10 yuan pills, he should be able to recover. Linya said. When Jian Lao heard this, he also glanced at Zhao Wuji. Master Zhao, you should still have the 10 yuan pills. Zhao Wuji's face was ugly and he said coldly, what kind of injury is worth 10 yuan pills? Master, forget it if the master doesn't give it. Yun Jin said with a bitter look on his face, sir, this is my life. Even if everyone sees that the master has ruined my future, who makes him the master? The most we can do is talk in private, and we dare not say anything publicly. Zhao Wuji. This Yunjin is basically trying to support the fire. But this time he did not handle the matter properly, and this junior took advantage of it. If the entanglement continues, it will affect his reputation. And Zhao Wuji suddenly realized that Yun Jin was pestering him and refused to read the secret book. Is this impossible? No, she doesn't dare. She may have used some means before to create a reputation as a genius. She has to study now, but she is afraid of showing her cowardice, so she is looking for excuses to delay. That must be the case. He. 10 yuan Dan, right? He gave it. He wanted to see what other excuses Yun Jin could come up with. When Jian Lao finds out that she is just a fake genius, he will not let him make her round and flat. Perhaps I have been careful just now. A cold smile appeared on Zhao Wuji's lips. The Yuan Huan Dan is not precious, but even if it is used in the foundation building period, it is more than enough. Although you are still just during the Qi training period, it is reasonable to say that you don't need the Yuan Dan yet, but since you have spoken and I am the one with the highest priority, I will give you these 10 Yuan Dan. Zhao Wuji threw a porcelain bottle directly over. Yi Danxiao looked jealous. Return Yuan Dan. She still owes Chen Hao a Yuan Dan. It would be nice to give this to her. Linya pretended not to hear Zhao Wuji's strange aura. He took the porcelain bottle and quickly took out one. He winked at Yun Jin and said, apprentice, the master has helped you refine this elixir. Yun Jin responded and she scanned the Yuan Dan. This time just scanning will take 3 simplification opportunities. Yun Jin used it directly. Huan Yuan Dan, a second-grade elixir. It can repair the meridians and reshape the dantian. It has a great effect on practitioners at the foundation establishment stage and below. It is almost ineffective for practitioners above the foundation establishment stage. The prescription is as follows: 3 liang of fiery grass, 2 liang of Lanji Chao 2. The most important thing in refining this elixir is the heat. You need to put in the fire grass when you start and then put in the ice marrow immediately. After using the simplification opportunity, the system actually directly scanned the elixir recipe and refining steps. More importantly, behind the elixir recipe and refining steps there is actually a simplified button. That is to say, the elixir recipe and refining steps can be further simplified. As long as it is simplified a few more times, the elixir recipe will be more optimized and the difficulty of refining will plummet. It just so happened that he started with the Yuan pill to prepare for refining the heaven building pill for Linya later. After all, this Yuan Dan is only a second-grade elixir and can only be used during the foundation building stage. As for the heaven building pill, it is a 7th-grade elixir. It is a repairing holy medicine that can have a great effect on the integration stage. The difficulty of the two is not the same. Even if Yunjin had the system in hand, time was still very tight to refine the heaven building pill within 3 months. This Yuan Dan entered the body and with Linya's help Yunjin crossed her legs to absorb it. Then she found out. This also means that Yuan Dan has a dual effect on her. First, the system determined that the Yuan returning pill was a food containing spiritual power. Once Yunjin ate it, the Yuan returning pill turned into pure spiritual power, boosting her cultivation level. Secondly, this Yuan Dan is a holy medicine for repairing meridians. Yunjin feels that his meridians seem to be stronger. This second effect is not very visible yet. But the first effect is too obvious. While Yunjin was refining the Yuan Dan, Linya was surprised to find that the spiritual power in Yunjin's body was increasing crazily. When less than half of the medicine's power was digested, Yunjin had suddenly reached the 9th level of the Qi training stage. By the time all the medicine was digested, she would be very close to the 10th level of Qi training. Everyone in the audience also looked at Yunjin's breakthrough and didn't know what to say for a moment. How long has it been since you started? Is it time to practice the 10th level of Qi? Is this something a normal person can achieve? Is this the 5 spiritual roots? Isn't it some mutant spiritual root? Terrible. Everyone was whispering. Yidanxia's face changed slightly and she suddenly said loudly, "Xiaojin, what kind of heavenly materials and earthly treasures did you take that actually helped you break through to the 10th level of Qi training in one breath? But the effect of this medicine should be used up soon, right?" Yunjin glanced at Yidanxia but said nothing. But everyone suddenly realized. It turns out that I took Tiankai Debo in advance, so it's understandable that I made rapid progress in the early stages. Unfortunately, the medicine will eventually wear out. After all, it is still difficult for the 5 spiritual roots to become a great weapon. "Jianlao, now I can start," Yunjin said directly to Jianlao. Jianlao stared. "Okay." Yunjin took the secret book and quickly read through it. When she flipped through the pages, she almost didn't pause. It didn't look like she was reading, but like she was simply turning the pages. Soon, she closed the secret book. Scanning ended. Huan level advanced swordsmanship secret book, attribution swordsmanship. Yunjin started simplifying directly. This time there are cheats to simplify and make it more convenient. After taking 5 chances, the final simplified result is 50 somersaults. Yunjin was speechless. The simplified result is unscientific. She originally wanted to continue simplifying. But there are too many places where she needs to simplify the reps next. This somersault is barely okay. Yunjin sighed with a bitter smile on his face. Is this what it feels like to be embarrassed in public? Lian Yunjin looked unhappy and Jianlao couldn't help but ask, "It's not time yet, you can watch it a few more times." But in his heart Jianlao was inevitably a little disappointed. If it is really a natural sword body, a mere Huan level secret book must be readily available. No need. Yunjin sighed. She casually threw the sword aside. Then, under everyone's looks of anticipation, disdain, or nervousness, Yunjin she came a nice backflip. Everyone? Emotional value plus 10. Emotional value plus 10. Emotional value plus 5. Yunjin was doing somersaults and his emotional value was recorded. She could only feel pain and happiness. Anyway, I have already lost my face and pawned my conspicuous bag, so my emotional value should be even more intense. Especially the heroine and the male supporting character. You two don't stand around stupidly, provide more emotional value. Don't always go to 5 or 10 o'clock. This is inconsistent with your identity. Double updates will start tomorrow. Babies, please support me a lot. Chapter 31, No Wool Left. For the sake of emotional value. In these 50 somersaults, Yunjin turned out to be a flower. Front and back somersaults, continuous somersaults, one hand flips, sideways flips, all came to one side. She even made a mistake on purpose. It's a pity that the mood value doesn't seem to increase very much. Yunjin suddenly felt a little regretful. It seems that people nowadays have a hard time keeping their emotions in check. Could it be that he does too many tricks and they are used to it? This is not a good thing. Soon Yunjin finished the somersault. She turned so seriously that at the end her swordsmanship experience suddenly came in. She was so shocked that she almost fell down. Everyone. Zhao Wuji smiled. What, after doing somersaults you learned the technique? The voice was full of teasing. Yunjin nodded seriously. Well, I seem to have learned it. Still want to be tough? Zhao Wuji sneered. Then please. Yunjin didn't panic, walked to the side and picked up the sword that he had just thrown on the ground. This swordsmanship is quite interesting. Yunjin curled his lips and suddenly took action with the sword in his hand. However, her figure had already reached the next place in an instant. The body and the sword sometimes separate and sometimes come together, giving them an eerie beauty. Ding! The advanced Huang level swordsmanship has been introduced to the 6th level. The entry-level Huang level advanced swordsmanship has reached the 10th level. You can use the simplified times and combine the 10 skills to upgrade to the Xian level low-level swordsmanship. The system beeped. Yunjin's eyes moved slightly. Oh. Mastering 10 yellow level advanced swordsmanship, you can even upgrade to Xian level swordsmanship. Although it is only the lower level of Xian level, it still spans an entire class. Looking at the Tianqing sect, Huangjia has countless sword techniques, but there are only 3 secret books of Xianjia sword techniques in total. From Huangjia to Xuanjia, that is a qualitative leap. And with the simplified system in hand, she seems to be able to mass-produce Xuanjia secrets. The system prompts failed to stop Yunjin and she continued to complete the attribution sword technique. Jian Lao watched Yunjin's drill with brilliant eyes. He himself also practiced this sword technique. Even with his current level of swordsmanship, it took him several hours to completely master this sword technique. And what about Yunjin? She just watched it once and actually learned it? Her strange somersault behavior behind her, Jian Lao also understood the meaning behind it. She must have noticed from the beginning that this technique was different from other sword techniques and that it had certain requirements on physical fitness. Therefore she used somersaults to loosen up her muscles and bones, which would facilitate subsequent drills. Jian Lao's eyes were filled with admiration. This Yun brocade is really extraordinary. This time he came to the right place. The swordsmanship practice is completed. Yunjin put away her sword with a calm expression. She took a quick look at the mood meter. Wipe. After doing somersaults and practicing sword skills, this wave only increased by 800 points. Although there are reasons for this that they have provided quite a few emotions for before. But this emotion is not enough. There is an old saying, we can harvest as much wool as we can. There is another old saying, if you lose a piece of wool it is a crime. Yunjin couldn't help but said calmly, Sword Master, don't use such a simple sword technique next time. I think only the heaven-level sword technique is a little bit challenging for me. It's a pity that Tianqing the sect is a small broken sect and doesn't even have a heaven-level sword. If it doesn't work, give me the earth-level Qinglian sword technique and I can barely practice it. Yunjin stood there looking like he was alone and seeking defeat. Everyone opened their mouths. I've seen people who show off, but I've never seen people who show off like this. This opening of your mouth is a heaven-level swordsmanship. What is this concept? That is a top-level swordsmanship secret book that can only be found in the Holy Land. The earth-level swordsmanship is just barely there. In fact, no one in the entire Tianqing sect has learned earth-level swordsmanship, not even Linya, who was once recognized as a swordsman genius, nor Zhao Wuji, the current headmaster. The old swordsman was shocked by Yunjin, but he laughed the next moment. Yunjin, you said you want to learn earth-level swordsmanship? Yunjin didn't have time to speak. Zhao Wuji couldn't help but said, Sword Master, this person is arrogant. She has only learned some high-level yellow-level swordsmanship now, but she dares to imagine the earth-level swordsmanship. Such arrogance on the road to seeking immortality definitely can't go far. When Yunjin heard this, she immediately began to show her sage. She raised her chin and said with an arrogant face, mediocre people, how can they know the horror of genius? Add 200 to your emotional value. Yunjin looked at Zhao Wuji and was happy. This headmaster was also a man of emotional value. She immediately said, I am destined to be invincible in this life. Every step I take, I am the strongest in this realm. I will slowly surpass each of you, and those who are surpassed by me, I also encourage you to catch up. Until one day you can no longer see my back. Emotional value plus 200. Emotion value plus 50. Emotional value plus 10. I wipe. You can still squeeze it out. Before the relationship, everyone was immune to the emotion of practicing swordsmanship. There are no comments about secondary school yet. Yunjin immediately stepped on the ground and pointed to the sky. I want the sky no longer able to cover my eyes. I want this land no longer able to bury my heart. I want all living beings all understand my meaning. I want all the gods and Buddhists to disappear into thin air. The whole place was quiet. Quietly, a little too much. Linya looked at Yunjin in confusion. What kind of joke did he accept? Forget about the rest. Do you want all these gods and Buddhas to disappear into thin air? Is she really not afraid that gods and Buddhas will hear her? Emotional value plus 300. Emotion value plus 100. Emotion value plus 100. Yunjin blinked his eyes happy. Family members, who knows? She worked hard practicing sword skills and doing somersaults, but her emotional level was slowly building up little by little. She casually said a few secondary remarks and her mood level was soaring. Yunjin immediately made up his mind. From now on she will engrave the words of Chuyuni into her own flesh and blood. It's best to recite it every time you appear. Very, very ambitious. Jian Lao stammered and was the first to react. Not bad. Yunjin smiled slightly. The villain is arrogant. Zhao Wuji couldn't help but mock, you should pray that this and Buddha don't care about you. If he really cares about you, a thunder can kill you. Yunjin smiled evilly, really? I think the gods and Buddha should pray that I don't care about them, otherwise I will definitely turn this world upside down. Everyone. Jian Lao couldn't stand listening anymore. Although this and Buddha would indeed not argue with a young disciple of hers, these words should be spoken with caution. He couldn't help but said, Yunjin, back to the topic. Do you want to practice the secrets of the earth level? Yunjin hasn't spoken yet. Zhao Wuji's face changed. Jian Lao, you have also seen that this child is really rampant and is not enough to achieve anything. She may have some talent in swordsmanship, but she is only the 5 spiritual roots. The 5 spiritual roots cannot cultivate the nascent soul at all. Stage. What can a cultivator who can only stay in the golden core stage do, even if he is born with a sword body? Zhao Wuji was extremely happy at this moment. Fortunately, this Yunjin is only a 5 spirit root. Otherwise, with her character, Tianqing sect may be in trouble. There is actually some truth in this statement, and Jian Lao couldn't help but ponder for a while. Yunjin raised his eyebrows, who said that the 5 spiritual roots cannot enter the nascent soul stage. I said I am a genius. How can a genius speculate based on common sense? Zhao Wuji sneered. It's hard to say whether he's a genius or not. This shamelessness is indeed unparalleled in the world. Chapter 32, Heavenly Level. Shenglian Swordsmanship. Lao Jian looked at Yunjin carefully. If someone else said these words, he would definitely find it very ridiculous. But Yunjin, a strange woman who shocked him repeatedly as soon as she appeared on the scene. The best thing about her is that even the most shameful words she can say with a serious face as if they are true. Just like this moment. When talking about Wu Lingyan's nascent soul heavenly chasm, she had no worries at all. She looked confident, as if she was sure that she would be able to break through. Jian Lao looked at it and laughed. Sword Master. Zhao Wuji suddenly felt bad and couldn't help but speak anxiously. Jian Lao said calmly, Yun Jin, since you are a genius, you should do things that ordinary people can't do. Do you agree? Yun Jin nodded, of course. Okay. Jian Lao said slowly, then listen carefully. There is indeed an earth-level skill Qinglian sword technique in Tianqing sect. This Qinglian sword technique itself comes from Kunlun sword sect and remains in the this is to find a destined person. And the Qinglian sword technique at the earth level is actually only a small part of the real Qinglian sword technique, which is the heavenly level sword technique. Jian Lao looked at Yun Jin with a meaningful look on his face. Oh? Heaven level. That's barely worth practicing. Yun Jin said. Jian Lao. Haha, he really couldn't expect this woman to say anything normal. Jian Lao continued, as a disciple of the Kunlun sword sect, I also shoulder the important task of finding a successor for the sword sect. I can make the decision for you to practice this Qinglian sword technique. That's a good feeling. Yun Jin said. Jian Lao narrowed his eyes, whether you are born with a sword can only be judged by the speed of learning the sword. So Yun Jin, if you want to learn the Qinglian sword technique, I have the conditions. Yun Jin also became more serious, please tell me. Within 1 year. Jian Lao said slowly, I want you to learn this sword technique. If you can do it, it may not be impossible to practice the real Qinglian sword technique in the future. If you can't, Jian Lao said expressionlessly, then you're probably not the person I'm looking for. The natural sword body is too important to the Kunlun sword sect. What if Yun Jin's swordsmanship talent was really that terrifying? Well, the ordinary 5 spirit roots are difficult to cultivate, but if there is the full support of a holy land, how difficult is it to break through the bottleneck of nascent soul? But let a holy place help in every possible way. Yunjin must show a value that makes the entire holy land excited. Learn the Qinglian sword technique within 1 year. This is Jian Lao's condition. 1 year? Yun Jin opened his eyes wide. Zhao Wuji breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this and even had a smile on his lips. He thought that Jian Lao was really dizzy, but it turned out that he was very sober. They have also tried this Qinglian sword technique and they have not been able to get started in 10 years, let alone 1 year. It is simply an impossible task for a new disciple of Yunjin district to get started within 1 year. Afraid? Jian Lao raised his eyebrows. No, Yun Jin shook his head honestly, I just think you are a very kind person. Originally I thought that 3 months would be enough, but you gave me a year. Jian Lao, haha. He needs to calm down. He had to be calm. This is Yun Jin's unique way of speaking. That must not be what she was thinking. Yes, that must be the case. Jian Lao took a deep breath and said, so you agreed? I agree. Yun Jin nodded directly, but what if someone maliciously harasses me about my sword practice this year? When Jian Lao heard this, he couldn't help but look at Zhao Wuji meaningfully. Zhao Wuji was a little embarrassed. Such a thing will never happen in the Tianqing sect. This time it's just a misunderstanding. Jian Lao said directly, as long as I am here I guarantee that you will be safe and sound for a year. I also need to add my master and senior brothers and sisters. They must also be safe and sound. Yun Jin added. Jian Lao did not refuse, yes. In front of Zhao Wuji he handed Yun Jin a jade pendant. This jade pendant allows you to talk to me directly. If you are wronged in any way, just tell me. Thank you, Mr. Jian. Yun Jin thanked him sweetly and put the jade pendant away happily. Her original plan was to lure out Jian Lao and then use Jian Lao to ensure Tian Jianfeng's peace for 3 months. 3 months later, once Lin Yi's cultivation level recovered, he was naturally not afraid of anyone. Now that Mr. Jian has directly agreed to it for 1 year, that would be even better. Zhao Wuji's eyes flashed. 1 year. Ah. With Jian Lao's words, it would be difficult for him to make a move this year. But If Linya loses in 3 months, he will definitely not be able to keep his position as the peak master. This is the sect's rule. He just acts according to the rules and no one can say he is wrong. When that time comes, even if he doesn't harm Linya's life, wouldn't it be easy to use some means to disgust him in private? Therefore, Zhao Wuji just lowered his eyes and didn't say much. Jian Lao glanced at Yun Jin and took out a book with a golden cover. He said slowly, "When you go back, put your mental power into the pages and you will get what you want." Yun Jin took it and asked again, "Jian Lao, you just give it to me like this, aren't you afraid that I will leak it?" The old swordsman said calmly, "If someone else can learn it, I would really like it. However, I have something to say first. The Qinglian sword technique is extremely dangerous and dangerous. If you try to learn it rashly, you will be injured at least and your soul will be damaged at worst." Yun Jin noticed. When other people looked at this golden page, they didn't have any greed but were full of fear. She understood immediately. This earth-level swordsmanship is probably really not simple. But she wasn't panicked at all. It couldn't be simpler. Just simplify it step by step. That can be easy too. The number of simplifications she has made now is more than 150 times. Isn't it possible to find a simple cultivation method? Now that Jian Lao has spoken, Zhao Wuji said, then we all listen to Jian Lao. Yun Jin, you should practice your sword skills well. Let's disperse now. Yun Jin frowned and couldn't help but said, "Disperse? Headmaster, isn't this something wrong?" "Ha?" Zhao Wuji frowned. Yun Jin pointed at Wan Jun expressionlessly. "This person slandered me for secretly learning the exercises and then tried to kill me. How to deal with this? All this is evidenced by the Shadow Stone." Yu Zhao also immediately stood up. "Headmaster, are you trying to cover him up just because he is your eldest disciple?" Jian Lao also looked over calmly. Wan Jun's expression was tense. He looked at Zhao Wuji nervously. "Master disciple, I didn't mean it." If everyone can escape guilt by just saying that they didn't mean anything, then what's the use of the sect rules? Yun Jin said in a cold voice, "According to the sect rules, anyone who slanders or murders a sect disciple should abandon the practice and be expelled from the sect, which is a serious matter. If you want to do this, you should directly rectify the law. This is the sect's rule and I hope the leader will act fairly." Wan Jun's face turned pale and he couldn't help but look at Zhao Wuji in fear. He had done many such things before. But he is the head disciple and no one has ever been able to do anything to him. This time, nothing would have happened originally. But Tian Jianfeng pulled up a big banner called Jian Lao. If Master really wants to punish himself. Wan Jun felt that his body was a little weak. Chapter 33. This is not how you seek death. Zhao Wuji glanced at Wan Jun, pondered slightly and said slowly, "First of all, Wan Jun did not mean it. Secondly, Yun Jin did not suffer any substantial harm. If the treatment is too strict, it will also be biased. Just because Wan Jun is my disciple, you can't treat him too harshly just for the sake of your own reputation. Zhao Wuji will never use my disciple's life to fulfill my own reputation." Zhao Wuji's words were sonorous and powerful, but in fact he just changed the term protection. But his statement was quite bluffing. At least Wan Jun immediately showed a grateful expression. Yun Jin narrowed his eyes. "Oh? No substantial harm was caused. Was it because he didn't want to? It's not because he couldn't. If the headmaster just let it go so lightly, wouldn't it be biased?" Zhao Wuji said calmly, "Wan Jun acted recklessly, but he does need to be punished with a small amount of punishment. So in order to make up for my disciples' mistakes in the next year, all the resources of Tianjin Peak will be tripled. And these resources all from my private treasury. Are you satisfied?" Said it tripled. But in fact, there is a lot of room for manipulation in terms of resources. Even if you can't mess with the quantity, what about the quality? Isn't it easy to move your hands and feet a little? Yun Jin narrowed his eyes. This Zhao Wuji is really shameless. And it's so shameless that it's a bit justified. To be honest, he just relies on his father in Qingshao Pavilion. Yunjin is also an aborigine of this world. Like everyone else, she knows how terrifying these four legendary holy places are. In the world outside the Holy Land, the integration period is the peak. In the Holy Land, someone as powerful as Jian Lao is just a disciple sent out. The disciples in the Holy Land all have astonishing and terrifying talents. In the original book, Yi Danxia later passed the test of Qingshao Pavilion and became a disciple of Qingshao Pavilion. The four holy places were originally headed by the Kunlun sword sect. But when the heroine goes to Qingshao Pavilion, it will naturally be different. Later, the demon world was in turmoil, and each and every sword cultivator practiced the demon slaying and defending way. Even the demon king was killed by the master of the Kunlun sword sect with one sword. However, the demon lord was practicing the secret method at that time, and he happened to be reborn in nirvana. From then on, he broke away from the demon body and transformed into a human cultivator. Finally, the demon lord attacked the Kunlun sword sect, and when the sword pierced the chest of the sword sect leader, he whispered, "When you killed me that day, did you ever think about today?" In the end, the leader of the sword sect recognized him as the demon lord who had killed countless people, but he could no longer identify him, and his life ended in a grievance. As for Demon Lord, he accused the Kunlun sword sect of colluding with demon cultivators, but he himself became a model of righteousness. He personally slaughtered the demon clan for Yi Danxia, and the two of them became anti-demon heroes and became the objects of admiration by people all over the world. Yunjin does it again this time. There is only one goal. The enemy of the hero and heroine is her friend. They want to kill, she wants to save. Not to mention, whether it was Linya and others or the sword cultivator who went down the mountain to slay demons later, in Yunjin's view they had done nothing wrong at all. They just accidentally hindered the hero and heroine, and they became the villains who were going to be slaughtered. This is unfair. Then in this life she can only be left to bring order to things. This Kunlun sword sect Yunjin will have to face it sooner or later. As for now, what she has to do is not to be secretive. On the contrary, she has to show her value as quickly as possible. The current Jian Lao may have some regard for her, but the most he cares about is to protect her life, and at most he can help her say some fair words. It is unrealistic for Jian Lao to face Zhao Wuji face to face for her. Jian Lao is not afraid of Zhao Wuji, but what reason does he have to rush to make enemies with him? Even if he gave Yunjin the jade pendant, Yunjin would ask him for help if anything happened in the future. For once he would help. Twice he'll help. What about 3 or 4 times? He will only feel incompetent. So, Yunjin must solve this matter by himself and cannot just rely on Jian Lao's power. This time, Jian Lao also watched the development of the situation with great interest. Anyone who knows the whole story knows that such a result is tantamount to not dealing with Wan Jun, which is very unfair to Yunjin. But in this world of the weak and the strong, where can there be true fairness? If Yunjin wants fairness, she has to earn it herself. If she asked him for help, he would help her this time. But her evaluation may be declining. Yunjin didn't even look at Jian Lao. She suddenly looked at Wan Jun calmly. "Senior brother Wan, so many pairs of eyes are looking at what happened today. Everyone has their own conclusions about what is right and what is wrong. But I also know justice only exists where the sword light can reach. Only strength is the real last word. Today my senior brother invites you to fight to the death, but you dare not accept it. So what if I invite you to fight to the death? Do you dare to respond?" "You?" Wan Jun thought he heard wrongly. "Of course not now, my cultivation level is still too low." Yunjin said slowly, 3 months later there will be a battle for the ranking of the 10 peaks. There will also be a competition among the disciples of the 10 peaks. By then I will go out and fight. At that time you and I will fight to the death. Little junior sister. Si Wanning's pupils suddenly shrank. Xiaojin is confused. Although her cultivation methods are somewhat unscientific. But no matter what, she is only in the Qi training period now. As for Wan Jun, he is already in the nascent soul stage. 3 months later, even if Yunjin broke through to the foundation building stage. If you hit the nascent soul stage during the foundation establishment stage, is that still a death blow? How? Yun-jin looked calm and asked again. Ruan-jun just recovered from the shock and couldn't help but laugh when he saw that Yun-jin really meant it. After 3 months she wanted to hit herself to the nascent soul stage? Want to fight to the death? How to say? This is not how you seek death. Wait, junior sister Yu. Yu Zhao opened his mouth and wanted to refuse on behalf of Yun-jin. But Ruan-jun couldn't wait to agree. Since junior sister is so confident, then as a senior brother I can't let you down. I will take over this life and death battle. The faces of the people at Tianjian Peak suddenly changed. Si-Waning glared at Ruan-jun even more angrily. Even if the junior sister is a little impulsive. But Ruan-jun should accept this, he is absolutely shameless. What do you think I'm doing? Ruan-jun said I didn't bring it up on my own initiative. She wanted to challenge me but I was disrespectful. Ruan-jun smiled brightly. I originally thought that there was nothing I could do with this Yun brocade this year. Now that she has taken the initiative to fight to the death, even Jin Lao can't say anything. Yun-jin nodded. It was indeed me who suggested it. I'm very happy that you can take the next step. She raised her eyebrows. It's just that you said you would cut off your head to me before, but you didn't keep your promise. What if you go back on your word again after 3 months? Will I regret it? Is this necessary? Ruan-jun was delighted. I want to make a contract with you and I have to use golden contract paper. Yun-jin said word by word. Chapter 34. Don't mess with Yun-jin. Previously, when Yun-jin and Chen Hao competed, they also entered into a contract. But they only used silver contract paper and had to rely on the law enforcement hall to supervise the execution. If it is a golden contract paper, it is certified by heaven. If one party reneges on it, he will be punished by heaven. Yun-jin was so aggressive that Ruan-jun laughed angrily. Do you really think I won't be able to beat you in 3 months? I don't think this is bound to happen. Yun-jin said very seriously. With Qinglian's swordsmanship, she is strong enough to fight across ranks. In these 3 months, as long as she can advance to the golden elixir stage, she has great hope of winning. For others, 3 months, the golden elixir period, may be just a legend. But for Yunjin, this is not impossible. Even in order to refine the heaven building pill, she must reach this golden pill stage. Is this a golden contract? Zhao Wuji suddenly smiled and a piece of golden contract paper appeared directly in his hand. Both parties to the contract can enter into a contract by putting their spiritual power into it. Zhao Wuji didn't think Ruan-jun would lose either. Now that there is an opportunity to get rid of this Yun-jin in an honest way, why not? Zhao Wuji glanced at Jin Lao. Jin Lao, although you promised to keep her safe for 1 year, but now she is the one who wants to make this life and death contract. Do you care about this? Jin Lao's expression was a little complicated, but he still said, since there is a contract, I will not interfere. Xiao Jin. You are still too reckless. Linya was a little anxious. He secretly sent a message to Yun-jin. If you really hate this Ruan-jun, think of a way for me to secretly kill him. Yun-jin couldn't communicate yet, so she said calmly, Senior brother Ruan, you promised to give me the head. Since you don't intend to keep your promise, I will come and get the head myself. Yun-jin did not hesitate and directly invested his mental power into the golden contract paper. Since junior sister said so, I can only listen to you. Ruan-jun looked helpless, but he was afraid that Yun-jin would suddenly regret it, so he immediately used his mental power to penetrate. Subsequently, Yun-jin and Ruan-jun closed their eyes at the same time. The two made a contract together. The content of the contract is simple. 3 months later there will be a battle, the winner will live and the loser will die. The contract is established. The law of heaven descends. The golden contract paper disappeared into thin air. At this point it's a foregone conclusion. Everyone in Tianjian Peak looked a little worried, but Yun-jin was so insistent that they could only remain silent. Then this matter has come to an end. Zhao Wuji smiled. Now can we leave? Wait a moment. Yun-jin nodded and suddenly looked at the other person who said he wanted to give her his head. The disciple shrank his head subconsciously. Yun-jin asked him, you also said that you would give me your head. So now are you going to make a life or death date with me or waste money and eliminate disasters? The disciple was stunned for a moment. Losing money to eliminate disaster? Is there such an option? He was only in the foundation building stage and Yunjin's talent in swordsmanship was so amazing that he was really embarrassed. Let's break the wealth and eliminate the disaster. The disciple said timidly. He weakly handed over a storage bag. Do you think these are enough? Oh, storage bag. This was the first time Yunjin got this thing in her life. She explored it and nodded reluctantly. That's it. Let's be clear. This disciple breathed a sigh of relief inexplicably. Yunjin looked at the other people practicing. Those people were in a panic. Junior sister Yun, we didn't say we were going to give you our head? Yunjin nodded, indeed not. These people were about to breathe a sigh of relief. Yunjin then said, but you deliberately practiced the wrong moves and you don't have any good intentions at first glance. I think you should pay some price. What do you think? If you don't agree, it doesn't matter. When I reach the foundation building stage one by one, come challenge you. Yunjin said casually. The expressions in the eyes of these disciples changed. I will also spend money to eliminate the disaster. One of them said. This Yunjin doesn't look normal at first glance. Remember. Don't mess with anyone. Don't mess with crazy people. Several other people also nodded. Yunjin gained 4 more storage bags in one fell swoop. Junior sister Yun, take the things away and return the storage bag to us? One person couldn't help but said. This low-level storage bag is quite common, but Yunjin takes it so naturally, which makes people feel a little uncomfortable for no reason. Can't bear to part with a low-level storage bag? A disciple of Tianqing sect so poor? Yunjin was a little surprised. Several people, not really. Then thank you, senior brothers. Yunjin immediately put away the storage bag. Although low-grade storage bags are not worth much, it is nothing if you don't take them. Several people could only watch silently. They'd only have one idea. Next time it's better not to get involved with anything related to this Yunjin. This woman. So vindictive. She didn't let anyone offend her from Chun Hao to them. Even Wan Jun she would fight to the death with others. If it weren't for the huge difference in cultivation, they all suspected that she would go directly to the headmaster to fight for her life. It's better to stay away from such a narrow-minded woman. Headmaster, we can leave now, Yunjin said. Zhao Wuji was a little speechless, but he still said coldly, then let's leave. He. Let her dance around for 3 months. Zhao Wuji turned and left. Yidanxia followed Zhao Wuji and hurriedly looked back at Yunjin, not forgetting to set up a character. Xiao Jin, why don't you want to sign a life and death contract? If you die, I will definitely be sad. Yunjin immediately said, then you tell senior brother Wan to let him commit suicide. We are good sisters, he is just a cheap senior brother, you know what is more important than Danxia? Yi Danxia? Ruan Jun. Danxia, it all depends on you. Yunjin said with encouragement, senior brother Wan likes you so much he might even be willing to die for you. Xiao Jin, are you kidding? Yi Danxia reluctantly answered. She didn't dare to listen to Yunjin anymore, so she left in a hurry without saying a word. God knows what else Yunjin can say if he continues. Yunjin couldn't help but show an expression of unfinished meaning. Actually, she really enjoyed chatting with Yi Danxia. Yi Danxia is at the top of her emotional value list. The big brother on the list still needs to be well maintained. In this way, next time you can contact her privately to connect with her. Jianlao glanced at Yunjin a little puzzled. Girl, are you really sure? Yunjin smiled. On the road of swordsmanship I will keep moving forward, no one else but me. In this new life she has her own way. This path is to avenge all enemies and I am invincible. She will walk on her own path step by step until she is no longer invincible. If I keep moving forward, who would I be? Jianlao was stunned for a moment. He suddenly woke up. What this little girl said before was not just nonsense. She actually really has an invincible heart. Such people have only 5 spiritual roots. Jian Lao said he was looking forward to what heights she would reach in the future. I will come to watch the competition in 3 months, Jian Lao said. Don't worry. Yun Jin said with an indifferent expression, you will watch me win and then cheer for me. The corners of Jian Lao's lips twitched and he drifted away. Yun Jin was maintaining this pretentious attitude when suddenly, boom! Yun Jin touched his forehead and his power was immediately broken and his expression became even more aggrieved. Master, why did you hit me? Chapter 35 Market. Lin Yu looked at Yun Jin, the corners of his lips twitched then twitched again. Finally he glared at Yun Jin fiercely. What do you think I want to do? Yun Jin thought for a while and said very confidently, I have earned so much face for our Tianjin Peak today. Master, you must want to praise me. Feel free to praise me, I can bear it. Lin Yu gritted his teeth, raised the wine gourd in his hand and hit Yun Jin. Yun Jin was stunned. She ran and shouted, Master, what are you doing? You don't know the difference between right and wrong, you don't know what is good and what is good, you are going to break the hero's heart. Hero. She is also a hero. Lin Yu became even more angry. After one stick of incense. Tianjin Peak. Yun Jin sat there with a look of dissatisfaction. Lin Yu stared at her. 3 months. 3 months and you dare to challenge the nascent soul stage? Yun Jin. This is not how you seek death. Lin Yu was really angry. This young apprentice looks like he has a bright future. If he can be valued by the Kunlun sword sect in the future, he can be regarded as breaking away from the muddy water of the Tianqing sect. But she is so arrogant that she wants to bet with others to the death. This Xiao Wuji and his disciples are indeed irritating. Lin Yu has been so angry that he is itching his teeth, but now that he is not as skilled as others, he can only stay dormant. Master, the matter is a foregone conclusion. There's no point in getting angry now. Yu Zhao said with a very steady expression, then Wan Jun's strength is slightly worse than mine but not much worse. From now on it will be up to me to treat my junior sister every day. Special training, beating her hundreds of times a day, she can make some progress. Yun Jin? People say no. She strongly suspected that Yu Zhao was also seeking revenge. Senior brother, if you are tired I can help you. Si Wanning was very considerate. Yun Jin? Even second senior sister. That's a good idea of yours. Lin Yu sneered, then it's settled. Wait a minute. Yun Jin said quickly, I know that everyone is concerned about me, but I am actually really sure. Is there a possibility that we just want to beat you? Yu Zhao smiled. Yun Jin blinked her big Kazalan eyes, I don't believe it. I am simple and beautiful and you can't bear to let me go. This shame is okay. For a moment several other people were speechless. A long time. Lin Yu sighed, let's get down to business. Your junior sister will have a life and death battle in 3 months. Therefore in these 3 months all resources will be tilted towards Xiaojin. Either she must die or she must die beautifully. Yu Zhao and others shook their heads. Yu Zhao said, Master, I also have a lot of crystal stones stored here. In the past few days I have exchanged them all for elixirs. I will first pile up the little junior sister's cultivation level. I'm responsible for finding magic weapons for junior sister, Si Wanning said. Yu Songyan was a little anxious. What could he do? Third junior brother, you are responsible for keeping an eye on her and don't let her go out to show her saintliness in front of others. Yu Zhao said. This mission is good. Yu Songyan breathed a sigh of relief and responded. Lin Yu stared at Yun Jin, in these 3 months I will also watch you personally. But your most important task is the Qinglian sword technique. If you can get started within 3 months. Can you win? Yun Jin asked. Lin Yu said, you can die with the reputation of a swordsman genius. Just kidding. Even if the earth-level swordsmanship can transcend levels, Yun Jin will at least reach the golden elixir stage. 3 months golden elixir period. Haha, dreams come faster. Yun Jin was depressed. She couldn't help but muttered, don't you have too much confidence in me? In fact, I am the kind of super genius who comes once in 10,000 years. Not only am I amazingly talented in swordsmanship but also in other aspects. Very powerful. Yes, we all know. Yu Zhao stood up. Master, I will go to Fengshe to exchange for the elixir. Linya nodded. Yes. Fengshe? Change the elixir? Yun Jin quickly stood up. Senior brother, I haven't seen the world yet. If you want to go to Fengshe, take me with you. In fact, Yun Jin felt that it would be a bit of a loss to directly switch to the elixir. She could just buy the herbs and refine them herself. It's nothing more than spending some simplification reps. She just happened to show off her holiness again and show off her earth-shattering talent in alchemy. Sword cultivator? This is far from the end for her. Yu Zhao hesitated. Yun Jin just looked at him helplessly. Although Yu Zhao had already seen this little junior sister's appearance as a middle school student, he still felt soft-hearted when he looked at her so softly and cutely. He reluctantly said, okay, then you can follow. But you must obey me in everything and you are not allowed to run around. Understood. Yun Jin responded immediately. Yu Zhao glanced at her with some disbelief, and seeing that she was quite sincere, he reluctantly agreed. The area where Tianqing sect is located in the Blue Country. Within the Blue Country there is only one super sect, 3 superior sects, 5 medium sects and countless small sects remaining. The Tianqing sect is now a middle-level sect. In this mountain range that stretches for more than 100 miles there is another middle-level sect, the Wild Stone sect. There are several other small sects relying on 2 medium-sized sects to survive. Fengshe is located in a clearing in the mountains in the middle of Tianqing sect and Huangshe sect. When Yu Zhao Yujian arrived not far from Fengshe, he put away the flying sword. He threw a mask to Yun Jin. Wearing this mask you can change your appearance. As he spoke, he took a piece himself and transformed into a middle-aged man. Yun Jin thought for a while and transformed into an ordinary-looking young woman. Walking together with Yu Zhao, they looked like a father and daughter. I have some business in Fengshe. I'll go and settle the accounts first and you follow me. Yu Zhao said. Yun Jin obediently agreed. Then she watched Yu Zhao busily shuttle through the stores. He seemed to be very popular, with people greeting him warmly wherever he went. Yu Zhao also responded one by one. Some of these stores I have given them some suggestions, some I have shares in and some need my connections. Therefore I will come regularly and receive compensation. Yu Zhao gave a brief introduction to Yun Jin. Yun Jin clicked his tongue in surprise. Her senior brother must have traveled through time and space. And before he time traveled he was probably a businessman. Yun Jin didn't want to expose Yu Zhao now. She just looked at Yu Zhao with admiration. Elder brother, you are so awesome. However, Yu Zhao did not show a proud expression as Yun Jin expected. Instead he sighed. Xiao Jin, in this world of cultivating immortals, in the final analysis, strength is the most important thing. If I don't have the strength of the late nascent soul, they will also you won't do business with me. If you can't go further, this will probably be the end of my life. As he said that, Yu Zhao had a lonely look on his face. When he came to this world he naturally wanted to seek immortality and immortality. Unfortunately, everyone's talent has an upper limit and his talent limit seemed to have reached here. Yun Jin was silent for a moment and said, Elder brother, don't worry, everything will be fine. With her here everything will be fine. Let's not talk about this. Let's go. I will take you to Baichao Pavilion to find some elixirs that can be used during the Qi training and foundation building stages. Yu Zhao himself was not entangled and quickly arrived at his next destination. Inside Baichao Pavilion. When Yu Zhao went to look at the elixir, Yun Jin looked at the other counter. Chapter 36. Can you really be right? Yun Jin walked over involuntarily. There are all kinds of herbs on the counter and the prices vary depending on the type and year. Seeing Yun Jin's young age, the pharmacist at the counter couldn't help but show a hint of impatience in his expression. Little sister, if you want to see the herbs, ask an adult of yours to come over. Don't stand in the middle and stop me from doing business. Although no other guests were seen at this moment, Yun Jin still stepped aside after hearing this. Yun Jin had a well-behaved look on her face. Sister, I know I'm wrong. Can I just stand here and take a look? When I saw these herbs, I felt so fond and kind. Sister, do you know all these herbs? Hello. Amazing. Pharmacist. What did she just say? Such a well-behaved girl turned out to be cruel to others. After returning home, she was not allowed to get up in the middle of the night to repent. The pharmacist softened his expression and said warmly, as a pharmacist, the basic skill is to recognize medicine. I am now a 5th level pharmacist. Next year I can take the exam for the alchemist license. There was a look of yearning on the pharmacist's face. If you can become an alchemist, even if you are only a 1st level alchemist, you will reach the sky in one step. Oh? Yunjin asked quickly, to become an alchemist, do you have to be a pharmacist first? The woman smiled, most of them are. However, if you can refine a first-grade elixir of ordinary quality, you can directly become an alchemist. Those practitioners who come from big families, they have access to the best resources. In order to refine a furnace of first-grade elixirs, they have been training since they were young. Even if they fail 100 times, they will be automatically promoted after succeeding once. However, ordinary people like us, firstly without resources and secondly without the guidance of elders, if we want to become an alchemist, we can only start as a pharmacist and then accept the assessment step by step. It took me 5 years to be promoted from a 1st level pharmacist to a 5th level pharmacist. The talent is pretty good, but the last step, the advancement from pharmacist to alchemist, is the most difficult. The woman said inside. In this world of cultivating immortals, it is an easy mode for the children of big families. For ordinary people like them, it is really extremely difficult. I see. Yunjin asked again, where is the alchemy master's assessment conducted? The pharmacist smiled. To the east of Fong City there is a branch of the Dan Pavilion where the assessment can be conducted. The Dan Pavilion is the union of all alchemists, and behind it is the Xian Dan sect, one of the 4 holy places. If he is an alchemist with amazing talent, and there is still a chance that he will be directly recruited by the Xian Dan sect. The woman's face was full of yearning. Yunjin also nodded repeatedly. That's it, let's go to the assessment. She wanted to refine the heaven building pill within 3 months, and the identity of this alchemist must be verified. Even if you run out of simplifications, you still have to do it. After upgrading the alchemy master level and learning the Qinglian sword technique, Yunjin suddenly felt that she couldn't help but spend the 157 times of simplification. You still have to find opportunities to show your holiness in front of others. The pharmacist saw Yunjin rolling his eyes with a weird look and couldn't help but smile. Little sister, do you also want to become an alchemist? Dreams are good, but we have to do it step by step. If we start working hard now, if so in 10 years maybe you can become a pharmacist like my sister, and maybe one day you can become an alchemist. Yunjin nodded. Sister, that's it. Yunjin looked very well behaved, and the pharmacist couldn't help but smile as he listened. I think I am a genius. Yunjin said with a serious face, I think I should be able to become an alchemist directly. Pharmacist? Emotional value plus 30. Yunjin blinked. When I become an alchemist, I will definitely not forget your advice today, sister. When the time comes, I will take you flying. The pharmacist didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a moment, so he could only say, okay, then I will wait for that day. Yunjin still wants to talk. Suddenly someone picked up her collar and Yu Zhao had a dark face. Yunjin, why are you running around? Yunjin was not convinced. I didn't run around, I was looking at the medicinal materials. Senior brother, when buying elixirs, it is better to buy medicinal herbs to refine the elixirs. There is a lot of price difference, and I also want to save some money. The corner of Yu Zhao's lips twitched. Who doesn't know that it saves money to refine the elixir yourself? But you have to have someone willing to help you. In the entire Tianqing sect there is only one alchemist of level 5 or above, the peak master of Shindan Peak Huolai. Apart from him there are only 10 alchemy masters in the entire Tianqing sect. If it was Zhao Wuji who spoke, these alchemists would naturally be eager to deliver the elixirs to their doorsteps, but they Tianjin Peak? How could any alchemist pay attention to them? Why do we need their help? Yunjin said confidently, we will train an alchemist ourselves. Yu Zhao knocked her. If you don't have this inheritance, how can you cultivate it? On the mainland, the top alchemy techniques are monopolized by the Xiandan sect and the rest are passed down from generation to generation. If others want to learn, they can only join them. If you don't have amazing talent, they won't accept it. For ordinary people, becoming an alchemist is as difficult as ascending to heaven. I'm such a genius, I think I can give it a try, Yun Jin said confidently. To the pharmacist next to him couldn't help but chuckle. Yu Zhao was embarrassed for a while and he held Yun Jin tightly, trying to drag her away. I'm sorry I made you laugh. What are you laughing at? Yun Jin hugged the pillar and refused to leave. I believe I must be talented in this area. Yu Zhao's face turned darker. He shouldn't have brought Yun Jin out. Talk about it. Why did he think this little junior sister was soft and cute when they first met? Why on earth does he have this illusion? The pharmacist woman chuckled lightly and said, Little sister, it's good to have ideals. But you have to do it step by step. To become an alchemist, the foundation is to identify medicines. This identification of medicines is not just about simply recognizing them even if they are the same herb, but due to the influence of external factors such as the growing environment and planting techniques, the medicinal power contained in them is different. The compulsory course for pharmacists is to learn to be compatible with herbs and sense the unique properties of herbs such as the biling grass in front of them. This green grass is the main material for refining the green pill. You might as well try to sense it and see how powerful the green grass is and whether it has other properties. The woman wanted to tell Yun Jin that it was already very difficult to become a pharmacist. Not to mention becoming an alchemist. Okay. Yun Jin responded, Senior brother, please let go of me and I will give it a try. Yu Zhao gritted his teeth and let go for the time being. It doesn't matter. Children are like this. They think everything in the world is simple. Once she tries it for herself, she will understand the difficulty. The woman said with a smile. Yu Zhao's expression relaxed and he was about to nod and say something. Then Yun Jin's crisp voice was heard. Biling grass. Year, 50 years. The medicinal power is still 80%. The place where this green grass grows is too humid and the medicinal properties are somewhat cold. Before use, it is best to perform some neutralization treatment first. This kid actually made it up to look like that. Yu Zhao was smiling, but when he turned around he saw a ghostly expression on the woman's face. Yu Zhao? Don't scare him. This expression. Could Yun Jin really be right? Chapter 37, First Grade Alchemist Assessment. Sister, am I right? Yun Jin looked at the woman with a smile. The medicine woman's head was buzzing. It took a long time before she found her voice. Hugh, how did you know? You can tell it just by looking at it. Yun Jin said. The woman was a little desperate. She had studied hard for so many years, and to get such detailed information she had to slowly sense it. This little girl. Can you tell at a glance? What's this? Is the world uneven? The woman was desperate, and the other guests of Baichao Pavilion saw that it was quite lively here, and they also gathered around curiously. Lanson, what happened? The owner of Baichao Pavilion, a middle-aged man, was also attracted over curiously. Pavilion Master. Lanson was still in a daze. This little girl can tell the properties of the medicine at a glance. The Pavilion Master was also stunned for a moment. It took some effort for him to invite Lanson, a fifth-level pharmacist. But as far as he knew, even Lanson couldn't tell the properties of the medicine at a glance. This little girl, can she really do it? A glint flashed in the Pavilion Master's eyes. Girl, would you mind identifying a few more herbs? I don't mind. Yun Jin said directly. Everyone in the store was attracted. This was another good opportunity to appear in front of someone, and she would never miss it. Okay, I'm going to the warehouse to get some herbs. Could you please identify them? The Pavilion Master said. Go quickly. Yun Jin waved his hand. Yu Zhao's lips twitched. The Pavilion Master was quite good-tempered, and he actually responded with a smile. As soon as they left, Yu Zhao lowered his voice. This Baichao Pavilion is also a chain brand. They account for 50% of the herb trade. The owner of the pavilion seems to have a good temper, but in fact he is not a character to be trifled with. Yunjin looked at Yu Zhao with some confusion. So, if it was just a coincidence, it's still too late for us to escape now. Yu Zhao's voice became even lower. Yunjin was helpless. Senior brother, don't worry. I'm really a genius in alchemy. A trivial matter like identifying herbs is nothing. Yu Zhao sighed. What should I do if he becomes even more uneasy? Probably because they were worried that Yu Zhao and Yunjin would run away, the pavilion master came back soon. This time, he took 3 herbs and carefully placed them in separate boxes. Your cultivation level is still shallow, so I won't embarrass you. These 3 medicinal herbs are all medicinal herbs below level 3. The pavilion master said with a smile, take your time, don't be anxious, even if you spend more time as long as you can. Once you identify them, I will give you all 3 herbs. Yunjin pondered for a moment. The pavilion master thought she had some scruples and was about to speak. Yunjin raised his head. If I want to give it away, can I get a few more trees? Before she opened the ring, she was poor. It's worth saving a little bit. The pavilion master was a bit dumbfounded. Don't worry, if you really have such a talent, I won't feel sorry for you no matter how much you give me. That's okay. Yunjin glanced at the 3 boxes and opened one at random. Inside is a red herb. Scanning. Fireweed. Details require 3 simplification times. Yunjin was thoughtful. She had just obtained the detailed information of Bai Ling Chao and only used 1 simplification number. That was because Bai Ling Chao was only a 1st level herb while Agni Firegrass was a 3rd level herb, so more times were required. This herb is one of the main ingredients for refining the Huan Yuan pill. Just right in the pocket. Yunjin directly used the simplified times and got the detailed information. Then she remained silent and glanced at the remaining 2 herbs. In less than 10 breaths, Yunjin had finished looking at the 3 medicinal herbs and walked back. The onlookers were a little curious. Did you recognize the properties of the medicines so quickly? I'm afraid this girl is not just showing off. Scattered emotional values have begun to be recorded. Yunjin smiled slightly and said slowly, the first one is the 3rd level medicinal herb Agni Year 95. The medicinal power is well preserved with 98% left. However, this Agni uses some ripening agents. When actually refining, there is a very small risk of explosion. The look in the pavilion master's eyes suddenly changed. Of course, he knew the details of the herbs he took out. With just one glance, this little girl was right. The 2nd strain Blood Phantom Fruit 2nd level medicinal herb. Year. The 3rd plant Colorful Flower 2nd level medicinal herb. Year. Yunjin didn't stop at all and finished all in one breath. Then, without waiting for the master of the pavilion to declare right or wrong, she directly stuffed the 3 boxes into Yu Zhao's arms. Elder brother, put them away, this is ours. Yu Zhao was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but show an embarrassed smile to the pavilion master. Is he accepting it? Or take it? The pavilion master glanced at Yunjin meaningfully and couldn't help but smile. She is right, these 3 herbs are yours. Thank you, pavilion master. Yu Zhao responded. He put away the herbs and couldn't help but look at Yunjin. Is his little junior sister really a genius in alchemy? Girl, you have such abilities at such a young age. You must be from a rich family, the pavilion master probed. Yunjin sighed. Uncle Pavilion Master, do you think I come from a big family? If I were in a big family with my talent, would I already be a 9th grade alchemist? The corner of the Pavilion Master's lips twitched. This is bullshit. For someone as talented as me, you Pavilion Master are the first to discover it now. What do you think? Do you want to invest in me? For example, give me 180 medicinal herbs first, and when I refine them into elixirs, I then use the elixir to pay for it, Yunjin said seriously. Are you already an alchemist? The Pavilion Master was shocked. That's not true. Yunjin shook his head. The Pavilion Master breathed a sigh of relief. This was too scary for such a young alchemist. But I will be there soon. Yunjin said, I am planning to go to Dan Pavilion to take the assessment. Right, senior brother? Yun Jin turned his head and glanced at Yu Zhao. Yu Zhao, yes? Of course it is. With my talent, wouldn't it be a pity not to become an alchemist? Yun Jin was very confident. The pavilion master couldn't help but ask, have you ever been exposed to alchemy before? No, but I think I can succeed at once, Yun Jin said. She still looks overconfident. If the previous incident of identifying the medicinal herbs had not been used as a foreshadowing, the master of the pavilion would have assumed that she was a lunatic. But this moment. Seeing Yun Jin's confident look, he thought for a moment and actually laughed. To participate in the assessment, you need 10 middle-grade spiritual stones. I have provided these crystal stones for you. If you can really pass, I hope that the elixirs you refine can be used in cooperation with my Baichao pavilion in the future. If not, how about I invest in it? Yun Jin's ability to identify medicines alone was enough for him to invest. One day, if she really becomes an alchemist, this investment will be returned 100 times, 1,000 times, and he will not lose money no matter what. Why are you so embarrassed? Yun Jin said. It's nothing, the pavilion master was saying. Yun Jin has already responded, thank you pavilion master, that's settled. Pavilion master, okay. Elder brother, I saved us another sum of crystal stones, Yun Jin said happily. Yu Zhao's whole body was numb. This magical unfolding was completely beyond his imagination, and he didn't even know how it would end. Yun Jin can't really pass the exam to become a first-grade alchemist. Chapter 38 Ancient Rhinoceros. Afraid that the pavilion master would regret it, Yun Jin said enthusiastically, let's go to the Dan pavilion together. The master of the pavilion happened to want to see if this little girl was really such a genius, so he agreed without hesitation. Sister Lan Qin, you are coming too. Yun Jin continued to greet her, I promise that I will take you flying in the future. Lan Qin responded blankly. This is not over yet. Yun Jin looked at the other people in the store and waved his hand, we are all in this together. Come with me to witness the birth of the youngest first-grade alchemist. No. Do you boast that you are the youngest first-grade alchemist? The results haven't come out yet. Everyone was complaining crazily in their hearts. Emotional value begins to register. Yun Jin shouted even harder, it's our fate that we are together in the same store. Let's go, no one should be missing. Although I think this little girl is a little abnormal. But this thing is indeed quite interesting, and everyone really caught up with it. Then, when Yun Jin went out, a bunch of little tails followed behind her. Yu Zhao stroked his forehead. He kind of wants to pretend that he doesn't know Yun Jin. Elder brother, hurry up. Yun Jin greeted. Yu Zhao followed with heavy steps. Now, he had only one idea. Next time I won't even come out with Yun Jin, even if I beat him to death. He is already considered a social cow. But Yun Jin is already an ancient rhinoceros, so how can he compare with others? In Yu Zhao's heavy heart, Yun Jin walked while greeting people on the streets of Fanshe. Sister, are you okay? Come with me. I have to take the alchemist exam. Brother, let's come together. Witnessing the birth of the youngest alchemist is a wonderful event not to be missed. Ah, Grandpa. Grandpa, do you want to take the eggs? Follow our team. Yun Jin greeted as he walked. She was small and looked quite lovable. The most important thing was that a group of people were already following her. Let's take a look. With so many people following, there must be something good going on, so Yun Jin greeted them and the queue got longer and longer. Not satisfied yet, Yun Jin looked around, and when she saw Yu Zhao hiding in the crowd, she walked over. The team headed by Yun Jin suddenly turned a corner and all headed towards Yu Zhao. The whole thing looks like a snake. And poor Yu Zhao is the target of this greedy snake. Yu Zhao trembled, little junior sister, what happened again? Senior brother, my voice is tired after shouting for so long. Do you have any magic weapon that can automatically shout? Give me one. Yun Jin said. Yu Zhao shook his head and took out a stone. This is a recording stone. You can record your sound into it and it will play back by itself. Thank you. Yun-jin took it with satisfaction. She turned around and the whole team turned around again. Yu Zhao showed a hopeless face. God let him die. Yun-jin recorded the sound and then played it all over the street. The entire city suddenly heard the voice of witnessing the birth of the youngest alchemist. The lines were also getting longer. Yu Zhao was completely numb. He was still thinking about it before. Yun-jin is so high profile, how will this matter end if she fails the assessment? But now. He had only one thought. Destroy it, I'm tired. The worst case scenario is death? Is there anything else worthy of his nostalgia in this world? Yun-jin led this mighty team and finally arrived at Dan Pavilion. The people in Dan Pavilion heard the arrogant slogan from a distance and were a little confused for a moment. Where have they heard such arrogant words in their many years here? In an instant everyone from Dan Pavilion arrived at the door. They wanted to see who it was that could be so thick-skinned. Even Ming Hung, the only third-grade alchemist stationed in the Dan Pavilion at this moment, came out curiously. Master Ming. Seeing Ming Hung, the other apprentices couldn't help but respectfully moved away. Ming Hung waved his hand, looked at the crowd who were about to arrive at the alchemy pavilion and said, "Don't worry about me, I just want to see who this youngest alchemist is. It should just be grandstanding. It's not because of anything. Could it be that you like the feeling of embarrassment?" The apprentices were talking in low voices. Those like them who can be apprentices in Dan Pavilion are considered to have some background in their families. Even for them, if they want to become an alchemist, they have to spend at least decades of hard work before they even have a chance. Everyone knows that as long as you can become an alchemist, you can reach heaven in one step. But why are there still so few alchemists on the mainland? It just shows that this is really difficult. It's not like cats and dogs can succeed easily. Yun-jin didn't care what others thought. As the leader of the snake, she led the entire team to the entrance of the Dan Pavilion with great vigor. This momentum is amazing. The apprentices in Dongye became nervous. Are you really here to take a test? Not here to cause trouble? Yun-jin immediately locked eyes with the most conspicuous Ming Hung. She smiled sweetly. "Uncle, are you the person in charge?" "I'm here to take the assessment of a first-grade alchemist." Ming Hong looked at her with interest. "Are you going to become the youngest first-grade alchemist?" Yun-jin asked cautiously, "How old is the youngest first-grade alchemist now?" Ming Hong really thought about it and then said, "There is a peerless evildoer in the Shindan sect. When he was 6 years old, he had already refined the first batch of first-grade elixirs." Yun-jin, "Oh, what about the second grade?" Ming Hung thought for a moment. "It's still the same evildoer who was promoted to the second rank when he was 10 years old." Yun-jin, "Where is the third grade?" Ming Hung had a smile in his eyes. "It's still him, promoted at the age of 18. Yun-jin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "I am 15 years old now. Don't worry, I will jump 3 times in a row and challenge for the title of the youngest third-grade alchemist." Before Ming Hung said anything, the apprentice next to him couldn't bear to listen. "Don't brag. Who do you think you are if you jump 3 times in a row?" Yun-jin said seriously, "Now it is useless to say my name. In the future you will try your best to know my name." "This is too arrogant." The expressions of the apprentices changed. Ming Hung smiled. "So you want to take the first-grade alchemist assessment now?" "Because medicinal materials need to be consumed during the assessment, there is a fee for the assessment." Yun-jin immediately gave way, revealing the pavilion master behind him. Ming Hong was a little surprised. "Pavilion Master Chen?" The corners of Chen Changrong's lips twitched and he said, "Master Ming, don't worry, I will produce the crystal stone for this test." He took out 10 medium-grade crystal stones and handed them over. Ming Hong took it casually and said, "I will invigilate the exam today. Since you are here to take the exam, just follow me in." "Wait a minute," Yun-jin said suddenly. "Huh?" Ming Hong glanced at her. Yun-jin hurriedly said, "Master Ming, so many uncles, aunts, brothers and sisters are following me. I promised them to witness together. If possible, can you move the alchemy furnace out? I want to make alchemy in public." Chapter 39, Making Alchemy in the Street. What a joke! She managed to gather so many people. If we go inside to refine it, how many people can see it? How much emotional value can a Master Ming and his apprentices provide? The emotional value comes from the masses. But Yunjin will never let it go back to the masses. Master Ming frowned and his expression became sharp for the first time. He said slowly, I know you are still young and may have some vanity and want to show off in front of others. But when it comes to alchemy, the most important thing is concentration and calmness. When it comes to alchemy, you can't relax even for a minute. If there is interference, it will be the end of the pill destruction. If you really want to become an alchemist, you shouldn't have such thoughts. Yunjin knew that Master Ming had good intentions. But what can she do? She needs emotional value. So Yunjin said very calmly, I still want to make alchemy in public. Ming Hong was obviously a little angry, but he took 2 deep breaths and held it back. He sneered, okay then, as you wish. He pointed to an apprentice, go and take out the alchemy furnace in alchemy room number 1. The apprentice glanced at Yunjin with disdain and immediately agreed. If this girl wants to make a fool of herself in public, let her do it. It has nothing to do with them. After the apprentice left, Ming Hong asked Yunjin again, what is the first-grade elixir you want to refine? Biling pill. Yunjin said directly. Biling Dan is a pill used to increase spiritual energy during the qi refining period. It is a relatively common bottle of pill. It is not difficult to refine. It is the first choice for many novice alchemists. But Yunjin didn't think so much about what he said. The main thing is that the only first-grade elixir she has in hand now is Biling Dan, which Shi Danxia gave her last time. Yunjin used several simplification opportunities to simplify the refining method of Biling Dan to the simplest. In this assessment, she naturally wanted to refine the Biling Dan. Go and get 3 copies of Biling Dan's medicinal materials. Ming Hong ordered another apprentice. Then he looked at Yunjin, there are 3 opportunities for the assessment. If you succeed in any one of them, you will pass. Yunjin's eyes lit up, if I succeed in one go, can I take away the remaining 2 medicinal materials? Ming Hong, yes. Yunjin suddenly became happier. However, Ming Hong has completely regarded her as a clown trying to please others and no longer pays much attention to her. Soon the alchemy furnace and medicinal herbs were sent out. The area around here has been surrounded by 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside, making it very lively. After all, it is very rare for an alchemist to make an elixir in public. In general, any alchemist who does not make sufficient preparations before refining an elixir, some with a strong sense of ritual, has to bathe, fast, burn incense and pray, and when refining he must eliminate all external influences. It is very rare for a coquettish person to practice elixir in public. At least there are so many of them, and I have never seen one in my life. Okay, you can start. Ming Hong said calmly. Yunjin immediately walked to the alchemy furnace with confidence. After simplification. Her current method of refining Biling Dan is open fire, put in Biling grass and spiritual cleansing liquid. After half an hour, the elixir will be ready. Compared with the original refining method, this method requires 3 less herbs and shortens the time a lot. It can be called a fool's operation. Yunjin thought for a while and used the simplified times a few more times. This time, the refining method has not changed. However, the quality of the refined elixir has changed. Previously, only high-quality Biling Dan could be refined, but now it is of perfect quality once it is released. This is already the highest level that a first-grade elixir can achieve. Only then did Yunjin feel satisfied. There were so many people this time. If you want to pretend, you have to pretend in a big way. The emotional value consumed for this is all worth it. Because she can definitely make it back. At this moment, Yunjin, who was full of confidence, was ready to open the alchemy furnace. She looked up and touched down. Everyone kept watching curiously. I heard that some alchemists have special rituals before making alchemy. Is this girl also performing some kind of ritual? Everyone is curious. Yunjin suddenly showed a somewhat embarrassed smile. She looked at Ming Hong and asked, "Master Ming, how do you open this alchemy furnace?" Ming Hong was silent. Chen Changrong was silent. Yu Zhao became even more silent. Yu Zhao was almost going completely crazy. He was originally expecting some miracle to happen. Maybe the junior sister had been exposed to alchemy before joining the sect? The results of it? Yunjin can't even open the alchemy furnace. If only the elixir could be cultivated. Then there really is no science at all. Chen Changrong also looked helpless. This little girl is already very talented, but she is still a little short of becoming an alchemist. But it doesn't matter, he is not at a loss. If this girl is trained, it is still possible to advance in the future. As for this time, don't even think about it. Can't we talk about this? Everyone was silent and Yun Jin felt a rare embarrassment. Ming Hong said slowly, "When your spiritual power penetrates into the red crystal on the top of the furnace, you can freely control the alchemy furnace." Yun Jin tried it, and sure enough, the alchemy furnace suddenly lit up and the bottom even started to burn with flames. This flame can be adjusted freely according to her wishes, which is very easy to use. Yun Jin expressed great satisfaction. I became proficient in the alchemy furnace. She got up and went to get the herbs. Originally a total of 4 medicinal materials were needed to refine this by Ling Dan, plus a spiritual cleansing liquid that extracts spiritual power. But the simplified system simplifies all of this. Yun Jin took a look, picked through the 3 by Ling Chao and took out some by Ling Chao of similar quality. Ming Hong looked at her hand and was a little surprised. This little girl's ability to select medicinal materials is second to none. You must know that the higher the quality of the herbs used in alchemy, the better. If one of the medicinal herbs is particularly powerful but the rest are far inferior, then the medicinal power will be unstable during refining and conflicts will easily occur. Herbs like these, which have similar potencies, are the easiest to achieve a balance. It seems that this girl is not completely a layman. Then the next step is to do some processing on these biling grasses and put them. Just as Ming Hong was thinking about it, he saw Yun Jin taking these green grasses and throwing them into the alchemy furnace. She seemed to be afraid of being burned, so she put the lid on and ran away instantly. Ming Hong? What the is this? Who taught her that herbs can be thrown in directly without being processed? Before he could react, Yun Jin picked up a portion of the spiritual cleansing liquid, opened the alchemy furnace and poured it in again. Then she closed the lid, rubbed it and ran away. Ming Hong. He was completely numb. How did this girl come to challenge herself to become a first-level alchemist? She clearly came to challenge the limit of what her heart could bear. If she just put the herbs randomly without controlling the heat, this furnace of elixirs would explode in minutes. Fine. It was just a first-grade elixir, and even if it exploded, he could still control it. But Ming Hong was still itching his teeth with hatred. What on earth is this girl here for? Even if they have to be placed randomly, why don't the remaining 3 medicinal materials be placed randomly? Just at this time. Click click, a strange sound suddenly sounded on the field. Ming Hong couldn't help but become nervous. Is the alchemy furnace going to explode so soon? Click click click. The sound continues. Ming Hong suddenly felt something was wrong and looked back. I saw that Yun Jin had moved a small stool and sat down. Then I happily ate melon seeds. Ming Hong. Chapter 40. A mature alchemy furnace must learn to make alchemy on its own. The scene was silent again. Lan Qin looked at Yu Zhao in a daze. Has your junior sister always been so special? Yu Zhao was even more confused than she was. He asked very sincerely, if I say now that I don't actually know her, would you believe me? Elder brother, do you still have the spirit melon seeds you gave me last time? I don't have much left. Yun Jin suddenly shouted. Lan Qin looked at Yu Zhao silently. Yu Zhao silently threw a bag of melon seeds over, but he still said firmly, she was yelling randomly. I really don't know her. Lan Qin nodded. Isn't it okay if she believes it? The alchemy furnace was refining the elixir diligently by itself while the onlookers had nothing to do but watch Yun Jin eat melon seeds. She took one after another. It looks quite delicious. Yunjin ate melon seeds for a while and saw that everyone was looking at her, especially Ming Hung. He doesn't just look. There was a trace of confusion, a trace of anger, and even an urge to kill someone in his eyes. Yunjin didn't understand, so she just ate melon seeds. Is this how to attract hatred? Looking at the emotional value that kept coming in, Yunjin decided that she must drink more and never stop. You just eat melon seeds like this? Ming Hung gritted his teeth. Yunjin was stunned for a moment and then understood. She stuffed a handful of melon seeds for Ming Hung and said, "Are you bored too? Let's eat them together." Ming Hung took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and said, aren't you going to control the pill fire? In fact, according to the rules of assessment, the assessor cannot remind you. But Ming Hung couldn't bear it anymore. The herbs were thrown in without any treatment, and the herbs on the prescription were also deleted without permission. When an ordinary alchemist was refining elixirs, they would not dare to relax for a moment and would stare at every breath and breath for fear of the heat. One mistake and a whole batch of elixirs will be ruined. Where is Yunjin? Is she just sitting there eating melon seeds? Why are you here to participate in the review? This clearly humiliates the profession of alchemist. Manipulation? Yunjin said confidently, no need. The alchemy furnace used for the assessment is very good. It can make fire by itself. A mature alchemy furnace should make alchemy by itself. It needs to be watched by the alchemist at all times. It is regarded as what's a good alchemy furnace. Ming Hung considers himself a well-educated person. But at this moment his chest kept rising and falling. If he hadn't been worried that this was still being assessed, he might not have really taken action. Ming Hung gritted his teeth. There is no alchemy furnace in this world that can make elixirs by itself. You are so messy, this furnace of elixirs will explode after a few breaths. After hearing this, Yunjin tried to breathe. What are you doing? Ming Hung said through his teeth. Yunjin felt a little aggrieved. Master Ming, look at me, I've taken several breaths but this alchemy furnace didn't explode. Ming Hung was so angry that he felt dizzy. He opened his mouth and said, that's because. Why? Yunjin looked at him very studiously. Ming Hung's words were stuck. He was suddenly confused. Yes. Such nonsense, this furnace of elixir has not exploded yet? He couldn't help but look over. I saw the alchemy furnace rotating very dedicatedly, and the fragrance of medicine even began to faintly come from inside. Yunjin asked, Master Ming, what are you going to say? Ming Hung couldn't help but open his eyes. This? How can this be? This alchemy furnace can actually make elixirs by itself? This is why he is crazy. This alchemy furnace is still crazy. The world is still crazy. Ming Heng's eyes became a little distracted. He studied hard for hundreds of years and was finally promoted to a third-grade alchemist. At this moment, all the knowledge he had learned completely collapsed at this moment. What exactly did you do? Ming Hung couldn't help but ask Yunjin. Yunjin spread his hands and said, everyone is watching what I did. Ming Hung's lips trembled. Indeed. Yunjin's every move is under the eyes of everyone. She is just a female doll in the Qi training period. She can't do anything in front of everyone. So now, is this alchemy furnace really refining elixirs by itself? Impossible. Ming Hung began to doubt life. Yunjin couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, rolling yourself is not as good as rolling the alchemy furnace. This alchemy furnace is simply too dedicated. Ming Hung gritted his teeth. The art of alchemy is profound and profound. There should be some changes that we don't know about during the process. As he spoke, he murmured, could it be that the real refining method of Bai Ling Dan is to abandon other herbs and only use Bai Ling grass and spiritual cleansing liquid? Ming Hung raised his eyes and stared at the alchemy furnace. It's too early to say this now. This alchemy furnace just didn't explode. Whether it can be turned into a pill is another question. He didn't believe that this simple and crude method of alchemy could really produce elixirs. As Mingheng waited, the fragrance of the medicine became stronger and stronger, and it showed no tendency to fail in refining. Yunjin still looked indifferent, lazily eating melon seeds. Mingheng had already stood up and didn't dare to blink. The medicinal fragrance seemed to be stronger than the ordinary by Lingdan. It spread out and filled the whole street with its fragrance. The crowd watching couldn't help but become commotion. What's the situation? Can this messy alchemy method really produce elixirs? They all watched Yunjin's previous operations, which can be summed up in 7 words. They can go up to them. If this is possible, then they can also become alchemists? Brother, is this your junior sister's exclusive alchemy technique? Chen Changrong couldn't help but ask. Yu Zhao, yes, it's possible. Chen Changrong couldn't help but start thinking. If this furnace pill really works, will he also find someone to try this new method of making pills? For now, let's take a look at the final product of this furnace pill. Pills are divided into 3 qualities: ordinary quality, elite quality, and perfect quality. The higher the quality, the more spiritual power it contains and the better the effect. As long as it can reach ordinary quality, this furnace pill will be considered a success. As for elite quality and perfect quality, Chen Chanrong couldn't even think about it. He has been in the medicinal material business for many years and knows a little more about alchemy than ordinary people. Alchemists do not always succeed in refining elixirs, especially for low-level alchemists. In fact, the failure rate is extremely high. Otherwise, 3 portions of medicinal herbs would not be prepared directly during the review. Most people who take part in the assessment are already very good if they can successfully refine it once within 3 times. The quality is basically ordinary quality, and lower-grade alchemists would not even think about higher-quality elixirs. For example, Mingheng is now a 3rd-grade alchemist. Most of the time, the 1st-grade elixirs he refines are only of elite quality. Perfect quality is almost impossible. Time passes minute by minute. The fragrance of the elixir also became stronger and stronger. The scene was becoming more and more commotion. Mingheng's expression became more and more solemn. He didn't know what was going on, but this furnace of elixir seemed to be ready soon. If the elixir is really refined, the last step is to turn off the fire and collect the elixir. This step is equally important. The alchemist needs to slowly control the heat and allow the alchemy furnace to cool down little by little. He must ensure that the elixir becomes an elixir just the moment it cools down. If it's a little early or a little late, either the elixir or the furnace will be destroyed. The balance between this requires experience. Does this girl have this experience? Mingheng was a little anxious. If this furnace of elixir can be successfully completed, it will be of great research value. If it wasn't for an assessment, he would have wished to help collect the pills himself. Yeah, it seems the time has come. Yunjin put down the melon seeds and walked towards the alchemy furnace. Mingheng looked nervously. People who don't know think this is his assessment. Chapter 41, Will I Really Not Be Beaten? Mingheng's heart trembled, and looking at Yunjin's careless posture, he became even more panicked. Is this really possible? The onlookers all looked over with bated breath. Yunjin was not nervous at all. She jumped a little, and with everyone's shocked eyes, she patted the alchemy furnace and said, "Okay, you did a great job." The fire went out and the alchemy furnace also stopped rotating, staying quietly in place. %. Mingheng's heart suddenly jumped to his throat. He's going crazy. How could the matter of collecting pills be so casual? Just extinguish the flame? Normally you should slowly sense the state of the elixir and then stop slowly. What if such a furnace of elixir with research value was destroyed in this last step? He will be to death. Biling pill, it's done. Yunjin casually opened the lid of the pill furnace. Mingheng covered his fragile little heart and didn't dare to move. This elixir really works? We still have to investigate to find out. Mingheng was about to step forward. Next moment. In the alchemy furnace, golden light suddenly burst out, and the fragrance of the medicine burst out suddenly with the golden light. This scene is. Mingheng's footsteps suddenly stopped and a trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes. The fragrance of medicine overflows and the golden light shines in the sky. This is perfect level of elixir. In the golden light, the shadow of an elixir was spinning. There was an obvious texture on the elixir which was the symbol of a first-grade elixir. Subsequently, along with the golden light, this phantom entered the alchemy furnace at the same time. The tangy medicinal fragrance also disappeared in an instant and was completely locked into the elixir. The whole world fell into a strange silence. Ming Hong kept the action of covering his heart and remained motionless. Yun Jin blinked. What's going on? What is everyone's reaction? Is there something wrong with her pill? Is that okay? Yun Jin took the jade bottle to get the elixir. There were 10 biling pills in a batch and all 10 pills were ready. Every time Yun Jin took out a piece, everyone's eyes suddenly drifted towards it. When all 10 were put into the porcelain bottles, everyone breathed a sigh of relief inexplicably. Some people actually didn't understand the scene just now, but following the flow the atmosphere relaxed a little and he couldn't help but ask, what happened to that golden light just now? Also, isn't Bai Ling Dan green? Why is this furnace so transparent? Is it a failure or a success? There are still many people who don't know why. Chen Changron listened to these voices and explained in a deep voice, the golden light is a unique phenomenon when a perfect quality elixir is made. And the power of a perfect quality elixir will be completely integrated into the elixir, a transparent color will appear. Perfect quality elixir? Suddenly there was a loud commotion. There were voices of discussion in the crowd. Just throw it away, casually eat melon seeds and then refine a perfect quality elixir? Isn't it difficult to achieve perfect quality? Even Master Ming has never refined this kind of elixir. Did I miss a step? No way, I didn't even blink. Are the complicated alchemy steps in the past unnecessary? Is it the right way to let the alchemy furnace run on its own? I'll buy some biling grass and go back to try it. The crowd was chattering. Yun Jin's emotional value skyrocketed at the speed of a rocket. Depending on their cultivation and emotional fluctuations, the emotional value that each person can provide to her is different. The overall quality of the emotional value provided by the people here is not as good as that of the disciples of the Tianqing sect. But I can't stand the crowd. The single emotion value is small, but when combined it is much more. Yun Jin counted the emotion points until his face turned crooked. This city is so fun. Next time she will come to Fansher to show off. Master Ming, have I passed? Yun Jin handed the porcelain vase to Ming Hong. Ming Hong's hands trembled. He hesitated for a long time before carefully pouring one out. When the crystal clear Bai Ling Dan reached the palm of his hand, Ming Hong's heart trembled. Perfect quality, really perfect quality. Afraid that his investigation would be wrong, Ming Hong checked it countless times before saying in a hoarse voice, "You have passed the review for the perfect quality Bai Ling Dan." Thank you. Yun Jin happily took the elixir back. Ming Hong watched reluctantly. When the elixir was completely put into the bottle, he looked away reluctantly. He couldn't help but ask, how did you do it? Yun Jin's expression suddenly became serious. Ming Hong thought she was going to say something constructive, so he couldn't help but pricked up his ears. It's very simple. Yun Jin said decisively, I am a super alchemy genius that is hard to find in the world. The realm that you mortals have never been able to reach in their entire lives, but for geniuses like me it is easy. That's the difference. Ming Hong. Everyone. Yu Zhao, who was about to recognize Yun Jin, silently took his steps back. If he follows his junior sister, he will be beaten to death sooner or later. Yun Jin blinked. Yun Jin was innocent, but Yun Jin was helpless. We all know. She is low-key by nature and doesn't like to be in the limelight. It's all the system, it's the system that forced her. In fact, she was very embarrassed when she appeared in front of others. Yes, that's it. Her nature is definitely not like this. Ming Hong took a deep breath and then another. After a long time he took out a jade plaque. You record your breath in this jade token. From now on this will be your unique alchemist token. When you take part in the assessment to advance to a higher level, remember to bring the token with you. The relevant information will be updated directly in the token. Yun-jin quickly took it. She channeled a trace of spiritual power and injected it directly into the token. The token flashed for a moment and soon returned to normal. Yun-jin played with it curiously for a while and asked, "Don't I need to record my real name here?" Ming-hung said calmly, "No need. Immortal cultivators are ever-changing and none of these can be trusted. Only the unique aura remains unchanged. This token is given to you and it is bound to you. Will you hide your identity in the future? It's up to you to reveal your identity. Dan Pavilion will not interfere." Yun-jin nodded. This was quite freeing. And when Ming-hung said this, he probably saw that he was hiding his appearance, but they didn't care at all. You are now a first-level alchemist. With this token you can enter and exit the Dan Pavilion at will. In the Dan Pavilion you can communicate with other alchemists. Your progress will be faster than working on your own behind closed doors. Ming-hung pointed. Yun-jin nodded and asked, "Can other alchemists' alchemy furnaces also operate on their own?" Emotional value plus 100. Yun-jin glanced at Ming-hung. This third-level alchemist seems to be unable to withstand stimulation. Ming-hung said slowly, "Your refining method is indeed different from the mainstream method. Perhaps this is a new path. I will try to study this new path next." Ming-hung wants to study her refining method? Yun-jin was stunned. She hurriedly said, "Master Ming. Unless you are a peerless genius, don't try my refining method. You'd better not waste this time. This sounds infuriating." But Yun-jin is sincerely persuading this time. Ming-hung gritted his teeth. "It doesn't matter, I have a lot of time." Yun-jin couldn't persuade the other party, so she could only let him go. She sighed. "It seems that being too talented is also a mistake. Countless people want to chase me, but in the end they will find that it is all in vain. Seeing your pain after trying, I feel a little sad now." This is getting more and more irritating. Yu Zhao plucked up the courage, seized an opportunity and ran away with Yun-jin. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that Yun-jin would really be beaten. Chapter 42 Cooperation. Senior brother, wait. Where are you going? Yun-jin struggled and put all the medicinal materials left in the examination into the storage bag, and then he was dragged away with peace of mind. She did not forget to wave to Ming-hung, "I will come back." Yu Zhao's face turned dark. "Will come back? Does she think she is Big Wolf?" Witnessing the birth of a first-grade alchemist and the formation of a furnace of perfect quality elixirs, the crowd was still a little commotion. Fortunately, Chen Changrong and Lan Qin also helped protect the two of them, and they successfully escaped from the crowd. Yu Zhao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yun-jin looked regretful. Next time she has to do something to gather so many people again. Originally, if she was there chatting with everyone, she could still be somewhat emotionally worth it. How could senior brother, a person from time travel, be so cowardly? Yu Zhao glanced at Yun-jin. Yun-jin glanced at Yu Zhao. This moment. The same sentence floated through their hearts in tacit understanding. Never come to Fangsher with him, her, again. You two this way. After being separated from the crowd, but there were still people chasing behind him, Chen Changrong couldn't help but greet him. Yu Zhao took Yun-jin and followed Chen Changrong without hesitation. Several people returned to Baichao Pavilion from a trail and directly entered a secret room. The smile on Chen Changrong's face was bright with many folds like a blooming flower. "Little girl, you are so amazing." Chen Changrong looked at Yun-jin with a treasured look. "I didn't expect that you could really become a first-class alchemist." Yun-jin was very calm. "First-grade alchemist? This is just the beginning. If you are shocked now, you will be shocked in the future." Yu Zhao's lips twitched. "Pavilion Master Chen, my little junior sister can't speak, don't argue with her." Chen Changrong smiled. "No, I just like the confident style of little girls." Yu Zhao? The Pavilion Master is indeed a wise man who recognizes heroes. Yun-jin affirmed this. Chen Changrong coughed lightly and said, "Little girl, I was wondering if we could cooperate. Yunjin raised his eyebrows and pointed directly at Yu Zhao next to him. For business matters, please contact my senior brother. My time is too precious and cannot be wasted on such mundane matters. Yu Zhao gritted his teeth. Isn't my time valuable? Besides, do you have something to do now? Yes. Yunjin nodded matter-of-factly. What's the matter? Yu Zhao asked suspiciously. I haven't visited Fengshe yet. I want to go shopping with Sister Lanqin. Yunjin said confidently. Is this what is called business? Yu Zhao was speechless for a moment. Yunjin flipped through it, took out the bottle of perfect quality elixir and handed it to Yu Zhao in front of Chen Changrong. Elder brother, you can handle this bottle of elixir as you wish, don't be too precious about it. It's just a perfect quality elixir. If I can refine one bottle, I can refine more bottles. Chen Changrong looked at it, his eyes flickering slightly. Does this girl mean that the perfect quality she has refined this time is not a coincidence? Does she still have the confidence to refine more? An hour ago Chen Changrong would not have believed such words. But Yunjin has created too many miracles. At this moment he inexplicably wanted to believe it. Chen Changrong even felt that the appearance of this girl in front of him was probably the greatest opportunity he could ever encounter in his life. Seize this opportunity and you may be able to soar into the sky. Chen Changrong couldn't help but reveal a kind smile on his face. Lanqin, go shopping with the little girl. All purchases will be made by me at Baichao Pavilion. Yes, Pavilion Master. Lanqin responded quickly. She looked at the childish-looking Yunjin with a flash of emotion in her eyes. An hour ago she was still telling this little girl about the difficulties of becoming a first-grade alchemist. An hour later the little girl who shouted to take her flying actually became a first-class alchemist. This process is almost like a dream. Sister Lanqin, let's go. Yunjin pulled Lanqin and the two girls left quickly. Yunjin manipulated the mask, changed into a new look and went shopping happily. Lanqin watched Yunjin's appearance change without showing anything strange. Most immortal cultivators are cautious and operations like Yunjin's are very common and commonplace. In the secret room, Chen Changrong raised a smile. What do you call this gentleman? Yu Zhao smiled. The master of the pavilion is polite, just ask me to do whatever I want. It turns out to be Mr. Ren. Chen Changrong said very naturally, Mr. Ren, I wonder if you are interested in selling this bottle of perfect quality elixir? The spiritual power contained in the perfect quality elixir is 10 times that of ordinary elixirs. So I'm willing to pay 10 times the price of ordinary elixirs. I don't know what you think. Chen Changrong's eyes were always on the medicine bottle and he couldn't bear to leave. Yu Zhao's eyes flashed 10 times? Pavilion Master Chen's sincerity may not be very sufficient. Chen Changrong was a little anxious. Why did Mr. Ren say this? Yu Zhao said slowly, is the value of this elixir only in its spiritual power? The collection value of a first-grade elixir produced in public is more than that. Not to mention for the alchemist it is also valuable. It has extremely high research value. I dare say that Master Ming is willing to pay a lot of money to buy it. Pavilion Master Chen, we are willing to talk to you first if the young junior sister is in love with that Lanqin pharmacist. If there is no sincerity, then it's not like I can't find other partners in this market. Yu Zhao put away the porcelain bottle and turned to leave. Chen Changrong was anxious and he quickly grabbed Yu Zhao. Mr. Ren, we can still negotiate on the price, we can still negotiate. Pavilion Master Chen, we are all very busy. This bottle of elixir is priced at 10 high-grade spiritual stones. If you want it, take it. If you don't want it, we will find another buyer. Yu Zhao said directly. Chen Changrong's expression changed slightly. The refining of Yunjin used fewer materials than ordinary alchemists and it was another success. The cost she spent on this bottle of jade spirit pill was only about 3 middle-grade spiritual stones. Of course this spiritual stone came from him. And 1 high-grade spiritual stone is equivalent to 100 medium-grade spiritual stones. 10 high-grade spiritual stones are equivalent to 1,000 middle-grade spiritual stones. Under normal circumstances, a bottle of Bai Ling Dan of ordinary value is worth about 15 middle-grade spiritual stones. This time it doubled nearly 100 times. Is it expensive? Sort of. But, combined with the research value contained in this by Lingdan. Chen Shangrong gritted his teeth. Okay, then I'll buy 10 high-grade spiritual stones. Yu Zhao smiled slightly and sat down again. Pavilion Master Chen happy cooperation. Chen Shangrong wiped the sweat from his forehead. Mr. Ren is too good at talking about business. Yu Zhao was very modest and said, it's acceptable. Let's talk about the next cooperation. If your junior sister can refine a perfect quality elixir again, I am willing to continue to purchase it at this price. Yes. We can give priority to cooperating with you. However, I request that some rare herbs from Baichao Pavilion be added to our cooperation. The two men immediately started a heated discussion. When Yin Jin came back from playing with Lan Qin, he happened to see the two of them walking out of the secret room. However, Yu Zhao was full of energy while Chen Shangrong looked exhausted. Elder brother, what did you do to the pavilion master? Yun Jin looked surprised. Chen Shangrong waved his hand and smiled bitterly. This Mr. Rin is very good at talking about business. Mr. Ran? Yun Jin glanced at Yu Zhao. Yu Zhao had no shame and said seriously, don't you know? My common name is whatever I want. Yun Jin. She wanted to laugh, but she controlled herself. She just wanted to know. When eldest brother knows later that she has also seen swordsman, won't he be so ashamed that he hits the wall on the spot? Chapter 43. Don't know how to feel sorry for others. Yu Zhao saw that Yun Jin seemed to be suppressing a smile and was slightly confused, but he didn't think much about it. After all, his little junior sister was not normal to begin with and he had been forced to get used to it. Pavilion Master Chen, let's make an appointment. I will come again in 7 days. I also hope that Pavilion Master will help me pay attention to the herbs on the list. Yu Zhao said. Chen Shangrong responded, don't worry, this herb is rare, but it is not completely hopeless. I will ask someone to find it, and if there is any news I will contact Mr. Ren. Thank you. Yu Zhao bowed his hand. It seems that the senior brother and Pavilion Master Chen had a good chat. Yun Jin rolled his eyes and pulled Yu Zhao's sleeve. Senior brother, I like to study planting. Buy some seeds for me. Yu Zhao was stunned for a moment. Planting? This is not a simple matter. Junior sister, do you still have the energy to study this? Yun Jin suddenly raised his eyebrows. Yu Zhao's heart skipped a beat. No, he said the wrong thing. He wanted to cover Yun Jin's mouth on the spot, but it was too late. Yun Jin said with an arrogant look, energy? What kind of energy does this require? What kind of herbs are good herbs that need to be taken care of? I am just saying this. Even if they are grass, I have to learn to take care of myself. Yu Zhao showed an expression of despair. So, when talking to Yun Jin, you can't use any questions. Otherwise her answer will definitely make you doubt your life. Chen Shangrong was also shocked. After a long time he coughed twice. Since your junior sister is interested in this, it would be good to study it. Let's do this. I will give you some seeds directly. If you can plant them, I will still willing to recycle. In the world of immortality, the older the medicinal herbs are, the more valuable they are. These seeds were not very valuable, so Chen Shangrong generously gave away dozens of them. Yun Jin took it and said, Pavilion Master, I won't let you suffer any loss. I will give you a portion of each of these seeds and the herbs that grow. Chen Shangrong waved his hand and just smiled. He also purchased these at a very low price. To grow them into medicinal herbs, you have to find a specialized grower and place them in a specialized medicinal garden. Cultivating them requires a lot of cost and time. If it was a finished medicinal herb and given away like this, he might still be a little heartbroken. But it's just seeds, it doesn't matter. As for what Yun Jin said about returning the medicinal herbs to him in the future, Chen Shangrong just listened to it for fun. She might be a genius in alchemy. But growing medicinal herbs, this is an equally complex knowledge. Can this little girl be proficient in everything at such a young age? Just treat it like giving it to a child to play with. Chen Shangrong waved his hand and watched the two people leave happily. Tianqing sect. When Yu Zhao and Yun Jin came back, it was getting late. Linya and the others were still waiting for them. Seeing the two of them, Linya was a little worried. Why have you been gone so long? If it were any later, he would have to look for the person himself. Yu Zhao's expression was complicated and he said slowly, it's hard to explain in a word. Then tell it slowly. Si Wanning didn't take it seriously. Yu Zhao took a deep breath. I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it if I say it. This time Linya laughed. Master, why haven't you experienced strong winds and waves? Linya waved his hand. You can tell me, but I want to see what I can't bear. Si Wanning even held up a cup of tea leisurely as if she was ready to listen to the story. Only Yu Songnian still had a cold expression that showed no concern for anything. Yu Zhao glanced at a few people sympathetically and said slowly, Yunjin Shi. Is she in trouble? Is the manifestation of the Holy Spirit so severe? Running around? Yu Zhao continued, she has passed the exam to become a first-grade alchemist. Everyone? Linya took out his ears on the spot. There must be something wrong with his ears. Why was he hearing hallucinations? The tea that Si Wanning swallowed suddenly spurted out of her nose. She didn't know how she did it. Yu Songnian is the calmest and he still has that cool face. Yu Zhao glanced at Yu Songnian with some admiration. The third junior brother's state of mind has been cultivated to the extreme. He continued, Junior sister, please take out your token. Yun Jin chuckled, took out a token very arrogantly and slapped it hard. The table shook 3 times. Linya checked it subconsciously and then continued to be in a daze. It's really the token of a first-grade alchemist. How strange. How could there be such a thing here? Not only that, the junior sister also refined the elixir of perfect quality. Yu Zhao continued. The room continued to be quiet. I have directly replaced a bottle of first grade by Lingdan with 10 high-grade crystal stones. Yu Zhao said, placing 10 high-grade crystal stones on the table. Little junior sister, this is yours, you keep it. Yun Jin picked it up happily and looked at it for a while, then she handed it directly to Yu Zhao. Elder brother, you will keep all the transactions and money exchanges with Baichao Pavilion. You will also have the capital to trade back. You use it to invest. You can order anything else, just remember to share some of the profits with me. Yu Zhao was stunned for a moment and he was a little surprised. Leave everything to me? Yun Jin said matter-of-factly, for a genius like me who is unparalleled in the world, to waste my time on this kind of thing is a huge loss to the entire world of immortality. It's up to you, senior brother, to take care of it. Yu Zhao gritted his teeth when he heard it, but he was inexplicably moved. No matter what. If Yunjin can continue to refine elixirs, the next cooperation with Baichao Pavilion will definitely generate a lot of transactions. Yun Jin directly gave him full responsibility, which was a huge amount of trust. He took a deep look at Yun Jin and said, okay, I'll take care of these crystal stones for you first. When the business gets bigger in the future. Yu Zhao paused and did not continue, but he had deep ambition. Before he traveled through time, he was a business wizard. At a young age, he was already a billionaire. Suddenly, time travel. I have been living cautiously these years and finally accumulated a little wealth. But with his little wealth, he couldn't do anything big at all. If he really has a large amount of starting capital, why not buy half of the world of immortality? Yu Zhao was thinking with excitement. Si Wanning said weakly, Senior brother, you don't have to act so realistically, right? This high-grade spiritual stone seems to be real. Yu Zhao put the crystal directly into the storage bag and said with a look of disgust, so what do you have that is worth deceiving us? This token is indeed impossible to forge. Linya said in a daze. He suddenly looked at Yun Jin. She is truly a first-class alchemist. Master. I am now a first-grade alchemist. Just wait, I will refine the heaven building pill for you in the future. Yun Jin said confidently. Heaven building pill. Linya was stunned for a moment and felt a little moved. This kid. She worked so hard to become an alchemist just to refine the heaven building pill for herself? Linya was very kind for a moment. Refining alchemy takes a lot of effort. Xiao Jin, actually I suggest you concentrate on practicing the Qinglian sword technique. Nothing is more important than improving your strength now. If you spend all your time on refining alchemy, where can you do it?
I have the energy to practice swordsmanship. Yu Zhao, master, it doesn't take much effort for my junior sister to make alchemy.
What nonsense are you talking about? Linya was a little angry. How come Yu Zhao doesn't know how to feel sorry for others? There is no way to make alchemy without hard work. Half an hour later,
Linya fell into deep thought as he looked at his running alchemy furnace and Yun Jin, who was eating melon seeds and drinking tea.
Chapter 44, Taking Stock of Harvest. Linya was silent for a long time. He turned to Yu Zhao and asked, "Is this how she evaluates?" Yu Zhao nodded heavily. "Didn't anyone hit her?" Linya asked again.
Yu Zhao sighed. "I can only say that everyone's quality is relatively high."
Linya was convinced. He patted Yu Zhao on the shoulder. "Thank you for your hard work." Yu Zhao burst into tears. This can be regarded as a redress of his injustice. "Senior brother, your alchemy furnace is pretty good. It seems to be of better quality than the one used by the alchemy pavilion for assessment." Yun Jin pretended not to hear the two people's complaints and asked curiously. "Pavilion Master Chen must give it."
Yu Zhao said, "The Baichao Pavilion here is just a branch.
Other larger cities often have Baichao pavilions. Pavilion Master Chen is only the master of this branch. According to reports, I know that there is also competition between their branches.
He is trying every means to make good friends with you because he wants to have a long-term elixir cooperation with you.
If his performance in Baichao Pavilion improves, internal status can also be improved." Yun Jin raised his eyebrows. "I am just a first-grade alchemist now, am I of such great value?"
Yu Zhao smiled. "You have underestimated the value of an alchemist. Alchemists are not only rare but also very difficult to make alchemy.
Each batch of elixir requires too much effort. Before the elixir is completely completed, there will still be problems at any time. The possibility of the elixir being damaged also makes it very expensive to hire an alchemist. If the alchemist refines the elixir, he would rather cooperate with the alchemy pavilion." Yun Jin became even more curious. "The Dan Pavilion is also responsible for buying and selling elixirs?" "That's natural.
However, if the alchemist chooses to sell it to Dan Pavilion, the spiritual stones he will receive will be less. In order to make up for this loss, Dan Pavilion will give some points. It seems that these points can be used inside Dan Pavilion. There are many things to do and you have to explore them yourself."
Yu Zhao said, "Junior sister, if you need points, you can also choose to sell the elixir you refine to the Dan Pavilion directly. The priority sales agreement signed with Baichao Pavilion did not include Dan Pavilion, and it did not dare to include Dan Pavilion." Yun Jin thought for a while. "I'll go take a look next time." At this time, the alchemy furnace buzzed. Linya became nervous. "Xiao Jin. It seems that he is about to collect the pill." "Oh."
Yun Jin responded, extinguished the alchemy furnace and opened the lid. The next moment golden light flashed again.
Yu Zhao couldn't help being stunned. Again. Another batch of perfect quality elixirs. His eyes flashed. Could it be that it was no coincidence that the junior sister refined the elixir of perfect quality? But is it a necessity? Yu Zhao couldn't help but feel hot. If the junior sister has such ability, the future business empire is really not a dream. "Elder brother, I will give you this bottle for trading." Yun Jin yawned. "From now on I will refine a bottle for you every day. In terms of quality, it should be of perfect quality. 1 bottle a day of perfect quality." Yu Zhao was shocked and wanted to ask how this was done. But he didn't dare ask. He knew that this question was probably going to be another cool statement. "I'm too old to hear this." Si Wanning seemed to have suffered enough. She opened her mouth to ask something. Yu Zhao rushed over and covered her mouth. Si Wanning groaned for a while and gave up. Yu Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. "Junior sister, you have been tired for a long day today. Please have a good rest. We will not disturb you for now," Yu Zhao said.
Yun Jin blinked and pretended not to notice Yu Zhao's little move. The main thing is that they who have only 3 melons and 2 dates are not worthy of having her work hard to show off her holiness.
Good sage sayings should wait until there are many people before using them. Okay. So Yun Jin responded obediently. The people from Tianjin Peak just left. Suddenly Yu Zhao remembered something. Talk about it. Where is Yu Songnian? He looked around and found Yu Songnian, who was still playing the cool guy in the corner. Yu Zhao's face darkened and he walked over and knocked on Yu Songnian. When I knock it, there is a banging sound. Yun Jin was shocked. Third senior brother, has he turned into stone? It's okay, it's the same old problem. He gets sick occasionally. After he gets sick, leave him alone and he'll be fine in an hour or two. Yu Zhao skillfully carried Yu Songnian up. No wonder the third senior brother has a cool face throughout the whole process and his emotions are always broken. When leaving, Yu Zhao did not forget to close the door. Yun Jin. No matter how she felt, Tian Jianfeng was not in a normal state today. A big brother who came from time travel. A third senior brother who turns into stone from time to time. Fortunately, second senior sister looks relatively normal. She was now the only one left. Yun Jin first opened the system panel and took a look at the results of this wave of manifestations. Can only say, it's different when there are more people. During this wave of manifestations, she gained a total of 10,478 emotional points. Directly added 100 opportunities for her to simplify. Including the previous ones, her number of simplifications has reached 250 times. All I can say is this is a good number. This number is so good that it must be broken. Yun Jin thought for a while and took out the foundation building pill and Yuan pill. Apart from Bai Ling Dan, these 2 pills were the only ones left on her body. Foundation building pill and Yuan pill are both second-level elixirs. Yun Jin tried to simplify the foundation building pill several times. But she discovered that in order to refine this foundation building pill, there was always a prerequisite that the spiritual power must reach the level of the foundation building stage. If we continue to accumulate simplification times, this precondition may be lifted. However, Yunjin is not far from the foundation building stage now. Although the number of simplifications seems to be high, it is not very time-consuming. Yun Jin will not simplify these 2 elixirs for the time being until she breaks through the foundation building stage. She can now refine Bai Ling Dan by herself. The dual effects are superimposed and she should be able to break through in a few days. There is also the Qinglian sword technique. Yun Jin took out the gold paper. Then start scanning. Earth-level sword technique, Qinglian sword technique. It is a simplified version of the heavenly level sword technique, Qinglian sword technique. Once you practice this sword technique to perfection, you can enter the Qinglian sword technique. Sword technique training conditions: you need to master at least 10 swords. It requires an extraordinary understanding of swordsmanship. The conditions are very simple, and the simpler they are, the scarier they become. Just like these 10 sword intentions. The eldest brother and the second senior sister should each have mastered a sword intent. The eldest brother's Basu sword intention and the second senior sister's Lotus sword intention. This is already the best in this category. But the prerequisite for this Green Lotus sword technique is to master the 10 sword intentions. People with slightly more ordinary qualifications may not reach this level even if they spend their entire lives. And although Qinglian sword technique has a simplification button for the first time, this button is gray, indicating that it cannot be simplified at this moment. System: why can't Qinglian sword technique be simplified? Yun Jin asked directly. The host's realm is too low and cannot be simplified. To practice the earth level skills, you need at least the foundation building stage. Yun Jin nodded. The foundation building period is another foundation building period. It seemed that God was forcing her to build a foundation quickly. Then build the foundation as soon as possible. Yun Jin got up and started the furnace to make the elixir. She planned to break through to the foundation building stage in one go. Chapter 45: Foundation Building. Build the foundation. Tianjin Peak.
Linya looked at the sky above Yunjin's house and the golden light began to shine again.
He was startled and quickly formed a formation in the void covering Yunjin's hut.
The light was immediately absorbed by the formation and was no longer revealed. Linya looked at it for a while and couldn't help but feel helpless.
Who is this new disciple of his? Linya thought about it and felt like she couldn't sleep.
His eyes immediately drifted to the wine gourd.
Forget it, I can't sleep anyway, so I'll drink all night long. Yunjin took the blame for him.
After finding a reason, Linya suddenly felt at ease.
Fengsher Dongay late at night.
Mingheng suddenly sat up from the bed. He slapped himself.
No, is it possible to make alchemy like this?
During the day, in order to stabilize the morale of the soldiers, he didn't even know what nonsense he said and barely calmed the hearts of the little pharmacists.
But now,
he couldn't help himself. He had to try it himself.
By this time everyone else should have gone to rest. Mingheng went to the alchemy room furtively.
In order to restore it perfectly, he used the first-grade pill furnace used for the assessment.
Biling grass spiritual cleansing liquid, everything is ready.
He recalled what Yunjin had done, picked out the green grass with similar spiritual power and then threw it directly into the alchemy furnace without any treatment. Then pour the spirit cleansing liquid directly and elegantly.
As for the heat and so on, there is no control at all.
If he waits for half an hour, he will have a bottle of perfect quality by Lingdan. Mingheng was thinking so.
Sudden,
his expression changed and without hesitation he pasted a few talismans on the alchemy furnace and spiritual power immediately enveloped his whole body.
Next moment, poof! The elixir inside exploded.
Although he made preparations in advance to save the alchemy furnace, Mingheng's face suddenly turned ugly.
What went wrong? Why did the little girl succeed but he failed so miserably?
Mingheng thought for a while and suddenly thought. He remembered that he was missing an important step.
Start all over again.
This time, after putting in the biling grass and spiritual cleansing liquid, he sat next to him and quickly took out a pack of melon seeds.
Right.
The little girl was eating melon seeds.
This may be the essence of this refining technique. If you want to reproduce it, you must reproduce it perfectly. I don't know if it's a coincidence or what. This time the alchemy furnace did not explode immediately. Mingheng's eyes lit up. Could it be that eating melon seeds really has some magical energy?
He suddenly became more and more happy.
Sudden,
there was the sound of the alchemy room door being opened.
Shu, be gentle. Master Ming asked us not to try it easily. If Master Ming finds out, we might be kicked out. Several pharmacists walked in furtively with biling grass and spiritual cleansing liquid. Then they looked up.
Then I saw Mingheng eating melon seeds. The two groups of people stared at each other for a while.
Puff! The elixir explodes again, adding a little BGM to them.
Mingheng stood up and said calmly, I can't sleep for a while, so I feel free to try my hand at practicing the furnace elixir.
Several people looked at the biling grass placed next to Mingheng and nodded repeatedly. Anyway, what is being refined may not be by Lingdan.
Mingheng said with a straight face, okay, don't disturb my alchemy, you can retreat on your own.
Several disciples quickly responded.
As soon as these people left, Mingheng locked the door immediately.
I started thinking again. This time it failed again. What is the reason? Is the way he eats melon seeds wrong? Do you want to cross your legs?
When Mingheng doubted his life again and again, Yunjin had already refined 3 batches of Bai Lingdan in one breath.
30 biling pills.
Plus 3 foundation building pills. This time she is bound to break through to the foundation building stage in one go. If she doesn't make a breakthrough, she won't go out. After taking the first Bai Lingdan, his spiritual energy suddenly surged. Yunjin quickly absorbed it. The spiritual power contained in her perfect quality Bai Lingdan is 10 times that of ordinary Bai Lingdan, but after all it is only a first-grade elixir and she is already very close to the foundation building stage. The spiritual power advanced a step forward but did not reach the 10th level.
Yunjin continued to take it.
After taking 5 pills, her spiritual power reached the 10th level of the Qi training stage. The 10th level is the peak of the Qi training period, and the next step is to build the foundation.
Yunjin took the pills one by one.
After eating all 30 pills, her spiritual power was very close to the limit of her Qi training period. Yunjin made a prompt decision and took a foundation establishment pill directly. Foundation building pills are rare, so Chen Hao has only saved 3 pills for himself after many years of business operation. But Yunjin is not worried about this. She has already obtained the prescription. As long as the herbs are available, she can refine it herself. These foundation establishment pills are not that precious to her. The first foundation establishment pill entered his abdomen and immediately turned into a strong medicinal power that swept through his body. The elixirs of these second-grade elixirs are indeed much more powerful than those of first-grade elixirs. Yunjin was still a little short of the top, but after taking the foundation establishment pill he reached the top in an instant. The power of the foundation establishment pill continues to spread. Yunjin felt it and felt that she could hold on, so she took the second pill directly.
This time,
the medicinal power that reached the peak of Qi refining began to slowly condense. When it condensed to a certain extent, suddenly a trace of the spiritual power began to slowly turn into liquid. This process was very slow, but it continued. There was no shortcut to this step, so Yunjin patiently refined the foundation establishment pill bit by bit.
Tianjian Peak. Yunjin has been in retreat for 3 days and 3 nights.
If Linya hadn't been able to sense the fluctuation of spiritual power inside, he would have probably broken in and taken a look.
Master, what exactly is junior sister practicing? Si Wanning was a little worried.
Linya wanted to say something but subconsciously shook his head.
Master?
Yu Zhao was also a little confused.
Linya said with some trepidation, Xiao Jin's spiritual power was about to break through to the 10th level before the retreat. She has been practicing now. I wonder, is she planning to break through the foundation building stage? Break through the foundation building period?
Yu Zhao was a little confused.
How long has it been since the junior sister started? Is this possible?
To break through the foundation building stage, spiritual power must reach the peak of the Qi training stage.
This is one aspect.
More importantly, the soul realm must also be upgraded to the foundation building stage.
Only the 4 holy lands have special secrets for improving the soul realm.
Disciples from mid-level sects like them can only train themselves more and wait for the soul realm to slowly improve. If you want to break through the foundation building stage, both the spiritual realm and the soul realm are indispensable. In terms of spiritual power, Yu Zhao is not worried. Yunjin is extremely talented, and coupled with her ability to make alchemy, it should be easy to break through.
But the realm of soul, has she also broken through? This is a bit unscientific. I don't think it's possible even as a teacher. Linya was in a daze, but I can't think of any other situation at the moment. Yunjin's movement is clearly making a breakthrough.
Wait a little longer, it's been 3 days now and the junior sister should be out of seclusion soon.
Si Wanning was talking. Sudden.
The surging spiritual power suddenly calmed down and was completely absorbed by the person.
Linya's pupils suddenly shrank. He checked it subconsciously and then his expression changed very wonderfully. Building, foundation building period. Yunjin is a real breakthrough. Chapter 46, Jinglian Sword Technique, Here I Come. Yu Zhao also vaguely sensed something. He couldn't believe it and couldn't help but look at Linya.
Linya said in a daze, your junior sister has broken through the foundation building stage.
Moreover, judging from the aura, it is not the vain kind.
The foundation of her foundation building period was very solid and her aura was very stable. It was obvious that she had completely consolidated her realm.
So fast. Everyone in Tianjian Peak was stunned. Yu Zhao was thinking, how long did it take for him to break through the foundation building stage?
It seemed like it took 3 whole years.
This is already considered good in the sect.
Second junior sister and third junior brother are also at about the same time.
This can be considered as their talents in this field. The results of it.
At this time, the master accepted a young apprentice. Less than 10 days after I started, I went directly from a mortal to a whole great realm and entered the foundation building stage.
This kind of thing.
In addition to the top monsters in the 4 Holy Lands, now their junior sisters have also done it.
In the bamboo house,
Yunjin felt the power of the foundation building period with satisfaction. She has traveled through countless worlds, let alone the foundation building stage, and even had the power of an immortal. For her, there is no problem of being too fast and unable to control her power. To her, the power of the foundation building period was like that of a former doctoral student.
Suddenly she was reborn and came back to learn 1 + 1. It was a piece of cake.
The host has broken through to the foundation building stage. The system prompt rang. Please confirm whether the host should change the skill secret book. If it is changed, the host is asked to learn the new skill secret book as soon as possible. If not, it can be simplified 30 times. Opportunity to upgrade the level of Xianju to the foundation building stage. Yunjin narrowed his eyes. There were still 2 options.
She couldn't help but ask, if you choose to improve the Xianju, will the existing practice methods of the Xianju change?
If you choose to improve the mysterious technique, continue the original practice method. Ingesting food can absorb spiritual power.
Yunjin thought quickly. The Xianju technique is generally only used to test disciples.
Most disciples will choose to change the technique after they officially start.
There is no reason for her. This technique is so balanced.
It absorbs spiritual power, absorbing the spiritual power of the 5 elements at the same time. Except for the useless 5 spiritual roots like Yunjin, the other disciples simply don't need all the 5 elements' spiritual power.
If you use Xianju to practice, your practice efficiency will be low.
For those disciples with 1 spiritual root and 2 spiritual roots, it is best to choose those skills and secrets that suit their attributes.
But for Yunjin,
she originally had 5 spiritual roots. This mysterious technique absorbs 5 types of spiritual energy without distinction and is the most suitable for her. On the other hand, the disadvantage of Xianju is that the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy is too low, making it difficult to advance.
But Yunjin has a system.
The setting that food can be converted into spiritual power directly makes up for this shortcoming.
Think about it. This secret technique for testing is actually the best choice for her. Upgrade the secret formula, Yunjin said without hesitation.
The system received the command and started running on its own.
A big book suddenly appeared in front of Yunjin.
The book rotated slowly and endless information poured into Yunjin's mind. This information was constantly reorganized and dispersed, and in the end it was condensed into a book as big as the palm of your hand. The book turned into a stream of light and fell into Yunjin's mind. Yunjin closed his eyes and felt it for a while, then opened his eyes.
The Xuanjue technique of the foundation building stage is completed. Not only that, she noticed. This Xuanjue was originally a low-level Huang-level skill secret book.
This time it has advanced to an upper-level Huang level. According to this situation, the next time I break through the golden core stage, the secret book will probably be upgraded to a Xian level technique. If you use simplified times to pile up all the way, this once mysterious technique one day in the future can even become a heaven-level technique. Yunjin's eyes flickered, and now she was starting to look forward to it. There are still more than 200 simplification times left, which seems to be quite a lot, but I'm afraid it will be cleared soon.
First, there are 2 elixirs, the foundation building pill and the Yuan pill.
Both of these are second-grade elixirs, and they are very useful whether you take them yourself or sell them. When Yunjin simplified the Bai Ling Dan before, he used it about 10 times and got a relatively satisfactory solution.
This time,
she used both the foundation building pill and the Yuan pill about 50 times before simplifying them to the most satisfactory solution. Yunjin was thinking that in a few days it would be time to go to Fengshe again to advance to the level of a second-grade alchemist. At that time, if there are 2 more traded commodities with the senior brother's ability, he will definitely be able to earn more crystal stones. The most important thing is that this wave of people appear in front of them, which can add some emotional value. Yunjin looked a little distressed when she saw that she only had over 100 simplification times left. She has worked so hard to manifest her holiness so many times in the past few days and has finally accumulated so much emotional value. Today she is afraid that she will go back to before liberation.
But there is nothing we can do. The flowers must be spent. Yunjin took a deep breath. Qinglian sword technique. Simplified. She must learn the Qinglian sword technique even if she has to spend all the simplifications. Yunjin tried it 10 times first. The simplification effect is not obvious. Then keep simplifying. It took 100 times of simplification. Yunjin paused for a moment. The entry requirements for Qinglian sword technique, mastering the 10 sword intentions. This is the only condition left and the method of obtaining sword intent has been simplified. How to obtain sword intent? Cultivate a sword technique to a proficient level and you can automatically obtain sword intent. Currently the host has mastered sword intent, breaking the void sword intent and lotus sword intent. Usually, a swordsmanship the first level is beginners, the second level is proficiency. Yunjin's Basu sword technique and lotus sword technique were already at the second level of proficiency. After this simplification she directly mastered the sword intent of these 2 sword techniques. Not a superficial grasp but a grasp of its true meaning. Although it is only a basic level of mastery, it is still a mastery. Yunjin couldn't help but roll his eyes. This sword intent is not only found in Xian level swordsmanship but also in Huan level swordsmanship. She also has 5 yellow level sword skills here. If you look for those senior brothers and watch them practice swordsmanship, wouldn't it be possible to master the sword's intention easily? Those are the 7 sword intentions. Next find 3 more yellow level sword techniques and quickly practice them to the second level. Then the cultivation conditions are met. This shouldn't be difficult for her. A bright smile couldn't help but appear on Yunjin's face. Qinglian swordsmanship. I am coming. After laughing for a while, Yunjin looked at the system panel. I became worried again. Although he had been mentally prepared for a long time, Yunjin felt really miserable when there were only a dozen or so simplified times left. So everyone saw it. It's not like she likes to show off her holiness in front of others. Forced by life. Let's go, working spirit, it's time for her to continue working for emotional value. Yunjin just went out with a work mentality and a sad face. Door. Several pairs of eyes looked at her. Chapter 47. The Yandere appears. Yunjin was startled. Master? Senior brother? Senior sister? What's wrong with you? Why do you even have dark circles under your eyes? What a pity, these people are cultivating immortals. Why do they still have dark circles under their eyes? Several people hurriedly used their spiritual power and the dark circles under their eyes disappeared instantly. Linya looked at Yunjin slightly confused. Didn't this young apprentice break through the foundation building stage? Why do you look so sad? Did he make a mistake in his investigation? She seems to be in good condition, but actually there is a big problem? Linya couldn't help but become nervous as he watched. Yunjin suddenly sighed again. Linya suddenly became more nervous. He asked cautiously, Xiaojin, what's wrong? Is there a problem with your practice? If you have any problems, just speak up. Master is here and I will definitely help you solve it. Yunjin looked at Linya and hesitated to speak. Linya couldn't help but look at her encouragingly. This was the first time he had seen Yunjin like this since he started. He, the apprentice who was defiant to heaven and earth, finally encountered an embarrassing situation. On the one hand, Linya was a little relieved that his master could finally be put to some use. On the other hand, there are also some worries. Yunjin has been going smoothly but suddenly encountered setbacks, so don't affect Tao Xin. Under Linan's encouraging gaze, Yunjin said with some distress, Master, in terms of cultivation I don't have any problems. I have just broken through to the foundation building stage and my cultivation is quite stable. What I am worried about are other things. Is it okay to practice? Linya breathed a sigh of relief at first, then hurriedly asked, What is it? Just say it. With Master here, all the big things will be solved for you. Seriously? Yunjin's eyes lit up. Linya felt the presence of Master Dang Yunjin for the first time and couldn't help but nod his head. Yunjin hurriedly asked, "Master, please help me think about other places where I can show my holiness in front of others? I want a place where the more people there are the better." "Then I will." Halfway through Yunjin's words, Linya's face darkened visibly. He gritted his teeth and interrupted Yunjin, "I can't think of it." Yunjin suddenly felt aggrieved. "If you can't think of it, you can't think of it. Why are you so fierce? Didn't he himself say that he would help her solve the problem? Her biggest problem now is this." Linya's beard twitched and then he brought Yu Zhao over. "As a senior brother, it is your responsibility to take care of your junior brothers and sisters. Xiao Jin will leave it to you. I have something else to do, so I'll go and get busy first." Linya ran away in a flash. Haha, worried about Yunjin? No need at all? Elder brother. Yunjin looked at Yu Zhao innocently. Yu Zhao sighed resignedly and was about to say something. Suddenly an indistinguishable voice sounded, "Yu Zhao, long time no see." Yu Zhao frowned and his face changed slightly. He turned around and saw a man in red walking slowly. He had a gorgeous face and blood-red lips which made him look eerily beautiful. The man greeted Yu Zhao, but his eyes fell directly on Yunjin. He looked at Yunjin and showed a meaningful smile. "Oh, what a lovely girl." Yu Zhao stood in front of Yunjin with an expressionless face. "Gu Jinghong, if you want to be shameful, go back to your own house. You are not allowed to be presumptuous in Tianjin Peak." Gu Jinghong showed a subtle expression and raised his eyebrows. "Why is senior brother you so fierce?" "I was ordered by master to convey the message to you this time. I heard that junior sister Yunjin is not afraid of anything. Why are you hiding and not daring to see people now? If you have anything to say, just say it." Yu Zhao said coldly, blocking Gu Jinghong's sight. "Senior brother." Yunjin poked her head out with a bright smile. "I look so cute and beautiful. If senior brother Gu insists on seeing me, then let him see me." Yunjin walked out directly, looking directly at Gu Jinghong with a smile on her lips. Gu Jinghong. She has a deep memory of this person. In the book. Among Yi Danxiao's suitors there are all kinds of types, including loyal dogs, little milk dogs, Yandere, and gentle gentlemen. This Gu Jinghong is Yi Danxiao's second senior brother and he is a psychopath. Oh. In the book he has a nicer adjective, Yandere. In the previous life, just because Yi Danxia cried, this sickly senior brother took her away indiscriminately and tortured her with soul-eating ants for a day and a night. Logically speaking, those pains should be far away. But meeting now Yunjin suddenly felt that it was not far enough. The pain she had experienced in her previous life, the sickly senior brother should also taste in this life. Yunjin met Gu Jinghong's gaze without hesitation. Gu Jinghong was stunned for a moment and then a nervous smile appeared on his lips. She is still a brave little girl. Do you know? I have the habit of drinking human blood, and what I like to drink most is your kind. The little girl's blood. As he spoke, Gu Jinghong licked his lips, looking like a pervert. Gu Jinghong, you. Yu Zhao was a little angry. He was about to scold Yunjin because he was afraid that Yunjin would be frightened. Yunjin smiled and she looked at Gu Jinghong steadily. Do you know your senior brother? Gu Jinghong narrowed his eyes. He will die in 3 months. Yunjin smiled and slowly put his hand on his neck. I will take the sword and make a sharp stroke like this and his head will fall to the ground with a snap. You, if you like to drink human blood, I will take some of it in a bowl and drink all the blood for you, okay? Yunjin said, and suddenly Jie laughed strangely. What's the point of drinking the blood of ordinary people? Drinking the blood of fellow sex is exciting. Senior brother Gu, tell me, is that right? In this way she looked even more tame than Gu Jinghong. Yu Zhao silently stepped aside. How to say? I feel like he shouldn't be involved in this changing world, he's still a child. Gu Jinghong couldn't help but laugh when he heard Yunjin's laughter. He put away his smile and looked at Yunjin's expression becoming a little cold. It's interesting. In 3 months, when the senior brother kills you, I will definitely taste your blood. Oh? Yunjin smiled. I'm afraid you won't have this chance. Gu Jinghong looked at Yunjin for a while and suddenly smiled. Junior sister Yun, I am not here to quarrel with you today. Master indeed asked me to convey something.
Yun Jin raised his eyebrows. If you fart, hurry up.
Gu Jinghong's face became more and more gloomy.
He controlled his emotions and said, the new disciples who have started this time, including you and Dansha, a total of 15 people have been selected.
Master has ordered that all disciples should go to the square tomorrow at midnight. Assemble when the time comes. Master will issue tokens symbolizing the sect's identity. I hope you will come on time. He paused deliberately as if to imply that Yun Jin would have endless malice waiting for her.
Yun Jin didn't seem to hear it. She just raised her eyebrows. I know.
She was extremely happy. Did anyone hear it?
All the disciples gathered in the square.
All. What does this mean? It means there are many people. What does the large number of people mean? That's a lot of emotional value.
Yun Jin almost cried when she thought of Zhao Wuji.
What a wonderful person this is.
He used his thoughts to oppress himself, raising his soul power to the foundation building stage. Now he knew that his emotional points were not enough, so he gathered all the disciples of the sect to give her emotional points.
Such a good person. She will definitely repay you well in the future. Chapter 48 Introductory Ceremony.
You've already passed on the news, why don't you get out of here?
Si Wanning said sharply.
Gu Jinghong suddenly showed a smile that was neither yin nor yang. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. He gave Yun Jin one last meaningful look and made a gesture of wiping his throat. Yun Jin also looked at him, pulled the corners of his eyes and mouth with his hands and made a big grimace.
Gu Jinghong. Suddenly I couldn't laugh anymore. He sneered, turned around and left.
Who are you scaring? Yun Jin said loudly from behind, I specialize in treating perverts. If you like blood so much, I will let you taste your own blood next time. Gu Jinghong had already walked away, but Yun Jin was still provoking madly from behind.
Come to me next time if you have the ability. If I frown, my surname is not Yun.
This was the first time in his life that Gu Jinghong encountered such a ruthless person. For a moment he even gritted his teeth tighter.
Are you leaving now? Don't leave if you can. Let's chat some more. Yun Jin was still shouting.
Yu Zhao's expression was complicated. Little junior sister, I have gone far.
Gu Jinghong was a somewhat evil person. Most people would avoid him when they saw him. Even Yu Zhao didn't want to deal with him.
Yun Jin, on the other hand, frantically provoked the other party because she was afraid that Gu Jinghong would not come to her. Based on Yu Zhao's understanding of Gu Jinghong, he could only say that the junior sisters'
hatred for Gu Jinghong was already overwhelming.
The other disciples in the sect could breathe a sigh of relief during this period.
Take a break and drink some water. Si Wanning handed over a glass of water.
Yun Jin took a sip and said, senior brother and second senior sister, I always feel that I didn't perform very well just now.
Do you think this senior brother Gu won't come to me next time?
Yun Jin was a little worried. She still wanted to play with Gu Jinghong. Yu Zhao twitched the corners of his lips. Junior sister, you don't have to worry about this. Yun Jin knew nothing about her ability to attract hatred.
That's good.
Yun Jin couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief, and a dangerous smile slowly appeared on the corners of his lips. If Gu Jinghong could come to her by himself, it would save her the trouble of looking for someone. Those debts from previous lives need to be carefully reckoned with. Yu Zhao looked at Yun Jin's smile and fell silent.
Do not know why. He is not worried about Yun Jin at all now. He was even a little worried about Gu Jinghong. After all, Yun Jin's mental state seemed to be more unstable than Gu Jinghong's. As soon as this idea flashed through his mind, Yu Zhao quickly shook his head. As a senior brother, how could he miss his junior sister so much? There must be something wrong with the new disciples' induction ceremony tomorrow, and he has to give Yun Jin the right advice. Little junior sister,
Yu Zhao said, I suspect that Gu Jinghong is going to cause trouble at tomorrow's ceremony. But everyone in the sect is here, and I don't know what trouble he can cause for the time being. You must be careful. At that time I will also pay attention to your side, and I will rush there immediately if there is any situation.
Si Wanning said, I will also pay attention. Yu Songyan also nodded seriously. Everyone in the sect is here. How dare he cause trouble? Yun Jin's voice suddenly rose. You don't have to worry too much, I'm just making a little guess. Yu Zhaozheng comforted. I heard the second half of Yun Jin's excited words. That's really great. Yu Zhao. Okay, just pretend he didn't say it. He'd better be more attentive to himself. The next day, Yun Jin happily got up early. Yu Zhao and others looked serious as if they were facing a formidable enemy, but Yun Jin looked like they were going on an outing. Central Square. On the high platform, the headmaster and the master of the 10 peaks have already taken their seats. Below are the true disciples of each peak. Most of these true disciples are performing various tasks outside, but not many stay in the sect. This is also normal. In Tianqing sect, in addition to the opportunity to redeem cheats for free at the beginning, whether you want to redeem cheats or want elixirs and magic weapons other than the quota, you have to rely on points to redeem them. The best way to earn points is to complete tasks. Therefore, these true disciples spend most of the year doing tasks non-stop. Below the true disciples are the formal disciples of various peaks and headmasters. The treatment of these disciples is much worse than that of the true disciples, and most of them are far inferior in talent, but occasionally one or two will rise up. Behind them are the outer disciples. The outer disciples are the lowest level of the sect. They have almost no resources and they have many chores every day. Many outer disciples have the status of a handyman. It's harder than ever to get ahead. For these outer disciples, the risk of doing sect tasks is too high, and most of them will choose to do some chores to obtain basic survival resources. Yun Jin's group of disciples. There are only 2 true disciples. One is Yun Jin, who entered the Tianjian Peak sect. One is Yi Danxia, who joined the headmaster's sect. There are 8 official disciples divided among each peak. The remaining 5 people were thrown to the outer door. In this way, when entering, the positions of several people are already divided into different classes. Although everyone knows that Tianjian Peak will soon change, its peak leader Yun Jin now has the title of true disciple after all, and she and Yi Danxia are standing at the front. Then he became a formal disciple. Finally, there were a few outer disciples. Classes are already very strict at this moment. Wait for everyone to gather. Zhao Wuji stood up with a calm expression. This recruitment, there are a total of 15 new disciples. Among them 2 are true disciples. Zhao Wuji looked at Yun Jin and Yi Danxia. Yun Jin, Yi Danxia, you two come forward. There was a hint of excitement on Yi Danxia's face. She puffed up her chest and took a step forward. Seeing Yun Jin take a step forward, her eyes changed slightly. Although she knew that Yun Jin could only be proud of the last 3 months. However, at this moment Yun Jin was standing in the same row as her, which still made her feel a little uncomfortable. She has a heavenly spiritual root, and this Yunjin is just a mere 5 spiritual roots. Is she worthy of being on the same level as him? But Yi Danxia couldn't help but reveal a look of gloating in her eyes when she thought of the promise her second senior brother had made to her. After the senior brother was chased by Yun Jin and made an agreement, the master felt that the impact of this incident was not good after all, so he asked him to temporarily retreat for 3 months. Good thing. A few days ago, the second senior brother came back. This second senior brother is better looking than the first senior brother, and he is more protective of himself. This time, he didn't say anything, but the second senior brother heard privately what Yun Jin had done and immediately decided to take a breath for himself. Yi Danxia pretended to persuade her several times, but of course she failed. The second senior brother seemed to have decided to take action today. Yi Danxia glanced at Gu Jinghong subconsciously. Gu Jinghong smiled at her, and Yi Danxia's heart was immediately set. Whatever the second senior brother wants to do, he will definitely be able to do it. This time Yun Jin must make a big mistake. Chapter 49, Evil People. Zhao Wuji seemed not to notice the flirting between the 2 disciples. He said calmly, "Teach the truth and pass on the disciple's robe." A disciple came forward, held up 2 pieces of clothing, and stood in front of Yun Jin and Yi Danxia. The true disciple's clothing is a spiritual weapon infused with spiritual power and can be used immediately. The disciple reminded. Yun Jin and Yi Danxia both injected spiritual power, and the next moment the true disciple clothes were put on automatically.
Gu Dinghong watched closely and after making sure that Yun Jin had put it on, a strange smile appeared on his lips. After putting on her clothes, Yun Jin raised her eyebrows slightly.
Just in an instant, the system beeped. Dee beep beep. Harmful substance detected.
Yun Jin was not surprised at all.
She said calmly, detailed testing.
After deducting a few simplification times, the test result comes out.
Mesmerized beast powder has been detected.
This drug is extremely attractive to beasts below the foundation establishment stage. If there are beasts below the foundation establishment stage nearby, there is a high probability that they will attack the host.
Yun Jin smiled.
It's really the same method as in the previous life. Yi Danxia, the second senior brother, has some accomplishments in beast control and medicine. In her previous life she suffered a lot from these two things. But in this life he will never succeed. System: extract the beast powder.
Yun Jin gave the order. 5 simplified reps required. Deduct.
As the number of times was deducted, a bottle appeared silently in Yunjin's storage bag which contained the extracted beast powder. At this moment the conferring of formal disciples and outer disciples has also been completed. Zhao Wuji continued, the next step is to give the disciple a token and a set of initial spiritual weapons.
The disciple below is coming up with a tray. A strange smile suddenly appeared on Gu Jinghong's lips. It should be almost time.
As the disciples of the headmaster, they should be aloof. Since this Yun Jin dares to be so arrogant, he should pay the price.
Is it right? Disciple token?
Yun Jin was about to speak.
Next moment, a faint roar of an animal suddenly came from not far away. What's going on? Is it the Spirit Beast Pavilion? What happened to the spirit beasts in the Spirit Beast Pavilion? Everyone couldn't help but start talking. How could it be possible? Isn't it controlled by a spiritual beast ring? That sound isn't right. Is this going to happen? Yu Zhao couldn't help but look nervously in the direction of the Spirit Beast Pavilion.
He had a hunch that this was probably aimed at his junior sister.
Go and see what's going on in the Spirit Beast Pavilion. Zhao Wuji ordered Gu Jinghong. Gu Jinghong responded and went to the Spirit Beast Pavilion.
The ceremony was naturally suspended.
Xiao Jin, what do you think this could be? Yi Danxia blinked and looked at Yun Jin leisurely.
She knew that this matter was directed at Yun Jin, and Yun Jin must also be the unlucky one.
At this moment I couldn't help but want to mock him in advance. Yun Jin smiled, I don't know either.
I never caused trouble, so it should have nothing to do with me. As she spoke, her fingers moved imperceptibly.
The beast-obsessed powder was immediately sprinkled on Yi Danxia. Yi Danxia was unaware and continued, really? I also hope it has nothing to do with us.
Gu Jinghong came back soon, and he also brought an old man who guarded the Spirit Beast Pavilion.
Senior Ling, what happened to the Spirit Beast Pavilion?
Zhao Wuji asked politely. This Ling Fei's strength is not very high and he is still stuck at the peak of becoming a god. However, he has a unique skill: he can communicate with spiritual animals. Therefore, the Spiritual Beast Pavilion has always been entrusted to him to guard. Especially for the late-stage guardian spirit beast of Tianqing Pavilion, Lingfei was the only one who could barely talk to her.
Lingfei's status became even more prominent.
Lingfei touched his beard and there was a hint of doubt in his expression. The only ones who rioted this time were the monsters in the Qi training stage and a very small number of monsters in the foundation building stage.
The other monsters didn't show any reaction. I tried to talk to them.
The rioting spirit beasts are communicating, but they are in a violent state and cannot communicate for the time being. When they calm down, I will try to explore the reason.
It won't work if we continue to be so manic.
The monsters in the Qi training period are too fragile and it will be bad if something happens. Gu Jinghong said with a worried look, Senior Ling, we still have to find a way to explore the cause and eliminate it.
Crisis. Lingfei looked at Gu Jinghong kindly. Jinghong, what can you do? Gu Jinghong was quite talented at controlling beasts and he had several faces.
At least in front of Lingfei he always looked like a good boy.
Ling Fei has always been very fond of him and even gave him guidance many times.
Now that he saw Gu Jinghong talking, he also wanted to see what this talented disciple could come up with.
Gu Jinghong said with a worried look, "When I look at these spiritual beasts, they seem to be possessed by evil spirits."
Bewitched?
Ling Fei's eyes changed slightly. "I don't know if you have heard of a rumor." Gu Jinghong talked eloquently. "There are some people in this world who are born evil. Such people have their own evil aura, which is difficult for humans to detect. However, for those with simple nature, for spiritual beasts, it is very obvious. Once such a person appears nearby, the spiritual beast will most likely be affected and its character will become irritable."
Jinghong, is there anything else going on?
Zhao Wuji asked solemnly, "Are you talking nonsense?" Ling Fei thought for a while and then said, "What Jinghong said is not unreasonable.
Although it is rare, there have been such examples in the past. And the higher the spiritual power of the evil carrier, the more spiritual beasts it can affect. If it is really due to evil spirits, then this person's cultivation should still be in the Qi training stage. A small number of foundation establishment stage spirit beasts are affected, which proves that he may be at a high level of Qi practice, but most of the foundation establishment stage spirit beasts are
not affected. He should not have entered the foundation building stage yet. Such a thing really exists." Zhao Wuji was shocked. "If such an evil person appears in our Tianqing sect, wouldn't it be detrimental to the entire sect when he grows up?" "Senior Ling, I wonder if there is a way to find out that person?" Things progressed step by step.
Lin Ya's expression changed slightly.
How could he not see it? This matter was probably directed at Yun Jin. But what exactly did these people do? Lin Ya couldn't help but said, "This is not the only reason why the spirit beasts rioted. What if the spirit beasts ate the wrong thing?" Ling Fei was stunned for a moment, thinking about this possibility. Zhao Wuji had already shouted sternly, "Lin Ya, are you saying that Senior Ling made a mistake in feeding? Since Senior Ling guarded the spirit beast pavilion, when has such a mistake appeared?"
The food used by the spirit beasts has also been personally inspected by Senior Ling.
What's the problem? Now that the spiritual beasts are suddenly rioting, in my opinion, they must be mixed with evil spirits. Furthermore, it is very simple to verify. If there are really evil people, we only need to release the rioting spiritual beasts. Whichever disciple they attack first will probably be the one with evil spirits. Gu Jinghong answered immediately. "It's simply ridiculous. You guys are obviously..." Lin Ya tried his best to speak. He knew that he must not let these spiritual beasts come out to identify them. Xiao Jin is definitely not an evil person, but what if something was done to her? After this incident, she is likely to be considered unlucky. "Master."
Yun Jin blinked and suddenly said with a worried look on his face, "I think what Senior Brother Gu said makes sense.
I also think there are evil people in our sect." Chapter 50, Spirit Beast Impact.
Yun Jin suddenly said this and Lin Ya was stunned for a moment. He thought Yun Jin didn't know the pros and cons and was about to say something.
Zhao Wuji had already said calmly, "Lin Ya, your own disciples are wary of those evil people. Why do you keep blocking them?" Although the theory of evil spirits is rare, once there is an evil person, it will not only affect us Tianqing Zone. If he is allowed to practice, it will be a disaster for the entire world of immortality. In addition to Yun Jin, there should be many others who have concerns. In order to relieve their concerns, this test is inevitable. Okay. What Master said is absolutely true. If there is really an evil person, we can find it. If not, everyone can feel at ease. Gu Jinghong said.
Lin Ya glanced at the other peak masters. Several of them hesitated to speak, but in the end they did not speak. A few were even more blatantly gloating about their misfortune.
Obviously. Some people know who this incident is for. But so what? Now Yunjin doesn't have enough leverage for them to face Zhao Wuji head-on. Lin Ya's heart couldn't help but sink to the bottom. There was also a faint look of worry on the faces of the Yu Zhao people. Only Yu Zhao. He looked at Yun Jin's unsparing look and felt a little strange. With the character of my little junior sister, can she really suffer? It had only been a few days since she had started, but she was so determined to offend the headmaster.
But from the beginning to the end of the confrontation she never seemed to suffer.
This time, could it be that the junior sister is already prepared? Yu Zhao couldn't help but look at Yun Jin. Yun Jin looked really worried. Senior brother Gu was absolutely right. Once that evil person grows up, he will definitely be the big devil who brings trouble to the world of immortality. This kind of person must be found as soon as possible. In my opinion, if there is such a person in the sect, we cannot simply expel her. We should tear her muscles and bones, then throw her into an alchemy furnace and burn her to ashes, and then throw her ashes into the abyss of the sea. Her existence affects this pure world. Gu Ginghong almost laughed when he heard this. He couldn't help but look at Yun Jin with a mocking look.
Hearing the junior sister cry to him, he thought this Yun Jin was some kind of powerful character. As a result, he turned out to be a complete idiot. The senior brother just lacked some strategy and suffered a loss in the hands of such fools.
This time it's his turn.
He must let Yun Jin know what would happen if he offended the headmaster. Gu Jinghong covered up the sarcasm in his eyes and said with a smile, Yun Jin is right.
If you really find an evil person, you will deal with him like this.
Throwing him into the abyss of the sea and leaving no bones is the real deal.
Yeah.
Yun Jin nodded expectantly. Then let's let the spirit beasts identify him. I get very scared when I think that such an evil person might be among us.
An undetectable smile appeared on the corner of Zhao Wuji's lips and he said, Senior Ling, please bring a few crazy spiritual beasts out and see what's going on. That's fine. Ling Fei responded and turned back to the spirit beast pavilion. Yi Danxia couldn't help but lower her head when she saw Yun Jin's worried look.
If she didn't lower her head, she was afraid that Yun Jin would hear her laughter.
Ha ha ha.
She couldn't wait to see what kind of expression she would have when the spirit beast came out and recognized Yun Jin as the evil person.
That expression must be wonderful.
Yi Danxia tried hard to hide the malice on her lips.
Yunjin. This time, even if you don't die, I can still pull off a layer of skin from your body. The bullying you have suffered these days, I want you to pay it back once and for all. Soon.
Ling Fei brought 5 spirit beasts, one of which was in the foundation building stage and the rest were in the chi training stage. These 5 spirit beasts were particularly agitated for some reason, their pupils glowing with strange red color, and they kept roaring and twisting. If they hadn't been low in cultivation and relatively easy to control, even Ling Fei would be a little distressed. Ling Fei led them all the way, and the closer they got to the square, the louder they roared.
Gu Jinghong suddenly said with a worried look on his face, the spirit beasts raised by Senior Ling are very docile. This has not happened for many years. Now that the spirit beasts are so abnormal, this square may be really troubled. Second senior brother, let the spirit beast identify it quickly, otherwise it will be really scary. Yi Danxia couldn't help but say. She really couldn't wait. That's right. Yun Jin responded, when I think of such a terrible person lurking among us, I panic. If I don't find this person, I won't dare to sleep at night. Zhao Wuji's eyes moved slightly and he said calmly, Senior Ling, let's get started. Temporarily lift the restrictions on these spiritual beasts and see if they react. Ling Fei nodded. They are just a few low-level spiritual beasts. Even if they lose control, they can be easily subdued. Now there is no way to find the evil person. Ling Fei was thinking about letting them out one by one. Gu Jinghong hurriedly said, Senior, let it go in one breath. If there is only a single spirit beast, the judgment may not be accurate enough. If there are multiple spirit beasts rushing towards the same person, then the judgment can basically be made. It makes sense, so let's do it. Zhao Wuji said. Ling Fei thought about it and didn't refuse. He reached out and patted the heads of these 5 spiritual beasts calmly. There was originally a golden circle around the necks of these spirit beasts, which was the animal control circle that could control them. With Ling Fei's shot, the 5 animal control rings fell off. The eyes of the 5 spirit beasts further turned red. At this moment it turned blood red. They seemed to be troubled by something and their shouts became more and more manic. The foundation building stage spiritual beast was already staring viciously at the many low-level disciples on the field. He could sense that the aura that made him irritated was among these people. Where? Who is it? These crazy spiritual beasts look really scary. The Chi training period disciples who were stared at by them were a little scared for a moment. Although the cultivation of these spiritual beasts is still shallow, the problem is their cultivation is still shallow. If they were accidentally hit, they would inevitably suffer some injuries. And this evil person sounds very scary. Although they feel that it should not be them. But inexplicably he felt a little guilty. What if it's him? I always feel a little panicked. Just when tension swept the entire place. Sudden. The spiritual beast in the foundation building stage seemed to have found its target. It turned around and looked viciously in a certain direction. Then it roared and rushed straight over. The few spiritual beasts in the Chi training stage also followed suit. The square suddenly became chaotic. Only Yi Danxia showed a proud smile. The direction of the impact of this spiritual beast was the direction where Yunjin was. Later, when Yunjin is accused of being an evil person, let's see what else she has to say. As for myself, I'm afraid I can only kindly comfort her at that time. Chapter 51 should be Yunjin. Oh, why is this spiritual beast coming towards me? Yunjin exclaimed. Yi Danxia's smile became even deeper. Soon Yunjin will realize that something is wrong. But by then it was too late. Yunjin shouted exaggeratedly, "Run!" She ran away in a flash. The smile on Yi Danxia's lips became deeper. What's the use of running? These spiritual beasts have identified her and will just keep chasing her no matter where she runs. At that time, the identity of Yunjin's evil person will be more confirmed. Yi Danxia showed a restless expression, just waiting to watch the show. "Danxia, run!" Yunjin suddenly shouted. Yi Danxia was slightly disdainful. It's not like he's here for her, why is she running away? That's ridiculous. These spiritual beasts will follow Yunjin, so she doesn't have to worry at all. But the next moment, there were loud screams. Yi Danxia was stunned for a moment and her pupils suddenly shrank. The explosive flame tiger in the foundation establishment stage had already arrived in front of her. It opened its mouth and bit into her angrily. Yi Danxia was shocked. Impossible. Why are these spiritual beasts coming at her? Something is wrong. She tried her best to dodge, but it was too late. The explosive flame tiger had already bit her on the shoulder. Yi Danxia suddenly screamed. Little junior sister. Gu Jinghan's expression changed drastically. What's happening here? Are these spiritual beasts crazy? Why are they heading for Danxia? Gu Jinghong rushed down to save people. Yu Zhao stopped him directly. Junior brother Gu, it seems that Yi Danxia is very likely to be an evil person. There is no need to save such a person. Gu Jinghong's face was ashen and he subconsciously looked at Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji looked a little gloomy. He didn't know exactly how Gu Jinghong operated and he didn't ask. But as his second disciple, he used these methods to no avail in the past. How could such a change happen this time? Zhao Wuji said coldly, "Rescue people first." Maybe there was an accident somewhere and these spiritual beasts recognized the wrong evil person. Headmaster, you can't say this. Linya raised his eyebrows and said with joy, "Spiritual beasts are the most sensitive, how can they recognize the wrong person?" There must be something wrong with Yi Danxia. In my opinion, still not urgently save her and let these spiritual beasts be carefully identified. Zhao Wuji couldn't help but want to say something. Ling Fei frowned but also said, "These spiritual beasts have been raised by me. Even if they are in a crazy state, they will not harm people's lives. At most, this disciple will only suffer some injuries. There is no harm in observing them further." Because Ling Fei was close to the guardian spirit beast in the late stage of integration, he had always had a detached status in the sect, so he didn't have to worry about Zhao Wuji. He agreed to let the spirit beast come to test not because he wanted to help teach a sect but because he was really worried about evil people. Now that he had measured the features, he naturally wanted to test them to the end. Ah! Yi Danxia had been thrown to the ground. Several spiritual beasts bit her body angrily and the screens shook the earth for a moment.
Yunjin couldn't help but cover her eyes and then opened her fingers. Crazy spiritual beasts and so on, so scary, so scary. She is a child, so don't be frightened into having nightmares. Gu Jinghong was stopped by Yu Zhao and his expression became more and more anxious. Senior Ling. What this evil man said is only recorded in the classics and may not be true. If he wronged the little junior sister, wouldn't he let her suffer in vain? Zhao Wuji couldn't help but feel heartbroken when he saw Yi Danxia's painful look. The first time he saw Yi Danxia, even before he knew she was Tianling, and he had a special eye for this disciple. After entering the school, Yi Danxia was also well behaved and sweet, always shouting master and master. He had accepted 5 male disciples before, but none of them were as soft and cute as Yi Danxia. Now I saw her rolling on the ground in pain. Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth and couldn't care about anything else for the moment. He suddenly stepped forward and waved his sleeves. Those spiritual beasts had some scars on their bodies, but they had lost their minds and still refused to go away. Headmaster. Ling Fei's expression changed and he was about to say something. Zhao Wuji increased his strength the next time. Those spiritual beasts were all beaten away. Among them, the explosive flame tiger was injured the most and fainted after wailing. The remaining ones were no better, writhing on the ground in pain. Ling Fei's expression changed. He stepped forward and immediately gave pills to several spirit beasts and then continued to soothe them. But the screams of several spirit beasts were so pitiful that Ling Fei could only use medicine to make them sleep temporarily. Gu Jinghong immediately ran to help Yi Danxia up. Yi Danxia had many bite wounds on her body. She looked and pitiful. How so? Gu Jinghong was so heartbroken that he wished he could take his own life instead. After calling a few disciples from the Spirit Beast Pavilion to take the Spirit Beast back, Ling Fei stood up and looked a little ugly. He said coldly, Headmaster. I said before that after the Spirit Beast has passed the violent state, I will slowly explore the reason. It was you who said that the Spirit Beast should be used to detect evil people. I also listened to you, so now the restraints on the Spirit Beasts have been released. Now that they have found the person, you are going to be cruel to the Spirit Beasts. You must give me an explanation for this matter. Ling Feiqi's beard is standing up. He has been dealing with spiritual beasts all his life. It can be said that spiritual beasts are closer to him than most humans. This time the spirit beast suffered innocently, which made him even more angry. When Ling Fei pointed at his nose and scolded him like this, Zhao Wuji felt a little confused on his face. He couldn't help but said, Senior Ling, the reason why these spiritual beasts are going crazy is still unknown. I know that Danxia is the most kind and filial child. She will never be the so-called evil person. Moreover, she has heavenly spiritual roots. If a heavenly spiritual root grows up, she can enter the 4 Holy Lands in the future, which will also add glory to our sect. The Tianlingen problem is even bigger. Linya said coldly, if an evil person with Tianlingen grows up, wouldn't it be more capable of causing catastrophe? In my opinion, it is better for such a dangerous person to get rid of him as soon as possible. It's better to be strangled in the cradle. Linya said this. Several peak masters were also slightly moved. If this spiritual beast was testifying against Yunjin, they would still think that Yunjin might have been framed. But now the spirit beast is testifying against Yi Danxia. In this Tianqing sect, who can do anything to the master? So, is this Yi Danxia really that evil person? If this is really the case, this disciple must not be allowed to stay. Yi Danxia looked at everyone's expressions and was a little scared. She grabbed Gu Jinghong's sleeve tightly. Second senior brother, it's not me. I'm not an evil person. The real evil person should be Yunjin. Yi Danxia was extremely frightened. She didn't understand why things had developed to this point. Why are these spiritual beasts coming towards her? They should be chasing Yunjin, and the person who was bitten to pieces and bruised should also be Yunjin. How could it be her? Chapter 52. Which one to choose? In extreme panic, Yi Danxia directly said Yunjin's name. Yunjin seemed not to understand at all and suddenly showed a shocked expression. Danxia, what are you talking about? How could this be me? Yi Danxia also knew that she had said the wrong thing and became more and more panicked. Gu Jinghong held her hand and looked at Yun Jin coldly. At that time you and junior sister were standing together.
Did you do something? Yun Jin looked puzzled. What? Can such an evil person do anything? Is it so casual?
Gu Jinghong's expression changed slightly. He pursed his lips and his mind began to spin rapidly.
He had obviously tampered with Yun Jin's clothes. Why did the injured person turn into a junior sister? Did he get the wrong clothes? Gu Jinghong was extremely upset for a moment. How could he make such a stupid mistake?
This Yun Jin indeed has a bit of evil in him. Linya snorted coldly and said, as I said before, if you find someone with evil spirits you will be expelled from the sect at the least, or you will be ripped off and thrown into the abyss.
Now this person is Yi Danxia. What do you say, master? Master. Yi Danxia's face turned pale.
She forced herself to get up and kowtow to Zhao Wuji with all her strength.
Disciple, no. Disciple is really not an evil person. There must be a misunderstanding about this matter. Yi Danxia kowtowed and cried. The scene was very miserable for a while.
Zhao Wuji looked a little unbearable and was about to speak. Lingfei said coldly, my spirit beast cannot be injured in vain. Since the spirit beast has identified her, I suggest that the person be imprisoned first.
When the spirit beasts wake up, I will communicate with them one by one. If I can't find out other reasons,
I suggest that it is better to kill Yi Danxia than let her go.
Lingfei's face was still full of anger. Zhao Wuji frowned and wanted to argue for Yi Danxia. Fang Mingyue, the leader of Mingyue Peak, said directly, I also think that we should be more vigilant against evil people.
She has heavenly spiritual roots and her growth rate is extremely fast. If she causes harm to the world in the future, it will be our fault.
Not bad.
Several other peak masters responded in succession.
After all, evil people are so disturbing.
Zhao Wuji's face became increasingly ugly. He knew in his heart that Yi Danxia was definitely not an evil person, and what happened this time was probably Gu Jinghong's handiwork.
However, if he points this out, Gu Jinghong's future will be ruined. If you don't say anything, Yi Danxia will be ruined. Of these two disciples, which one should I keep and which one should I give up?
Zhao Wuji struggled for a moment.
Actually, Yun Jin said, I think Danxia is definitely not an evil person. She just has some shortcomings.
For example, she was adopted by my Yun family, but she is ungrateful.
Another example is that she encouraged senior brother Chen to compete with me.
Then he ignored senior brother Chen and hinted to senior brother Wan that he would wrongfully accuse me.
However, these are just minor shortcomings and are absolutely incompatible with big crimes.
Yun Jin said that he felt that Yi Danxia was not an evil person, but what he said later revealed exactly what Yi Danxia had done.
Yi Danxia's face turned even paler and she couldn't hold her head.
She looked at Yun Jin with some sadness and anger. Xiao Jin,
you and I are sisters, why do you do this to me? Yun Jin was a little innocent. No. Danxia, I am speaking for you.
What I mean is that even if you have done so many things, the most I can say is that you are ungrateful and double-dealing and hide evil intentions.
If you are said to be an evil person, then it's absolutely wrong.
Yun Jin stepped on each sentence, but she spoke righteously and looked like she was really speaking for Yi Danxia.
Many people still snickered. This Yun Jin is a bit interesting. Yi Danxia was so angry that she pointed at Yun Jin, tremblingly turned around and spit out a mouthful of blood. Danxia, what's wrong with you?
Yun Jin cared. You must take care of yourself.
I'm still trying to help you speak, but you must not give up on yourself. Yi Danxia vomited blood and vomited even more violently. Headmaster.
This Yi Danxia has frequently caused a lot of troubles since she started. She really should be investigated strictly. Another peak master said.
Before,
when Zhao Wuji threatened Yun Jin, these peak masters did not appear openly, but they were watching secretly. Even if I dare not say it in person.
But justice is in people's hearts. Except for the few diehard fans of the headmaster, everyone else had some ideas. Now Yun Jin pointed out to his face that Wan Jun's behavior was actually instigated by Yi Danxia.
His behavior after becoming a teacher also stemmed from this.
Isn't this Yi Danxia the source of everything? This woman.
I'm afraid he's not really an evil person. If this is really the case, we cannot let the headmaster cover it up, as this is related to the rise and fall of the sect. Even if the father who teaches Qingshao Pavilion comes, he will not agree to leave an evil person behind.
Everyone spoke one after another.
Zhao Wuji's face darkened little by little. This was the first time that Linya saw Zhao Wuji in such a defeated state. He couldn't help but said, "Headmaster, this is your disciple. It's up to you to decide how to deal with it. To be on the safe side, I personally suggest that she give up her cultivation first. To lock her up."
"Master!"
Yi Danxia shouted with a sad expression. "Although her cultivation level is not high yet. But when she abandons her cultivation, if her dantian is injured, her life will be ruined."
This matter was obviously done by the second senior brother. How could she still suffer the consequences? Gu Jinghong gritted his teeth slightly when he looked at Yi Danxia's appearance.
He did the hands and feet, so as long as he is willing to stand up, he can naturally make things clear. But in this case, he would inevitably be accused of framing his fellow disciples.
His life is ruined. Gu Jinghong struggled fiercely.
He also has some affection for this cute little junior sister and is willing to stand up for her. However, no matter how crazy he is, he still can't do it if he is asked to bet his whole life's future.
Zhao Wuji looked at Yi Danxia, then at Yi Danxia, and suddenly gritted his teeth. "Jinghong, do you have anything to say about your junior sister?" Gu Jinghong's heart suddenly sank.
Master means that he should sue himself. Between the junior sister and him, the master actually chose to give up on him. He was wrong, he admitted it. However, he was able to take action because his junior sister kept crying to him and hinting at him to let him take action against Yunjin.
"Senior brother."
Yi Danxia turned her head and looked at Gu Jinghong expectantly. She no longer cares about playing the role of cute little junior sister, she just wants to escape from this guilt.
Gu Jinghong is the only person who can help her escape.
As for what kind of end Gu Jinghong would end up with, she didn't know and didn't want to know.
She didn't take action. Who knew that Gu Jinghong would do such a thing? Jinghong.
Zhao Wuji's voice became more majestic.
Gu Jinghong's heart suddenly reached rock bottom. He understands. This time he may be given up. Chapter 53, Selfishness and Indifference. "Brother, do you really have nothing to say?"
Yi Danxia urged. She still has a great life and she must not bear such a stain. If the second senior brother does something by himself, he must bear the consequences himself.
Gu Jinghong pursed his lips.
Looking at Yi Danxia's miserable look, he felt a little soft-hearted after all. That's all. The junior sister is still so young and has been tortured like this, and now she is frightened.
Gu Jinghong took a step forward and was about to say something.
Yi Danxia looked at Gu Jinghong and was silent for a while, but thought he didn't want to confess. She couldn't wait to say, "This matter really has nothing to do with me." It was the second senior brother who said that he wanted to teach Yunjin a lesson. I also persuaded the second senior brother at that time, but he has been unwilling to listen.
If something like this happened today, it must be something done by the second senior brother. Please look into it.
Gu Jinghong's mouth, which had been opened, was just closed.
He looked at Yi Danxia in a daze. An innocent and kind little junior sister? A simple and cute little junior sister?
At this moment, looking at Yi Danxia's eagerness to accuse him, he felt cold all over.
He originally wanted to confess.
But after Yi Danxia said it so urgently, the feeling in her heart was still inexplicable.
Jinghong, is this the case? Zhao Wuji looked at Gu Jinghong. Gu Jinghong's lips trembled and he was speechless for a while. This is interesting. Linya suddenly laughed. Does this mean that this situation was originally intended to target my young apprentice?
If it hadn't been for some unexpected change, he would have been regarded as an evil person now.
Is this my disciple? Headmaster, is that what you mean?
Linya's eyes faintly flashed with cold light. What happened this time was that Xiao Jin was smart enough to avoid it.
What if you didn't escape?
I'm afraid she won't have any chance to defend herself and she will be pulled out of her bones by cramps.
Zhao Wuji said slowly, I don't know what the situation is. Jinghong, you can explain it yourself.
Gu Jinghong looked at the serious-looking master, then at the pitiful Yudanxia, and finally said slowly, "It's me. After I came back I heard that Yun Jin had made the junior sister sad and had caused the senior brother to be detained. In a moment of anger I did something wrong." "What did you do to my spirit beast?" Ling Fei looked at Gu Jinghong, his eyes no longer as friendly as before. Once upon a time he cherished Gu Jinghong's talent in beast control and took good care of him. He had no disciples, so he taught him almost as if he was his own disciple. But things have come to this. Ling Fei also reacted. This person he regarded as his disciple actually took advantage of him and the spirit beasts of the Spirit Beast Pavilion. This game was laid out all the time. If Gu Jinghong hadn't made an inexplicable mistake, he might have been taken advantage of today and misunderstood an innocent woman. Ling Fei couldn't help but feel angry. Gu Jinghong also understood. At this point it was impossible for his relationship with Ling Fei to be preserved. He smiled bitterly and said, "It's the mythical beast powder. This morning I took the initiative to help feed the spirit beasts. In fact, I mixed some mythical beast powder into the spirit beast food during the Qi training period and low-level foundation building period. I calculate the time and let them happen at the initiation ceremony." "Then what?" Ling Fei stared at him. "You should have other means. Just making the spiritual beast go crazy will not bring any injustice to the person." Gu Jinghong didn't hide it anymore and said directly, "I also put some animal-obsessed powder on the clothes of the true disciples. This clothes was supposed to be worn by Yun Jin, but for some reason something went wrong and it was worn on the little junior sister. That's how it is. Junior sister is not an evil person. Everything was done by me." Ling Fei's face completely darkened and he gritted his teeth. "Did you know that the beast-obsessed powder will cause inevitable harm to the spirit beasts?" Gu Jinghong was silent. He has been running towards the spirit beast pavilion. Of course he knows this common sense. Ling Fei was completely disappointed with him. "You knew it clearly, but you didn't hesitate to attack the spirit beast in order to frame others. I don't know how the sect will punish you, but Gu Jinghong, from now on I will not allow you to enter the spirit beast pavilion again." Yudanxia breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Gu Jinghong's honest confession and said quickly, "Everyone has heard it now? I am not an evil person. This is all the fault of my second senior brother." She couldn't wait to say it even a little joyfully. The way everyone looked at her changed more and more. Of course it was Gu Jinghong who did it. But Gu Jinghong's starting point was to vent his anger on her behalf. Thinking back to the way the spiritual beast rushed over earlier, Yudanxia refused to give way with a determined look on her face. Everyone naturally understood that even if Yudanxia didn't know the specific operations of Gu Jinghong, she could still guess some. At that time she thought it was Yun Jin who suffered the loss, but her expression was very happy. Would she want to expose Gu Jinghong at that time? I'm afraid it's not possible. Now. The incident happened to her by mistake, but she confessed to Gu Jinghong without any hesitation. With that look she wished she could knock Gu Jinghong down into the abyss so that she could escape on her own. This kind of woman. Selfish and horribly cold. Many people have given Yudanxia a wide berth. Yun Jin saw this and the corners of his lips curved slightly. In the previous life, Yudanxia was not only pampered by her master and senior brothers but also by other people in the sect. She was also regarded as a little fairy. When she was mentioned there were a series of beautiful adjectives. What about this life? Yudanxia's mask was torn apart layer by layer. Does anyone still think she is a little fairy? Group favorite? Haha, don't even think about it in this life. Probably because Yudanxia looked so happy, Val Wuji was stunned for a moment and there was an inexplicable emotion in his heart. His little apprentice. Yudanxia also noticed something was wrong and she quickly made up for it. "I didn't mean anything else. It's just that I also disagree with the second senior brother's behavior and hope to help the second senior brother change. But after all, the second senior brother did this for me." Dan Xiadanxia asks the master to be given a lighter sentence. As she spoke she took a sip again. She reacted quickly, but her performance just now had already fallen into the eyes of everyone. For a moment, not to mention other people, even Gu Jinghong only looked calm. Gu Jinghong said calmly, "All this is my fault. Please punish me." He knelt down calmly.
Headmaster, what can I say about this matter?
Linya sneered, I don't know what kind of wrong things my little disciple has done.
First it was Chen Hao, then Wan Jun, and now it's Gu Jinghong's. I want you to kill her. Fortunately, Xiao Jinji has his own destiny. If this happens, everyone will know what will happen to her.
It's up to you, master, to decide how to punish someone for killing someone. Gu Jinghong knelt there with a depressed expression. Zhao Wuji's expression became more and more struggling. He opened his mouth and was speechless several times. At this moment, Yun Jin suddenly said, the person Brother Gu wants to frame is me, and I am the victim.
I wonder if I can say a few words about punishment. Chapter 54, I am a person, please come and keep a low profile.
Zhao Wuji's expression changed slightly.
With Yun Jin's character, what kind words can he say? I'm afraid I would have encouraged everyone to execute Gu Jinghong on the spot.
Although Zhao Wuji asked Gu Jinghong to come forward and make a confession, this was also the second disciple he had trained so hard, and he never thought that Gu Jinghong would die because of it. The reason why he chose to let Gu Jinghong come forward was because if Yi Danxia was confirmed to be an evil person, she would only die, and there should be room for maneuver in Gu Jinghong's matter.
I think.
Zhao Wuji was about to refute on the spot.
For the first time, Ling Fei took the initiative to speak for a disciple. He said directly, what this little girl said is absolutely true.
Since she is the victim, it is natural for her to decide the punishment. Not to mention, she is just. I want to say a few words.
My little disciple has suffered so many grievances since he entered the sect. Why don't you even want her to say anything now?
Linya said coldly, you know, Xiao Jin was almost framed to death. Zhao Wuji's expression changed continuously.
Now. He had a feeling that things were completely out of his control. Before. His biggest competitor is Linya.
Linya is a genius in swordsmanship. Over the years, even though he has various pills provided by his father, he has never been able to compare with Linya.
Even several supreme elders said that the next position of head teacher must be Linya.
Zhao Wuji thinks very highly of himself, but he is overwhelmed by a forest cliff.
How can he bear it? Fortunately, later,
he became the new headmaster, and Linya became a useless person. Although he suffered this injury for the sake of the sect, it is impossible for the sect to support a useless person as the peak leader.
He waited and finally waited.
In 3 months, as long as he loses the sect-wide competition, Linya will completely lose his position as the peak master. When the time comes, I will naturally be able to easily get back the shame I suffered from him.
Over the years, he has suppressed Linya openly and covertly, and many people have seen this.
He also knew that there were people who couldn't stand it and were secretly helping Linya.
But that's not important.
It's just a forest cliff, it's not worth having these people defy him face to face.
He took his time and always left Linya with no chance of turning around.
Ever since I got started with the 5 spiritual roots, everything seems to have changed.
First it was Chen Hao, then Wan Jun, and now it's Gu Jinghong.
Including Danxia, her reputation was completely ruined. Although no one has accused him in public yet, Zhao Wuji knows that some seeds are sprouting.
Everyone's opinion of him is probably getting louder and louder.
Even Ling Fei, who had always been neutral and indifferent to foreign affairs, was destined to speak for Yun Jin.
If this continues, won't this Yunjin be turned upside down? Zhao Wuji's expression couldn't help but become a little gloomy.
No, he won't turn her upside down.
The cultivation speed of the 5 spiritual roots is extremely slow.
Even if Yun Jin has some cleverness, it will be in vain in the face of absolute strength.
3 months later, Junior will kill her himself.
Headmaster, don't look so ugly.
Otherwise, why don't you listen to what I have to say first? Yun Jin said lazily. Let Gu Jinghong die like this. She couldn't bear it. Xiao Jin, tell me.
Linya said directly. Yun Jin chuckled and said, actually, although I started not long ago, I believe everyone knows something about me.
Everyone nodded. Yeah, very understanding. The one who pretends to be the king will be punished, and you are the one.
Yun Jin continued, I have always been low-key gentle and kind, and most importantly, I also look very beautiful.
Everyone? Can you listen to yourself and what you are saying? Emotional value plus 50. Emotional value plus 10. Emotional value plus 30.
The ding-ding-ding sounds continued and Yun Jin smiled even brighter. A good person like me likes to retaliate with kindness.
And this time I was not harmed anyway. I don't think Gu should be executed. Brother. Yun Jin would say so. Not to mention Zhao Wuji, Yi Dansha and others, even Linya was shocked. Next moment. Immediately he had enlightenment. He got it. This little disciple of his must be holding back something bad. That must be the case. Do you still expect her to really repay evil with kindness?
Gu Ginghong also looked at Yun Jin with some hesitation.
He almost killed her. Is this woman trying to save him? Real or fake? Zhao Wuji's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but ask, "Oh? What do you mean?"
Yun Jin said with a smile, "Death is like a lamp going out and it cannot repay the crimes committed.
Only by living can you have a chance to make amends, right? Yes, yes.
Zhao Wuji nodded repeatedly. I didn't expect you to be so reasonable.
But death penalty can be avoided, but living crime cannot be escaped.
Yun Jin pointed at Gu Jinghong. I only have one request, let him be my servant for 3 months. I promise not to hurt his life. In addition, if he accepts the punishment, he no resistance. Yun Jinka still clearly remembered how Gu Jinghong tortured her in his previous life. Now that it has fallen into her hands, let's return it bit by bit.
3 months servant.
You also have to accept the punishment.
Zhao Wuji's expression changed. This request was inevitably a bit too humiliating for Gu Jinghong. Yun Jin raised his eyebrows. That's all I ask. Otherwise they will slander me as an evil person and try to kill me. This matter is clearly here.
According to the sect's rules, this is a capital crime. Master, if you want to protect me, I would rather waste your favors and hire Jianlao than give up. Yun Jin pulled out Jianlao's banner again and Zhao Wuji's face became increasingly ugly. He was a little angry, but for a moment there was really nothing he could do about Yun Jin, the victim. After all, this matter happened because of Gu Jinghong's own carelessness.
Now Zhao Wuji was a little dissatisfied with this disciple who put him in a dilemma. He looked directly at Gu Jinghong. Jinghong, what do you think of this matter? Gu Jinghong gritted his teeth. It's death. Or give up your self-esteem. A long time.
He straightened his back and suddenly stooped. I am willing to be Yunjin's servant for 3 months.
Zhao Wuji had already guessed it and he glanced at the others.
Yun Jin is the victim and Jinghong also agreed to her request.
Is this treatment fair?
Since it was Yun Jin's own request, there was naturally nothing to say.
Linya didn't express any opinion. Zhao Wuji then snorted coldly. That's it. Wait a minute. Yun Jin said again. What else do you have? Zhao Wuji looked at her a little irritably. I regret it now, but it's too late. Repent? Why do you regret it?
Yun Jinjie laughed strangely. I am very satisfied that the proud senior brother Gu can become a dog that I hold.
A dog on a leash. Everyone looked at Gu Jinghong, whose face turned blue. An idea suddenly occurred to me.
With Yun Jin's level of hatred, he might as well be dead.
But my current cultivation level is not enough. Yun Jin said directly, how can I ensure that senior brother Gu will listen to me honestly? I want to sign a 3-month master-servant contract with him. I am the master and he is the master. Servant. Chapter 55. The token is inappropriate. Ahem.
Linya coughed twice. It's rare for Xiao Jin to think so carefully.
There is a difference in strength between the two, so a contract should be a safer bet. Anyway, it was already like this.
Zhao Wuji didn't bother to say anything more and just agreed. After the ceremony is over, I will personally sign the contract for the two of you.
Is this all right? Okay. Master Gaoi.
Yun Jin agreed with a smile.
Lingfei glanced at Yun Jin and suddenly said with a smile, Is your name Yun Jin?
What happened today? I was taken advantage of and you almost suffered innocently. After the ceremony is over, you can come to the Spirit Beast Pavilion to find me Spirit Beast. As long as you can contract with all the spiritual beasts in the pavilion, you can choose.
Ling Fei made the promise directly.
Everyone's eyes turned green when they heard this. You must know that all the spirit beasts of Tianqing sect are in the Spirit Beast Pavilion.
And the number is far less than that of disciples. Normally Ling Fei treasures these spirit beasts. If his disciples want to make a contract, they have to go through many tests. As a result, only a handful of people in the Tianqing sect can get the spirit beasts. It's better now. He actually offered to give one to Yunjin. It's still a random choice. This is simply a huge benefit.
After Ling Fei finished speaking, he went back to the Spirit Beast Pavilion without looking at everyone's expressions. A series of envious and jealous eyes suddenly fell on Yunjin. Yunjin was a little embarrassed. Don't look at me like that, I'm mainly too lovable and I can't change this.
Emotional value plus 60. Emotional value plus 30. Emotional value plus 500. Emotion value plus 500? Yunjin's eyes lit up. Today's simplified systems are rudimentary systems. Before the system upgrade, the fixed emotion value was 500. Who is it? Who is so kind knowing that she lacks emotional value and immediately sends a big gift? Yunjin quickly located the source. She looked at the jealous Yi Danxia very tenderly and said softly, "Danxia, you have suffered today too. You said this was the cause of this matter. It's not because you wanted to frame me. Why did you suffer such a big loss? That's not fair." Yunjin said it so sincerely that Yi Danxia was stunned for a moment. "Don't worry." Yunjin patted her chest and promised, "Later when I meet Senior Ling Fei and contract the spirit beast, I will definitely." What must it be? Yi Danxia's eyes lit up with hope. Could it be that Yunjin wanted to help her talk easier and ask Senior Ling to give her a spiritual beast? Then the suffering she suffered today was barely worth it. But if Yunjin thought that he could please her in this way, he was overthinking. She has written down all her hatred these days and she will definitely take revenge in the future. Yi Danxia was furious. Then I heard Yunjin say, "I will definitely bring my spirit beast to show off in front of you." Oh no, show it off. We are good sisters. Seeing me getting better day by day, you will definitely be happy for me. By then, when you are happy, your injuries may not hurt anymore. Yunjin said enthusiastically. Yi Danxia instantly had the urge to vomit blood. Is this what people should say? What's wrong? Danxia, why do you look so bad? Aren't you happy for me? Yunjin looked concerned. Yi Danxia gritted her teeth and said, "Happy, I'm very happy for you." Then I'm relieved. I was worried that you would be jealous of me. Then I will bring my spiritual beast to you every day, Yunjin said. It's impossible not to find it. Just now Yi Danxia provided her with 500 emotional points intermittently. She talks to Yi Danxia every day. Wouldn't her emotional value be stable? This deal is very successful. Zhao Wuji still felt a little distressed when he saw Yi Danxia covered in blood and trembling with anger from Yunjin. He took the healing elixir and asked someone to hand it to Yi Danxia. Yi Danxia glanced at Zhao Wuji gratefully and ate it quickly. This elixir does not require special refining and can slowly exert its effect. Yi Danxia suddenly felt much more comfortable. Yi Danxia could stand firm on her own. Zhao Wuji then said, "Some things happened just now that disrupted the initiation ceremony. Now that the matter has been resolved, the ceremony can continue. The second process is to give the disciple a token and a set of primary spiritual weapons." It was the same disciple from before holding the tray and walking over again. On the tray there were 2 tokens engraved with the 3 characters of Tianqing sect. Then there are 2 ordinary storage bags which should contain primary spiritual weapons. Zhao Wuji said, "This token is a symbol of the disciple's identity." Now the white token represents the lowest level of Qi training period. This token can be used to receive corresponding sect resources every month in the sect Deacon Hall. If the cultivation level is improved, remember to report to the Deacon Hall in time.
If you are promoted to the Foundation Establishment stage, the token will be replaced by a green Foundation Establishment stage disciple token, and the rewards you can receive will also increase.
Now you two collect the tokens and spiritual weapons.
As soon as Zhao Wuji finished speaking, he glanced at Yun Jin subconsciously. He has a bit of PTSD now and he is afraid that Yun Jin will shout wait again.
Yunjin didn't seem to shout this time? Can he relax for a while? Yun Jin looked at Zhao Wuji with an embarrassed expression.
In fact, she is not a person who likes to cause trouble, really not.
But this time,
Yun Jin shouted with a heavy face, wait. Zhao Wuji looked at her numbly.
A little unexpected but also a little expected. That's it. I can't take this token. Yun Jin said. Why? Zhao Wuji frowned. He was a little angry. There is absolutely nothing wrong with this token. Could this Yunjin be used as an excuse? My junior sister cannot take this token.
Yu Zhao also said.
This color is not suitable for my little junior sister. Si Wanning smiled brightly. Yu Songyan, same as above. Headmaster, let's give Xiaojin another piece.
Linya looked pleased.
He deliberately didn't say anything before and even helped Yun Jin cover up his cultivation.
He had been waiting for this moment.
What are you doing at Tianjian Peak?
Zhao Wuji narrowed his eyes. The color of the disciple's token is written in the sex rules.
Now are you trying to challenge even the sex rules? Either two, the disciple has indeed done something wrong, but hasn't he been punished now? Do you think you can use this to keep teasing me and even want to change the sex rules?
Zhao Wuji said loudly. The eyes of several peak masters also moved slightly.
Jianfeng did seem to be a little more arrogant that day. Things go as they should.
If you want to interfere with the sex rules, your hand is stretched too far.
Headmaster, you have a very rich imagination.
Linya sighed, but with a smile on his face. I mean, Xiaojin is not suitable for the white token, she is suitable for the green token. The green token belongs to the Foundation building disciples and she is a new disciple.
Zhao Wuji was scolding. Sudden.
His expression changed drastically and his huge magic power immediately moved towards Yun Jin to explore. Yunjin did not dodge and allowed her to explore.
In fact,
the one who was probing her now was not just the headmaster's aura.
Check it, check it. I wouldn't be happy if I didn't check Yunjin. She was waiting.
Isn't this the moment when the Holy Spirit appears in front of people?
Chapter 56 Library. Linya just made some simple coverings. If you don't explore carefully, you may not be able to sense it.
But now such an exploration. With Zhao Wuji's cultivation level, he reacted almost instantly. His expression suddenly looked as wonderful as if he had opened a dyeing workshop.
How many days has it been?
This Yunjin has actually entered the Foundation building stage. Moreover, her cultivation level is very stable and there is no sense of emptiness at all, like using drugs to force it up.
How on earth did she do this with her 5 spiritual roots?
She started practicing at the same time and Yi Danxia has now reached the 2nd level of Qi training.
This is due to her extraordinary talent in Tianlingen. Where is Yun Jin? When others break through a small realm, she directly breaks through a big realm. Is this appropriate? Headmaster, this token is indeed not suitable for me. Yun Jin said with a smile.
Many people at the scene looked at Yun Jin and their expressions also changed. As long as someone with a higher level of cultivation than Yun Jin can investigate carefully, he will naturally be able to see the reality of Yun Jin.
How could they stay calm about a strange person who entered the Foundation building stage in less than 10 days?
As for the extent to which they are not calm, you can guess it by looking at Yun Jin's happy look.
Yi Danxia's cultivation was still shallow. She didn't know what happened to Yun Jin.
She only knew that everyone's expressions had changed.
Her expression couldn't help but become panicked. What happened? Yi Danxia had a vague guess in her mind. But she didn't want to believe it.
She has great spiritual roots. Even if Yun Jin secretly eats some heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he can't be so far behind her.
It's absolutely impossible. Xiao Jin, you better stop being willful.
Yi Danxia stared at Yun Jin.
Yunjin must have just expanded, not really reached the foundation building stage.
Yun Jin blinked her eyes, and the next moment she suddenly turned on full fire, and the spiritual power of the foundation building stage all over her body was fully output. Yi Danxia, who was closest to her, was shocked, staggered, and fell to the ground.
Yi Danxia couldn't help but look at Yun Jin in disbelief. Such a crushing deterrent. Danxia. I'm sorry. I couldn't control my strength for a moment. Did I scare you?
Yun Jin gently helped her up. I'm sorry, I just entered the foundation building stage and I can't control my strength well. Danxia, if you are unhappy, you can also shock me when you reach the foundation building stage. Yun Jin said, suddenly feeling distressed. Danxia, your cultivation speed is really too slow.
By the time you reach the foundation building stage, won't I already be the golden core nascent soul?
Yun Jin looked at her very sincerely. We are two good sisters. It would be inappropriate if our cultivation levels are so different.
Is it because the master is not very good at teaching disciples?
Otherwise, you and your second senior brother come together, be my servant, and I will let my master teach you.
Maybe your cultivation will catch up with mine. Yunjin is so cheap, it's like a pig's heart.
Everyone in the Tianqing sect was somewhat accustomed to Yun Jin's eccentric style, and they felt a little sympathetic when looking at Yi Danxia's expression.
Yi Danxia is definitely lucky to have such a good sister. Yi Danxia's lips were also trembling with anger, and she couldn't help but look at Zhao Wuji for help. Zhao Wuji's expression didn't look good either.
He said coldly, Yun Jin, you have indeed reached the foundation building stage. As soon as these words came out,
it's finally concluded.
When everyone looked at Yun Jin, their expressions suddenly changed.
Less than 10 days. Foundation building period. Inhuman.
Yun Jin looked at Zhao Wuji with gratitude.
Take a look.
She just said that Zhao Wuji was a good person.
As soon as he announced this, her emotional level began to skyrocket again.
The previous emotional value has bottomed out.
What now?
Yun Jin is a rich woman again, okay?
The headmaster has confirmed it today, so let's change the token.
Linya said with some bloating.
Zhao Wuji had a dark face and asked someone to get the token again.
When the green token arrived this time, Yun Jin didn't shout wait, and the ceremony was successfully completed.
Completing the ritual should have been a matter of course.
But for some reason Zhao Wuji felt like he had finally overcome the calamity.
Even if he is really allowed to escape the tribulation, I'm afraid it won't be more frustrating than today. Soon.
Other disciples also received tokens and spiritual weapons according to different disciple levels. Zhao Wuji said slowly, disciples in the Qi training period have a chance to choose the sect's yellow level secrets for free. Disciples in the foundation building period have a chance to choose the yellow level skills and the yellow level secrets for free.
I will take the next step. You go to the library pavilion. Please cherish this free opportunity. If you want to learn secrets next time, you have to redeem the sect points. The sect points need to be completed. This is difficult and not you new disciples can complete it.
Yun Jin's eyes lit up when he heard this.
Oh? Free redemption opportunities? If you have any questions, you can ask them now.
Zhao Wuji paused and then said reluctantly.
There is such a link in every session. But this time, he really didn't want to say this.
After all, there is Yun Jin who often speaks astonishingly.
Really?
As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Jin said very positively, Headmaster, I have a problem.
Zhao Wuji, you ask.
Yun Jin didn't want to talk this time, she had serious business. Headmaster, I would like to know that I am already in the foundation building stage and the Qi training stage.
I should be able to receive free cheats, right? Zhao Wuji was silent for a while and said okay.
You have a total of 1 opportunity to receive the Huan level skills and 2 opportunities to receive the yellow level secrets.
Yun Jin asked again, if I don't need the Huan level skills, can I exchange it for 3 opportunities to receive the yellow level secrets?
Her mysterious technique has advanced to the foundation building stage and there is no need for other techniques at all.
Before Zhao Wuji could speak, Linya became anxious.
He hurriedly said, Xuanjue can only be used during the Qi training stage. When it comes to the foundation building stage, you still have to change the method.
I think Xianju is quite good.
Yunjin said honestly, after all, it is suitable for all attributes and I happen to have 5 spiritual roots.
But Linya was about to say something.
Zhao Wuji smiled. Linya, your disciple, has always had his own opinion.
In my opinion, you should let her go.
Yunjin, I agree with you on this matter.
You can choose the 3 yellow level secret books.
Zhao Wuji finally felt a little more comfortable.
You're not going to change your exercises, are you?
Very good. He wanted to see how far a person with the worst 5 spiritual roots and one of the worst martial arts and secrets could reach.
Thank you, Master. Yunjin thanked him very sincerely. Among the 3 yellow level secrets, she only needs to choose the swordsmanship secrets. Soon the prerequisites for Qinglian's sword technique will be completed.
Zhao Wuji helped her a lot this time. Zhao Wuji smiled slightly. The rest of the disciples dispersed.
The new disciples will follow. I will take you to the library to select secret books. Everyone responded.
Yu Zhao and others glanced at Yunjin with some worry, but they could only leave temporarily. This time the only people who went to the library pavilion were Zhao Wuji and the master of the 10 peaks plus these 15 new disciples.
Hey guys, please fix the update time. Starting today it will be 1 chapter at 8 o'clock in the morning and 1 chapter at 2 p.m. If there are any unexpected situations, we will notify you separately. Chapter 57 today. I am the most mature and stable one. After traveling through most of the Tianqing sect, the group of people came to a building. This is a 3-story wooden structure building which even looks a bit shabby from the outside. Especially when the golden sunlight shines down and covers the entire building, a sense of time comes to your face.
Yunjin looked up. At the top of the building the words Zhangshu shine brightly. This library contains the entire Tianqing sect's classics, which are the foundation of the entire sect and are the top priority.
In contrast to this importance is the guardian of the library. It was an old man with white hair.
The old man moved a chair casually and just lay there leisurely with his eyes closed without any threatening look at all.
However,
he was closing his eyes to rest, but none of the peak masters dared to move. Linya was afraid that Yunjin would go crazy at this time, so he specially warned her with his eyes.
Yunjin. What's the meaning?
She's not the kind of person who goes crazy all the time. The look in Master's eyes really hurt her heart.
Ming Lao is resting and waiting here, Zhao Wuji said.
Everyone did not dare to speak and kept waiting obediently. The sun is setting hotly and these new disciples who have just started are not much different from ordinary people.
After standing for an hour or two, I started to sweat profusely.
Yi Danxia was also a little unable to stand. She couldn't help but glance at Yunjin, hoping that Yunjin would come forward. Yunjin's face did not change color.
Joke. She is in the foundation building stage, can she still be afraid of standing for a while longer? Moreover, the old Ming who guards the library is not an ordinary person.
She likes to go crazy, but she does not like to seek death. She has nothing to do to provoke others. She had heard that Mr. Ming likes steady disciples the most. Shi Yunjin is the most stable today.
Let no one compete with her. After all, she still counts on the books in the library.
Seeing that Yunjin had no intention of going crazy, Yi Danxia persisted for a while. She had taken healing elixirs before, but she didn't recover that quickly after all. At this moment Yi Danxia only felt pain all over her body, which was really unbearable.
She thought Master loved her so much it would be okay to ask. She couldn't help walking to Zhao Wuji and asked in a low voice, Master, how long will this old man Ning sleep? If he doesn't wake up, do we have to wait forever?
Zhao Wuji glanced at Yi Danxia and frowned slightly. How long has it been and you can't wait any longer?
There was a hint of disappointment in his eyebrows. Yi Danxia couldn't help but feel her heart tremble. She just asked casually and didn't say that she had to wake up Ming Lao. Why did the master's face look so ugly? Keep waiting, Zhao Wuji scolded.
Yi Danxia felt aggrieved and did not dare to say anything more, so she could only retreat obediently.
Just at this time,
Ming Lao stretched and slowly opened his eyes. He obviously looked very old, but when he opened his eyes were surprisingly bright. It was now past noon and a full 3 hours had passed since they came to stand for punishment. Many disciples' legs and feet were shaking to the point of trembling, and they relied entirely on perseverance to hold on. Now that Ming Lao finally woke up, everyone couldn't help but feel a long sigh of relief.
Ming Lao.
Zhao Wuji bowed his hands respectfully. These are the new disciples of this batch. Among them my disciple Yi Danxia has the Tianlingen that comes out every 100 years. Although the others have mediocre qualifications, they are still diligent.
Zhao Wuji mentioned Yi Danxia's name alone.
Although Yi Danxia didn't know the identity of this old man, she also knew that he must be of high status.
Otherwise, how could he be willing to bend down and salute with his master's dignity?
Yi Danxia hurriedly took a step forward and said respectfully, "Disciple Yi Danxia." However, Mr. Ming just glanced at her lightly and placed his eyes on Yun Jin with great interest. This girl is quite interesting. She is only a 5-spirited person, but her cultivation is already at the foundation building stage.
When you entered the school, you already have some cultivation? Ming Lao took the initiative to ask about Yun Jin.
Zhao Wuji's expression couldn't help but change. Linya looked happy and winked at Yun Jin desperately.
Yun Jin was not stupid.
She took a step forward and said respectfully, "This disciple didn't have any cultivation when he started.
It's just that the Xuanjue of this sect seems to be very consistent with the disciple's 5 spiritual roots.
Once he starts practicing, he feels like he's making great progress with each passing day."
Ming Lao suddenly became interested. Oh? Xianju?
If I remember correctly, this Xianju without attributes is generally used for new disciples to get started because it is simple to practice. But the biggest shortcoming of this technique is it just absorbs the 5 spiritual powers in a balanced manner, but it's really not very efficient. But my disciple happens to have 5 spiritual roots. Xianju can absorb spiritual power evenly, so it is suitable for my disciple. Yun Jin replied respectfully.
Ming Lao was even more interested. No matter how suitable he is just a lower-level Huang-level person.
There is no way he can cultivate so quickly. Maybe this Xianju is destined to be a disciple. Yun Jin pretended to be casual and said, "For example, this time the disciple broke through to the foundation building stage." For some reason he had a feeling that this Xianju has been deduced by the disciple to the foundation building stage.
Base period. Xianju has been deduced to the foundation building stage? Linya was completely shocked. Why didn't he know? Zhao Wuji's face instantly darkened.
Seeing Ming Lao's astonished look, he couldn't help scolding him. "Deducing the skills is not something a new disciple of yours can do."
Yun Jin, stop talking nonsense.
Yun Jin was neither anxious nor annoyed. With a mature and steady look, "Disciple doesn't know whether the induction in the dark is accurate.
So I wonder if Mr. Ming can help me check this new Xianju? See if there is anything wrong with it." Question.
Ming Lao's eyes flashed slightly and he said, "Come forward."
Under the different eyes of everyone, Yun Jin walked to Ming Lao with mature and steady steps.
Ming Lao couldn't help but flash a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Not to mention whether the technique was reliable or not, he liked the steady look which reminded him of Linya's eldest disciple Yu Zhao. This kid Yu Zhao is also so lovable. Ming Lao arranged a silent barrier with a wave of his hand and then looked at Yun Jin kindly.
"Child, do you know Yu Zhao?" Yun Jin said respectfully, "That's my senior brother." Ming Lao's eyes suddenly lit up. So they are brothers and sisters from the same sect. No wonder they are both so mature. Remember, you must maintain this character of neither arrogance nor impatience so that you can go further in the world of immortality in the future. You must not like some people when they achieve something, they show it off everywhere. Disciple, please obey the teachings and never do anything to show off. Yun Jin continued to be respectful. Ming Lao was satisfied. Tianqing sect needs this kind of disciple. Come tell me about the profound secret you have realized. Ming Lao said. Ming Lao didn't think Yun Jin could really deduce Xianju to the foundation building stage. Maybe she just had a little inspiration. But no harm. He admired this steady child very much, and at worst he would help her improve. Chapter 58, Deduction of Kung Fu Techniques.
Please give me some advice, Mr. Ming. Yun Jin bowed respectfully and then he memorized the foundation building stage secret formula derived from the system.
The person watching from outside.
How should I put it? Although I couldn't hear the specific sound, seeing Yun Jin's pretentious look and Ming Lao's satisfied eyes was really annoying.
Zhao Wuji's face turned even darker. He knew Ming Lao's character. A lawless person like Yun Jin would definitely not be able to catch Ming Lao's eyes.
Danxia, on the other hand, is cute and well-behaved and should be Ming Lao's favorite type of disciple.
Did not expect.
This Yun Jin is just like her senior brother, he can't do anything else except pretending.
Zhao Wuji wanted to rush up and tell Ming Lao, don't be deceived by her, this girl is not like this at all.
But given Mr. Ming's character, he probably would not only not believe it but also think the person telling the story was petty.
Zhao Wuji could only grit his teeth and endure it. Wait then. Yun Jin's nature was like that and he didn't believe she could continue acting. Not to mention far away. Let's talk about now.
She was so bold that she dared to say that she had already performed the foundation building techniques.
Mr. Ming hates people who talk big words.
He will probably see through Yun Jin's true nature soon.
Zhao Wuji stared at the two people waiting for Ming Lao to get angry. Yun Jin began to recite in an orderly manner. At the beginning, Ming Lao's expression was relatively casual. Well, there seemed to be no problem at first.
This Yun Jin might really have some talent.
Listen again. Seems more interesting? Listen again.
Ming Lao suddenly slapped his thigh.
It's so ingenious that this can be done here. He straightened up immediately and listened attentively, not daring to miss anything.
I couldn't hear what the two people were talking about, but I looked at Mr. Ming's suddenly serious eyes.
People outside are a little anxious. What on earth did Yun Jin say? Could it be that she really deduced the foundation building technique? This is absolutely impossible. Soon,
Yun Jin finished reciting the exercises, then took a step back with a respectful look on his face, his eyes full of trust and expectation. Ming Lao, this disciple can only deduce so far.
There must be many more to this exercise.
If there are any mistakes or omissions, I ask Master Ming to point them out.
Yun Jin said this and Ming Lao couldn't help but smile. Very good, very good. Not only is this disciple's talent amazing, he is also so humble. At this moment the favorability level is up. Since you said so, I will point out a few mistakes and omissions in your work. Your technique is so fantastic and wonderful that it makes people applaud, but there are some basic mistakes. The foundation is still not solid enough. That's why. If you come here more often, I'll teach you about the exercises. Ming Lao said.
Yun Jin looked excited. Thank you, Mr. Ming. Those so-called errors and omissions were naturally made by her on purpose.
Comrades, take out a small note and take notes. When facing a leader, if you cannot find fault with him, how can the leader have a sense of accomplishment? Like her, she shows her ability while leaving room for the leader to make modifications. This is the way to go in the workplace. We are not sure whether the leader likes him or not. Anyway, Mr. Ming feels very accomplished now. He carefully pointed out some basic issues to Yun Jin and looked at her with more and more admiration. If this disciple hadn't been snatched away by Linya, he would have wanted to take him in and teach him well. That's about it, Ming Lao said with a dry mouth. Yun Jin just handed him a cup of tea which she had prepared in her storage bag early. Ming Lao suddenly became more satisfied. What a caring girl. I even want to take him on as my apprentice. Xiao Jin. Ming Lao also called Yun Jin more intimately. You have unparalleled talent in the creation of exercises. I also have some experience in this aspect. If you don't dislike it in the future, you can come here often. I'll teach you slowly. Yun Jin looked at Ming Lao and burst into tears. Ming Lao, you were so kind to me. Ming Lao was also very emotional. What a wonderful girl. His words actually moved her like this. The people outside looked at it already extremely anxious. What's going on? Why did Yun Jin suddenly cry? Was he being reprimanded? It doesn't look like it either. Ming Lao's expression is quite kind. How is the technique created by Yunjin? Zhao Wuji couldn't help but glance at Linya. Linya rolled his eyes. You look like I know? Zhao Wuji didn't believe it at all. He suspected that Linya and Yunjin sang harmoniously at the initiation ceremony just to trick him on purpose. Would a master not even know that a disciple has created a technique? Is it possible? Linya, it seems that I have really underestimated you these years. This person's true intentions may be unfathomable. Other disciples are still waiting, so I won't say anything more to you today. When you look for the secret book later, you don't have to go upstairs, just wait by my side. If you want any secret book, I'll get it for you. Ming Lao said. Ming Lao, I want some swordsmanship secret books. Yunjin said quickly. Ming Lao didn't find it strange. After all, Linya was a genius in swordsmanship. He nodded. Yes, I will personally help you find some good ones. Thank you, Mr. Ming. Yunjin continued. Ming Lao, although I deduced the foundation building stage of this Xianju myself, the technique comes from the sect after all. I am willing to put this technique in the library, share it with other disciples. You silly boy. Mr. Ming was moved by Yunjin's selfless spirit. Although this technique is only suitable for cultivating the 5 spiritual roots and requires very high levels of understanding, I am afraid no one will be able to use it. But is this kind of thing about one's heart something that can be used or not? Your technique is of great research value. If you are willing to put it in the library, I will not let you suffer. On behalf of the sect, I will give you 1,000 points. Ming Lao said. 1,000 points. Yunjin was happy. This time I got fatter. On her face she looked embarrassed. What should I do? This technique is thanks to Mr. Ming, who perfected it for me. Ming Lao smiled even more happily. It doesn't matter. Just come and accompany me more in the future. I will definitely come every day. Don't find me annoying, Mr. Ming. Yunjin had an admiring look on his face which made Mr. Ming very happy. When the silent barrier was finally removed, Yunjin stood obediently next to Ming Lao as if he had succeeded in his rise to power. Ming Lao, my disciple's technique? Linya asked nervously. Ming Lao smiled. Linya, you have gained another good disciple. The Xianju deduced by Yunjin has already reached the level of an advanced Huang level. I have used 1,000 points to collect this technique. I will have it in the future. Disciples with 5 spiritual roots can practice this technique. Thanks to Mr. Ming for perfecting it for me. Yunjin said respectfully. I just asked some basic questions. Most of them were created by you yourself. Who doesn't know that the foundation is the most important? My disciples will never forget Ming Lao's kindness. Yunjin looked grateful. That's serious. Ming Lao's smile suddenly became even brighter. Everyone, can you stop pretending like this? Having seen Yunjin's true nature, they are really not used to it now, okay? Chapter 59, You girl, you are too honest. Yi Danxia gritted her teeth hard, her eyes filled with resentment. Again. Once again Yunjin stole the spotlight. And this time she had an especially strong premonition. If it weren't for Yunjin, she would be the one being appreciated by Ming Lao today, and she would be the one being trained as a disciple by Ming Lao. She could even vaguely picture that image in her mind. However, all this was ruined. She was not looked down upon by Ming Lao, but Ming Lao valued Yunjin. Yi Danxia really doesn't understand. How could she be inferior to this Yunjin in terms of her divine spiritual roots? She is just a 5 spirit root. Seeing Yunjin pretending to be cute, Yi Danxia couldn't help it anymore. She couldn't help but take a step forward and said with a smile, Xiaojin, congratulations, you have been appreciated by Ming Lao. Yunjin glanced at her and said calmly, Ming Lao always appreciates the motivated disciples. Yi Danxia smiled, Xiaojin, I'm really happy for you. After all, you are just the 5 spiritual roots. I was always worried that your cultivation level would one day stagnate due to the improvement of that material and earth treasure. Now it's okay.
If you have old Ming to take care of you, you may be able to advance to the golden elixir stage in 100 years.
Everyone's expressions immediately became subtle. Yi Danxia and Yun Jin are both good at yin and yang, and everyone already knows it.
But every time it seemed that Yi Danxia was the one who started it. The results of it. They were all pressed to the ground by Yun Jin and rubbed.
At this moment everyone couldn't help but show their intention to watch a good show.
Everyone was waiting for Yun Jin to retort. Yun Jin just showed a hesitant expression and finally sighed and said softly, "Danxia, you have Tianlingen and your achievements in the future will definitely be higher than mine. I know that I entered the foundation building stage earlier than you.
You are a little unhappy.
But with my qualifications, Jin Danxi would not dare to think that you will surpass me soon."
Everyone? Yun Jin's humble look doesn't look like her at all, okay? Yi Danxia's expression moved slightly, thinking that Yun Jin had given in, and she was a little happy.
Ming Lao snorted coldly and looked at Yi Danxia with a rather unkind look. He didn't need to talk about Yi Danxia but looked at Zhao Wuji.
Is this how you teach your disciples? You don't even understand basic common sense?
In the world of cultivating immortals, there are so many treasures of heaven and earth and all kinds of elixirs.
If you can advance by relying on these, won't those powerful children also become stable? Mighty? As for the improvement of realm, the realm of spiritual power is the easiest to improve.
What is really difficult is the realm of soul.
Without the corresponding realm of soul, no matter how many treasures of heaven and earth you eat, it will be useless.
I have explored Yun Jin's cultivation. Although she has just entered the foundation building stage, her cultivation is very stable and not frivolous at all. Her soul realm has probably exceeded the early stage of foundation building and has even entered the middle or late stage. Such manipulation, only when you have spiritual power can you be so handy. It's you, your disciple. Ming Lao said unceremoniously, her talent is indeed good, but her temperament is unstable and she is jealous. No matter how fast she cultivates her spiritual power and her soul realm cannot keep up. What's the matter?
Use it? Zhao Wuji, you have chosen the wrong person again. I'm afraid you, a young disciple, will not be able to achieve greatness.
Ming Lao's words were like a knife stabbing directly into Yi Danxia's heart.
Yi Danxia's face turned pale for a moment.
She just said it casually and did not cause any substantial harm to Yun Jin.
Did Mr. Ming treat himself like this for Yun Jin?
Yi Danxia looked at Zhao Wuji with some grievance. But seeing that Zhao Wuji's face was also very ugly, he did not dare to argue but said slowly, "I will discipline my disciple well."
Ming Lao, why don't you open the library first?
Ming Lao was talking about Yi Danxia, but he was actually slapping him. Zhao Wuji really didn't want to continue this topic. He was even vaguely suspicious.
Yi Danxia is so restless. Even if she has spiritual roots, can she really reach the top?
Seeing that Zhao Wuji ignored her, Yi Danxia couldn't help but feel panic in her heart.
What's the situation? Master respects him. Master, is he also going to give up on himself? No. Impossible. She is Tianlingen, a genius that is rare to see in 100 years. Her future is bright and bright.
Yunjin could only be proud of herself for the moment, as she was destined to be left behind in the future.
Master, he must understand this. Yi Danxia took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down.
She told herself, Ming Lao is blind, she is going to ascend the road and soar in one fell swoop. By then Ming Lao will be nothing more than an ant in her eyes.
Zhao Wuji was so convinced that Ming Lao snorted coldly, "Yes. I have placed restrictions on other places in the library pavilion. New disciples can only search for secret books in the Huangjie secret book area. The time for selecting secret books is based on a stick of incense. Limit."
After Ming Lao finished speaking, he lit a stick of incense leisurely. The door to the library also slowly opened. The new disciples did not dare to hesitate and rushed in one after another.
Yun Jin didn't move, still staying obediently beside Ming Lao.
Ming Lao glanced at her. "You girl, you are just too honest. Look at me just now, if I hadn't spoken for you, you wouldn't even know you were being ridiculed." Yun Jin felt aggrieved. "Mr. Ming Danxia is my best friend.
She won't ridicule me." Have you misunderstood something? Ming Lao hates the indifference of iron even more. You girl, how can you be so stupid? Remember, stay away from your good friend in the future. Yun Jin agreed humbly. Zhao Wuji. Lin Ye. Everyone. No. Isn't this too good at acting? Will Yunjin suffer? It would be nice if she didn't go crazy. Do you have any objection when I say this to you, my disciple? Ming Lao glanced at Zhao Wuji again. What can Zhao Wuji say? He could only smile bitterly and shake his head. When cultivating immortality, character is the most important thing. Only a down-to-earth person like Yun Jin can get to the end. Otherwise, no matter how good the qualifications are, what's the use? Ming Lao was not satisfied and he was dealing with Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji could only bow his head and listen to the instruction. Every time when Mr. Ming became thirsty, Yun Jin would give him a cup of tea at the right time so that he could moisten his throat before he continued to squirt. The new disciple found the secret book of the stick of incense and Ming Lao taught Zhao Wuji a stick of incense. Wait until the time is almost up. Old Ming stretched out his hand slightly and all of Huang Jie's swordsmanship secrets appeared in his hand. You can choose 3 secret books, right? Here are the whole sect's Huang level swordsmanship secret books, 15 books in total. You can choose as you like. Ming Lao looked at Yun Jin kindly. Zhao Wuji's lips trembled. He wanted to say that this was unreasonable. But he was worried that if he spoke he would be scolded again, so he simply pretended that he couldn't see it. In his heart he was extremely angry. People like Jin Lao Ming and Lao Lingfei have high status, but they usually don't care about anything. He is the one who makes the decision in Tianqing sect. But since Yun Jin arrived, all these old guys seem to have been won over by her. If these old guys really want to protect Yunjin and Tianjin Peak, it would be difficult for him to do so. All this changes. Or because of this Yunjin. There is only one way to solve this matter. 3 months later, let Wan Jun kill her openly and openly. Only in this way can everything get back on track. She can't do anything in these 3 months, and let her be proud for another 3 months. Chapter 60, The Conclusion of the Master-Servant Contract. Old Ming, I will choose these 3 books. Yun Jin was obedient and had already chosen 3 secret books. Ming Lao took a quick look and saw that there were actually 3 swordsmanship secret books with completely different styles. He couldn't help but said, Xiao Jin, you should be a beginner in swordsmanship. It is best to choose secret books with similar styles to help you master them. Zhao Wuji's eyes couldn't help but move slightly, and he even looked at Yun Jin with some expectation. Aren't you very arrogant? Don't you love showing off your holiness? Now tell Mr. Ming loudly that you are a rare swordsman genius in the world. For you, any secret book is a piece of cake. Say it. Then he heard Yun Jin's humble voice, Ming Lao, I was thinking that secret books with different styles can help me broaden my horizons. In fact, I have always had a dream and I want to create various secret books myself like Ming Lao. If you really get to that point, your life will be worthy of it. Zhao Wuji suddenly despaired. This Yunjin is specially designed to scratch Ming Lao's itch. Ming Lao has been guarding the library for many years and has read all the secret books in the library. In recent years he himself has begun to try to create secret books. Ming Lao's highest achievement has been to create a Shen-level secret book. Now that Yun Jin said this, he was afraid that he would directly regard this as the successor. That's it. Ming Lao suddenly laughed. It's good for young people to have such ambitions. You should study it first. If you don't understand anything, feel free to ask me. You must not bother Mr. Ming. Yun Jin said respectfully. Others also found the secret books and came out one after another. Mr. Ming was not as kind to them as he was to Yun Jin. He said a few casual words and handed over the burned copies of their respective secret books to them. When a group of people left, Ming Lao was still reluctant to leave and repeatedly asked Yun Jin to come back tomorrow. Yunjin naturally responded one by one. Linya was very shocked by the performance of his disciple. After walking a little further, he couldn't help but lower his voice. You can do it. You can pretend better than your senior brother. Is this pretending? Yun Jin disagreed. This is called sincerity. Master, you don't understand.
Lin Ye chuckled twice but still told her, Ming Lao is well versed in the classics of the world. Since he is willing to give you advice, remember to go there more in the future. At least maintain the relationship well.
I will teach you this kind of behavior in detail later. Things to do in the world. Don't worry, don't worry.
Yun Jin lowered his voice, that's right.
Master, are you sure you want to teach me? You must have many friends in this huge Tianqing sect, right? You must be very good at dealing with people and worldly matters, right?
Lin Ye was silent for a while and said expressionlessly, you'd better make the decision yourself. Back in the central square, Zhao Wuji showed no interest.
He simply announced the end of the ceremony and let everyone disperse. Wait.
Yun Jin quickly raised his hand. Zhao Wuji glared at her.
Are you capable of being so annoying in front of Mr. Ming? But he could only hold back his anger. What's the matter with you? Master-servant contract. Yun Jin said directly, did the headmaster forget it? Zhao Wuji really wanted to forget it, but he really couldn't forget it.
He called Gu Jinghong back with a cold face. Gu Jinghong was mentally prepared, but his face was still pale at this moment. As a disciple of the head coach coupled with his amazing talent, he has been living proudly and wantonly all these years.
Now if you just do one wrong thing you will become a slave. He refused. He resented. But he wants to live. Then you can only obey.
Zhao Wuji expressionlessly took out 2 red ropes, one of which was the mother rope and the other was the child rope. This is the mother-child rope, you all should know it.
Lin Ye, do you want to check it? Zhao Wuji mocked slightly. Lin Ye responded immediately, it should be checked. Sure enough, he examined it carefully before returning it. Zhao Wuji looked ugly, but he didn't say anything else.
He threw the mother rope to Yun Jin and the child rope to Gu Jinghong. The mother-in-law rope flashed slightly on their wrists and then disappeared completely. Zhao Wuji then squeezed the contract hand and penetrated the 2 people's bodies one by one.
Yun Jin waited calmly. The system did not issue a reminder. It seemed that Zhao Wuji really did not do anything.
Under the public gaze, the possibility of Zhao Wuji doing something was very small.
Coupled with the double guarantee of the system, this master-servant contract should satisfy Yun Jin.
Wait for Zhao Wuji to finish the trick. Yun Jin and Gu Jinghong both felt something in their hearts. Yun Jin blinked and suddenly shouted sharply, get down. Gu Jinghong, who was dressed in red and was noble and cool, had no room for resistance and subconsciously lay on the ground.
As long as it is the master's order, you must obey it unconditionally. No matter how unwilling Gu Jinghong was, he couldn't resist Yun Jin's order. Yun Jin was happy. Okay, get up. Gu Jinghong got up numbly. Brother Gu, we will have a lot of fun in the next 3 months. Yun Jin smiled. Gu Jinghong felt a chill go down his spine. Is it still too late for him to choose to die now? No, it seems it's too late. Under the master-servant contract, if the master does not allow it, the servant cannot die even if he wants to.
A trace of despair flashed across Gu Jinghong's eyes.
Can he really survive these long 3 months? Is it really worth it for him to fall to this level for one Yi Danxia? Gu Jinghong glanced at Yi Danxia subconsciously. Yi Danxia quickly looked away.
It is really embarrassing for the second senior brother to be controlled by Yun Jin like this.
She didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore.
Gu Jinghong pursed his lips and his face turned completely ugly.
He understands now. What he did before was completely unworthy. It's a pity that he understood it too late. Are you satisfied now? Are there other things?
Zhao Wuji was also in a bad mood with a coldness in his voice.
It's okay. Headmaster, you go and do your work. I will go to the Spirit Beast Pavilion later. Senior Ling Fei wants to give me a spirit beast. Yun Jin said with a smile.
Zhao Wuji was upset again.
He snorted coldly and walked away. Yi Danxia hurriedly followed. Yun Jin glanced at Gu Jinghong. Come back to Tianjian Peak with my master. I'll go to the Spirit Beast Pavilion.
You cleaned my room carefully and prepared all the tea and fruits.
If I come back and find something wrong, be careful. Your skin. Gu Jinghong gritted his teeth and said yes.
Yun Jinjie smiled, I like your unwillingness.
Just go back and wait. Not to mention Gu Jinghong, even the corners of Lin Ye's lips twitched. Before Yunjin, everyone said that Gu Jinghong was a pervert. Now it's a little pervert meeting a big pervert. But this Gu Jinghong totally deserved it, and Lin Ye didn't have any sympathy for him. Xiao Jin, when you go to the spiritual beast pavilion, have a calm attitude. Lin Ye asked and took Gu Jinghong away first.
Senior Ling had designated Yun Jin to go, so Yun Jin could only go.
He prefers to deal with spiritual beasts than humans.
Except for people he recognizes, if others insist on going there, they will only be kicked out. The spiritual beast pavilion was very close to here, and Yun Jin quickly arrived at the door. At the entrance of Spirit Beast Pavilion, 2 disciples were guarding the door. When they saw Yun Jin approaching, they took the initiative to move away.
Chapter 61: The Abandoned Iron-Eating Beast.
A disciple led Yun Jin inside. As Yun Jin walked, she recalled things related to Ling Fei in her previous life.
This spiritual senior was born with the ability to speak the language of beasts.
As he grew older and started cultivating immortals, he slowly learned to communicate with spirit beasts. Because of this ability, although his cultivation qualifications were average, he had many spiritual beasts to help him, and his path to immortality was at the very beginning.
The journey was smooth sailing. Only later. Too low qualifications will ultimately limit his development.
His cultivation finally stopped at the peak of becoming a god, and it would be extremely difficult to go further.
She had no contact with Ling Fei in her previous life.
She only vaguely heard that on the night when the demons invaded, he was killed by the demons in order to protect the spirit beasts in the Spirit Beast Pavilion. The guardian spirit beast of the Tianqing sect was also seriously injured and dying.
These spiritual beasts seemed to be taken over by Zhao Wuji later.
Yun Jin didn't dare to think about how they would end up in the end.
Ling Fei really loves these spirit beasts.
When he is around, these spirit beasts can live freely if they want. If they want to choose a master, he will also help choose one with good conduct. Without Ling Fei, it would be very difficult for these spirit beasts to feel so comfortable. These thoughts just flashed through his mind, and Yun Jin quickly arrived at the spirit beast area of the first Qi training period.
In this area, Ling Fei is constantly busy.
These monsters in the Qi training period were affected by the beast powder before. After going crazy, they were all a little sluggish. Ling Fei was observing the situation one by one and then giving different treatments according to the actual situation. This water spirit rabbit is already timid, and this time it was so frightened.
In the next few days, requiem grass will be added to the food. Please note the specific proportion. Ling Fei said, and a disciple next to him looked serious.
Recorded.
Then the next one.
These explosive fire rats are inherently irritable. This time their nature has been completely aroused. They may become particularly irritable in the next few days. They must be looked after separately, and their food needs to be changed.
I say, please remember. Every time Ling Fei passed one, he would give instructions carefully. Senior Ling will be more attentive when taking care of the spirit beasts.
Why don't you wait for a while and I'll call Senior Ling, the disciple said. Yun Jin shook his head. No, let's wait until Senior is finished. I don't have anything else to do, so just wait here. Yun Jin had already said this, and the disciple did not try to persuade him anymore but just waited with Yun Jin. This area is full of monsters in the Qi training period. Because of what happened before, they all seem to be in low spirits now. Yun Jin's ears were filled with the weak cries of spiritual beasts. Yun Jin looked at the appearance of these spiritual beasts and thought of the pervert Gu Jinghong again and couldn't help but snorted coldly.
Wait then.
Even for these poor spiritual beasts, she had to greet Gu Jinghong properly in these 3 months.
Drop.
At this moment the system prompt sounded.
New language detected. Whether to simplify. New language?
Yun Jin was stunned for a moment and quickly checked the system.
On the detection interface there are now many languages of spirit beasts. Water spirit rabbit language, elementary level. 5 simplification opportunities are required. Explosive rat language, elementary requires 5 simplification opportunities. Language of Mingguang beast, elementary level requires 5 simplification opportunities. With all this, Yunjin counted and found that there were a total of 35 spirit beast languages that could be learned. Senior brother, how many kinds of chi training spirit beasts are there in total? Yunjin couldn't help but ask. There are 35 kinds in total. The disciple said immediately. Yunjin's eyes moved. That is, she can learn the languages of all the spirit beasts here? Only. There are so many spiritual beasts in the world. If you can only learn one language in 5 opportunities and it is only at the elementary level, is it a bit difficult to learn it? Fortunately, Yunjin scrolled to the end of the interface and saw this line of text. Learn 10 kinds of Chi training period spirit beast languages and you can awaken the elementary beast language. The elementary animal language can 100% communicate with the Chi training period spirit beasts. You can barely communicate with the foundation building period spirit beasts. Higher level spirit beasts need more information. High level bestiality. Yunjin was relieved. The spirit beasts in this world are very powerful. If there are spirit beasts to help, the strength will definitely be greatly improved. Therefore, Yunjin is definitely needed as a spiritual beast companion. This elementary beast language is particularly important. Yunjin took a look at his number of simplifications. Originally, her number of simplifications was almost at the bottom. But there were many twists and turns in the initiation ceremony. The plot was exciting and she gained a lot of emotional value. Then she went to the library and got some more. In the meantime, I have to thank Yidanxia. This heroine by herself provided herself with nearly 2,000 emotional points. It can be called a big emotional value. Well, how should we treat the big brother on the list? Then she went to treat Yidanxia to dinner. Except for Yidanxia, since all the disciples of the sector gathered together, the disciples of the Tianqing sector generally one level higher than the immortal cultivators in Fang City, and they can provide more emotional value. In addition, Yidanxia and Zhao Wuji are several big players. Yunjin gained more emotional points in this wave than Fansher did in his manifestation. At the end of the day, she had gained 20,000 emotional points and 200 simplification opportunities. Basic animal language required 50 opportunities to simplify in total, and Yunjin used it without hesitation. She randomly selected 10 kinds of spirit animals and learned their languages. After she learned the 10th language of monsters, suddenly, the world to her ears was different. Originally, in her ears she could only hear the monsters howling in pain. But now she can hear the specific meaning. My head hurts so much. Did someone hit me? Is it that bad iron-eating beast? It must be him. Why is my waist so sore? Did the iron-eating beast step on me secretly? Why is the iron-eating beast so honest today? Is it pretending? Yunjin. She just wanted to know. Who is this iron-eating beast? Why do all 9 of the 10 spiritual beasts complain about it? Yunjin observed calmly. He quickly locked onto the iron-eating beast in the corner. The iron-eating beast is a relatively rare type of spiritual beast, and there is only one among this bunch of spiritual beasts. The iron-eating beast huddled in the corner looking weak. Listening to everyone's complaints, it clapped its little palms in annoyance. Hello? It has also been tricked and it feels very uncomfortable, okay? Obviously there are bad people harming them, but these bad beasts actually wronged it. Seeing the iron-eating beast's aggrieved look, Yunjin couldn't help but feel a little amused. The name Iron Eater sounds domineering, but its appearance has nothing to do with domineering. Instead, it is a bit soft and cute. What confused Yunjin the most was that its appearance was exactly the same as an animal called a panda from a certain world when she was about to travel back in time. The iron-eating beast of that world could be called a national treasure and could not be more treasured. The treatment of iron-eating beasts in this world seems to be no different from other spiritual beasts.
Noticing Yun Jin's gaze, the disciple next to him whispered, "Although the iron-eating beast is relatively rare, its combat power and defense are relatively average. Generally, when people choose spiritual beasts, their first choice is combat ability, so it was left out. There was even a time when a disciple had chosen the iron-eating beast but sent it back 10 days later. Senior Ling was so angry that he forbade the disciple to go near the spirit beast pavilion again, but the iron-eating beast seemed to have been hit. After that, his temperament changed drastically and he became a little naughty. After selecting it, you don't want it anymore?
Yun Jin's brows wrinkled slightly. Raising a spirit beast is a very serious matter. Once you choose each other, you will be a lifelong partner. And partners cannot be abandoned. Chapter 62. Orcs will never be slaves. This time, Lingfei led his disciples to the iron-eating beast. The iron-eating beast was still very close to this keeper and it couldn't help but growl in a grieved manner. Lingfei touched its head with gentle eyes and then checked its body. The iron-eating beast has an out-of-character. When it went crazy, it used too much force and was a little injured. It needs further treatment. Go get my silver needle and I will heal it, Lingfei said. He has lived for these spirit beasts his whole life. Although he has reached the stage of spiritual transformation, he has not mastered any offensive secret techniques. Instead, he has mastered some secret techniques of mental comfort and physical treatment in order to better take care of these spirit beasts. The iron-eating beast originally nodded obediently. But the next moment, the sounds of gloating from the surrounding spirit beasts rang out. Hee hee, I want to see the iron-eating beast getting acupuncture. Me too. It's rare to see him unlucky once. But I've also had the keeper's needle stick and it didn't seem to hurt. It doesn't hurt, but I also want to have fun. The spirit beasts started chirping. The iron-eating beast's expression changed visibly to the naked eye. Damn it, it doesn't want to be watched. It grabbed the hem of Lingfei's clothes and moaned aggrievedly. Lingfei sensed it carefully. He has known animal language since he was a child, but spiritual beasts and ordinary beasts are completely different concepts. The language of spirit beasts is too complicated, and it seems that the way of heaven has set up a barrier between the language of spirit beasts and human language. Spirit beasts cannot take human form and speak human language until they are in the integration stage. Before this, no matter how much research was done, the two languages were incompatible. This can only be explained by the limitations of heaven. Although Lingfei can communicate simply with spirit beasts, he does not directly understand their words but makes reasonable guesses based on their expressions of emotions and so on. For example, Lingfei sensed the fear and panic of the iron-eating beast in front of him. Lingfei thought it was afraid of injections, so he couldn't help but touch its head and comforted it softly. Don't worry, my acupuncture technique is very good, it won't hurt at all. The iron-eating beast became even more anxious. It's not a question of whether it hurts or not. I don't want them to watch the fun. To Lingfei's ears, it was just a bunch of meaningless words. Lingfei could only sense that the iron-eating beast seemed to be getting more and more panicked, so he could only continue to calm the iron-eating beast patiently. Soon the disciple came over with a silver needle. The iron-eating beast shouted even more anxiously. Lingfei could only say, "Iron-eating beast, the injuries in your body are serious and must be treated immediately, otherwise there may be sequelae. Be good, I will move more gently to ensure that you will not feel any pain." Seeing that it didn't make sense, the little iron-eating beast couldn't help but lie down on the ground and roll around. Woo 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 woo. As a spiritual beast, it also has dignity. It would rather die than let other spirit beasts watch the fun. Seeing that the little iron-eating beast was so stubborn, the other spirit beasts also began to persuade him. Iron-eating beast, we are all joking. Just accept the treatment and we promise not to laugh at you. Yes, being injured is very painful. A group of spirit beasts started to comfort each other. The iron-eating beast became stubborn for no apparent reason, squirming around but unwilling to do so. It waved its little hands and roared with all its strength, "Orcs never be slaves. The radiance of my iron-eating beast covers everything. Me, iron-eating beast, never surrender." Yun Jin listened to these secondary school quotes. Happy. It's done. Don't choose. Just this iron-eating beast. Isn't this tailor-made for her?
Yun Jin's eyes moved and he took the initiative to walk over.
Junior sister Yun.
The disciple accompanying her panicked. Senior Ling doesn't like strangers coming into contact with spirit beasts. Even if he promised Yun Jin that he could choose one, he still had to do it slowly according to the procedure instead of being so direct.
Break in. Ling Fei heard the movement here and couldn't help but look over.
When he saw it was Yun Jin, he was stunned for a moment and said, "Just wait a moment.
I'll finish dealing with these spiritual beasts first and then I'll come find you."
Senior Ling Yun Jin said with a smile, "I'm thinking that I will contract a spirit beast soon. Before that I should learn some methods of raising spirit beasts.
How about letting me help this time?"
Yun Jin offered to learn the method, which also proved that she attached great importance to the spirit beast she would contract with next. Even if Ling Fei was vaguely unhappy with her trespassing behavior before he disappeared for a while.
Ling Fei thought for a moment and said, "That's fine. I'm about to use a needle on this iron-eating beast. You can take a look." As he said this, Ling Fei couldn't help but feel a little distressed.
If the iron-eating beast continues to cause trouble like this, it will probably waste time. When the iron-eating beast saw another person coming, it snorted twice.
"I can kill 10 skinny humans with one punch." Yun Jin pretended not to hear it and said, "Senior Ling, can you let me communicate with it?"
Ling Fei hesitated for a while, thinking that since he was watching over him nothing would happen, so he agreed. Yun Jin smiled slightly. She bent down and slowly approached the iron-eating beast. The iron-eating beast felt nervous for some reason and his body tensed up involuntarily. Yun Jin spoke in a very low voice in its ear, "Orcs will never be slaves."
Iron-eating beast.
It couldn't care less about the mischief and couldn't help but look at Yun Jin with a very shocked look. When he touched Yun Jin's eyes that seemed to be smiling but not smiling, he felt ashamed.
The iron-eating beast is about to cry. It doesn't understand. How does this human understand animal language?
Talking like this to those childish spirit beast friends, it can still make it look very powerful.
But being heard by the human in front of me, I always felt a bit out of place.
The iron-eating beast turned over and face down.
Family members, who knows? It the iron-eating beast. I don't want to see anyone at all today. Ling Fei was stunned for a moment when he saw the iron-eating beast's reaction. He looked at Yun Jin with some surprise. "You seem to have said something to it?" Out of politeness he didn't eavesdrop, but this time he was really curious. "It's nothing. It's just a little shy. The moment I got close to it I seemed to hear its inner voice. It said, 'Beast.'"
Yun Jin didn't finish his words. The iron-eating beast sat up suddenly and even began to urge Ling Fei with its eyes.
"Quick, give it an injection. It would rather get an injection than die in society." Ling Fei was really shocked now. He couldn't help but look at Yun Jin. What did this disciple do? Why did the iron-eating beast suddenly become obedient? "Xiao Jin, what did you hear?" Ling Fei asked quickly. Yun Jin's smile became even brighter. She glanced at the iron-eating beast, who had a look of despair on his face. It's over, its social death is inevitable. Next moment. But it heard the human say, "It seems to want to go to the small room to use a needle. It is a little embarrassed in front of so many spiritual beasts." That's it. Ling Fei suddenly realized. The iron-eating beast suddenly looked at Yun Jin, who was smiling. Yun Jin looked back at it with a smile. The iron-eating beast immediately lowered his head in embarrassment. This human being doesn't seem to be so annoying. Chapter 63 Miracle reappears. Shall we go to the small room to use the needle next? Ling Fei confirmed again. The iron-eating beast glanced at Yun Jin and nodded coyly. Ling Fei couldn't help but look at Yun Jin in surprise. Did this girl really sense the iron-eating beast's voice? That's it. This is simply a natural talent for controlling beasts. There were so many things going on now that Ling Fei didn't have time to ask too many questions, but the way he looked at Yun Jin had completely changed. After he calms down these spiritual beasts, he must ask Yun Jin how he did it. Once they entered a separate small room, the iron-eating beast was very cooperative. Lingfei's healing acupuncture skills were very exquisite and his internal injuries were quickly controlled. The little iron-eating beast rubbed Lingfei's body comfortably, showing an expression of enjoyment. Lingfei's eyes were soft and he patted its head gently. Okay, go back and have a good rest. The iron-eating beast nodded obediently. Yunjin watched the whole process and admired the old man Lingfei even more. He truly dedicated his life to these spiritual beasts. Every spirit beast here regards him as a relative and is extremely dependent on him. For this old man, this is probably the best gift. Wait for me a little longer, I have other spirit beasts to diagnose and treat. After placing the iron-eating beast, Lingfei said apologetically, if you can't wait you can come back tomorrow. I will wait for you tomorrow. Senior Ling Yunjin took the initiative and said, I seem to be able to vaguely feel the emotions of some spiritual beasts. Perhaps I can be of some help. Please let me join you. Lingfei's eyes moved slightly. If Yunjin came up and said this, Lingfei wouldn't believe a word of it. After all, the talent of communicating with spirit beasts is too rare. Even if you have this talent, you need to constantly refine and strengthen it before you can truly communicate with spirit beasts. Yunjin, a new disciple, had no access to spirit beasts before today. She came up and said that she could communicate with spirit beasts. Isn't this nonsense? But in the case of the iron-eating beast, Lingfei thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Okay, then you will follow me. He took Yunjin to the next group of spirit beasts. This is a total of 5 bright light beasts. The 5 little beasts were more or less injured and were licking their wounds silently at this moment. Lingfei sensed the emotions of these bright light beasts. On the whole, their emotions were quite stable, but the smallest one seemed a little depressed. Lingfei first began to bandage the emotionally stable Mingwangman while trying to comfort the little Mingwangman with his mental power. Yunjin looked at the bright light beast hiding in the corner and his expression moved slightly. This group of bright light beasts were chatting and their words fell into her ears without any concealment. Hey, don't be sad, little sister. That electric beast is not worthy of you at all. Yes. There are so many spiritual beasts here. With my little sister's beauty, I can't find any kind of spiritual beast. Isn't it just an electric beast? Isn't it just more powerful and domineering? Isn't it more compatible with our racial attributes? I put my words here today, but our little sister will not like it. Yes, little sister will definitely be able to find something better. Little Mingwangman said weakly, better? For example? Several bright light beasts suddenly became quiet. Little Mingwangman sniffed and almost cried. Woohoo, as expected, the electric beast is the best. Lingfei looked at the little Mingwangman, whose mood suddenly turned sad and was also confused. Is this the needle in a woman's heart? Even female spiritual beasts are like this? Lingfei tried his best to comfort him, but to no avail. He could only help the little Mingguang beast deal with the wounds on his body for the time being. The injury wasn't serious and after treatment the wound improved visibly, but its mood was still extremely bad. Lingfei couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Suddenly he remembered something and couldn't help but ask Yunjin, Xiaojin, what might you sense? As soon as he finished speaking, he smiled bitterly. He was really ill and had to seek medical treatment. It's already a miracle that Yunjin can guess the iron-eating beast's thoughts. How could he still expect Yunjin to continue to replicate miracles? Yunjin smiled but said, Senior Ling, it's hard to say yet, but I want to ask. Are there any electric beasts in this area? Ha! Little Mingwangman immediately raised his head and glanced at Yunjin. Yunjin winked at it. Little Mingwangman immediately lowered his head in embarrassment. Lingfei was a little surprised that Yunjin would suddenly ask this, but he still said, I only have one electric beast here, but it is a spiritual beast in the foundation building stage and is not in this area on weekdays. Oh? Yunjin was a little surprised. Then when did you see this little bright light beast? How do you know they have seen it? Lingfei was startled and then explained, the several areas are not completely different. Sometimes I will take them to the back mountain for a walk. Last time for a walk this Mingguang beast was together with the electric light beast. What was it, the electric light beast that bullied it? It didn't look like it.
The little bright light beast was still very attached to the electric light beast.
Lingfei said so. Little Mingwangman suddenly became anxious. Ouch, ouch, ouch. It didn't bully me. Yunjin smiled slightly and said, "It's not bullying. Let's do this. Senior, please take me to meet the electric beast. I have something to ask it."
Lingfei was in the dark, but seeing that Yunjin seemed very confident, he couldn't help but respond. The little Mingwang beast looked at Yunjin feeling slightly anxious. Yunjin comforted and said, "Don't worry, I'll help you find out. If it really doesn't work, we girls should be able to put it down if we can afford it."
Little Mingwangman seemed to understand but still nodded. Lingfei observed the interaction between Yunjin and the spirit beast with strange eyes. Why does she seem to understand the language of spiritual beasts? If you can really do this kind of thing, what kind of beast-controlling talent is this? Can those people from the Four Holy Lands do it? Probably not. Lingfei suppressed the shock in his heart and took Yunjin to the area where the foundation building monsters were.
Several spirit beasts in the foundation building stage were also affected this time, but they have all been dealt with and all the injured spirit beasts have fallen asleep.
Led by Lingfei, Yunjin saw at a glance the slutty-looking electric beast combing its hair. That's it. Lingfei stepped aside. He wanted to see how Yunjin would communicate with the electric beast. "Senior Ling, this is the little secret of the little bright light beast. It may not want you to know, so please don't eavesdrop," Yunjin said with an apologetic look. Lingfei, okay. He closed his hearing in a grieved manner. There was no sound and Lingfei could only see that Yunjin seemed to be saying something to the electric beast. Then she suddenly reached out and pulled out a tuft of the electric beast's hair, but the electric beast did not refuse. After getting the hair, Yunjin waved towards Lingfei, "Senior, we can go back." Lingfei suppressed his curiosity and returned to the Qi training area with Yunjin. Then Yunjin looked at him apologetically again. Lingfei. Understood. Isn't it okay if he understands? Okay, continue to close your hearing. He felt aggrieved for a moment. The children he had worked so hard to raise suddenly had something to hide from him. Yunjin didn't know what he said, but Lingfei saw that Xiao Mingwang beast's mood improved visibly. This made Lingfei even more jealous. Could it be that his status as an old father has been overshadowed so quickly? Chapter 64. Sorry, I already have a favorite beast. Well, that's what it means. We can get along with you further after you reach the foundation stage. Now it can only give you a tuft of hair as a souvenir, Yunjin said. The little Mingwangman treasured its fur and looked very happy. Yunjin couldn't help but add, "But I think there are so many male beasts in the world, you don't have to hang yourself on this tree. When I was talking to that electric beast, there seemed to be several female beasts. Looked over. I suspected it might be a beast. Ouch, 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 ouch. Impossible. Even if it had other beasts before, after being with me, it will no longer care about them," Akikoman shouted. Yunjin couldn't laugh or cry for a moment. Fine. The love brain really doesn't distinguish between races. If nothing else happens, she will come to the Spirit Beast Pavilion more often in the future. She should observe this bright light beast more in the future. After all, these spiritual beasts in the Qi training period are equivalent to 7 or 8-year-old children in terms of spiritual intelligence. They are still flowers of the motherland. Take care of them if you can. Yunjin sighed. This beast seems a bit like a kindergarten teacher. A group of children are chattering and you have to carefully protect their young minds and provide timely solutions to avoid depression. Difficult, too difficult. Senior, it's done. Yunjin waved his hand. Lingfei looked at her sadly. What on earth did you say? Yunjin chuckled. Secret. Children's secrets should be protected. Lingfei blew his beard and stared in anger, but he could only endure it. Let's go next batch, Lingfei said sadly. There were not many spirit beasts left to take care of, so Lingfei took Yunjin and a few disciples and quickly finished their work. When these spirit beasts were all lying down comfortably, Lingfei raised his eyebrows and said, I promised you before that you can choose any spirit beast to contract.
Your cultivation is now in the foundation building stage and chi training stage. You have the opportunity to make contracts with spirit beasts in the foundation establishment stage, but spirit beasts with higher cultivation levels are temporarily unable to make contracts. You just followed me around. Tell me if there are any spirit beasts you like in this area. If not, I'll take you to the foundation building area to have a look. Lingfei said this. The spirit beasts in the chi training period immediately pricked up their ears. Lingfei may not be sure yet. However, they are certain. This human being can understand what they are saying. Moreover, she is good-looking and gentle in speech. They all yearn for the outside world, but they are afraid of finding a bad owner like the iron-eating beasts. But if it's this girl, it shouldn't be that bad, right? A group of spiritual beasts suddenly began to chirp. Choose me. I can grow bigger. I'm very powerful. Choose me, my farts can stun a group of people. Bah, these are all useless skills of yours. I can breathe fire and am very powerful in combat. Lingfei couldn't understand what these spirit beasts were saying, but he couldn't help but froze when he saw how red-faced they were. Previously, some sect disciples came to choose spiritual beasts. But each of these chosen spirit beasts is more cautious than the last, and they will not easily let go of the contract without going through 99 and 81 difficult tests. Now it's better to switch to Yunjin. They no longer have any requirements and they don't set any tests anymore. They just compete to get contracts with others. If the previous disciples had seen this, they would have probably vomited 3 liters of blood on the spot. A group of spirit beasts were arguing, and the iron-eating beast in the corner silently turned its head to the wall. Shame on you. These companions of it were such an embarrassment to it. My own example is in front of me, don't they know it yet? No human being is a good thing. This woman is definitely not much better. Beast is very cute. Yunjin said with a smile, I want to invite it to be my partner, but I don't know if it is willing. The iron-eating beast stiffened. He heard it right. This woman actually chose it. How to say? It seems a little bit cool. This woman is quite discerning. But this iron-eating beast has seen through the world. It will never leave the spirit beast pavilion. Lingfei looked at the iron-eating beast facing the wall and felt a little embarrassed. Xiaojin, other spirit beasts are fine, but this iron-eating beast seems reluctant? Yes, it doesn't want to. Xiaojin, don't worry about it. I'm sweet, cute and willing. A group of spiritual beasts started chirping again. The iron-eating beast gritted its teeth upon hearing this. A bunch of bad beasts. Behave in front of humans and compete for favor. Don't be a beast. Otherwise you can change it to another one. Lingfei advised, this iron-eating beast has been abandoned by others before. It is particularly wary of humans and may not easily follow you. The iron-eating beast's body stiffened for a moment and said nothing more. If this woman just left like this, it should also be a little sad. But rather than being hurt again, it's better to be a free little beast. Yunjin looked at the back of the iron-eating beast and said softly, it is not its fault for being abandoned by humans, but the fault of that human being. Since you have chosen a contracted spirit beast, you have made an agreement to become a partner. In my case, my partner must never give up. If it is willing to make a contract with me, I will work hard with it and become stronger together. The iron-eating beast struggled violently but still did not turn around. Yunjin continued, speaking of which, the human who abandoned it was a disciple of the Tianqing sect, right? Didn't he dislike the iron-eating beast for not being strong enough? If I contracted the iron-eating beast, I would train it to be the strongest in the world. Then go out and hang out in front of that disciple, making him regret it and hit the wall every day. The iron-eating beast's eyes lit up after rubbing it. This sounds like a great experience. Senior Ling, if it is still unwilling, then let's do this for now. I don't want to choose other spiritual beasts for the time being. Maybe I will focus on my own cultivation first and then come here to choose when I have time. Yunjin said. Lingfei was stunned for a moment. When will you be free in the future? Then I don't know. It's possible in 1 year, 2 years or 10 years. Yunjin said. So long?
Ling Fei was about to say something. The iron-eating beast has suddenly turned around. Chapter 65 Active Contract. Yun Jin pretended not to see it and continued, "The iron-eating beast doesn't like me today and I don't want to force it. Senior Ling Fei, your kindness is in vain. If there is nothing else, I will leave first." Before Ling Fei could react, he was stunned for a moment and opened his mouth to persuade Yun Jin. Yun Jin was very determined, turned around and walked out. Seeing that the human seemed to really want to leave, the iron-eating beast couldn't help but become a little anxious. At a speed that was incompatible with its chubby body, it rushed over and grabbed Yun Jin's trousers. Iron-eating beast? A faint smile appeared on the corner of Yun Jin's lips and she said with a deliberately surprised face, "Are you here to say goodbye to me?" "Okay, I understand, thank you." The iron-eating beast suddenly became more anxious. This human being is so good-looking, but why doesn't he seem to have a very smart brain? Its noble iron-eating beast was already in front of her. Couldn't she just beg a few more words? She begged for a while, but she said she had no choice but to reluctantly agree. The iron-eating beast winked at Yun Jin, desperately hoping that she would be able to do something better. At least give it some promises and give it a step down. After all, orcs will never be slaves unless they have food and shelter. Yun Jin pretended she didn't understand and touched the iron-eating beast's head. "Okay, I know you like freedom. Don't worry, I won't force you." The iron-eating beast became even more anxious. "What? Isn't this necessary? What's wrong with this woman? I don't know how to persevere at all. You should force it. Okay, let go of me. Wait 10 or 8 years and we will meet one day," Yun Jin said. 10 years. 8 years. The iron-eating beast showed a thunderous expression. It looked at Yun Jin aggrievedly. Seeing that she was really unworthy, it could only take the initiative and said, "Then, are you going to provide food and shelter?" Yun Jin raised his eyebrows. "Isn't this the most basic? You also said that you would take me to find my former master." The iron-eating beast reminded. Yun Jin looked puzzled. "That's under the premise of our contract. If you don't contract with me, I won't be able to cause trouble for no reason." The iron-eating beast suddenly looked at Yun Jin sadly. "It's all so obvious. This woman still doesn't understand." The iron-eating beast has changed its mind. But looking at Yun Jin's stupid look, the iron-eating beast had no choice. That's all. If the owner is a little more stupid, it's better if it takes the initiative. The iron-eating beast suddenly stretched out its palm, then put it in its mouth and bit hard. Yun Jin's eyes moved slightly. This is... The next moment a drop of blood emerged from the center of the beast's palm and floated directly in front of Yun Jin. After completing this step, the iron-eating beast kept urging with his eyes. "It is taking the initiative to make a contract with you." Ling Fei said quickly, "Xiao Jin, you also force out a drop of blood and merge it with its blood." Yun Jin nodded. She stopped teasing the little iron-eating beast and quickly forced out a drop of blood from her fingertips. The 2 drops of blood blended together in the air. The originally bright red blood turned golden after blending together. Original. When making a contract, Ling Fei's help is needed. But this time Ling Fei didn't move. He just looked at the little iron-eating beast with some emotion. It was currently making mysterious spells one after another and actively establishing a contract. The spirit beast takes the initiative to make a contract. The contract is initiated by the spirit beast and completed by the spirit beast. This kind of contract is more solid and the connection is more stable than one made through external force. But if it is abandoned, the fate of the spirit beast will be even worse. At least the strength is reduced. In severe cases, life is in danger. After being abandoned, the iron-eating beast chose to actively contract with Yun Jin, which put a huge psychological pressure on it. Under the initiative of the iron-eating beast, the contract was formed. Yun Jin vaguely felt that he had established a wonderful connection with the iron-eating beast. Senior Ling, Yun Jin couldn't help but ask, "Has the contract been completed? This seems to be different from the way of contracting spirit beasts that I heard before." Ling Fei was slightly emotional and then explained to Yun Jin softly, "If I was originally in charge, both parties would generally have an equal contract.
If one party wants to choose to leave the relationship, they can leave safely after paying a certain price. But nowadays it takes the initiative to make a contract with you, and the restrictions of this contract are not as extreme as the master-servant contract, but from now on it cannot actively choose to break away from you.
After hesitating for a moment, Ling Fei added, but you can choose to abandon it. But if it is abandoned, it will be backlashed by the contract and punished by the contract.
In serious cases it will die. A hint of surprise flashed in Yun Jin's eyes. She had no chance to contract a spirit beast in her previous life, so she naturally didn't know these things. Later, although I quickly traveled through many worlds, some of which contained beasts, the settings of each world were different. After Ling Fei explained it like this, she realized that the iron-eating beast took such risks when it took the initiative to contract with humans.
Yun Jin looked at the iron-eating beast and couldn't help but become gentle. Iron-eating beast, do you trust me so much?
The little iron-eating beast felt a little embarrassed when she looked at him, so he couldn't help but turn around, leaving her with a thick back. Yun Jin chuckled and said warmly, "Don't worry. The contract has been made. In this life I will never betray the contract, nor will I betray you. You are my chosen spiritual beast, and you should stand with me to the top." The little iron-eating beast did not turn around. In fact, it was not sure what the outcome of its impulse would be. But anyway, it's too late to regret now. It can only trust this new owner. Ling Fei touched the head of the little iron-eating beast and said to Yunjin, "It doesn't have a name yet. Remember to give it a name later." Yun Jin nodded in agreement. "There are some precautions for raising an iron beast. I will give you a booklet later so you can study it. Also, it has some commonly used things. You can take them with you." Ling Fei was very busy sorting out a lot of things. Yun Jin thanked him and put it into his storage bag. Ling Fei finally took out a bottle of animal milk and said, "I'll leave this to you. Senior Ling, you know I'm thirsty, so you prepared it specially for me." Yun Jin was a little moved. Senior Ling is so considerate and she is so loving. In order to live up to this feeling, Yun Jin took it, unscrewed the lid and took a sip. Ling Fei was confused. The little iron-eating beast was also confused. The little iron-eating beast crone jumped up and snatched the milk back. This is the milk I want to drink," the little iron beast shouted angrily. Yun Jin. "Is that so? Like a little embarrassed?" Ling Fei coughed twice. "This child is still young, only 6 years old. He needs to drink some milk every day, especially before going to bed. If he doesn't drink, he won't sleep. You remember to feed him some milk every day. Also, this beast's milk was provided by the spiritual beast pavilion before. After the contract, remember to find it yourself. I will give you enough for it to drink for 3 days, and you will have to finish it yourself after 3 days." "I know." Yun Jin's lips twitched. Beside her ears, the iron-eating beast was still complaining wildly. "My breasts. Oh. I've never seen my master compete with a spiritual beast for milk. Is it too late to regret now?" Chapter 66. The iron-eating beast is rolling. Ling Fei explained for a long time before letting the man and the beast go. The iron-eating beast was still muttering as if complaining about something. Yun Jin held the back of its neck and responded helplessly. Ling Fei couldn't help but smile when he saw the two of them getting along. This iron-eating beast is actually not suitable for the spirit beast pavilion. Some spiritual beasts are born to like stability and a peaceful life. But the little iron-eating beast is different. When it first arrived, it was yearning for the outside world. Therefore, when it met a young disciple before, it chatted with him for a few words and was attracted by the outside world he described and followed him without hesitation. At that time, Ling Fei also persuaded me. After all, it is too young and may not be able to cope with it. The edible iron beast was determined, so Ling Fei had no choice but to let it go. Result: after the disciple made a contract with the iron-eating beast, it was a bit novel at first, but later he disliked that it was young and difficult to take care of, and that it was not as strong as other spiritual beasts. Within a few months, the iron-eating beast was returned to the spiritual beast pavilion. The iron-eating beast was naughty to begin with, but after being abandoned once, it became even more naughty. Ling Fei knew that it was sad but didn't know how to deal with it, so he kept trying to comfort it. Unfortunately, the effect is not great. After that, every time a new disciple comes to choose a spiritual beast, the iron-eating beast's mood will be very unstable. It seems to be a little envious and a little disdainful. Lingfei sometimes doesn't know what to do. With the character of this iron-eating beast, it is more suitable to venture outside. If you stay in the spirit beast pavilion, it will become depressed sooner or later. However, if you let it go out with just one person and worry about getting hurt again, the iron-eating beast itself seems to be very repulsive to humans. This time Lingfei was finally relieved. The fact that the iron-eating beast can take the initiative to make a contract with Yunjin shows that it already has initial trust in Yunjin. He believed in his perspective on people, and Yunjin was definitely not the kind of person who would abandon spiritual beasts casually. This man and this beast should get along well. Lingfei was looking forward to it. Yunjin and the iron-eating beast, who fought 800 times along the way, finally returned to Tianjian Peak. At the door of the room, Gu Jinghong was standing there with a look on his face. "Just calm down, don't show your face to anyone." Yunjin snorted coldly. "Gu Jinghong." He forced a smile. Yunjin was even more disgusted. "Why are you so ugly? Wait outside and I'll teach you a lesson later." In the room, everyone from Tianjian Peak was waiting for her. He saw the iron-eating beast in Yunjin's hand. Si Waning's eyes lit up and she took the iron-eating beast over. "Xiao Jin, you have good taste. This iron-eating beast is so cute." Yunjin could only sigh. In such a short period of time, she discovered that this little iron-eating beast was clearly a naughty kid, a middle-aged naughty kid at that. When the iron-eating beast arrived in Si Waning's arms, it immediately became obedient. It sat obediently just like a cute little boy. Si Waning fell in love even more and her eyes showed envy. "I really want a spiritual beast. If you still dare to go to the spiritual beast pavilion, then go ahead," Yu Zhao said leisurely. Si Waning's face suddenly stiffened. Actually, every Tianqing sect disciple has a dream of owning a spiritual beast. Si Waning is no exception. She has been running to the spiritual beast pavilion since she first entered. Unfortunately. "Elder brother, what do you mean by this? Is there a story?" Yunjin showed an interesting expression. "It's nothing." Si Waning wanted to cover up. Yu Zhao had already said vividly, "It's nothing. When your second senior sister went to the spirit beast pavilion for the first time, she told a timid water spirit rabbit that she would take it out to find someone to fight. It scared the water spirit rabbit to tears." Si Wanning was unconvinced. "Then how could I know it is so timid?" Senior Ling was kicked out at that time, but he may have felt that she didn't mean it, so when the second junior sister went there a few days later, he still let her in. This time she inquired and knew about the explosive flame rat. Being warlike and courageous suits her better, so she went to brag to a group of blazing rats and said she would take them to conquer the world. Can there be any problems this time? Not to mention Yunjin, the iron-eating beasts even pricked up their ears curiously. Yu Zhao smiled. The explosive fire rats would not be scared, but she encouraged them too much. More than a dozen explosive fire rats started fighting on the spot over who could make a contract with her. As a result, several of them were injured. Yunjin. Si Wanning felt guilty. She didn't know that these spiritual beasts could not resist teasing. Senior Lingfei kicked her out again. This time he directly issued a ban on her. From now on she will no longer be in the spirit beast pavilion. Yu Zhao said, quite gloating about his misfortune. Yunjin couldn't help but asked curiously, "Elder brother, what about you? Do you have a spiritual beast?" Yu Zhao shook his head and gave Yunjin some popular science. The spirit beast is actually not that easy to raise. Cultivating a spirit beast requires a lot of resources. Otherwise, the spirit beast's cultivation level is too low and it will be difficult to raise it. I can't help. Our Tianjian Peak is still relatively poor. It's okay to raise spiritual beasts in the Qi training and foundation building stages, but at higher levels we can't afford to raise some monsters in the Qi training and foundation building stages. It's not helpful to my current cultivation. I don't have much time to take care of them, so I didn't think about applying for spiritual beasts. Like Si Wanning, she keeps spiritual beasts out of the mentality of keeping pets, so that doesn't matter. Yu Zhao is a pragmatic person, so the resources and energy consumed in cultivating spiritual beasts to the nascent soul stage or even higher realms are beyond what he can bear. Cultivation of spiritual beasts is also a science, and it is a university science. Lin Ye said slowly. There are 4 holy places in this world. The combat power of the Kunlun sword sect, the profound skills of the Qingshao pavilion, the secrets of alchemy, and the Xiandan sect. The last holy place is the Beast Control sect. Disciples of the Beast Control sect have their own unique method of controlling beasts. The combat effectiveness of their spirit beasts is often higher than that of themselves, and with a wave of their hands a bunch of spirit beasts will surround you in an instant. At the same level, this kind of fighting method is very shameless. When you see a disciple of the Beast Control sect, you think he is alone, but he may be carrying an army of spiritual beasts with him. But that's the Beast Control sect. They have the inheritance of beast control, and they also have secret skills that specifically work with spirit beasts. For other sects, it's really difficult to cultivate a high-level spirit beast. This iron-eating beast is only in the Qi training stage now, and cultivating it will not happen overnight. It is possible that by the time it reaches the foundation building stage, you yourself will already be in the golden elixir stage, and the combat power of that foundation building stage will be lost. There's no use anymore. Yun Jin nodded, understanding. She didn't think it was anything. It's difficult to cultivate something difficult. She can make elixirs to earn spiritual crystals and has a super simplified system to help her. How could an iron-eating beast be cultivated? Yun Jin was not worried at all. As the iron-eating beast listened, his little body became tense. The last time it was abandoned, the previous owner disliked its inability to form combat effectiveness in a short period of time. This time, it won't be abandoned again, right? Not noticing the nervousness of the little iron-eating beast, Yun Jin said seriously, "Speaking of this, I thought of a very serious matter." The iron-eating beast was originally sitting on Si Waning's lap. Now it couldn't help but stretched its body out. How to do? Does this woman regret it? Is it about to be abandoned again? The little iron-eating beast was so aggrieved that he almost cried. Next moment, it heard Yun Jin say, "Let's give it a name." Little iron-eating beast? That's it? Its center of gravity deviated too much and it fell to the ground and rolled twice. This seems a bit embarrassing. But the iron-eating beast didn't panic at all. The Iron Eater quickly sat up, pretending as if nothing happened. Yun Jin only thought it was naughty and couldn't help but sigh. If it's so naughty, let's call it Gun Gun. Chapter 67, Assessment of Level 2 Alchemist? Gangun? Iron Eater disagrees. This name is neither powerful nor domineering and does not fit its image at all. Change it. The iron-eating beast kept shouting. Yun Jin also felt that we should respect the children's own thoughts. What are your own thoughts? The iron-eating beast became energetic now. I want to be called sure. Invincible and proud of the world. Dominating the world. Emperor of Heaven. After saying that, the iron-eating beast looked at Yun Jin expectantly. What a great name! The owner will be stunned by its naming talent. Yun Jin was silent for a while and then she nodded. Well, you really like the name Gun, so let's make it that way. Freedom and all that. Naughty kids don't deserve it. In order to prevent it from dying when it grows up, it is better to help it forget it. Gun? When did I like it? Wait, if it doesn't work, we'll call him Sure Ba Tian Emperor Sure Ao Sure. Yun Jin looked at Gungun's arrogant look and continued to smile. Wow, you were so excited. You really like this name. Just like it, I'm very pleased. The name Gungun is really good. Look how happy the iron-eating beast is. Lin Ye said. Gun, no? Look carefully again. Why am I so happy? Yu Zhao, I suddenly became a lot more lively. Gun, am I protesting? Si Waning's face was full of smiles. Gun, this name is quite easy to pronounce. Gun, come into my arms. I don't know why, but Gun passed by subconsciously. Si Waning hugged it and stroked it, feeling satisfied. It came over as soon as I called it. I really like the name. Gungun's body stiffened. I didn't.
What do iron-eating beasts generally like to eat? Si Wanning asked while stroking.
Senior Ling gave me a pamphlet, let me see what it says.
Yun Jin opened it and read, iron-eating beasts are omnivores. Their favorite food is all kinds of bamboo, and they also eat some fruits and vegetables. They don't reject meat either.
As a spiritual beast, Gungun was much stronger than the mortal beasts she had encountered in that world and was easier to raise.
Basically, it can eat anything with spiritual energy.
The most important thing is milk, animal milk, the iron-eating beast added.
Yun Jin smiled. Yes, the main thing is milk.
Senior Ling has provided milk and food for 3 days and you have to buy it yourself after that.
Yu Zhao nodded. It's simple.
There is a shop specializing in selling spirit animal food in Fangshe.
When I go there, I will bring some back.
It's just a spiritual beast in the Qi training stage and it doesn't consume much.
And with Yunjin's elixir, they would soon have no shortage of money.
Speaking of Fangshe, Yun Jin thought of something and said, Senior brother, take me with you when you go.
I'll go to the Dan Pavilion. Going to the Alchemy Pavilion? Do you plan to have some exchanges with the alchemists there? Yu Zhao asked curiously. Yun Jin shook his head. No, I'm going to examine a second-level alchemist. Everyone.
The silence at this moment was deafening.
How else could it be said that he was the master? Linya coughed lightly and was the first to react.
He said with a smile, Xiao Jin has reached the foundation building stage and has indeed reached the minimum spiritual power standard to become a second-level alchemist.
If you want to try it, let her try it a few more times. What if she succeeds one day? Linya's laughter echoed in the room.
Linya looked at Yun Jin, who was blinking his eyes, and his laughter slowly stopped.
He asked tremblingly, You didn't just want to have fun?
Yun Jin suddenly showed an expression of hatred for steel. Master, why do you have such terrible thoughts?
You need to give crystal stones to participate in the assessment.
Although you have a good disciple who can make alchemy, but that's not the reason for you to be so extravagant.
How can you just sign up and consume spiritual stones just to give it a try? Linya? Is it him who is scary or his little apprentice? She actually seriously wants to take the exam as a second-level alchemist? How long has it been since she passed the exam to become a first-level alchemist? Does she need to be so outrageous?
Yu Zhao's endurance was stronger than Linya's.
He asked, Junior sister, how sure are you this time? Yun Jin looked confident. 10 points.
She has already simplified all the prescriptions and there is no chance that she will not be able to pass them. And this time she has 2 choices.
She can easily become a second-level alchemist by refining any one of the Yuan Dan and the Foundation Establishment Dan.
Very.
Yu Zhao was silent again. He didn't want to believe it.
But over a period of time, although the junior sister loved to show off her holiness, the words she said were never lies. Although it sounds outrageous, she can really do it every time.
So, is the junior sister really going to become a second-grade alchemist? Originally I was going to Fangshe tomorrow. But suddenly something happened to me.
Yu Zhao looked at Linya. Master, you seem to be quite free, why not?
No, I still have very important things to do as a teacher. I don't have time right now. Linya stood up. He didn't even give everyone a chance to ask anything and left in a hurry. Yu Zhao. He looked at Si Wanning again. Second junior sister, don't you like to play in Fangshe the most? Xiao Jin happens to be going too, so why don't you come together? Si Wanning shivered. She really likes to go to the market.
If this person is not a junior sister, then there is nothing wrong with bringing someone along.
But if it is Yunjin?
She was afraid that she would be implicated and beaten together.
No, senior brother, I have been cultivating myself recently and will never go out.
Si Wanning reluctantly rolled a handful of and then slipped away. Yu Zhao was desperate and he finally looked at Yu Songnian.
All right.
There was no one in the position of the third junior brother.
Elder brother.
Yun Jin looked at Yu Zhao with a smile. I know you have to go to Fangshe every day.
Let's go together tomorrow.
Yu Zhao's lips trembled and he nodded with difficulty.
He held on to the hope of success and asked, Tomorrow, can we keep a low profile? Low-key?
Yunjin looked shocked. Senior brother, how could you have such a terrible idea?
From now on, please just take the word low-key out of your mind, okay?
Speaking of this, senior brother, please remind me, let's go early tomorrow and let Pavilion Master Chen help me promote it in advance.
Tomorrow the scene must be bigger than last time. Last time we were in a hurry and not all the people in Fangshi gathered together. This time, focus on one and no one should be missing.
Yu Zhao looked at Yunjin numbly.
He was thinking. If he suddenly breaks his legs, is it possible that he won't have to go?
When Yu Zhao left, he was in a daze.
He was thinking about a question. If he was beaten tomorrow, would it be safer to wear a helmet? Be like Iron Man? Isn't it too advanced in this world of cultivating immortals? Everyone in Tianjian Peak dispersed.
Yunjin finally had a chance to torment Gu Dinghong.
She called people in directly. Chapter 68, Iron-Eating Beast? Qi Yu's mount. Gu Jinghong's body stiffened and he stood upright in front of Yunjin.
Yunjin glanced at him with some disgust. You can't even smile when you see the master?
Gu Jinghong.
He tried his best to smile, but it turned out to be uglier than crying.
Yunjin was immediately shocked by the ugliness. She glanced at her mouth and hugged the iron-eating beast directly. Did you see it? This is Gun. For the next 3 months you will be mainly responsible for taking care of it.
If it becomes unhappy or uncomfortable in any way, I am your only one.
It's a question. Rolling eyes lit up. What? The iron-eating beast master even has his own servant? This master is right. Gun looked Gu Jinghong up and down critically. He. Is this the future servant of Uncle Gun? How thin. I don't know if I have the strength. Gun.
Remember, he is our servant in name only.
But, Yunjin said. Gun blinked, feeling a little disappointed. Oh. Does the master want to say that he should not be too embarrassed? But actually you don't need to treat him as a human being. Just do whatever you want. Yunjin said. Gun's eyes suddenly lit up. Is there such a good thing? Gu Jinghong. He wanted to escape.
But there is no escape.
Are you complaining about me in your heart?
Yunjin unceremoniously used a bit of contract power.
Gu Jinghong's expression changed and his whole body trembled.
Yunjin punished him and then said coldly, remember, with the master-servant contract, any dissatisfaction you have with me will be felt immediately. Servants who disrespect their master will be punished by God.
Do you understand? What a damnation! It was clearly you who used the power of the contract. But Gu Jinghong didn't dare to be dissatisfied anymore, even in his heart. He could only nodded silently. But the anger in his heart couldn't be vented, so Gu Jinghong simply scolded Yi Danxia in his heart. If it weren't for Yi Danxia, he wouldn't be so miserable. If you scold her now, it won't be considered as wronging her. Yunjin saw Gu Dinghong gnashing his teeth, but she didn't feel it, so she ignored him. She asked Gun, I have something to go out tomorrow. Would you like to follow me or stay in the sect and supervise the servants' work? Supervise the work of servants? Gun is now interested. As a middle-aged beast, it has always had a dream to be the boss. In front of Yunjin, it definitely wouldn't dare to be arrogant. But the master seems to have a grudge against this servant. Doesn't he just want to torment him as he pleases? Gun loves this kind of prank the most. I want to stay and supervise him for the master. Gun shouted, Master, he is a servant and you can't let him be lazy at night. I will supervise him at night. Gun is very positive. Yunjin smiled and she directly told Gu Jinghong, take good care of Gun. He needs milk at night and tells stories. You take good care of him. If he gets upset, I will skin you. Gun jumped on Gu Jinghong very proactively. Yunjin put all the rolling things in the storage bag and handed them to Gu Jinghong. Gu Jinghong was even a little confused for a moment. This Yunjin seemed to be quite tolerant of him. Just taking care of a little beast? That's probably not torture at all. Gu Ginghong responded, feeling that Yun Jin was very tolerant. "Mount, let's go." Gungun lay on Gu Jinghong's shoulder and patted his head. Although he didn't understand Gungun's words, his meaning was clear.
Gu Jinghong could only follow the old man's wishes and take him out. Several people from Tianjin Peak had already built a small bamboo house for him near Yunjin's house.
Gu Jinghong moved in directly.
Yun Jin looked at the back of this man and beast.
Happy.
All she could say was that this was just the first step. Gu Jinghong should try first to find out what kind of life she lived in her previous life.
Previous life.
Yi Danxia cried it was her fault. Yi Danxia was sad it was her fault. Yi Danxia smiled at someone and it was her fault again that these people were jealous. She was born to be a scapegoat and everything that happened to Yi Danxia was her fault. In this life Gu Jinghong should give it a try himself.
Gungun, who is still a naughty kid, may be more tolerant than Yi Danxia.
When the time comes, if Gungun acts up, he will be beaten by himself.
If Gungun is not happy, he will be beaten by himself. If Gungun is too happy, he will be beaten by himself.
He should also know what it feels like to be blamed all the time.
Yun Jin is not worried that Gu Dinghong will hurt Gungun.
Gungun and her have a spiritual connection. If Gungun is hurt in any way, he can kill Gu Jinghong directly with just one thought.
Although she promised not to harm Gu Jinghong's life in these 3 months if he was unfavorable to Gungun, Yun Jin would not care about it. This one night,
Yunjin refined several more furnaces of Bai Ling Dan and then asked Yu Zhao to slowly sell them. Then she glanced at the system panel.
Originally there was only her information on the system panel.
Now under her name there is another message about the iron-eating beast.
Iron-eating beast, Gungun. A mid-grade spiritual beast. Level, Qi training period. Skill, Collision, Level 1. Roar, Level 1. There are only 2 skills and they are both only at Level 1. But
after being contracted by her, the number of times can be simplified and it can also be used by iron-eating beasts.
Yun Jin tried to simplify it.
Crash becomes, crash into trees 100 times a day, which can quickly improve your proficiency. The roaring skill becomes, shouting 100 times a day can increase proficiency very quickly.
This way, the iron-eating beast skill level should be able to go up quickly.
Yun Jin remembered that practitioners who specialized in beast control seem to be able to add skills to spiritual beasts. When the time comes, she will also learn it and get some god-level skills for the iron-eating beast.
Then again,
if you keep practicing these 2 basic skills, it is theoretically possible to reach the level.
By the time, Gungun directly collided with a god level and roared at a god level. The picture is very beautiful when you think about it. Yun Jin has made plans. Starting tomorrow she will urge the iron-eating beast to practice its skills. But this is a naughty child. How to make it willing to practice requires a way.
Yun Jin checked the rolling messages again and suddenly found that there was a button to hide the information at the bottom of the message.
Yun Jin tried to click. System hint. Use 10 simplified times to view hidden information. Yun Jin clicked directly.
Iron-eating beast, a middle-grade spiritual beast. After the bloodline is awakened, it can reach the level. In ancient times there was a demon Chiyu.
The ancestor of the iron-eating beast family was Chiyu's mount.
On the battlefield he was unparalleled in bravery and unmatched in combat power.
Later, Chiyu was defeated and the iron-eating beast clan disappeared. When they reappeared, they had degenerated into middle-grade spiritual beasts. Yun Jin's eyes couldn't help but move.
She had also seen this legend when she was talking about other worlds, but there were too many uncertainties about the legend, so Yun Jin didn't take it too seriously.
Now the system information is out.
So in this world the iron-eating beast must have had such a glorious past.
Chiyu's mount. Unparalleled warrior. Her Gungun will definitely evolve to this point one day. Chapter 69, How to Take Care of It. Why are there even dark circles under my eyes? The next day, Yun Jin stretched energetically.
After reaching the foundation building stage, the need for sleep is actually not that great. Most immortal cultivators are accustomed to meditating instead of sleeping. Yunjin really likes this feeling of sleep and sleeps for several hours every day. Because Yunjin was always engaging in tricks, Lin especially set up a barrier to isolate sound and light in her room.
Yunjin hadn't heard anything in the room, but as soon as she came out she heard Gungun's energetic roar.
The little iron-eating beast was now riding Gu Jinghong like a horse, squealing with excitement while riding. On the other hand, Gu Jinghong didn't know what kind of torture he had suffered. His whole body exuded a desperate aura of destroyed. I'm tired. Yunjin looked at it for a while and became unhappy. She walked over immediately. Roll. The little iron-eating beast was having fun. Seeing Yunjin's serious look, he couldn't help but feel guilty. Master, I just what is it? Yunjin said with a look of hatred. You are still a child now and sleep is very important for children. Gungun didn't react yet, he just tilted his head with a puzzled look on his face. Yunjin glared at Gu Jinghong. I asked you to take care of it. How did you take care of it? Let me ask you, did you urge it to have a good rest last night? Gu Jinghong pursed his lips. What am I? Yunjin said a little arrogantly. I don't like to hear you talk nonsense. Let me ask you. How come it even has dark circles under its eyes in just one night? Gu Jinghong? The iron-eating beast is originally what the original is. Yunjin said angrily. You are still quibbling. Yunjin directly activated the contract punishment. Gu Jinghong bit his lower lip in pain and said with some difficulty, I was wrong. Yunjin reluctantly stopped. The little iron-eating beast looked at it with golden eyes. Wipe. Is there anyone more unreasonable than this? This master. Right again. Looking at Gungun's adoring eyes, Yunjin was afraid that he would learn bad things, so he said, didn't you have a lot of violent and injured spirit beasts before? It's because he put the beast powder in your food. So I don't treat him well. To be reasonable is to punish him, but if it's to others you still have to be polite. Gu Jinghong. No. Do you still know that you are unreasonable? The iron-eating beast's rolling eyes suddenly widened. It looked at Gu Jinghong angrily. Turn out to be. So many spiritual beasts were injured all because of this human being's fault. This thing that humans did has caused it to be almost misunderstood by everyone. This is the bad guy. Big bad guy. It seems that it hasn't been done enough. Gungun rolled his eyes, wondering what he was thinking. Yunjin ignored it and said, I'm going out later. Before I go out, I want to assign you a few tasks. What task? Gungun stretched out his hands to cover his ears. It wants to play, it doesn't want to do tasks. Yunjin directly broke off its palm and said with a serious expression, Your master, I will stand at the top in the future. If you are too far behind me, I will naturally pamper you and raise you, but when I'm fighting you can't stand by my side. Gungun, you have to think clearly whether you want to be a little pet or fight alongside me. If you choose just be a little pet. From now on I won't give you any more tasks. If you choose to become stronger, I will keep training you to make you stronger. Don't you mind that your former master abandoned you? He will naturally regret it deeply. Otherwise he will only think that he made the right decision to abandon you. Gungun is still a child, he is playful and prank-loving, and his character is hard to say. Yunjin still wanted to see what it meant first. She wanted to train it into a god-level beast, but if it didn't want to do it, Yunjin didn't want to force it. Its rolling eyes were still rolling around at first, but when it heard what its former owner said, it couldn't help but gritted its teeth. I want to train. It must have made the previous owner regret it. Yunjin saw Gungun's thoughts. Although his intention to become stronger now was not very pure as a child, there was still a way to guide him with a goal. Yunjin smiled. Okay, let's train. When you finish training, I will take you to find him. When the time comes, you can tell him that you used to be indifferent to me, but now it's too high to reach. Rolling eyes lit up. You used to be indifferent to me. You can't reach me now. This sentence. Good. Very good. It explains its mental journey perfectly. Master, I need to train now. Gun jumped off Gu Jinghong's back and suddenly became anxious. Very good. Yun Jin said, you now have two basic skills, namely crash and roar. I have a set of formulas here that can increase the speed at which spirit beasts learn skills.
Wait for me to teach you the formulas and you can read them while you are waiting. While practicing. Formula? Can it also increase the learning speed of spiritual beasts?
Gu Jinghong stood nearby with a slightly mocking expression. Most of the skills that can assist spirit beasts are in the hands of the Beast Control sect and its subordinate sections.
The Tianqing sect does not have such secrets. This Yunjin is mostly nonsense. Gun didn't know this. He nodded seriously and waited to hear the instructions.
Yun Jin took a deep breath and said slowly, 1 makes 1 2 makes 2.
Gun? This seems to be a little different from the formula it imagined. Yun Jin has already read 99 and 81 quickly. Okay, is this the formula? Do you remember it? Yun Jin asked.
Gun shook his head blankly. Yun Jin took out a phonetic stone and played it on a loop, listened to it a few times.
When you remember it, you can start. Gun didn't think too much and started studying hard. Gu Jinghong couldn't help but want to laugh. This Yunjin, is this a lie to a child? This formula has nothing to do with cultivating immortals. If this can speed up the iron-eating beast's skill training, he might as well commit suicide. Gun quickly memorized the formula.
Yun Jin was very satisfied. Let's practice hitting first.
The first step is to hit a tree. When practicing this skill, remember to shout the formula while hitting the tree. After 100 times you will find that nothing will happen. Same. Yes. Gun responded. This formula sounded very powerful and he couldn't wait to try it.
Yun Jin said, I will teach you how to practice the roaring skill when I come back. Today you will focus on practicing collision.
Do you understand? Understood. Gun stared at a tree ready to go. Take good care of Gun. If he gets tired and gets dark circles under his eyes again, I'll skin you. Yun Jin said sternly to Gu Jinghong. Gu Jinghong. Why don't you just do it? But he didn't dare to say anything and could only respond numbly.
Yun Jin watched the iron-eating beast practice for a while and then left first when Yu Zhao arrived.
Gu Jinghong continued to look after him. One by one, get one. Gun hit hard. Ouch. My head hurts a little. No problem, let's continue. 2 makes 4.
Gun collided again and the trees shook violently.
Gu Jinghong couldn't help but feel ridiculed.
Only such a young spiritual beast would believe such nonsense.
Chapter 70, The Real Trick. 8864. 9981.
Gun shouted, practicing what Yun Jin said 100 times.
Gu Jinghong sighed. Come on, practicing like this will definitely not yield any results. This naughty kid will definitely get angry and torment him again.
He tried to prepare mentally.
Next moment.
I saw a circle of light glowing on Gun's body.
It was stagnant for a while and then suddenly hit hard. The 100-year-old tree shattered with a click. Shoo, what did I do wrong? The light flashed and completely integrated into Gun's body. Gu Jinghong's mouth slowly opened wide. This is... Has your skill been advanced?
The strength of the rolling impact has obviously improved to a new level. Combined with that light, it's probably a skill upgrade.
But... why? It is very difficult to advance the skills of spirit beasts.
Most spirit beasts in the Qi training period are stuck at the first level skills.
How could a mere mid-level spirit beast break through to the second level so easily? Just because of that weird spell? Is this scientific? 1 to 1 makes 1, 1 to 2 makes 2.
Gu Jinghong couldn't help but try to recite this so-called spell, trying to sense whether there really was any magical power in it. But no matter how he read it, there was no reaction. Gun suddenly laughed. This is a spell specially prepared for me by my master. How can you learn it if you are so stupid?
Gu Jinghong couldn't understand what Gungun was saying, but he felt its sarcastic tone. Gu Jinghong's face suddenly turned dark. How dare you show off to your uncle Gungun? Gungun immediately jumped on Gu Jinghong, grabbed his hair and pulled it up. Gu Jinghong was pinched to the ground and gasped several times, but he did not dare to resist or even feel dissatisfied. The spirit beast and its master are connected. If he is dissatisfied with Gungun, Yunjin will also feel it. Through the master-servant contract, she can kill herself even though they are separated by thousands of mountains and rivers. After pulling out a small piece of Gu Jinghong's hair, Gungun felt a little bored and continued to hit the tree. The master only let it practice 100 times. But what if it is practiced 200 or 300 times? Will this make me stronger? It's an iron-eating beast that wants to roll up secretly and eventually make everyone cry. While Yun Jin was sitting in the Baichao Pavilion drinking tea, he received a prompt to advance the skills of the iron-eating beast. She couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Although Gungun is young, he is still very motivated. In this case, Yun Jin doesn't feel bad at all if he uses simplified times. After all this effort will be rewarded. But with the addition of an iron-eating beast, she now has a huge place to consume simplified times. The matter of manifesting the saint in front of this person cannot be stopped, and she must hurry up. Sister, do you like this tea? Lan Qin asked softly when she saw Yun Jin laughing while drinking. Yun Jin suddenly showed a sweet smile. The tea is so delicious, thank you, Sister Lan Qin. Lan Qin's face also showed a gentle smile. She was somewhat grateful to Yun Jin. Originally, although she had some status in Baichao Pavilion, her status was average. After all, she is just a pharmacist. It is hard to say when she will become an alchemist. But just because Yun Jin said that day that he would take her to fly, Qin Shingrong, who wanted to cooperate with Yun Jin for a long time, immediately took the initiative. Not only did she no longer have to go to the counter, but she was also provided with some resources that allowed her to concentrate on attacking the alchemist. All these changes were brought about by Yun Jin. Recalling that her attitude towards Yun Jin was not very good at the beginning, Lan Qin was extremely annoyed and became more and more determined in her heart. From now on, whenever Yun Jin comes, the pavilion master will have to stand back. If my sister likes it, I'll pack a bag of tea later and you can take it back and drink it slowly, Lan Qin said. This was not worth refusing, so Yun Jin agreed casually. Lan Qin looked at her, still a little worried. Sister, are you really sure that you can break through to the second-level alchemy master this time? The master of the pavilion has personally helped you to promote it. This time I am afraid that the entire city will be. I want to see the fun. If I fail. She wasn't worried about anything else, she was worried that Yun Jin's mentality would be affected. After all, young geniuses like this usually have never suffered any setbacks. Once they fail once, they may never stand up again. Yun Jin suddenly raised his head and raised his chin. Failure? Those two words cannot exist in my life. The reason why she can be so free and wanton in this life. Very simple. She gained it with countless failures in the endless years before. When she first went to travel through the world, her strength was almost zero and every task was extremely difficult to complete. The number of failures is countless. Many times she was on the verge of life and death. Having survived so many failures, she is naturally worthy of a smooth journey in this life. This is her life, and Yi Danxia and her bad things are just embellishments. What really matters is that she lives her life. In this life, everything is smooth and no one can block her way. Yun Jin's voice revealed strong confidence. For a moment, Lan Qin couldn't help but want to believe it. I believe this woman can do everything she wants to do. I believe she will reach the top step by step. By then, no one in the world would even be qualified to stand alongside her. I was startled by my own thoughts. Lan Qin couldn't help but laugh. She seemed to be infected by Yun Jin. Inexplicably, she would have some secondary thoughts. Dan Pavilion. It is now in a state of preparedness. Yu Zhao came early in the morning to inform him that Yun Jin would come to take the assessment of the second-level alchemist later. Ming Hong thought for a moment. How many days has passed since she took the first-level alchemy exam? Oh, it's been 4 days. 4 whole days. It's time to break through to the level 2 alchemist. This is normal. Ming Hung gritted his teeth. Is this normal? Yun Jin said, a mature alchemy furnace should learn to make alchemy on its own. Up to now the disciples of the alchemy pavilion are still chanting this sentence all day long, hoping that their alchemy furnace will become reliable. Even Ming Hung himself didn't know how many times he tried secretly. But what's the result? There is not a single successful example. This time she was going to examine the second-grade alchemist again. What if this is another operation? Do they follow or not? Follow me. This is a waste of resources and time. Don't follow. What if this is some new alchemy technique? Yu Zhao came here specifically this time to say that he wanted to put the assessment site on a large platform in the center of Fong City so that everyone in Fong City could come and watch. Ming Hong's mentality was immediately bad. Before the relationship there were too few people which affected her performance, right? This time we just have to gather the entire city, right? But for some unknown reason when Yu Zhao proposed it, Ming Hong agreed with a numb face and even agreed to use Dan Pavilion's channels to publicize the matter. Waiting for Yu Zhao to leave happily. A disciple couldn't help but ask, Master Ming, we have never succeeded in refining the elixir using the same method. Is it because there are not enough people watching? Ming Hong, how could such a ridiculous thing happen? So saying. But he began to think about it himself. Right. All other steps have been restored. Even melon seeds were eaten. Could it be that the real secret is to have people watching? Although I don't know the reason behind this, there is always a reason why that girl likes to appear holy in front of others, right? She can't just be such a coquettish character. Ming Hong was refreshed. This time he may have discovered the real trick. Chapter 71 Damn Attractive. As the head of the branch of Baichao Pavilion here, Chen Qingrong at least has a high status in this area. Although Yun Jin's request that more people come to see the better is a bit strange, he wants to cooperate with Yun Jin for a long time, so naturally he doesn't mind helping. On this day, Baichao Pavilion directly hung up a huge banner indicating that Yunjin was about to attack the second-level alchemist and sent many people to the city to promote it. On the other side, Ming Hung also helped promote it, and Dongge also put up slogans. These two are considered big shots in this small city. They joined forces to help publicize it, and Yun Jin also made a lot of noise when he attacked the first-level alchemist last time. There were some things that he didn't see, and when he heard acquaintances mention it he felt very regretful. This time I have caught up. Not only that. Since this time it officially started 2 hours later, this gave everyone enough time to make friends. For a time people in Fangshi used various means to notify their close friends in the sect. Everyone was also very interested in this young woman who had successively attacked the first and second grade alchemists within 4 days. Suddenly many people from the surrounding sects were gathering in Fangshi. The time has not yet come and the huge square has already been filled with people, mainly a sea of people. Yu Zhao went to the scene to take a look and then hurried back. He described the situation and then looked at Yun Jin with a troubled expression. This again occupies the central high platform. Again it was heavily promoted. If he failed to pass the test he wouldn't know how it would end. Yun Jin is not in a hurry at all. She was filled with longing as she listened to Yu Zhao's descriptions. Previously in Tianqing sect, there are only so many people in an entire sect. Now here in Fangshi disciples from many sects will come. In terms of number of people they must be more than the Tianqing sect. Yun Jin felt that she was still some distance away from being a third-grade alchemist. In other words, this assessment was her only chance to harvest emotional points in a short period of time. She must take advantage of it. There are so many people. Yun Jin hesitated. Seeing Yun Jin's expression, Yu Zhao thought she was a little worried and was thinking of trying to comfort her. I heard Yun Jin say next, "Senior brother, so many people came to see me, we can't let them down. Tell me when I come out, should I spread some flowers or something? It will make us look more stylish." Yu Zhao, no need to. Senior brother, you think flowers are too vulgar, don't you?
Yunjin said enthusiastically, how about a flying sword team with me standing in the middle, spiraling up and down and finally spinning 360 degrees to the ground? Yu Zhao, I think flowers are pretty good. Really? Now I think it's still the flying sword team. Yunjin was a little reluctant. Yu Zhao hurriedly said, little junior sister, you can do this by yourself. What if others steal your limelight? When Yunjin heard this, he thought it made sense. It's not that she's afraid that others will steal her limelight, the problem is that this will distract her emotional value to some extent. Yunjin was a little disappointed. Then just spread the flowers reluctantly. Senior brother, I plan to practice a foundation establishment pill this time. The refining time of this foundation establishment pill is relatively long, it takes a full 4 hours. My pill furnace is very sensible, so I don't need to worry about it. These 4 hours can't just such a waste. Yunjin became worried again. At this moment Yu Zhao could only be glad that there was no alchemist here, otherwise she would not have been beaten after hearing what Yunjin said. The alchemists of other countries stare at the alchemy furnace every minute and do not dare to be distracted for a moment. After these 4 hours it can be said that I was walking on thin ice with fear. What about her? She even wants to do some activities. Hey, let's do this. Yunjin suddenly said, brother, let's sell goods. Yu Zhao? Yunjin chuckled, brother, don't you have many cooperative merchants? Do they have any goods that are of good quality but have not been sold because of poor publicity? There will be so many people there, so I will help them promote it. It's just that in the meantime we may have to charge a little bit of promotion fee. Yunjin stretched out her fingers and rubbed them. As a person who has traveled through time and modern times, Yu Zhao naturally understands it instantly. But when he looked at Yunjin, his expression was extremely complicated. No. Did he travel through time, or did the junior sister travel through time? Did she do all this live streaming? Sister Lan Qin, if there are any products in Baichao Pavilion, I can also help promote them. However, the quality must pass the standard. Before the official start, you must bring them to me for review. Yunjin said. Lan Qin didn't really understand much, but as long as it was what Yunjin said, she agreed unconditionally and immediately went out to contact Chen Changrong. Chen Changrong was very interested in this. He had a keen sense of touch and immediately realized that this might be a huge business opportunity and immediately went to look for products. Yunjin was still talking enthusiastically, senior brother, we have a lot of open space in Tianjin Peak. Although the utilization rate is not high, we have grown some things. If nothing else, these spiritual melon seeds can be sold for a fortune. The spiritual melon seeds that Yunjin has been eating these days are grown by Tianjin Peak itself. It's just that no one among them has the talent of a planter, and there are only some lively spiritual plants planted in the land. The spiritual melon seeds basically grow naturally. But when Yunjin ate it by herself, it was still very fragrant and delicious. She couldn't finish it herself, so she might as well use it to earn some spiritual crystals. Moreover, the upper limit of spiritual melon seeds is limited. Didn't Yunjin bring some seeds from Chen Changrong? She plans to work on the land next and plant a batch of spiritual medicine. As for the question of whether it can be planted, with the simplified system she can switch to an implantologist in minutes. The problem now is to accumulate as much emotional value as possible first. There are still many places to use it next. Selling goods while refining alchemy. It can only be said that Yunjin is very desperate. But her proposal was attractive. Yu Zhao gritted his teeth. Okay, I'll contact the cooperative merchant. As for the melon seeds, the quantity is not large. They can only be sold for about 300 kilograms, and the rest will have to be kept as snacks. Any more and they will be gone. Understood. Then senior brother, go get busy. Yunjin urged. For 4 whole hours she had to start the event and continuously harvest everyone's emotional value. It would be such a waste if she was left alone. The goods may not be sold for that long, and some performances may have to be arranged in the middle. As soon as Yunjin expressed his thoughts, Lan Qin responded, I know some sisters who are proficient in rhythm and dance and are disciples of the nearby lower sect Nishang sect. This Nishang sect only accepts female disciples and the disciples are all versatile. You should be able to ask them for help.
Sister Lan Qin, it's up to you to contact them. Tell them that we will pay the performance fee. Yun Jinkai said arrogantly. The performance team may scatter some emotional points, but there's nothing she can do about it. She can't keep everyone providing emotional points for 4 hours in a row. She can only use some other means to stimulate her. At worst, she will force herself to stand in the C position and attract a group of emotional points. Lan Qin realized that she had helped Yun Jin and happily agreed. And at this moment, Ming Hung, who was still thinking about whether the elixir needed to be made in public to be effective, would never know. What kind of pirate ship did he board? Chapter 72, is it the alchemy test that you respect? How far has this round of propaganda offensive gone? Even the disciples within Tianqing sect began to discuss this matter. Did you hear that? There is someone from Fengshe who can pretend better than that Yun Jin from Tianjin Peak. What kind of pretense? Be civilized and talk about being holy. But I don't believe that there is no one in this world who can be more holy than Junior Sister Yun. I heard that 4 days ago this person passed the first grade alchemist assessment of the Dan Pavilion and she was making alchemy in the street. While making the alchemy, she was also eating melon seeds. The worst thing is that she did not clean the melon seed shells. What is even worse is that she was eating melon seeds. The melon seed shells were collected and said to be a source of genius. Tianqing sect disciple? When it comes to eating melon seeds, it really looks a bit like Yunjin. Is it possible that eating melon seeds is now popular among these geniuses? Yun Jin should be considered a genius in swordsmanship. Is this a genius of alchemy? Do they need to eat more melon seeds to become geniuses? This time she is going to conduct the second grade alchemist assessment again. Moreover, she also announced the time and announced it to the world so that everyone can watch it. Are you going? Let's go together. A group of people rushed to Fengshe. Yi Danxia listened to the discussion of several senior brothers and took the initiative to walk over and wanted to join. However, when they saw her coming, the senior brothers immediately stopped their discussion and looked at her very politely. Hello, Junior Sister Yi. Polite but very distant. Yi Danxia wanted to say something, but she felt aggrieved for a moment. What did she do wrong? Why is everyone ignoring her now? Is it because of the matter with the second senior brother? But she really just cried and complained, and she couldn't control the second senior brother's behavior. Moreover, Yun Jin was not damaged at all. Wasn't she the one who was really unlucky? As a result, after that day, when everyone saw her, they suddenly began to be polite and distant. Sometimes before she even came close, they would stay away from her like the of plague. What heinous crime had she committed to treat her like this? Yi Danxia said aggrievedly, Brother, I just heard you chatting happily and I want to know what you were talking about. We didn't talk about anything. Everyone still looked very polite. In order to help Yi Danxia, Chen Hao destroyed his Dantian. In order to help Yi Danxia, Gu Ginghon lost his freedom. They don't dare to provoke this little junior sister Tianlingen anymore. It's best to stay away. Yi Danxia's eyes suddenly became blurred with tears and she said with red eyes, I don't know what I did wrong to make you all hate me so much. I just want to join your conversation. Yi Danxia shed tears as she spoke. Everyone looked at each other for a while. One of them was thin-skinned and wanted to comfort him, but someone around him grabbed him. Junior Sister Yi, we didn't talk about anything. There was a genius alchemist in that city and we planned to go and see the excitement. If you want to go, Junior Sister, you can go by yourself. As he said that, he pulled the thin-skinned one junior brother. They left in a hurry as if they were afraid that Yi Danxia would catch up. Yi Danxia's tears suddenly evaporated and she couldn't help but grit her teeth. Don't these people just not want to interact with her? Okay. Then don't have any intersection. When she becomes the most powerful person in the future, these people will never get any benefits. Snort. Why don't you go see some genius alchemist? What's so cool about this? The master has helped her negotiate with the Lord of the Fire Peak.
Although she will not join the divine pill peak, the Lord of the Fire Peak will accept her as a half-disciple. When the time comes, she will still be able to learn this alchemy technique. When she becomes a genius alchemist, let's see what these people say. Yi Danxia thought so and turned back to the main hall. Master said that he would take her to see the Lord of Fire Peak today. She was not very interested in alchemy originally. But now, she must become a master of alchemy. The status of an alchemist is high, and when the time comes he can let Yunjin know that her little talent is not enough in front of him. Disciples from all sects arrived one after another, and before the alchemy examination began, the high platform was already surrounded by water. Minghong looked at it and couldn't help but feel a little headache. He was wondering if he had made a wrong decision. It is said that being an alchemist is the most mysterious and noble profession. If you are messed with by this girl, where is the mystery? Where is the nobility? But now it was difficult to get off the tiger, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet. Wait until the time comes. Melodious music suddenly sounded on the field. Yu Zhao personally composed the music. He said it was called Swordsman. This piece of music was majestic and very catchy. Everyone pricked up their ears immediately, and those who were proficient in music nodded their heads. This song can only be heard in heaven. Yunjin suppressed a smile. Senior brother, I didn't expect you to have such a talent. Yu Zhao was very modest. Luoluoluoluo. Yunjin chuckled. She decided to endure it a little longer. Accumulate more social moments for the senior brother so that when the senior brother knows that she has also been to that world, her expression will be more exciting. Junior sister, that's it. Come on out. Yu Zhao said. According to Yunjin's request, flowers were scattered in the air and she pretended to hold an umbrella and stood gracefully in the center of the stage. Hello everyone, welcome to the performance show, Know the Alchemy Assessment Site. Yunjin saw that Mingheng's face was a little too ugly, so she quickly changed her tune. Mingheng firmly grabbed the wrist of a disciple next to him. She knows that today is an extremely serious alchemy test, right? The disciple made a sad face. You should know, right? Mingheng held on tighter. The disciple bared his teeth and did not dare to say a word. Today's alchemy assessment lasted 4 hours from day to night. Although the time is long, the joy is even longer. During these 4 hours we will present various exciting programs to everyone to ensure that everyone's trip is worthwhile. Yunjin introduced. Everyone? No. Aren't they here to see the alchemy assessment? Will there be any performances during this alchemy assessment? She was even worried that they would be too bored watching it for 4 hours. This guy is pretty cool. Emotional value plus 15. Emotional value plus 20. Emotional value plus 18. There is no particularly large emotional value, but the advantage is that there are more people. Mingheng gritted his teeth. Is it too late for me to regret it now? No one responded. Mingheng couldn't help but glance around him. The disciple had a grimace on his face and was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. Mingheng quickly let go of his hand. The disciple then breathed a sigh of relief. If this continues, he won't know whether Yunjin's assessment is serious or not, and his hand will probably become useless first. When the mood level stopped fluctuating, Yunjin said enthusiastically, now let's invite this time's assessor Mingheng, Master Ming. The music starts again. Yunjin almost squirted. Is this senior brother crazy? He actually composed the entrance music of If You Are the One. Mingheng people are also numb. Who is he? Where is he? Oh. I remembered. His name is Mingheng. A traitor to the entire alchemy world. From then on, the alchemist stepped down from the altar. And he, Mingheng, will be engraved on the pillar of shame. Chapter 73, What's Wrong? Master Mingheng is the only third-level alchemist resident here. His achievements are great, his dedication is amazing, and his pattern is huge. Here I ask everyone to first give Mingheng a warm round of applause. Master Yunjin spoke impassionedly and everyone applauded. Mingheng was so excited. Shame. What a shame. But in the shame,
Why does it seem to bring such a little sense of pleasure? This is an illusion, this must be his illusion. Master Minghong, thank you for supervising this assessment. The second great elixir I chose for this assessment is Foundation Establishment Dan. I wonder what the master would like to introduce about this elixir. Yun Jin said, enthusiastically asked.
Minghong rushed to put it on the shelf and said subconsciously, second grade elixirs are basically used by immortal cultivators in the foundation building stage. Among them, foundation building elixirs are very rare functional elixirs among second grade elixirs.
Its irreplaceable and unique effect is different from other second grade elixirs.
The foundation building pill is mainly taken by immortal cultivators at the peak of Qi training. After taking it, there is a certain probability of breaking through to the foundation building stage. This elixir can be said to be the foundation of the human race's cultivation of immortality, and its importance is no less important than those of 8th and 9th grade elixirs. Yun Jin nodded. Then the quality of such an important elixir is different.
Will it have different effects on immortal cultivators who want to break through to the foundation building stage?
Minghong said, this is natural. According to a moderately qualified immortal cultivator, if he takes an ordinary quality foundation establishment pill, the probability of breakthrough is only 10%. If it is an excellent quality foundation establishment pill, the probability can be increased
to 30%. What if it's of perfect quality? Yun Jin continued to ask.
Minghong raised his eyebrows. Then the success rate is a full 80%.
However, perfect quality foundation building pills are too rare and cannot be found on the market.
Therefore, most of the peak Qi training disciples, when building the foundation, they will all choose to accumulate a few more foundation building pills just in case.
Have you heard this?
This perfect quality foundation establishment pill is almost impossible to find on the market, but the ability of this quality pill to assist breakthroughs is amazing. Especially those with poor qualifications. If you take an ordinary quality foundation building pill, the probability of breakthrough is very small, but if it is of perfect quality, the chance of breakthrough will be greatly increased, Yun Jin said.
That's it.
Minghong always felt that something was strange.
He couldn't help but glance at Yun Jin. No. Why does this girl's words seem to be for sales? Does she mean that she has a perfect quality elixir? There was a small fluctuation in the emotional value.
Yun Jin smiled slightly and couldn't help but said, at this time many people will ask.
Everyone knows that perfect quality elixirs are good, but isn't it impossible to buy them? So this time I want to tell you that you are blessed.
I believe you all. As you all know, during the first grade assessment I refined the perfect quality by Lingdan.
For this second grade assessment, the elixir I chose is the foundation building pill.
Please wait for 4 hours and welcome the perfect level building pill with me. The birth of the foundation pill. The perfect grade foundation pill will also be sold on site.
Please wait until the end and don't leave midway. What?
The crowd suddenly became commotion.
A perfect foundation building pill?
This perfect level of Bai Ling Dan only contains a little more spiritual power. Combined with the high price for most immortal cultivators, it is not cost effective.
But the perfect level foundation building pill is different. That is a functional elixir.
Some cultivators with poor qualifications may not be able to achieve breakthroughs in their lifetime by using ordinary quality foundation building pills.
But if it is perfect quality, it is very likely that it will help him break through the bottleneck. This woman, can she really guarantee that she can refine a foundation building pill of perfect quality? This is a big deal.
Even Minghong glanced at Yun Jin several times and couldn't help but ask, the difficulty of the foundation establishment pill is different from that of the Bai Ling pill.
Are you really sure?
Yun Jin smiled slightly. Please remember that any elixir I refine will never have anything other than perfect quality.
How arrogant these words are.
Even the peerless alchemist of Xian Dan's sect would not dare to make such wild claims.
But the girl in front of me just said it. Without further ado, let's start the formal alchemy refining process. Yun Jin said, walking towards the central alchemy furnace.
The alchemy furnace was still provided by the Dan Pavilion, but this time it was replaced with a second-grade alchemy furnace. The herbs needed for the foundation establishment pill have also been prepared in advance. This time there were more than 20 kinds of medicinal herbs alone and a total of 7 kinds of auxiliary spiritual liquids.
Mingheng stared intently. Last time,
Yunjin did not completely follow the prescription of the Bai Ling Dan, but this time the prescription of the Foundation Establishment pill was the best version passed down after generations of research by countless powerful people.
She can't just do whatever she wants, right?
Yunjin glanced at it and quickly selected the herbs and spiritual liquid she needed. Compared with those prepared by Dan Pavilion, only half of them were used.
Mingheng's expression changed. Changed again. Changed the recipe again.
He stared at Yunjin.
This time, if she could really refine a foundation building pill of perfect quality, it would be a big deal and he might have to report it to the police. Even if there is only a small change in the formula of the Foundation Establishment pill, it will be a major event that affects the entire world of immortality. Just this one choice action allowed Yunjin to gain a large amount of emotional value. When Yunjin started throwing herbs into the alchemy furnaces before, many people had already started to cover their hearts. Wipe. Although I have already heard about this woman's style. But this is a second-grade elixir called Foundation Establishment Pill. After she refined it, it was still the same as before? When people make pig food, they have to cut everything and mix it. Did she just throw it in? Can a pill be refined from this? Soon.
Yunjin clapped his hands and the alchemy furnace began to operate on its own. Everyone stared at the rotating alchemy furnace and the scene was completely silent for a moment.
This is really, a sight is worse than 100 hearings.
The shock of hearing someone else's story is definitely not 1/10,000th of what it is at this moment.
Follow the previous process. The next step for this woman is. In full view of everyone, Yunjin took out a bag of melon seeds leisurely. This operation is very confusing. But everyone actually had a feeling that it was indeed the case. Yunjin took a few fragrant pills and everyone was watching in stunned silence. The next moment, Yunjin suddenly raised the melon seeds in his hand, fragrant and crisp spiritual melon seeds. Wherever you go, wherever you eat, a whole 300 kilograms of melon seeds are on sale at a cheap price. Don't miss it if you pass by. Everyone? No. What's the situation? Is there something wrong? This is the alchemy test. Such a serious thing. Suddenly, started selling melon seeds? Chapter 74. We are all family. There are still 4 full hours to come. Are we just going to let everyone wait like this? You are all my family. I will never allow such rude things. Now I will sell the spirit melon seeds on site for everyone. After everyone buys it, you can eat and watch it at the same time. By the way, you don't have to worry about the quality. We will have staff to clean up the scene after it's over. My family deserves to have the same type of melon seeds used to make elixirs. Senior brother, bring me the packaged melon seeds. Yu Zhao hurriedly delivered a few packets of melon seeds. Now we only need 5 low-grade crystals. 1 pack? 2 packs? That's not enough. I'll give you 2 more packs for the benefit today. A total of 5 packs, only 5 low-grade crystals are needed. What are you waiting for? The quantity is limited and you will make a profit if you grab it. To be honest, this time, in order to thank my family, I am doing it at a loss for everyone, but it doesn't matter as long as everyone is happy. I will be willing to lose no matter how much. Now the sale has officially started. If you want melon seeds, you can look for the staff pushing the cart on the field. There are 300 kilograms of melon seeds in total while supplies last. As expected, there were some people selling melon seeds on carts. The crowd suddenly became restless. Originally, they don't seem to like eating melon seeds very much. But this real alchemist on the stage, she actually called them family? Who can bear this? Moreover, this is the same product as an alchemist. If you eat it, you can become an alchemist. Mingheng looked at this lively scene, feeling confused and angry for a while. In the end, he still wanted to join in. After all, he has always failed to make elixirs using Yunjin's method. Is it possible that the melon seeds he eats are different? Thinking this, he immediately gave the disciple next to him a wink.
The disciple understood and secretly went to find the staff pushing the cart.
300 kilograms of melon seeds were all sold out in a short time. In the crowd,
Lin Yet and Si Wanning, who were dressed in disguise, looked like dogs.
Unlike Yu Songyan, the two of them really don't like the excitement.
They want to watch the fun but don't want to be embarrassed along with them, so they can only behave like dogs. Master, these melon seeds seem to be the ones that grow in the ground.
Si Wanning lowered her voice. Lin Ye nodded, indeed. 5 packs only sell 5 low-grade crystals.
Junior sister will lose a lot of crystals this time.
Si Wanning looked worried. Lin Ye glanced at her. Si Wanning was a little confused. Master? Lin Ye sighed. Wan Ning, under normal circumstances, how much does a pack of these spiritual melon seeds cost?
A low-grade crystal.
After Si Wanning said this, he was stunned.
Wipe. The junior sister said it so grandly she really thought she had lost so much.
You little junior sister are so arrogant that it's strange that you can lose money. Lin Ye said.
Yes.
Si Wanning nodded repeatedly. On stage, Yun Jin controlled the rhythm. Now, has everyone eaten melon seeds? It doesn't matter if you haven't. There are so many people, everyone must be thirsty, right? Next, there is the herbal tea brewed by Baichao Pavilion's unique formula. For convenience, we will call it Jishan herbal tea from now on.
This Jishan herbal tea not only clears away heat and quenches thirst, but its name is also very auspicious.
What's more, it's on sale again today.
Everyone knows that the price of Jishan herbal tea has always been 1 low-grade crystal stone per cup in the past. All herbal teas are buy one get one free today, the same price, so that everyone can have a different experience. In order to negotiate this price for everyone, Baichao Pavilion Master Chen, he almost didn't fight me.
Come on, look at Pavilion Master Chen's expression. Everyone looked at Chen Changrong.
Chen Changrong showed a wry smile just right.
Pavilion Master Chen, we will only lose a little if we lose. The important thing is that we can't let our families lose. Come on, the herbal tea team is dispatched so everyone can buy it.
Suddenly, staff pushing carts appeared from all directions.
Another wave of enthusiasm was triggered.
Chen Changrong wanted to be happy, but he still tried his best to put on a sad face.
Si Wanning started to worry again. Master, my junior sister won't offend Pavilion Master Chen by doing this, right? This time it's really buy one get one free.
Lin Ye sighed again. Wan Ning, if you encounter business matters in the future, try to ask your senior brother and junior sister as much as possible. If you go out by yourself, I'm afraid that you will be sold and have to be counted by others.
Si Wanning? Lin Ye touched his beard.
How should I put it? People who bought herbal tea did get a discount this time.
But Baichao Pavilion's herbal tea is already very profitable. Even if it is divided into 2 cups, there is still some profit. On weekdays he might not be able to sell a barrel of herbal tea in half a day, but today he could sell 100 barrels at least. Although the profit is thin, the volume is huge. Moreover, the name of Jishan herbal tea has also been established, which will also be good for future business. Pavilion Master Chen has obviously made a lot of money.
When the cart passed by, Lin Ye couldn't help but buy 2 glasses and drank with Si Wanning.
Next,
Yunjin began to sell other goods, from daily necessities to weapons, from talismans to clothing, and the prices were indeed more advantageous than buying them individually. All of a sudden, the prepared goods were snapped up. Some merchants who were less prepared could not help but beat their chests. When Yun Jin proposed to sell goods to them because the model was too new, they were not sure whether it would work. Although they agreed, they did not prepare a lot of goods.
Who would have thought that she actually sold everything? Aren't you all tired after selling things for so long? Next, welcome the sisters from Nishan Pavilion to perform a show for us. Everyone is welcome to applaud.
Yun Jin said she was invited, but she stood motionless in position C. For the sake of emotional value, Yun Jin stayed in position C tonight.
The female disciples of Nishan Pavilion were stunned for a moment, and finally they could only complete the performance around Yun Jin. Wait until the show is over. Yun Jin opened his mouth again. This time everyone was already looking forward to it. Who would have thought? How can this alchemy look so good? Can only say, I want to see it next time. Family members, although the performance is very nice, we must not forget that today is mainly the alchemy test. Come on, let me see if this alchemy furnace is refining properly. Everyone? Oh, today turns out to be the alchemy test. Have they forgotten this? They would like to remember. Yunjin said and walked to the alchemy furnace.
She observed it and nodded with a smile. As you all have seen, the alchemy furnace is very sensible. From my position I can already vaguely smell some elixir fragrance. I believe that this furnace can successfully refine the elixir.
Yunjin said it lightly. Everyone was confused for a moment.
They had gone shopping before, but now they were shocked.
Wipe. In such a chaotic way the alchemy furnace hasn't exploded yet? Babies, we are moving today, so the chapter in the afternoon may be a little late, let me tell you in advance. Chapter 75, another perfect level. Etc. What they came to see was indeed the alchemy assessment, right? As far as they know, alchemists must always pay attention to the alchemy furnace when making alchemy for fear of even the slightest deviation. But what about this time? Stop talking about them. The alchemist himself doesn't seem to care at all. Forget it, this pill furnace and pills are very obedient and sensible, and they really don't cause any trouble at all. If it were in the past, they would just think it was unscientific. But now they even want to ask, can this alchemy furnace be sold? Do you have enough goods? Have you helped your family lower the price?
After reminding everyone that this was still an alchemy test, Yunjin started the second half of selling goods and performing.
For 4 whole hours Yunjin jumped from morning to night.
She discovered that the emotional value of selling goods and harvesting was no less than that of showing the saint.
The reason is simple.
Emotions are not just emotions of shock.
Excitement and pleasure are also emotions.
Stimulated by the discounted products and various words, everyone's emotional level has been at a high point, and these are all attributed to Yunjin making her make a lot of money.
Yunjin was very happy. Many merchants are also very happy. Yu Zhao is happier. People who consume are also happy. The only one who seems unhappy is Ming Hong. Ming Hong has been thinking about a question. He is just a third-grade alchemist. Wouldn't he really have the honor to become an eternal sinner in this industry?
From now on, this girl will be tested once and sold once. She even thanked her and said that she had helped her set this precedent.
Then he really doesn't have to live anymore. Happy time is always short.
Finally, at the last moment, Yunjin said with great regret, "We became a family tonight, but at this moment we have to separate." Yunjin's voice suddenly became louder, but
don't be sad, everyone. Next, the Real highlight is still waiting for us.
Whether the perfect quality foundation establishment pill can be achieved, everyone will follow me and discover the answer together.
At this important moment, I would like to express my special thanks to Master Ming.
Yunjin said very emotionally, "When I was a novice in alchemy, it was Master Ming who had a keen eye for talents and gave me the opportunity to show myself.
This is an important moment. I would like to invite Master Ming to witness it with me."
Yunjin looked at Ming Hung eagerly. "Master Ming, please come on stage."
Ming Hung.
He felt a little ashamed for a moment. After all, he is a cold and mysterious alchemist.
I was a little confused for a while.
After all, his family seems to want him to play. There was some expectation for a while. If this furnace of elixirs really reaches perfect quality, it will most likely cause a storm in the alchemy world.
And him. Hope to be the first witness to this storm. Superior? Still not going?
When Ming Hung reacted, he was already standing next to Yunjin.
Master Ming, I will never let you down this time.
Yunjin said, stepping forward with confidence. Ming Hung couldn't help but become slightly nervous.
Perfect quality? Success or failure? The answer is now.
This idea just flashed through his mind and Ming Hong felt helpless. He thought he was still sane, but in fact he had been led astray by Yunjin. Normally, if you can refine an elixir of ordinary quality through this kind of assessment, that's already very good. But after Yunjin laid the groundwork, he began to feel that if she couldn't refine the perfect quality, it would be a failure. This kind of thinking is a must or a must. Ming Hung tried his best to lower his expectations. Regardless of the quality of the elixir, as long as it is successful, this girl is already a rare alchemy genius. Moreover, this time she modified the recipe again. Foundation building pills have always been the most consumed pills in the world of immortal cultivation, and each sect will reserve a large amount of them. Yunjin's new elixir formula has streamlined nearly half of the raw materials. If this can be promoted, I don't know how much medicinal herbs can be saved for the world of immortality every year.
So can it really succeed?
Some of the top people who were shopping also calmed down again.
It seems that they are here to see the alchemy assessment today? The real highlight is now. Linya and Si Wanning bought a bunch of things and ate them. For a moment they didn't care about eating and looked at them without blinking. The onlookers were very nervous.
Yun Jin herself was very calm. She walked over and opened the lid directly.
Just opened it? A small exclamation suddenly erupted from the scene. Next moment, in the alchemy furnace a familiar golden light lit up.
The golden light soared into the sky, and the same shadow of an elixir was spinning in the golden light.
And this time,
this elixir has 2 elixir patterns, which is a symbol of a second-grade elixir.
Perfect quality? Someone exclaimed.
Then the commotion at the scene was like a wave building up layer by layer. Yun Jin's emotional value also accumulated layer by layer, making her unable to stop laughing. When the golden light is restrained, the foundation establishment pill is completed.
Yun Jin took out the elixir himself. This foundation establishment pill is indeed a dreamlike transparent color. Ming Hong's lips trembled.
4 days. Just 4 days. She first refined the perfect quality by Lingdan, then refined the perfect quality foundation establishment pill, and directly completed the 2-level jump. There are quite a few 15-year-old second-grade alchemists in the Holy Land. But it only took 4 days to go from the first grade to the second grade, which is unique. Ming Hong knew very well that 4 days ago this girl was indeed in her chi refining period. She indeed broke through to the foundation establishment stage within a few days and learned how to refine the foundation establishment pill.
Such talent! Even the Xiandan sect might be tempted. Ming Hong suddenly became anxious.
When Yun Jin made alchemy for the first time, because it was only a first-grade elixir by Lingdan and he was not sure whether Yun Jin could replicate such a miracle, he did not report the matter.
But now, it's impossible not to report this matter. With this woman's talent, even if the Holy Land doesn't come forward, several other high-end alchemy sects will probably go crazy. Ming Heng's sect is a high-class alchemy sect, and the sects around this city are only mid-range sects at best. If the elders of the sect arrive in time, there is a high probability that they can grab this peerless genius. 1 furnace of 10 foundation building pills, all successful. Yun Jin smiled. This furnace of foundation building pills was successfully refined under the joint witness of the family members, and the family members also contributed a lot. Therefore I decided to sell this furnace pill on the spot. 10 foundation building pills are divided into 10 bottles, 1 in each bottle. In order to give back to everyone, the price of 1 bottle is only 1 top quality crystal. The quantity is limited, and this time we will use a random draw.
If the family members who are drawn do not want, if we want this opportunity, we will draw again. Yun Jin snapped his fingers and 10 small firefly beasts appeared in the air.
The firefly beasts flew over the crowd and bright lights fell on the crowd.
As the firefly flies, the position of the light keeps changing. Yun Jin said impassionedly, the last people selected by the light are the 10 people who are qualified to purchase.
Is this the legendary draw? Is it so exciting?
Everyone looked up at the flying fireflies and couldn't help but provide some emotional value to Yun Jin.
I've been doing hygiene all day and I'm exhausted.
Tomorrow's update time for the 2 chapters may be a bit confusing, but there are still 2 chapters.
Please forgive me. I'll make it up to you all when I'm done with my work.
Chapter 76, The Master has something to do and the servant waits for his hard work. Under the impassioned music, even those who didn't want to buy a perfect quality foundation building pill could not help but look forward to it.
There are so many people at the scene. If you can choose him, don't worry about anything else. Can this prove that he is the son of luck? Even to prove their luck, they couldn't help but pray. Choose me. Choose me. Countless people prayed silently in their hearts.
And this emotion of tension and expectation turned into emotional values and was recorded into Yunjin's system. Looking at the emotional value, which was even higher than that of Xianshang, Yunjin had a hint of enlightenment.
It seems
she still needs to expand the channels for obtaining emotional value.
Accept these emotions. In fact, there is another emotion that is easiest to create emotional value, and that is fear. If she could create terror and put countless people in fear, then the amount of emotional value would probably exceed her imagination. But Yunjin thinks that he is not so mad. She wants to earn emotional points, but not without a bottom line.
For example, this time, in fact, if this perfect quality foundation establishment pill is directly put up for auction, the price it can sell for will definitely be more than a top quality crystal stone, because the emotions of the audience have been aroused. In just a few words, this will allow them to make impulse purchases. In this process, more emotional value will be provided to her.
But Yunjin didn't want to do such a thing. Make money, but only the right amount.